After traveling through time for 3 years, I awakened the most trash F-level power. I thought I was destined to become a plaything under rich women's legs for the rest of my life, but I discovered that as long as I charge up, I can become infinitely stronger. However, such a perverted ability was mocked as being a human-shaped power bank. To this, I smiled faintly, turned around and sucked dry his house's electric meter, giving him a performance of lightning martial arts. At the playground of Bayan Linjiang 3rd Middle School, it was bustling with excitement. Holy crap, I awakened B-level power. Awesome, I won't eat beef anymore. Li Kuning, weren't you just shouting my fate is in my hands, not heaven's? Why aren't you talking now? Did you fail to awaken? My girlfriend awakened A-level power, now she thinks I'm not worthy of her and wants to break up with me. What should I do? In an unremarkable corner, I looked speechlessly at my hand that was sparking with electric fire, F-level and its freaking power source. Could it be that I traveled through time just to be a human flesh power bank? I also want to punch the South Mountain nursing home, kick the North Sea kindergarten, shock all realms, kill people and steal wives, be a hero of one region. I sighed helplessly. 3 years ago, I was struck by lightning while wearing equipment, and when I woke up I was in this high martial arts world. I thought that as a time traveler like me, if not leaving a good name for 100 generations then causing harm for 10,000 years, I definitely couldn't live an ordinary life, but I ended up awakening an F-level power. It must be that I lent my light to Tiga when I was young, causing my future to be pitch black now. The key is that over these years, in order to carry out justice, I offended some petty people. If I don't get stronger quickly, I'll definitely be revenged against. Could it be that my lifetime reputation can only rely on this damn good looks to submit to rich women? Seems like it's not that bad either. No way, boss, we're going to get rich. At this time, my deskmate Linning ran over carrying a wolf tooth club, excitedly yelling. Hearing this, I asked full of confusion, get rich how? We're both F-level, one human flesh power bank, one human-shaped storage bag. As if thinking of something, I reached out and picked up the Loli in front of me, staring at her Maybelline big eyes and said, are you a rich woman? Normal Lolas come in 2 types, Milk Loli and Jade Loli, but the one in front of me is between the two, which is Mixed Loli, full name Mixed Fish Loli. As a rare female version of Phoenix Chick, she hasn't done less bad deeds with me over these years. I'm not now, but will be soon. My eyes lit up, tell me about it. Lingling puffed out her still somewhat substantial chest, put one hand on her hip and said, Tang who will bring people to block you after school tonight, and he even boasted that he'll beat you into a cripple. How about we strike first, kill people and steal treasure, take money to go to internet cafe. The corner of my mouth twitched hard, I quickly covered her chattering little mouth, this matter cannot be spread around. Tang who comes from a prestigious family. Because he shamelessly harassed Linning, we two dragged him to the small woods, beat him up badly, and threw him into the trash can. Now that he's awakened first-level power, he can't wait to get revenge. I just beat him up once, and he actually wants to bring people to block me, truly narrow-minded. What to do? With just me and this confused mixed fish Loli, we can't possibly be their opponents. Could it be that my lifetime reputation will fall tonight? I'm not willing. Boy, are you there? I decide to sell this mixed fish Loli soul to you. Coming, the system may be late, but definitely won't wait until the feast. The expected voice rang in my mind. Binding successful, detected that host only has trash F-level power, preparing to unbind, what the hell, don't mess around, boy bro, lives will be lost. Just kidding. This system is the righteous venting system, absolutely won't abandon any time-traveling waste, will transform host's power into brand new power, infinite power source. Function 1, charging can infinitely enhance strength. Function 2, can take all lightning in the world for your own use, the more lightning types collected, the higher the talent, highest can reach SSSS level. Little boy is really naughty, ha. Hearing the notification sound I laughed so hard I couldn't close my mouth. Charging can make me stronger, isn't this much better than the bitter cultivation and leveling up? With an excited mood I opened the system panel. Spirit Abyss level, power, infinite power source, F level. Total power 100, current power 20%. Strength 9, Constitution 8, Spirit 6, Agility 9. Detected that host's face is being threatened, releasing task, rob the rich to help the poor, rob rich bro Tang Hu. Reward, elementary skill electromagnetic cannon. Sister gun Misaka Makoto's ultimate move, electromagnetic cannon. You call this elementary skill? Truly worthy of you, boy. Then I patted Lin Ying's shoulder, smiled sinisterly and said, little brother, you go prepare a pair of black stockings, a urea bag, tonight we rob the rich to help the poor, screw him over. Hearing rob the rich to help the poor, the little Loli instantly got so excited she danced with joy, bouncing and jumping as she ran toward the school gate. While I sneakily slipped to the classroom. Just as I walked through the door, I saw the homeroom teacher sitting at the podium, looking worried. Teacher, you must not think of doing anything foolish. Although everyone else in class is trash, you still have me. I said with a face full of confidence. Zhao Gang looked up at me, and immediately became even more melancholy. The whole class awakened poor powers, the highest was only B level, and as a result both of the school's only 2 F levels were in his class. This simply made him lose all face. It looks like the promotion to deputy grade director is going to fall through again. Zhao Gang sighed and said, Lin Yuan, teacher is fine, it's you who shouldn't feel sad. Although your power is no good, you can still study hard and take liberal arts exams. Speaking of this, he paused, this Lin Yuan is also last place in liberal arts, pure trash. I patted Zhao Gang's shoulder carelessly and said, don't worry, Gangzi, my mentality is the best. That's good, sigh, wait, what the hell are you touching the power outlet for? Zhao Gang was immediately confused. This guy was saying his mentality was good, and the next second stuck his finger into the socket, still showing an expression of enjoyment. Collected 220-volt alternating current, rapidly charging. A tingling sensation spread throughout my whole body, feeling weird, actually inexplicably kind of good. 99%, 100%. Power source fully charged, expanding capacity. Total power 100, 101. I was immediately somewhat surprised, it can actually expand capacity. If total power keeps charging like this, then it's not a human-shaped power bank, it's simply a human-shaped nuclear power plant. After charging me for a few minutes, suddenly there was a boom explosion sound, and all the lights in the entire teaching building went out. Zhao Gang ran over with a blackened face and explosion hair. Lin Yuan, don't be afraid, teacher is here to save you. I turned around with a confused face, teacher, what happened to you? I just went to pull the circuit breaker and it suddenly exploded. By the way, what's your situation now? You look quite energetic? I grinned and smiled. Zhao Gang heard this, instantly rolled his eyes, and fell down stiffly. Gangzi, are you okay? Gangzi. Quick call ambulance, Gangzi got electrocuted. Zhao Gang, the class teacher who looked as black as charcoal, was sent off. Lin Xing embarked on his first stop of robbing the rich and helping the poor. Having collected the first Thunderbolt alternating current, Lin Xing's supernatural power level also rose to E grade, significantly enhancing all his attributes and growth values. He was now full of energy, feeling like he could fight 10 Tanghu. He, little tiger, today I'll turn you into a little roasted kitty, Lin Xing said with a mischievous smile. Boss, has anyone ever told you that when you smile in those black stockings, you look exactly like the big villain? In the men's public restroom. Ling Yin, wearing black stockings and holding a wolf fawn club, whispered a reminder. Her appearance somehow looked a bit comical and cute, like a little thug. Nonsense, I'm the good guy here. Wait, why does the black stocking you brought have a smell? Lin Xing asked, holding a steel rebar and sniffing it repeatedly. Oh, I borrowed them from my cousin Chuyu just now. Chuyu, the campus belle from our school? Then it's fine. Right now, it was time to build his career, so Lin Xing naturally couldn't care about these small details. Robbing the rich and helping the poor, fighting evil, that was the most important goal at the moment. He sniffed again. Meanwhile, Tang Hu had arrived nearby with 7 or 8 tall boys, ready to start the fight. The high martial world was slightly different from his previous life. Here, people were very fond of martial arts. It was common for people to spar and train their ability to withstand hits. You often saw 2 or more people working out together in the streets. Who in the streets hadn't been beaten before? As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, what was the problem? Just recover quickly. If you have the ability, then fight back. So, unless it caused a serious injury, people with good martial ethics in the Great Xia would never report it to the authorities. Tang Hu shouted loudly, brothers, this road is the one Lin Xing takes home from school. It's rarely crowded and perfect for ambushing him. Once we start, beat him hard, as long as it doesn't kill him, I'll take full responsibility. Tiger brother, last time he beat you like a dog eating shit and threw you into the trash can. We will definitely get revenge for you. One of his underlings said. Tang Hu's face stiffened, are you purposely bringing up old wounds? The others were stunned, shaking their heads to indicate they didn't know this person. Tang Hu, with a dark face, continued, alright, you guys block him here. I'll wait in the restroom to cut off his escape route. Don't forget, when you hit him, make sure to cover his head with a bag from behind. This way, he won't recognize you, understand? Tiger brother is so smart. Tang Hu stepped forward, happily heading towards the public restroom where Lin Xing and Ling Yin were waiting in ambush. The public restroom was a place that all soldiers must fight for. It was a feng shui treasure for fighting evil and protecting justice. In street and alley combat, once you controlled the public restroom, you basically won half of the battle. Not to mention how many mop-wielding warriors had appeared inside, even for strategic resource supplies, it was a very useful place. Tang Hu happily opened the door of the public restroom, found a window facing the street, and squatted down. He muttered to himself, Lin Xing, you'll never guess that I'm waiting for you in the restroom. Today, you'll pay the price. But what he didn't know was, two sneaky figures, both wearing black stockings, were quietly closing in behind him, getting closer, closer. Chapter 3, Thank You for the Black Stockings. Suddenly, a urea bag fell from the sky, directly covering Tang Hu's head, instantly blinding him and immobilizing his arms. What's going on? Who turned off the lights? The next second, a barrage of blows fell from above, smashing hard on Tang Hu's head, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Damn, sneak attack, no martial ethics. Lin Xing, holding a 60mm rebar, and Ling Yin, wielding a wolf fang club over a meter long, began a violent beating on Tang Hu. The cracking sounds of strikes rained down on Tang Hu's head without holding back. Bang! 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 Little monster, this time the human elimination plan was very successful. When you return to the Grey Planet, you will be rewarded. Thank you, Great Monster General. The General is mighty. The two of them sang in unison, perfectly in sync, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Tang Hu was speechless. Was he attacked by aliens in a public restroom? Was he really this unlucky? Should he report this to the Spirit Town Bureau? Wait, report what? There are no aliens. Tang Hu instantly snapped back to reality, his head throbbing in pain. He roared, activating his special ability. Grade A Beast Transformation Ability, Black Tiger. The furious power made his body begin to swell, his arms thickening, fine black fur sprouting, almost bursting the urea bag. I don't care who you are, if you provoke me, I'll make sure you die without. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xing harshly stabbed a steel bar into Tang Hu, and blue electric arcs crackled in his hand. Damn it, still resisting? Take this, electric cannon. 220 VAC, discharge. ZZZZZZZ. The steel bar was a great conductor, and the electric arcs flowed down the steel into Tang Hu's body. In an instant, it shocked him so hard that his mouth twisted and eyes bulged, his whole body numb and paralyzed, unable to move. You little monster, give him a good beating. Bang! 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 The two of them continued to mercilessly beat Tang Hu. After his beast transformation, Tang Hu's body became incredibly tough, like steel. This allowed Lin Xing to attack without holding back, and strangely, it felt quite satisfying. This is so satisfying, so satisfying. After several minutes of furious beating, the two casually broke through the door, hopped on the shared electric scooter that had been waiting, and sped away. Clearly, this was a habitual crime. With a flick of his sleeve, no money was left behind. All that was left at the scene was Tang Hu, writhing in pain with the urea bag still on him in the restroom. Completed the task of robbing the rich to help the poor. Obtained the beginner skill book, Super Electromagnetic Cannon. By the time Tang Hu's subordinates realized what had happened, Lin Xing and the other person had long since disappeared. The few of them rushed into the restroom, only to see a tall man with a urea bag on him, screaming in agony. So, they remembered Tang Hu's reminder. Brother Hu is impressive, he got that guy in the bag so quickly. Brothers, stop dawdling, let's start the beating, and when we're done, Brother Hu will treat us to a meal tonight. Let's go. And so, Tang Hu's screams echoed through the restroom again, lingering for 3 days, never ceasing. Lin Xing and the other person quickly retreated from the battlefield, speeding away on the electric scooter, wind rushing past them. They crossed over more than 10 roads and finally arrived at the largest martial arts school in Yunjiang City. In front of them stood a magnificent gate, with a huge blue sign that boldly displayed 4 big characters. Star River Martial Arts School. This is the place. Let's go inside. The two quickly took off the black stockings from their heads and stuffed them into their pockets as they walked into the martial arts school. The Star River Martial Arts School has 7 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. Each floor has its own function, providing all-around support for cultivation, of course, at a very high cost. The first floor is a weapon shop, offering various cold and hot weapons for different special ability users. The 2nd to 6th floors are training areas for special ability users of different levels, with thousands of practice rooms. The 7th floor is the arena, used for formal sparring. So, what about the 2 underground floors? They are a net cafe, a chess room, an arcade, a barbecue restaurant, and a bathing and massage area. In short, wherever there's a demand, there's a service. Special ability users are also human, they need to recover their strength. As long as you tell your family, I'm going to the martial arts school, you can proudly bring money to the internet cafe, truly refreshing. This operation of hanging a sheep's head while selling dog meat reminded Lin Xing of a game console in his previous life that advertised itself as a study machine. I need to learn foreign languages, I also want to learn foreign languages. As Lin Xing entered the hall, he saw that the Star River Martial Arts School was already packed with senior high school students. After awakening their abilities, most people come here to test their powers and buy weapons. Hey, look, here come the only 2 F-grade students from our school. They're here to test their abilities. I don't think they need to test, though. No need. Forget those two losers. Xinghua Martial Hall is holding an event. The student who causes the most damage with their awakened ability today will get 2,000 yuan in cash. Wanna bet who that god-tier person is? Some students started gossiping. After all, everyone has a mouth, and Lin Xing couldn't stop them. At most, he just silently memorized their faces and names, planning to give them a loving lesson when no one was around. Ji Buju, Yang Wei, Shen Su. Then, Lin Xing and his companion walked toward the front desk. After just 2 steps, they happened to run into a stunningly beautiful, fair-skinned girl with a perfect figure. It was the school beauty, Zhu Yu. Lingyin, how many times have I told you, stop hanging around with Lin Xing, auntie won't agree to you too. You're not from the same world. Zhu Yu raised her fair neck and said. Lin Xing was unhappy. What do you mean by hanging around? We're openly together, alright? By the way, your stockings were very useful, thanks. After saying that, he pulled Ling Yin's little hand and walked away, leaving Zhu Yu standing there, so angry she nearly vomited blood. Lin Xing. Seeing Zhu Yu get angry, a few of her friends tried to comfort her. Zhu Yu, don't get mad at him. It's just the last bit of arrogance from an F rank. When we enter the secret realm tomorrow, let's see if he can still act tough. Exactly. He's got nothing but a pretty face. Zhu Yu, have you thought about dating me instead? Zhu Yu was stunned. Sorry, you're too weak. I like strong men. After dumping the little useless girl at an underground internet cafe, Lin Xing was eager to test how strong his superpower had become. The power is strong, but I still need to test the numbers and the skill I just got, railgun. As the strongest move of the railgun girl, it surely wouldn't disappoint him. First, go get some charge, then hit the training room for data testing. Lin Xing stepped toward the stun baton counter in the weapon shop. Miss, give me a stun baton, the one with the highest voltage. I get bored at night and need something to pass the time. Behind the counter, the lady in a professional suit twitched the corner of her mouth. Stun baton. Night. Pastime? She understood each word, but somehow didn't understand them together. But when she saw Lin Xing's roguishly handsome face, she immediately smiled and took out all the stun batons from the cabinet and handed them to him. You're such a joker, handsome. These models are high-powered enough to take down a bear. Lin Xing picked up a baton. Oh, how do I use it? Press this switch? Yes, just press. Wait, don't shock yourself. In the stunned gaze of the pretty clerk, Lin Xing pressed the stun baton to his own chest and pressed the switch. Crackling electric sounds rang out, and Lin Xing's whole body started shaking, a look of pure pleasure on his face. Violent current surged into his body, charging him up, while that strange feeling of pleasure swept through him again. Ah, amazing. New power source collected, 30,000 volts DC. Rapid charging in progress. 62%, 63%, 64%. Just when it reached 64%, the stun baton went dead. Lin Xing shook it and casually tossed it aside. Miss, your stun batons aren't strong enough. Give me a thicker one. The clerk was stunned, watching Lin Xing pick up another stun baton and jab it into his chest. Crackle crackle, crackle crackle. Soon, the second baton also ran out of power. Lin Xing clearly wasn't satisfied and started using one baton after another on himself. The clerk stood there dumbfounded. The worst part was, Lin Xing actually looked like he was enjoying it, even shouting amazing, over and over. He looked like he had some sort of serious illness. One after another, Lin Xing kept charging himself until there was only one stun baton left, and he finally gave up. Sigh, your stun batons are just too weak. I'll check out another shop. Satisfied, he turned and walked away. Only the pretty waitress stood there, dumbfounded. No way, does getting zapped by this thing really feel that good? Maybe. I should try it too. She turned into a curious baby, reaching out to pick up the last electric baton. Crackle crackle. Underscore, 3 angle, underscore. Chapter 4, Pervert, Such a Pervert. After charging up fully, Lin Xing spent another 500 yuan to rent a training room. This kind of cheapest training room was only a bit over 30 square meters, just enough for one person to move around. A mechanical dummy for testing attack power was standing silently in the middle of the room, waiting for Lin Xing's attack. 500 yuan for only 1 hour, that's way too expensive. I could play at the internet cafe downstairs for a whole week with that. After complaining about the ripoff, Lin Xing turned his gaze to the test dummy in front of him. His total electricity was now already at 500. After obtaining direct current, his power ability had already risen to grade D, and his overall strength had become much stronger again. Take this first move of mine, Pudong Rooster. Lin Xing swung the threaded steel rod with all his strength and smashed down hard. Bang! With the sound of metal clashing, the test dummy's head slightly shook, and after a while, returned to calm. At the same time, a large screen in the room displayed a number. 888 card. Excellent. Am I really this strong? Card is the standard unit used to measure damage, and some even joked it's the total chakra of a Kakashi. An 888 card had already surpassed the full power strike of an A-rank strength-type ability user at the same level. Lin Xing was overjoyed. Even if Tang Hu activated beast mode, he could still overpower him with pure physical strength. Let's try the power of the ability next. Lin Xing started discharging electricity with both hands, blue arcs covering the threaded steel like a thunder-filled poisonous snake. Alternating current and direct current mixed together, the two arcs weaving into each other, making the power even more violent. He suddenly swung the threaded steel and smashed heavily onto the test dummy's head. A magnetic field created by the arc explosion burst out instantly, forming a small electromagnetic vacuum zone. Bang! The test dummy's head dented slightly, but soon repaired itself like before. On the screen, a terrifying number popped up. 2766 card. Perfect. Lin Xing was shocked. 2766, this could probably match the full power strike of a level 10 strength type ability user. That hit just now, even 5 Tang Has stacked together couldn't take it. He was only level 1, and already could match someone at level 10, and he hadn't even used his ultimate move yet. Pervert, such a pervert. How are others even supposed to play the game now? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lin Xing pulled out a coin from his pocket. Next, it's the ultimate move, Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Electric arcs surged gently in his hand, wrapping around the coin. Lin Xing felt the electricity from his dantian being madly drawn out, rushing through his body, then gathering into the coin in his hand. Using the coin as the carrier of electricity, he condensed all the power of his body into one point. The lightning jumping from your fingertips is the unchanging belief of this life. Only my super electromagnetic cannon shall live forever. Swish! A lightning cannon blast more violent than anything before suddenly shot out, crashing onto the test dummy with unstoppable power. The next second. Boom! The dummy's head exploded directly, fragments bursting, flying everywhere, like an exploding watermelon full of juice. The power of the violent electromagnetic cannon coin still wasn't exhausted. It kept going until it blasted a huge hole in the wall before it finally stopped. That strike even made the whole building start shaking, as if it was about to split apart. Crap, I broke it. Are they gonna make me pay? I better run fast. Lin Xing was extremely shocked, and decisively chose to flee like a rat, moving fast with the wind. A beginner training dummy costs at least hundreds of thousands. He blew it up, even selling that trashy lowly wouldn't cover the price. Luckily, when registering just now, he filled in Ling Yin's identity info. Run, quick! Lin Xing opened the door and escaped at the first moment, his action smooth and practiced, clearly already muscle memory. And in the corridor. Everyone also felt the building shaking, and they all rushed out of the training room, looking around anxiously. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No, it's the noise coming from one of the training rooms. Someone strong must have appeared. Chuyu and the others stood in the hallway of the beginner training rooms, completely stunned. This floor was for level 5 and below ability users to train, but the sound just now could only have been made by someone at level 20 or higher. Let's go check. Chuyu took a confident step, her long white legs moving first toward the direction of the shaking, and collided with Lin Xing, who looked nervous and suspicious, like a thief. Oh, Chu, the campus beauty, don't block the way, I'm in a hurry. Saying that, Lin Xing hurriedly ran off, looking flustered. Chuyu shot him a glare and said, forget him, who knows what he's in a hurry for. Let's go to the room at the end. Everyone followed Chuyu and crowded into the training room at the end, making the already narrow room even more cramped. In front of them, the training dummy was completely shattered. Even the specially designed wall behind it had a deep crater blasted into it, with large cracks around the edges, looking fierce and terrifying. Holy crap, look at the screen, someone shouted in the chaos. Chuyu finally lifted her beautiful eyes and saw a damage value that she could never have imagined in her life. 28,888. Invincible. How is this possible? The next day, morning, the day for the school's secret realm adventure. Lin Xing unplugged his charger and walked out of his room. He happened to see his father staring at the household electricity meter with a confused look. Hiss, this isn't right. I just paid 3,000 yuan for the electricity bill yesterday, why is it showing as overdue today? Dad, it must be the power company embezzling again. I'm heading to school now, we're going into a secret realm dungeon today. Oh, don't force it. If it's dangerous, run away quickly. Even if you end up being useless for the rest of your life, I can still support you. Lin Xing, _. The ride was silent. Lin Xing sat on the school bus heading toward the secret realm entrance outside the city. On the bus, he once again checked his attributes. Lin Xing, LV1, 0%. Strength, 106. Constitution, 102. Mental, 162. Agility, 113. Ability, Infinite Power Source, D rank. Energy, 10,000/100%. Skill 1, Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Lin Xing was speechless. He had just paid 3,000 yuan for electricity, and his basic stats had only just reached over 100. The conversion efficiency seemed a bit low. It seemed like he would need to find a free charging place in the future. While Lin Xing was thinking, Ling Yin's small face had already leaned in. "Boss, something happened last night." Lin Xing pretended not to know. "What happened?" "They said I broke the training dummy and gave me a 2,000 yuan reward." Lin Xing's mouth twitched. "What? Are they crazy? Where's the money? Give it to me quickly. I bought a skin last night. Let me tell you, my Stone Man is fully skinned, so cool." Lin Xing was speechless. What kind of girl has Stone Man as her main hero? And that money should be his. "Alright, we've arrived at the secret realm. Please line up to get off the bus." "Lin Xing, why aren't you getting off? Don't keep that long face, as if you lost 2,000 yuan. Chapter 5, Thunderstorm Forest in the Secret Realm. In front of the secret realm entrance, Principal Xing Guangming began his routine speech, which was as long and stinky as an old lady wrapping her feet. "Alright, this time's secret realm trial location is Thunderstorm Forest. You all must pay attention to safety. If you encounter life-threatening danger, crush the return scroll immediately. This year, the Education Department gave us 5 reserved spots for ability universities. I will reward the top 5 of this secret realm trial. After everyone forms their teams, you may enter the secret realm dungeon." Lin Xing listened to the principal's long speech and finally heard the words reserved spots. The rest was like the sound of passing gas. He looked at the little girl Ling Ying next to him. "Little brother, perform well today, serve your boss well, and I'll get you a reserved spot." Ling Ying rolled her eyes. "Boss, I trust you a lot, but no need to say anything further." At this moment, Shu Yu also walked over. Today, she had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Under the messy strands of hair behind her ear, her snow-white skin made her look even more valiant and heroic. The tight leather combat outfit perfectly outlined her figure. "Ling Ying, Auntie told me to take you with me once. Come join our team. Everyone in our team is an S-level ability user." Ling Ying said happily, "Okay, cousin, bring my boss too." "Absolutely not," Chu Yu said righteously. Obviously, the team was already full. It was impossible to bring another F-level burden. "Then I won't go. I want to be with my boss." Ling Ying was firm and decisive. If she couldn't be with her boss, then even hitting things every day would lose its fun. She shook her head, sighed, and found another S-level person to form a 5-man team and entered the secret realm. Lin Xing also shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, these people have a strong thigh right here and choose not to hold on. Truly long legs, short vision. Let's go, little bro." "Okay, boss." With that, the two of them also stepped into the secret realm instance. Homeroom teacher Zhao Gang was stunned when he saw the two walk past him. A love affair? No, now is not the time to think about that. Those two F-levels dare to team up and challenge the secret realm. The danger level is way too high. But this might be their last time entering the secret realm. With a flash of light, Lin Xing had already entered the Falling Thunder Forest. The scene in front of him was completely different from before. Dark clouds filled the sky, and in the gloomy forest, thick fog spread, making it hard to tell directions. Everyone entered the same secret realm, but each team's teleport point was random. In this radius of dozens of miles, there were only the two of them. Detected evil life forms, issuing system task, exorcise demons and defend the path. Exorcise demons and defend the path, kill 1,000 strange beasts. Task reward, beginner skill book 3,000 thunders. After looking at the information on his exam bracelet, Lin Xing felt great pressure in his heart. There were only 3 hours for the exam. Time was tight, the task heavy. One more beast down was one more earned. Little bro, bring out boss's stuff. I'll take you for a double ride. Little bro? Damn, what are you doing? Lin Xing turned his head and saw Ling Ying sneaking beside a big tree, holding a spiked club, face lewd, seeming to be staring at something. Shoo, there's a goblin ahead. I plan to whack him while he's peeing, then run away. Ling Ying whispered. Little bro, we are righteous men. How can we ambush? Saying this, Lin Xing directly walked over and kicked the goblin to death from behind. Killed goblin LV1, EXP plus 10, personal points plus 1, team points plus 1. Lingyin was stunned, her young little face showing a dumb expression. Damn, boss, when did you become this strong? Your boss has always been this strong. You just lack a pair of eyes that can see, okay? Then why didn't you show this power when Wu Lao released dogs to chase us the other day? After a long silence, Lin Xing asked Lingyin to return his handy weapon, a rebar stick, and 2 water guns. Lingyin's power was a very rare space-type ability, but it was only F-level storage. Perfect for being a walking storage bag for snacks or something. Little bro, later just follow behind boss. I'll carry you, and we'll crush the secret realm. Boss, acting cool gets you struck by lightning. Lingyin looked up at the thunderous sky and subconsciously took 2 steps back, keeping a little distance from Lin Xing. Lin Xing seemed thoughtful. Struck by lightning? Oh, that would feel great. After speaking, Lin Xing inserted the rebar behind his back, pulled out the water guns, and turned into a Marco Polo water gun version. Water is a good conductor of electricity. Lin Xing used this point to gather electric arcs in his hand, concentrating them at the nozzle of the water gun, and began shooting at several goblins approaching from a distance. Bayou. 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 3 streams of water carrying electric light shot out. Shot without hesitation, the arrows hit the goblins right on target. Electricity made them twitch violently, then they fell straight to the ground, silent and still. Goblin LV1 killed, EXP plus 10, personal points plus 1, team points plus 1. Goblin LV1 killed, EXP plus 11, personal points plus 1, team points plus 1. Goblin killed. Easily, a triple kill was completed. Lin Xing smiled slightly, striking a very show-off pose. Alright, now it's time for the most primitive slaughter. Show time. At the same time, Shuyu and the others joined forces and used their abilities, finally killing a goblin after 1 round of attacks. The experience was split evenly among them. That felt great. Didn't expect the goblin couldn't even withstand 1 round of our attacks. That's all because Chuyu's power has high damage, alright? But my healing isn't bad either, right? Their team had 3 girls and 2 boys, almost made up of the strongest ability users in the whole school. But after all, they were only level 1. Being able to do this was already amazing. Shuyu said, looks like not bringing Lingyin was the right choice. If we brought that deadweight Lin Xing too, it would be even more troublesome. Yeah. Next, let's work together. We must break the school's record in the Thunderfall Forest. Come on. We must get those 5 guaranteed admission spots. Chapter 6, Dog-Stealing Twin Stars. On the other side of Thunderfall Forest, Lin Xing had already gone on a killing spree. With water guns in both hands, he alternated shooting. High-voltage electricity and water splashes merged, and any random shot could instantly kill a beast. As easy as peeing, relaxed and carefree. Those who knew saw he was using water guns, those who didn't might think he held 2 laser cannons. Bayou. 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 Blinding blue electric light lit up the gray mist, flashing beams in the night, casting Lin Xing's handsome face in a flickering glow, on and off. Corpses lay in chaos before him, stacked into a small mountain. The goblins were killed the moment they showed up, fell the moment they moved. Lin Xing's experience and points soared, leading all the other teams by a cliff-sized margin. So satisfying, so fun. But such high frequency and strong attacks consumed a lot too. Soon, Lin Xing ran out of water. What? Electricity. Sorry, that stuff he had plenty of. Lin Xing casually threw the water guns to Lingyin. Little bro, reload the ammo. Lingyin's eyes were wide open now, pupils shining with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Boss, the 2 of us are truly invincible. Looks like our dog-stealing twin stars combo is destined to sweep the world. Lingyin quickly took out a water bottle from the storage space and refilled the guns, smooth and fast, all in one go. In less than 10 seconds, the dual guns were back in Lin Xing's hands. He once again became the dual gun war god, starting a new round of slaughter. Kick, goblins, your doomsday has arrived. Bayou. 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 Just like that, under round after round of crazy shooting, the goblins in several kilometers nearby were almost all wiped out by them. Lin Xing had also leveled up to LV5. Compared to recharging, the stat gain from leveling up was really too low. Each of the 4 stats only increased by a little more than 10 points. The electric power ability did get stronger, and the damage went up too. Even mosquito meat is still meat. Better than nothing. If it's given, take it. If not, steal it. Nothing can stop them. Just do it. Soon, all the goblins in the surrounding kilometers were cleared out by Lin Xing, lying all over the ground, slowly piling into a hill. Lin Xing scratched his head. He really didn't expect that he still had electricity left, but the monsters were all gone. He opened the system panel. Exorcise Evil 512/1000. Looks like there's still quite a few beasts left to finish the quest, so we can only choose to take the risk. Little bro, there's no monsters here anymore. Let's go to the high-level beast area. Okay, boss. Honestly, the two of us are just too strong. They started walking, heading straight to the high-level monster zone. After a while, Shuyu and the others arrived at the place where Lin Xing had gone on a killing spree earlier. Hiss. Why are there no monsters in this area? No idea. Maybe it's because most of the students are already done. Let's go, let's check out the high-level monster zone. But the principal just said that the high-level beast zone is very dangerous, and he told us not to step foot there. That was for the other teams, but we are the strongest team. Suddenly, they saw hundreds of goblin corpses piled up like a mountain. The deaths were tragic, their expressions fierce, and their greenish skin was even a bit scary. This. Shuyu was almost too shocked to speak. The rest of the group stood there, their mouths wide open, their jaws nearly dropping. After a long while, one of the smarter ones slowly began to analyze. I got it, there must have been dozens of teams that gathered in the same spot, and then they worked together to kill the goblins. Oh, right, that makes sense. I knew it, no team could be stronger than ours, right? They all sighed with relief, their minds settling and feeling very comfortable. Only Chuyu frowned, quietly observing the goblins' deaths. Why were all the goblins' deaths the same, as if one person had killed them all? But the school had sealed off the secret realm, no outsiders should have come in. Could it be? Shuyu, stop looking, let's go to the high-level beast zone. The monsters there give a lot of experience and points. Alright, we must hurry, we can't take it lightly. Outside the secret realm, the grade director and a group of class teachers were watching the scored data on the computer. As expected, they all had their mouths wide open, stunned, their jaws nearly falling off. What the hell? What is this team called? Stolen Dog Twin Stars? They are leading by a cliff over the second-place team Angel Wings by more than 500 points. You shouldn't say they're leading by 500 points, you should say they're leading by 10 times, the second place has only 50 points. Go quickly and get the principal. At that moment, Principal Shin Guangming, holding a glass thermos cup filled with goji berries, leisurely walked over with a very relaxed and comfortable expression. You teachers should know how to stay calm, don't overreact to every little thing, so what if there are a couple of genius students? What's the big deal? Let me see. Oh my god. Principal Shin Guangming was stunned, not paying attention, and the glass thermos cup slipped from his hand, falling to the ground and exploding. The bright red goji berries exploded with water, just like blooming roses. 512 points, they broke the school record of 498 in less than 20 minutes, this is simply monstrous. Quick, look at the team members, which class are they from? One teacher quickly clicked on the computer screen. The list of members for Stolen Dog Twin Stars appeared. Lin Xing, Ling Yin, a two-person team, it's actually a two-person team. This information gave them another shocking blow to the heart, making everyone nearly speechless. Can two people really do this? Principal Shin Guangming hurriedly said, how come I've never heard of these two people? Quickly check their ability levels. Okay. Lin Xing, F-Class, Power Source. Ling Yin, F-Class, Storage. F-Class, both, useless? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If the shock from their two-person team just now was like a heavy punch, then the two F-classes brought them the equivalent of 2 cannon shots. These two must be cheating, right? This is reality, who the hell cheats? Quick, see which class they're from, where's their homeroom teacher, I need to understand the situation. Shin Guangming was now too excited to control himself. Although they didn't know how they did it, they were just thrilled. It was even more exciting than clicking ignore risks, continue installing on a phone. The opportunity for fame, success, and fortune was right in front of them. Got it, they're from Class 8, their homeroom teacher is Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang? The one who touched the electrical box yesterday? Where is he, has he come yet? Where is he? Zhao Gang, Gangzi. Everyone turned around to look for him. Not far away, Zhao Gang, with a little bald head, was squatting under a tree smoking. His slightly blackened face had an extremely melancholic expression. It felt just like being constipated. Zhao Gang looked up and was stunned to see everyone staring at him with strange eyes. Huh? What are they doing? Are they going to laugh at our class for being trash? So humiliating. I have to turn my head away and pretend I didn't see anything. Gangzi, you've made it big. The grade director ran over, grabbed Zhao Gang's arm, and dragged him to the computer screen. Don't pull me. If you're going to mock me, don't do it in front of so many people. I still have my pride, Zhao Gang said aggrievedly. Mock my ass. Your class's team is ranked number 1 right now. What? Is it Lu Weixiu? but he's only got B-level powers. The next second, Zhao Gang saw the team named Dog stealing twin stars on the screen and was instantly struck like by lightning. What the hell, it's Lin Xing. Gah! Underscore, 3 angle, underscore. Hey, Gangzi, don't faint. Medical team, someone's in shock here, we need CPR, no females. Chapter 7, Take You to Pretend, Take You to Fly. Deep in the Thunderfall forest, the sky was filled with rolling thunderclouds, lightning flickering non-stop, like it could strike down at any moment. Lin Xing and his teammate had already entered the high-level mutant beast zone. The style of the beasts here suddenly changed. In front of them, muscular and vicious goblins had already surrounded them, kindly covering their private parts with leaves at the base of their thick thighs. Around them were even more powerful mutated beasts. Starspeed Cat Demon, Thunder Bullhead, all stared at them like hungry wolves, seeming to have a strong appetite for these two outsiders. Ah, boss, they're so ugly, it's too exciting. Lingyin screamed excitedly, clearly showing no fear at all. Because she knew, though her boss had bad character, he was always reliable in key moments. This is what you call trust. Lin Xing held twin water guns, firing alternately, even stylishly. Ah, do. Like a laser railgun, jets of water blasted out, accurately hitting the mutant goblins, bursting out sparks of electricity. The mutant goblins also cooperatively fell down and went to sleep. Still, one-shot kills. Killed Goblin LV4, EXP plus 40, personal points plus 4, team points plus 4. Killed Goblin LV4, EXP plus 40, personal points plus 4, team points plus 4. Killed Starspeed Cat Demon. Goblins didn't have much intelligence and were naturally violent. Especially after seeing Lingyin, a mixed-style loli both sweet and dominant, they got even more violent. At this moment, Lingyin became a human-shaped monster magnet, constantly drawing goblins for Lin Xing to grind experience from. Oh lovely goblins, oh lovely goblins. Lin Xing sang while transforming into a goblin butcher, crushing everything around him. The firepower was intense and strong, with plenty of electricity that almost never ran out. What a joke, $3,000 worth of electricity, how could it run out so fast? Don't believe me? Look. Remaining power, 88%. A human nuclear power station, truly deserving the title. Suddenly, a Starspeed Cat Demon darted past the bullets with extreme speed, leaped behind Lin Xing. Its claws, sharp like blades, slashed fiercely toward his neck. Lin Xing casually tossed the water gun into the air, turned around with flair, pulled out a rebar sword, and swung it lightly. Bang! The Starspeed Cat Demon's head exploded like a juicy watermelon, bursting into pieces. Killed Starspeed Cat Demon LV5, EXP plus 50, personal points plus 5, team points plus 5. Bro's not really a gunner. Bro's an invincible sword hero. Lin Xing sheathed the rebar back on his back, caught the falling water gun smoothly, and resumed spraying bullets. His movements were seamless. This slick little combo move made Lingyin, who was munching sunflower seeds beside him, extremely excited. Boss, you're so cool. Can you teach me that move? Showing off is all about talent. You're just average. After nearly another hour passed, Lin Xing had almost wiped out this small area of monsters. Only then did Chuyu's team arrive at the high-level mutant beast zone after countless hardships. No choice, their monster killing was too slow, and too many beasts blocked the way. They could only fight their way through with sweat and pain. You can't be like Lin Xing, raising your hand and killing instantly, without affecting the speed of the march. A boy said, "We've finally reached the high-level monster zone, let's chop down a goblin to practice." As he spoke, a tall goblin, barely escaping from Lin Xing, suddenly ran into this group of bandits. The group immediately saw stars, chasing and beating it. They kept hacking for 3 or 4 minutes, and finally, after bombarding with various powerful abilities and high-level equipment, the goblin died miserably on the ground. Before it died, the goblin regretted deeply. It was killed by these scumbags scraping it, and damn, it would have been better if it had been shot dead by Lin Xing earlier. At least it would have been quick and painless. Ha, we are too strong, a group of level 2s actually managed to kill a level 4 goblin together. 5 against 1, how strong are you really? You can't say that, these goblins here have been mutated and enhanced, our record is already quite good, Chiyu gave the most reasonable analysis. I told you, us 5 are killing above our level. After we go back, maybe we'll even make it to the school honor roll. The group was cheerful, full of confidence. They planned to show off their skills, grinding a few monsters in the high-level monster zone and leaving all the other teams far behind. Even the strongest Chuyu couldn't help but smile, thinking their team was truly unbeatable. But at that moment, an unexpected event happened. A large group of monsters suddenly charged over from the distance, more than 50 of them, all high-level mutated beasts. The group was terrified, and before they could react to flee, they suddenly saw 2 figures charging from behind the monster herd, along with a flood of laser cannons. The laser rain, as dense as a Gatling gun, swept over the monsters, exploding into brilliant electric sparks. Every hit was a one-hit kill. The group was shocked. Who is it? The monster herd howled in panic, and the laser rain followed closely, accurately shooting each monster. Shuyu stared hard at the two figures running through the jungle in the distance, trying to see their faces clearly. Kerala. A lightning bolt illuminated the night sky, also lighting up the familiar faces of Lin Xing and Ling Yin. No! Lin Xing, holding two water guns, laughed wildly as he shot furiously. Behind him, Ling Yin carried a huge wolf fawn club, her short legs running quickly, excitedly opening her little mouth. Hoo ha 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 ha! Yee hee 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 hee! Kill! Leave no pants! Another round of crazy shooting, and more than 50 monsters fell to the ground, turning into corpses, their deaths identical to the pile of goblins from earlier. Done. Lin Xing casually tossed the water gun to Ling Yin, just as he looked at Chuyu and the others, who were too scared to move. Why is Chu, the campus flower, here? You didn't bring anything for the first meeting, so this goblin's body is a gift for you. Lin Xing casually lifted a big goblin. Chuyu twitched her mouth, recovering from her shock, staring hard at Lin Xing. Did you kill all those monsters just now? Just sprinkling some water, nothing to worry about. How did you do it? The others were also quite disbelieving, looking at Lin Xing's weapon, thinking he had been boosted by some top-tier weapon. But the next second, they were stunned by the plain, unremarkable water gun. Water gun, the same as my younger brothers from kindergarten? Oh my god, how is this possible, Lin Xing, aren't you just an F level? So what if I'm F level? F level stole your dog? Lin Xing, big brother, I want to add you on Super Faith, let's hang out later. Clearly, some had already transformed into little fangirls, ready to throw themselves at him. Jiang Shui. Chuyu called out a name, then stopped. They had completely lost. Just with that last wave of monsters, Lin Xing's score had already surpassed theirs. And in places where she couldn't see, Lin Xing didn't know how many of these monsters he had slaughtered. Why did I try so hard, even awakened an SS-level supreme talent, but still lost to such an ordinary man? I'm not willing to accept this. Just when Chuyu was in despair. Suddenly a cry of alarm rang out, and countless exotic beasts swarmed in from all directions. It's over, it looks like we've been surrounded by exotic beasts. Chapter 8, Super Electromagnetic Piledriver. Outside the Secret Realm. Principal Shen Guangming was already laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, patting Zhao Gang's shiny little bald head while watching the soaring points of the dog-stealing Twin Stars team. Ganger, I didn't expect our number 3 middle school to produce two such geniuses, and they're in the same class. Zhao Gang also proudly puffed up his chest. Principal, it's all thanks to you. About me becoming deputy director next year. What deputy director it is? Principal, you really gave me a surprise, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The two of them just laughed in front of a group of homeroom teachers, leaving the others speechless. These two guys. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded. A riot has occurred in the high-level exotic beast zone, a boss has appeared. A riot has occurred in the high-level exotic beast zone, a boss has appeared. Please quickly organize student evacuation, in order. Everyone immediately looked over, only to see red light flashing on the screen in the high-level exotic beast zone. More than a dozen green dots were within the red light, especially 7 of them already surrounded by red dots representing exotic beasts, extremely dangerous. Damn, how could this happen? Quickly organize teachers to go in and rescue. The teleportation gate is stuck, we can't get in, the students can't get out either, we've already reported it to the Spirit Suppression Bureau for rescue. Shen Guangming roared in anger, damn it, if one of my genius seedlings dies, I'll slaughter the secret realm. In the falling thunder forest. Countless exotic beasts surrounded Lin Xing and the others, layer after layer, inside and out, numbering over 1,000. Chuyu and the others were nearly in despair, it was hard enough to fight one just now so many, each exotic beast could tear them to pieces with just a flick. Moreover, their return scrolls just happened to fail. What do we do, are we going to die here? Brother Lin Xing, I beg you to protect me, I'll do anything you want from me. Jiang Shui, Chuyu's bestie, was the first to betray, trying to fall into Lin Xing's arms. But a spiked club blocked the path of her fake fall, so she had to give up. Ling Yin stepped out, hey, trying to take advantage of our boss? Get out of the way. Ling Yin, no need to block the girls. Stop fooling around, now's not the time to discuss this, let's first survive this crisis. Chuyu bit her lip, even she started to panic, unconsciously looking toward Lin Xing. Obviously in her subconscious, she already saw Lin Xing as the backbone of the team. Lin Xing smiled slightly, crisis? What crisis? They're just experience packs. Don't boast. Even though I admit you're strong, with so many exotic beasts, you can't handle them. Shu Yu's dog barked. Humph, you just played some petty trick earlier. If an F-rank trash like you can deal with this many exotic beasts, I'll give a goblin a live BJ on the spot. The other dog barked. Lin Xing shook his head and quickly broke the eye-burning image in his mind. He pulled out a coin from his pocket and gently pinched it in his hand. Alright, then get ready for some popping candy. Lin Xing straightened his body, stretched out his right hand forward, straight as a pine tree. Suddenly, electric currents surged all over his body, like several thunder dragons coiling around him. The static electricity made the surrounding grass and trees stand upright. The long hair of several girls seemed to understand their owner's heart and slightly leaned toward Lin Xing. The wind gradually rose, blowing against Lin Xing's handsome face, his hair flying, like a celestial being. Lin Xing shouted, "Take my blast!" Lightning crazily poured into his fingertips, along with the coin that shot out, forming a giant laser cannon over a meter thick. Boom! The electric lightning suddenly exploded, shattering the 100 or so alien beasts in a straight line. Countless flesh and blood splattered onto the faces of the crowd, making their already shocked expressions even more striking. Group instant kill. But this wasn't over yet. Lin Xing fired his cannon, then took out another coin and fired the next shot. The entire process was extremely quick, with the intervals not exceeding 3 seconds. Boom! This strike, as powerful as thunder, shattered flesh and blood, and another line of alien beasts was completely reduced to ashes. Still not done. Boom boom boom. Lin Xing fired shot after shot, countless laser cannon beams lighting up the dim sky as bright as day. Each shot cleared a straight line, turning thousands of alien beasts into dust. The constantly flashing light shone on Shu Yu's face, and shock filled her heart. That training dummy from last night must have been blown up by Lin Xing. What kind of man is this? What a powerful strong man. At this moment, Shu Yu's heart, frozen for 18 years, finally melted under the constant bombardment of Lin Xing's shots. Boom 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 boom. Lin Xing fired his electromagnetic cannon as if it was free, crazily shooting hundreds of times without stopping. The principal and teachers outside the secret realm watched as if it were a small game. With a green dot as the center, each shot that formed a line cleared all the red dots on that line. The scene was strange yet shocking. Although Lin Xing was like a human nuclear power station, even he couldn't withstand the energy drain of such powerful abilities. Finally, after firing the 100th shot, he shouted, "Damn it, no more!" Everyone quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is your spiritual energy drained?" "I have recovery potions, take mine." "No, I'm out of coins." "Who can lend me some?" "Everyone." Just as the crowd was speechless, a loud roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Roar! They looked up and saw a giant goblin, standing several dozen meters tall, walking toward them. With every step it took, the ground shook. Hiss, who disturbs my slumber? Thunder Goblin Boss, LV-30. The crowd was so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, and they couldn't even muster the strength to run away. We're done for. A level 30 mutated boss, even 5 level 30 top-tier superpowered individuals would struggle against it. We're dead. Quick, give all your coins to Lin Xing, let him fire the cannon. Here, take it all. I have a gold coin too, take one from me, just save me. Yes, I'll marry you if you want. What are you thinking? Hurry up and get the money out. Lin Xing grabbed over a dozen coins and held them tightly in his hand, quietly staring at the Thunder Goblin boss in front of him. When facing a Guardian-level boss like this, even he wasn't confident. Not to mention that after the crazy output earlier, his power reserves were only about 20% left. However, Lin Xing always believed that nothing is impossible as long as you are willing to climb. Damn it, fire first and think later. Here we go. He raised a coin, and the electromagnetic cannon suddenly fired, a huge thunderous light flashing, and the shot hit the goblin's head. Boom! The Thunder Goblin boss paused for a moment, but quickly recovered. Lin Xing didn't give him any chance to rest, firing a series of electromagnetic cannons, draining the last bit of his energy. Boom 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 boom. The scene once again became as bright as day, dazzling like stars. Each electromagnetic shot hit the same spot on the Thunder Goblin boss's head, trying to cause the maximum damage. But unexpectedly, these dozen shots only created a blood hole in the Thunder Goblin boss's head, without damaging his brain. The terrifying thunder resistance reduced Lin Xing's damage to the minimum, and it was impossible to kill him. The Thunder Goblin boss was enraged. He raised the curved blade in his hand, slowly reaching for the rolling thunder in the sky. A deep voice echoed in the air, like the sound of thunder. Vile humans, today I will let you taste the wrath of thunder. Smash the darkness with thunder. Rumble rumble rumble. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, as if they felt the summon of the Thunder Goblin boss. The thunder across the whole sky began to gather above everyone's heads, like a giant blue dragon rushing and churning inside the clouds. Shuyu and the others were scared out of their minds, their legs weak, collapsing onto the ground. They looked at the sky in despair, as if they were already ready to die. Lingyin screamed in excitement, jumping in place while holding a spiked club. Boss, thunder! Thunder is coming! No, 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 stop it! Lin Xing was overjoyed. In his heart he had already thanked the ancestors of the Thunder Goblin boss for 18 generations. Damn, it's about to feel so good. It's really just what I needed. My power bank just ran out of charge, and now you're going to charge me. You're actually a good guy. Come on, strike here, hit me hard. Lin Xing shouted, pointing at his own head. Everyone thought he had gone crazy. That was no ordinary attack, that was a peerless strike born from the power of nature. Far more powerful than the strongest hit of a level 30 boss. Looks like Lin Xing's been scared stupid. If that strike lands, it could flatten a whole building. Ah, poor me, 18 years old and still a virgin. Dying here, I'm not okay with it, dog number 1 said. You're a virgin? Am I not one too? Dog number 2 said. As they spoke, their eyes couldn't help but glance at Shuyu. But Shuyu had no time for them now, all her attention was focused on Lin Xing. Even though she knew it was impossible, deep in her heart she still hoped Lin Xing could lead them out alive. Hey, bro, don't count on the goddess, let's help each other out. Get lost. Bro, hold on, I'll be quick. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another burst of thunder roared. The Thunder Goblin boss pointed a huge curved blade at the sky, as if he too was under great pressure. Calling upon heavenly thunder was a huge drain for him. As the ruler of the entire secret realm, he could control the forces of nature in it. But unless absolutely necessary, he would never use this ultimate move. Yet the man before him brought enough pressure that he had to use his strongest killing move from the very start. I am the king of thunder goblins, 10,000 bolts of thunder, obey my command. Blue light surged on the curved blade of the Thunder Goblin boss, linking with the thunder across the sky. All the lightning gathered to a point, guided by the blade, falling from the sky. Thunder fall. Boom. Heaven's thunder fell, cutting through the night sky, piercing heaven and earth. Everyone was in despair, their will broken. But just then, a figure defied the heavens, leaping over 8 meters into the air. The wild lightning lit up his handsome face, his raised lips, and that piece of rebar pointing to the sky. Holy crap, he's using rebar as a lightning rod. Crack, crack, crack. The dozens of meters thick thunder struck the rebar precisely, flowing all the way into Lin Xing's body. Lin Xing's mouth twisted and eyes slanted from the strike, like something was forcefully poured into him. Blah 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 blah. Damn it, you're flooding me. It's too much, slow down. Aha. New power source detected, 10 million volts of heavenly thunder. Fast charging in progress. 0%, 100%. Power fully charged, expanding total capacity. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The heavenly thunder crazily charged Lin Xing at high speed, almost making him explode. Luckily, the infinite power source had no limit bottleneck. What it charges is pure invincibility. In the middle of despair, everyone could only see Lin Xing holding rebar, floating midair, screaming weirdly from the thunder shocks. So good, so good. I feel amazing. This is the best, the best. I can't take it anymore, I really can't, slow down, Yamit. Lingyin seemed a little worried, digging wildly through her storage space, finally pulling out a pack of expired band-aids. Boss, hang in there, I'm finding medicine for you. Shuyu's eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Lin Xing's towering figure, deeply moved. Lin Xing, he's doing this to save me. Turning himself into a lightning rod, taking the heavenly thunder alone, this is what it means to be strong? So moving? Degree asterisk? The charging was still going on. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a huge explosion burst on Lin Xing's body. The powerful shockwave blew everyone far away. For a moment, smoke and dust filled the air, no one could be seen. The Thunder Goblin boss showed a victorious smile, this brat was finally blasted into ashes by heavenly thunder. After a long time, the dust slowly began to clear. According to the law of smoke without harm, Lin Xing's figure slowly appeared. He stood in midair, his clothes torn to pieces, his whole body wrapped in blue heavenly thunder, crackling loudly. His hair stood up straight like flames rising to the sky. In his eyes, lightning seemed to flash, shining with dazzling blue light. A gold coin slowly appeared on his thumb, trembling slightly as if from excitement. Your turn is over. Now it's mine. He instantly gathered all his electricity. Countless bolts of lightning crazily surged and gathered at one point in his hand. At that moment, the whole forest seemed to be covered by a terrifying magnetic field of particles. The sound stopped, like a vacuum. Even time seemed to slow down under the magnetic field. Only Lin Xing stood proudly in the sky, shining bright in the night. The lightning dancing at your fingertips is my eternal and unshakable belief. I alone am the railgun, eternal forever. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. Ah! Boom! The world changed color. At this moment, it shone like the stars. Chapter 10, Love Brain is a sickness, it must be treated. Outside the secret realm. All teachers with combat abilities, follow me into the secret realm and begin the rescue. Principal Shen Guangming led the charge. Zhao Gang grabbed his weapon and rushed in second, without a trace of fear, full of courage. Anyone who dares to hurt his student must pay the price. Lin Xing, you must hold on. The rescue began immediately. These high-level teachers rushed into the secret realm and wiped out the beasts at a crushing speed. Most students had only suffered minor injuries from the earlier shock and soon followed several teachers out of the realm. So everyone turned their eyes to the high-level beast area. Over there. After racing at top speed, Shen Guangming and the others quickly arrived at the high-level beast area. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. A shattered forest, countless fallen trees, flames still burning from lightning's high heat. It looked like the end of the world. The teachers dug out a student from the ruins. He was already semi-conscious. And hashtag Yuan at Lin Xing, hashtag at $. Hashtag at it, hashtag so terrifying. No one could understand. Consciousness is unclear, injuries are serious, take him for treatment. Soon, they dug out another student. Big brother Lin Xing is so handsome, mine, he's mine. Everyone was speechless, love brain is a sickness, take her for treatment. Not long after, they dug out a more clear-headed male student. Oh my god, he's so strong. This old dude, the railgun, do you know it? So freaking cool. I'd brag to the goblins about him. Take him for treatment. Soon, Ling Yin was also dug out. She was the least hurt, just some surface wounds. As soon as she was out, she couldn't wait to grab her spiked club and started smashing the remaining half of the Thunder Goblin boss's head on the ground. Ah ha ha ha, let me smash your head. This one's gone crazy, take her to the mental hospital. No, don't take me, I haven't hit enough yet. This teacher, I'm her homeroom teacher Zhao Gang. She's not crazy. She's always like this. Soon, one stretcher after another carried everyone away. Chu Yu crawled out from the ruins by herself. Though she was also injured, her mental state seemed unaffected. She looked around anxiously, her eyes overflowing with concern. Principal, have you seen Lin Xing? You go get treated first. We are still searching. I'll help search too. Many hands make light work. But just then, a figure emerged from beside the enormous Thunder Goblin boss's corpse. Ha, I found the gold coin, finally it wasn't lost. Everyone looked over and saw Lin Xing beaming, holding a gold coin in his hand. That was the coin Chu Yu had just given him after unleashing the electromagnetic cannon, a coin symbolizing a bond of love, usually given from a girl to a boy. Of course, Lin Xing had no idea about this. He only knew that gold prices were sky-high right now. Losing $1 in steel G was just losing it, but losing this gold coin would be a disaster. Shen Guangming and Zhao Gang hurried over, their hands searching over Lin Xing's body with concern. How are you? Where are you hurt? We need to get you to the hospital. Well-defined chest, smooth skin, this doesn't look like someone who's hurt. Then, let me feel as well. Lin Xing's face turned dark, these three people were weird. I'm not hurt. But my gold coin has a nick on it. Can you fix it? A few minutes later. The school finally learned the truth from the only clear-headed person, Chu Yu. All the teachers who came to rescue were left dumbfounded, mouths agape, staring at Lin Xing on the ground digging for other coins, unsure of what to do. He single-handedly wiped out the entire beast army? One strike took down the Thunder Goblin boss, and he emerged unscathed? Wait, quick, check his level. Damn, level 13? Others average level 2, and he's straight to level 13, compared to the principal, he's the real monster. Principal, ahem. The principal has tuberculosis, take him away for treatment. He had awakened just one day and could already solo the entire dungeon, killing a 30-level boss way above his level. And he was F rank. This could hardly be described as human anymore. Pure beast. At that moment, Principal Shen Guangming's phone rang, someone already had their eyes on the talented Lin Xing. Hello, Guangming, it's your old comrade He Shifeng. I heard your school has a genius, do you want to lure him to the Spirit Bureau? Shen Guangming twitched the corner of his mouth. These people had noses sharper than military dogs. What are you thinking? I want him to help me top the exams. Hey, if you don't want him, that's fine, at least let me meet him. Don't even think about poaching my student. This conversation ends here. Wait. Beep beep beep. Shin Guangming decisively hung up, turned off his phone, and yanked out the SIM card in one go. Feeling uneasy, he picked up his phone and smashed it to pieces in front of everyone. Oh no, I accidentally broke it. Everyone saw that. If anyone calls, it's not that I'm ignoring them. Everyone was speechless, the principal was really overacting. Was it worth it for one student? 3 minutes later. An official from the Education Bureau jogged into the dungeon, handing Shin Guangming a new phone. Principal Shin, here's a new phone we bought for you. The director wants to see you. Shin Guangming, damn. Not long after, everyone was rescued. Those who needed to go to the hospital were sent, and those deserving rewards received them. As expected. Lin Xing's dog thief Gemini scored a crushing lead, surpassing the second place by over 8,000 points, earning 2 direct admissions to the Supernatural University. Although it was a standard supernatural university, it was still a dream far beyond reach for many people. Ling Yin was, of course, very happy, managing to get into a standard university just by tagging along with the boss. Nice profit. Lin Xing also took the admission spots without hesitation, thinking about how he could sell them for maximum profit. After all, he didn't need such garbage, he would prove himself to the world in the upcoming college entrance exam in a month. How can I turn this into cash? Lin Xing said with a distressed face. Just then, Chuyu walked over, a cute band-aid on her charming nose. It was strangely stylish, giving off a battle-damaged allure. She blushed and gathered her courage, saying, Lin Xing, I apologize for what happened earlier, I hope we can start as friends. Lin Xing looked a bit excited and exclaimed, really? Can you lend me 500 yuan as a friend? Chuyu was stunned, 500 yuan, well, of course, I can. 3 minutes later. Hearing the notification 500 yuan has been credited, Lin Xing happily grabbed Ling Yin's little hand. Little brother, I've got money, let's go play games at the internet cafe. Boss, let's go. Ho 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 ho. He. Just like that, the two of them jumped onto an ambulance carrying injured people and drove off. Only Chuyu was left standing dazedly in place, a mess in the wind. 3? Damn it, what's so great about Ling Yin anyway? Wait, he said thank you for my black stockings before, does he like me wearing black stockings? I'll go home and change. Lin Xing, watch how I deal with you. With that, she also jumped into an ambulance and drove off. Zhao Gang happened to witness the entire melon-eating process. He kept shaking his head and sighing, sigh, love-stricken brains are a sickness, they need treatment. Chapter 11, Lightning 5 Whips? Xingha Martial Arts Hall, basement level, internet cafe. Up, little brother, go big. Boss, hold on, I'm coming. Pentakill. The familiar 5-kill sound came through the headphones, and Lin Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. Of course, it wasn't his 5-kill, it was Ling Yin who got a 5-kill. And it was a 5-kill as the Stone Man. Looking at her screen name, World Stone Man Brain Headquarters. The little fish lowly, terrifying as always. Just as the two were about to continue battling, a familiar figure appeared at the most inappropriate moment. Tang Hu? What are you doing here? Do you want to play with us in a 3-man team? But you're so bad, you'll hold us back, go sit with the elementary school kids over there. The person who appeared was none other than Tang Hu, who had just been discharged from the hospital. As soon as he was out, he rushed to inquire about Lin Xing's whereabouts, eager for revenge. Bang! Tang Hu slammed his bandaged hand on Lin Xing's desk, nearly injuring his hand further. Hiss. Lin Xing, I spent a whole day lying in the hospital, and I've figured it out. The person who ambushed me yesterday must be you, right? Lin Xing scratched his head, Huzi, what are you talking about? With our relationship, would I need to ambush you? I don't care whether it's you or not, I'm challenging you to a duel. A duel? Yes, on the arena of the Xingha Martial Arts Hall, in a fair fight, whatever happens, I'll bear the consequences. Lin Xing was taken aback, didn't you go to the Secret Realm trial today? Damn, I spent a whole day lying in the hospital. How could I have time to go to the Secret Realm trial? Oh, fine, let's go, I'll handle you in one round. 10 minutes later. An ambulance arrived, lifting the battered and beaten Tang Hu, and took him back to the hospital. On the way, he learned from his little brother that Lin Xing had single-handedly defeated the boss. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from his eyes, and with a twisted mouth, he screamed out 3 clear words. This is a sin. College entrance exam countdown, 29 days. In the classroom, the students were excited, with motivational slogans like, the universe is not decided, we are all cattle and horses covering the walls. The class teacher, Zhao Gang, touched his cool little bald head and began to speak. The college entrance exam is divided into the literary exam and the martial arts exam. Students choosing the literary exam should study hard and aim to get into a cultural university to learn a craft or skill for earning a living. Students choosing the martial arts exam can skip school for now. You need to focus on leveling up and training your abilities, aiming to get into an abilities university. But if anyone isn't leveling up, and I catch you at the internet cafe. Zhao Gang made a symbolic fierce look to scare everyone. What happens if we get caught at the internet cafe? Lin Xing quickly raised his hand to ask. Zhao Gang was stunned. He hadn't thought of any punishment. He just thought it would sound cool to say it halfway, but someone actually asked about the details. If you get caught, I'll call your parents. Oh, that's fine then, I'll have my dad come find you a few times this afternoon, and that'll count as me prepaying for the times you catch me. Ha 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 ha. The class burst into laughter. Holiday. Lin Xing was the first to rush out of the classroom, followed by a little fish Loli. To others, it seemed like it is precisely the time to struggle. But in Lin Xing's eyes, the summer vacation had already started a month early. After gaining True Thunder power, Lin Xing's supernatural ability had risen another level, reaching level C. Even more terrifying, his overall strength could no longer be measured by normal standards. Even if a level 40 expert came, they wouldn't gain any advantage under Lin Xing's combined attack of 3 electric shocks. Others throw mud at me. I turn back and give them a slap, others throw stones at me. I blow their heads off with a cannon, oh. Humming a little tune, Lin Xing ran out of the classroom. At this moment, the system's voice in his mind rang inappropriately. Detected new system task, concern for the people. Concern for the people, rescue the dog being imprisoned by humans, that is, stealing dogs. Task reward, beginner skill book lightning 5 whips. Lin Xing was speechless, even Master Ma's ultimate move had come. Now that's good, with ranged attacks and mobility skills already ready, all that's left is this close combat AoE. Great, just right to test the new movement skill, 3000 thunder movements, perfect for stealing dogs, ha ha ha. Oh, what did I bump into that feels so soft? Lin Xing rubbed his face and happened to see Chuyu standing at the classroom door in black stockings with letters, proudly displaying her 36D figure. Her straight long legs almost reached Ling Yin's chest, and her exquisite makeup took away 2 points of purity, adding 3 points of charm. Lin Xing, I want to team up with you to level up together, aiming to reach level 20 before the college entrance examination. Chuyu sincerely invited. But I have already promised Ling Yin to team up, trying to reach the unyielding silver before the exam. Lin Xing decisively refused. This woman actually wants to stop me from getting to silver, what an evil intention. The passing students were all dumbfounded. He, an F level, actually refused the school flower Chu, who gave him the courage. Look at Chuyu, still with a sad expression, how did the school flower end up like this? Oh my god, he doesn't want her, I do. Let me have her. Don't even think about it, do you deserve her? Chuyu gritted her teeth and held her head high, showing off her proud assets. With the college entrance examination approaching, all students nationwide are going crazy trying to outdo each other in this period. Some rich kids even spend a lot of money hiring a team of adventurers to help level up. You must not waste your talent. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I'll soar during the college entrance examination. But if you want to play games, I might consider taking you along. Chuyu hesitated for a moment but chose to prioritize leveling up. After all, in the eyes of good students like them, exams are more important than love. Lin Xing, even if you don't want to team up with me, you should level up well. I hope we can meet at the top. After saying that, Chuyu turned to leave. Wait. Lin Xing reached out to stop her. Chuyu turned around with excitement, but her mouth started to curl up uncontrollably. Heh, a man wants to play hard to get with the school flower? Think you can control yourself? What? Did you change your mind? Chuyu teased. Lin Xing scratched his head a bit embarrassed. Can we borrow your stockings for a bit? We are going out to steal dogs tonight. Ha! Gained a pair of stockings, with letters. Night soon fell. There was a bustling crowd entering and exiting at the entrance of the supernatural market. The supernatural market, also known as the black market, is the largest mobile market in Yunjiang, filled with supernatural equipment, divine medicines, pets, necessities, antiques, and paintings. The black market doesn't mean that the state prohibits stalls here. But the people here are really black-hearted. Lin Xing boldly walked in with Ling Yin, without a hint of psychological burden, clearly because they had been habitual offenders. Their target was the dog meat vendor, Old Wu, to settle the score for the dog saga. As soon as they entered, Lin Xing saw an old acquaintance. Tang Hu? He was wrapped up in bandages, looking like a big rice dumpling, very eye-catching. He was conspiring with his older brother Tang Long, who was in his 3rd year of college, along with a few of his little brothers, in a circle. It has only been a day and he's already out of the hospital. Nice physique, huh? Lin Xing quietly approached and joined the conspiracy group, casually putting his arms around the two people beside him. Tang Hu said, "Brother, I've been beaten by the same person twice in these 2 days. You have to avenge me. This is simple. Who in Yunjiang doesn't know my name, Tang Long, as a social figure? Don't worry, I will make sure to return your revenge double. Brother, with your word, I'll cover the whole venue for you and the brothers tonight." Tang Long waved his hand elegantly, "No need. We're all brothers. In the future, whether it's you or these younger brothers, anyone who has trouble can come to me. In this piece of land in Yunjiang, I, Tang Long, still have some status. Hurry up and call him Brother Long. Brother Long. Brother Long." Tang Long enjoyed the feeling of being adored like a star surrounded by the moon. Every time he met someone, he would say this. After all, how many people really came to him for help? Aren't we just exchanging flattery? Outside, identity is given by oneself. However, at this moment, there was a guy who really lacked awareness and spoke up. Lin Xing pushed forward a bit and said, "Brother Long, to be honest, I've recently encountered some trouble." Tang Long was taken aback, clearly not expecting someone to take this seriously. Let's hear it. If I can help, I definitely will. Brother Long, I have a sworn enemy who recently found a foolish punk wanting to make trouble for me. You said earlier you would help, right? Tang Long's mouth twitched. How could this kid not understand the social niceties? When others say they'll treat you to a meal someday, do you really need to ask which day? He could only brace himself and say, "Ahem, I, Tang Long, live by a code of loyalty. Don't worry, anyone who dares to touch you will have to pass through me first." Tang Hu was a bit puzzled as to why he had such an oblivious little brother. Turning his head, he suddenly saw Lin Xing's face, which was struggling hard to hold back laughter. What the heck, oh no! Before Tang Hu could finish his sentence, Lin Xing directly covered his mouth. "Brother Hu, the doctor said your mouth got messed up and you can't talk much. Come on, I'll take you to the restroom to change the dressing." These younger brothers were social friends of Tang Hu and didn't know Lin Xing. They could only look bewilderedly as Lin Xing dragged Tang Hu into the public restroom. Looking at Tang Hu's eyes, they were almost filled with tears. The brothers were envious. So this guy is Brother Hu's good brother. We are not worthy. Exactly, look, Brother Hu is so moved he's almost crying. Chapter 12, Dog Stealing Time is up. Before long, a series of muffled moans and hitting sounds echoed from the restroom. The group was shocked, realizing something was wrong, and hurriedly rushed into the restroom, just in time to see Lin Xing and Ling Ying beating up Tang Hu. They even saw Ling Ying grin like Tom when someone entered. Casually hiding her more than 1 meter long wolf tooth stick behind her, revealing a gigantic stick head above. Tang Hu finally waited for Tang Long to arrive with the younger brothers, struggling to spit out Ling Yin's stinky sock, and shouted, "Brother, it's this guy beating me." Only then did the others realize that they had already been infiltrated by the enemy and took a couple of steps forward, their momentum fierce. Seeing this, Tang Hu laughed heartily. "Lin Xing, you're finished. These brothers are willing to risk their lives for me." One little brother weakly raised his hand. I'm not willing." Everyone? Seeing the opportunity, social figure Tang Long stepped forward. "Kid, hurry up and stop. Let Tang Long teach you a good lesson." Lin Xing casually tossed Tang Hu aside. "Tang Long, are you going to teach me a lesson for Tang Hu?" "Of course. What I value most in this life is loyalty." Lin Xing chuckled. "Then what about what you just said, that anyone who dares to touch me has to go through you first?" Tang Long's mouth twitched instantly, thinking to himself, how could there be someone so shameless in this world? But since I have already promised others, in front of so many brothers, I cannot let my persona collapse. Then, of course it counts. When have I, Tang Long, ever gone back on my word? Alright, if you want to hit me now, you'll have to get through your own challenge first. Tang Long was suddenly rendered speechless by the retort. Oh good heavens, hitting myself won't break any rules. Wait a minute, I'm not a good person. I'm all in now, I have no shame left. You're asking for death. Tang Long simply tore apart the pretense, shouting loudly, as his right arm became covered in dragon scales, growing extremely thick. He unleashed all his power, throwing a punch straight at Lin Xing's face. Today I'll make you remember this. Lin Xing smiled slightly, neither dodging nor avoiding, and met the punch with a fist reinforced by lightning. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a thunder-like explosion. Though Lin Xing was only level 13, his real strength easily crushed an 18-level college student suffering from weakness. Tang Long was knocked back by the hit, stumbling several steps before barely stopping, even feeling slight cracks in the bones of his arm. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Despite it hurting, he couldn't lose his prestige. Hiss. You're lucky, kid. Since I said today I wouldn't let anyone touch you, I'll keep my promise. But if I see you again, I won't let it slide. With that, Tang Long waved his sleeve and walked out, looking calm as he exited the restroom. However, on a face that no one could see, 2 lines of tears had slowly begun to flow down. It hurts so damn much. Tang Hu was stunned. Wait, I treat you like a real brother, and you treat me like a distant cousin? If the cousin gets hit, you should stand up for him. Cousin, no, real brother, come back. Tang Hu stared wide-eyed as his real brother, Tang Long, walked out, turning his pleading gaze towards a few younger brothers. The younger brothers looked at each other, completely at a loss. They understood Tang Long's strength, an 18-level beast transformation ability user, a top student from Yunjian University. If even he was at a loss, then they certainly weren't a match for him. Brother Hu, I suddenly have a stomachache and need to go to the restroom. Brother Hu, I just remembered I got my period today, I need to go back for a pad. Sorry, Brother Hu, my mom won't let me play with you anymore. She says beast transformation people are all gay. A few younger brothers rushed out of the public restroom in a panic, feeling no burden at all. What good brothers? They were all just paper thin. Not getting hit was the priority. Phew, luckily we ran fast. Isn't that Brother Long? Why is he squatting there hugging his arm? Brother Long, are you hurt? Pa, I'm perfectly healthy. Then why are you crying? Just some wind and frost, nothing more. At the same time, once again, there were cries of life and death coming from the public restroom, shouted by Tang Hu. Hold on, hold on. Can you not hit my face, ouch. 10 minutes later, Lin Xing and the others walked out, rubbing their arms, fully satisfied. Tang Hu, on the other hand, was once again taken into the hospital by an ambulance. On the way, Tang Long looked at Tang Hu's swollen backside with heartache and said, Brother, him hitting your backside is like hitting my face. Don't worry, I'll definitely find someone to help you get revenge. Lin Xing walked out of the public restroom, feeling refreshed. Even the constipation caused by too much charging seemed to have improved a bit. Younger brother, let's go grab a meal first, then I'll take you to steal a dog. Okay, boss. The two walked into the black market, immediately captivated by the various shouts for sales. Beast core for cheap, 300 for 1, 1000 for 3. De yen pill, just out of the oven, pay attention, yen is for reproduction, not for deduction. Loving big sword, buy a sword and get a free energetic show, bundled together, fair for all. Goblin roast kidneys, ridiculously delicious, fiercely strong, men eat it and women can't handle it, women eat it and men can't handle it, both eat and the bed can't handle it. Lin Xing twitched his mouth. People actually eat such filthy creatures as goblins? The business is still exceptionally booming. Wait, isn't that just regular pig kidneys? What a bunch of scammers. Very quickly, the two found a place called Lobster Fried Noodles. My stall called Not Lobster was set up. Boss, 2 servings of lobster fried noodles, 8 grilled sausages, and 10 skewers of lamb, Lin Xing shouted. Big boss, I have a small appetite, just give me 1 sausage and 1 lamb skewer. Ling Yin skillfully snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks. Ah, this is all ordered for myself, you can order your own. Ling Yin. Soon, Lin Xing's 2 servings of fragrant lobster fried noodles and grilled sausages arrived, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Ling Yin's 4 servings of lobster fried noodles and 50 skewers of lamb quickly arrived at the table, leaving Lin Xing stunned. You said you had a small appetite. Hey, wait, where's my lobster and the lobster fried noodles? Boss, you said your stall is not called lobster, so where's the lobster? Please give me a reasonable explanation. Lin Xing questioned loudly. The boss smiled slightly and pointed at the stove. There, a lively big lobster was holding a spatula frying the noodles. Look, my special ability is beast control, that lobster is my contracted beast. How about it, is it really lobster fried noodles, no trickery? Boss, your astonishing wisdom leaves me speechless. Flattery, actually my name is Sea Cucumber. The aroma of lobster fried noodles quickly wafted to a nearby dog meat stall. Butcher Wu Laoer was sitting at the counter, fanning away flies. Behind him, dozens of dogs of all sizes curled up in cages, their eyes filled with despair. Sigh, I don't know what's going on lately, the dogs I catch keep going missing, and my business is almost done for. If I catch those dog thieves, I will teach them a good lesson. At that moment, a little boy stood in front of the dog cage behind Wu Laoer, pointing at a yellow dog inside and crying, Big Yellow, it's Big Yellow, Mommy, it's our Big Yellow. The big yellow dog in the cage seemed to recognize the child, barking a few times and desperately trying to squeeze out, wanting to break free from the cage. Wu Laoer, seeing this, quickly scolded, Hey, whose little brat is this? All dogs look alike, don't talk nonsense, I bought this one. The young mother wanted to argue, but was frightened by the butcher's knife in Wu Laoer's hand. Outside, protecting the child was the priority, she did not dare to confront the butcher. Moreover, she was just a single mother, the father of her child died on the battlefield of the monster-slaying army. Little D, don't go over there. Mom, that's Big Yellow. Let me talk to him. The young mother walked over, nervously saying, can we buy that dog? Wu Laoer saw how important this dog was to them and directly opened his mouth wide. 200,000. If you don't have the money, I'll kill it for meat tonight. But we don't have that much money. No money, then get lost, don't disturb me from doing business. Wu Laoer slammed the butcher knife on the counter, and a thick bone immediately split in half. The young mother, afraid of her child's safety, could only forcibly pull the man away from the scene. Mom, help Big Yellow, or it will be killed. Child, I'm sorry, it's mommy who is powerless. In their eyes, Big Yellow was as important as family. But they really couldn't come up with 200,000. The mother and son walked away dejectedly. Just as they passed by Lin Xing's food stall, he suddenly blocked their way. Hey, little brat, do you want your dog? Lin Xing teased. The boy froze, hope rekindled on his face. Brother, I want it. Okay, since you want the dog, come to Linjian Park at midnight tonight, bring your most important thing, and we will trade. Brother, I will definitely go. Little D, don't trust others easily, let's go home, this person looks like a pervert. Hey, how can you judge me by my appearance? No, how do I look like a pervert? The boy and his mother gradually walked away. Lin Xing's expression turned grim as he slammed his table, full of lobster shells, and shouted. Time's up for stealing dogs. Chapter 13. Am I the dog winning by lying down? As the sky darkened, fewer people were in the black market. Sea Cucumber wiped away tears, packed away his beloved contract beast shell, and planned to go to the seafood market tomorrow to buy a new one. Lin Xing secretly pulled out a prop from his pocket and put it on his head, preparing to implement Plan A. Little brother, can your storage space hold living things? Lin Xing asked. Of course, as long as there is food, they will never starve, and they can even breed right there. Good, then it's decided, let's see the power of your boss later. Lin Xing quietly drew the electric energy from his dantian, and the lightning slowly covered his body, crackling. 3,000 thunders move. Wow, what a fast boss. At the dog meat stall. Wu Laozhong waited for a long time but did not see that pair of mother and son coming to pay with money, and evil thoughts began to arise. He walked in front of the big yellow dog and said fiercely, it seems your master won't come to pick you up, I'll kill you tonight. Wu Laozhong opened the cage, grabbed the big yellow dog's neck, and lifted it out. With such strength, even a large dog couldn't move at all. If you looked closely, his terrifying strength actually bent the cage a little. I'm a level 21 power type ability user. If I weren't a wanted criminal, would I hide in the black market selling dog meat to survive? Dying at my hands counts as noble death, a well-deserved end. He tied the big yellow dog to the chopping board but found the knife was a bit dull, turning around to find a whetstone and rubbed it a couple of times. Ha, little puppy, get ready to go. Hey, where's my dog? In front of him, the chopping board was completely empty. Forget the dog, even the rope used to tie the dog and the change in the money box had disappeared. Wu Laozhong was puzzled. Could it be that he had seen a ghost today? Or did I have a stroke again, becoming a bit forgetful? Forget it, let's get another one. He reached out to grab another big black dog and tied it to the chopping board. Skillfully turning back to grab the knife, then turning around. Swish. Big black dog, you won't be so lucky. Damn, where's my dog? Tom is gone again. Wu Laozhong swallowed and went back to the cage to grab a white dog. This time he learned smartly, tying the dog to the chopping board and staring hard at the chopping board before him. I'll keep my eyes on you and see how you. Swish. Frog fun, flash? Wu Laozhong was stunned. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and the dog disappeared without a trace. Following closely was a roaring wind and thunder that blew his messy hair and dazed eyes. A big change in the living dog. However, this wasn't over. Wu Laozhong heard brush 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 sounds from behind. He hurriedly turned his head to look. The cage holding the dogs was empty, and even the cage had vanished. Damn it, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Swish swish swish. He turned around sharply, and the entire stall had vanished. The scene left him standing all alone, looking extremely empty. Administrator, someone stole dogs. In a corner of the black market. Ling Ying stared blankly at the fragments of the dog meat stall before her, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. No way, did the boss steal the whole stall? At that moment, a blue lightning flashed. Swish. Lin Xing appeared before her holding a dog. Although it was a just act, no matter how you looked at it, it felt particularly sleazy, just like a rascal. Ling Ying, hurry and put these dogs into your space, Wu Laozhong will find out soon. I've already found out. Not far away, Wu Laozhong's pupils were blood red, holding a butcher's knife while standing there in just his pants, his expression more furious than ever. Ling Ying looked helplessly at the apron in Lin Xing's hands and Wu Laozhong's pants, exclaiming. Boss, you. Don't think too much, I just took it by accident. Stop trying to argue, I won't listen, I won't listen. Enough. Wu Laozhong took 2 steps forward holding the butcher's knife. You have angered someone you shouldn't have. Tonight, I'll let you witness the power of Wu Gang the butcher. Wu Lao'er drew closer, his lips unable to resist curling into a smile. To hear my name, are you startled? Once a fierce figure, Wu Gang the butcher had been a ruthless killer for 20 years without blinking an eye. How about that? You don't dare to move, right? However, Lin Xing and the other 2 stood their ground, showing no fear, and even nodding with a hint of excitement. And then? You aren't afraid of me? Wu Lao'er asked in confusion. Why should we be afraid of you? I'm a murderer with a bounty of 100,000. Aren't you afraid? A bounty of 100,000? Lin Xing became even more excited. Hello, Jinling Bureau? I've caught a criminal with a bounty of 100,000. I think he's called Wu Gang the butcher. Yes, yes. Wu Lao'er was utterly dumbfounded. He thought scaring them with his name would intimidate them before he silenced them, but instead, this guy reported him to the authorities. Lightning striking first is the most lethal. I'll kill you right now. Wu Lao'er became furious, flipping the butcher knife in his hand and rushing towards Lin Xing with lightning speed, swinging down hard. Swish! A flash of lightning darted past, and he only struck at a blur. Lin Xing had already unleashed his speed, running far away, so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Oh, are we having after effects from a cerebral thrombosis? We're right here. Wu Lao'er, unwilling to back down, lifted his knife again and swung at Lin Xing. Just as the steel knife was less than a meter from Lin Xing, a sudden change occurred. Snap! 2 lightning chains thicker than arms fell from the sky, instantly knocking his knife away. Old thief, take my lightning whip 5 strikes. After stealing the dog, Lin Xing obtained the skill book for lightning whip 5 strikes, which he immediately learned and unleashed. The massive lightning whips twisted like 2 giant lightning snakes, crazily tearing at Wu Lao'er's body. The violent energy from the lightning even caused cracks to spread across the surrounding walls. Holding 2 lightning snakes, Lin Xing continuously spun and swung, the dazzling blue light surged freely, looking incredibly cool. Bang! 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 Wu Lao'er was hit, clutching his head and scampering away, unable to stop himself from cursing. The transformation of lightning is terrifying indeed. As an ordinary power-type supernatural being, he stood out starkly like a target compared to Lin Xing. Bang! 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 Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The lightning whip 5 strikes technique was fierce and sharp, accompanied by a powerful electric shock that paralyzed. In less than 3 minutes, Wu Lao'er was left lying on the ground, convulsing endlessly, completely out of combat capability. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling Ying charged in, grabbing a wolf's fang club and delivering a series of heavy blows to his head. This is for stealing dogs. Bang! This is for bullying people. Bang! This is for being ugly. Bang! 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 Wu Lao'er thought, am I ugly because of me? Before long, people from the Jinling Bureau arrived. The beautiful head of the Jinling Bureau, Zhao Lingxue, personally led the team, sealing off the scene, and witnessed Ling Ying beating Wu Lao'er with the black rod, almost knocking his brain out. This made her exclaim, what a brutal little fish girl. 3 minutes later. After confirming Wu Lao'er's identity, Zhao Lingxue excitedly took Ling Yin's hands. This little girl is truly a strong woman, catching a criminal on the run for 20 years, amazing. After saying that, she turned and shot an irritated glance at Lin Xing, who was doing nothing. Hey, you over there, lazy dog, why don't you come help carry the person? Lin Xing, okay, I'm a lazy dog. Lightning whip 5 strikes. Chapter 14, You Little Pervert. On a dark, windy night. Linjiang Park was dimly lit, with the cries of cicadas echoing, creating an especially desolate atmosphere. A boy named Xiao Di wrapped in a big windbreaker stealthily approached, appearing somewhat sneaky in the pitch-black night. Cough, cough, little brat, I didn't expect you to really come. Lin Xing slowly walked out from the public restroom, speaking in a cold-blooded spy tone, did you bring what I asked for? Xiao Di bit his teeth, tightening the windbreaker around him. I've brought my most important thing. Where is Big Yellow, did you bring Big Yellow? Lin Xing smiled faintly and waved his hand towards the public restroom. Ling Yin slowly walked over from the shadows, holding Big Yellow. Xiao Di recognized Big Yellow almost instantly, rushed over, and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down his face. It's Big Yellow, it really is Big Yellow, boo-hoo, big brother, you didn't lie to me. To him, Big Yellow was as important as family, willing to exchange his life for him without hesitation. At this moment, Lin Xing appeared as a shining savior in Xiao Di's heart. Lin Xing said beside him, hey, kid, I brought my stuff, what about yours? I'll give it to you right now. Xiao Di bit his lip with difficulty, seemingly resolving to do something, suddenly tearing off the long coat that wrapped his whole body and tossing it into the air. but the scene beneath the coat was shocking. Underneath the lace suspender mini dress, a pair of white stockings peeked out, and upon closer inspection, his face was flushed red with embarrassment. It turned out to be a little boy dressed like a favorite of priests. Lin Xing hadn't realized yet, still muttering, "Hurry up, bring me your most important thing, which is the money, all of it, You little pervert." At this tense moment, a flashlight beam shone on Lin Xing's bewildered face. Xiaoti's mother came running from afar with Zhao Lingxue, the flower of the town's spirit bureau. "Sir, it's this pervert who is harassing my son." "Ha? Big brother, hurry up, don't you want my most important virginity?" "I'm giving it to you now," Xiaoti urged, biting his red lip. "This." Lin Xing was bewildered, having experienced too much in this moment, he didn't know how to respond. Click. A pair of silver bracelets had already appeared on Lin Xing's arm. Zhao Lingxue's tall figure was now beside him. "Lazy dog, I thought you were just weak, but it turns out you are also a scum." "Lin Xing, no, let me explain." "Lingyin, you have to testify for me, I only wanted money, right?" Lingyin shook her head in disappointment. "Boss, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, boo-hoo, you didn't even look at me when I was wearing it." "Hey, I looked when you were wearing it too." Zhao Lingxue snorted coldly. "You scoundrel, so you like both men and women, come back with me to the bureau." Xiaoti's mother, "Such scum should be shot." "Xiaodi, Mom, don't blame big brother, I volunteered." "Zhao Lingxue, you're still brainwashing the little kids, it's intolerable not to eradicate this scum." Lin Xing, what a disaster. In the town spirit bureau's interrogation room. After a night of questioning, Lin Xing and Zhao Lingxue both had dark circles under their eyes. The interrogation room was terrifyingly quiet. Although various evidence showed that Lin Xing was wronged. And he had done a good deed last night, saving many dogs captured by old Wu. But Zhao Lingxue remained proud, like an untouched ice mountain beauty. "Kid, even if you didn't commit a crime, there must be a motive, you must have thought about it, right?" Zhao Lingxue said. Lin Xing was speechless, he had thought of many things, this woman would get her comeuppance one day. Just then, Bureau Chief He Shifeng walked over, looking at the tense duo. "Xiaoxue, how is the wall digging task I assigned to you yesterday?" "You mean that genius student from the 3rd middle school?" I forgot." He Shifeng sighed, "You really should stop thinking about just solving cases every day. How many people have you arrested wrongfully? You must bring Lin Xing to the town spirit bureau to sign a priority employment contract after graduation today, or else I'll reject your confirmation application." Upon hearing the mention of the confirmation application, Zhao Lingxue sprang up. "Don't worry, Chief, I guarantee I will complete the task." Then, she glared fiercely at Lin Xing. "You are lucky, you can leave now. By the way, what's your name? Sign your name on the file." Lin Xing stood up. "My name is Lin Xing, a student from the 3rd middle school." Sigma, degree winky face what? 3 minutes later. Zhao Lingxue respectfully brought Lin Xing a cup of tea. A forced smile squeezed out on a beautiful face. "Well, Lin Xing, I admit my mistake. Look at this contract for priority employment after graduation." Lin Xing sipped his tea. "It's too hot, change it for a cool one." "You, hum." On Zhao Lingxue's stubborn face, there was unwillingness, she had never served anyone like this before. She was so angry that she felt like she could explode. But the matter of getting full-time work was a big deal for life, so she could only endure it. "Lin Xing, brother, is the temperature of this tea okay?" It's fine. I was interrogated all night yesterday, my shoulders are a bit sore. If someone could massage my shoulders, I might be able to write faster." "Don't bully me too much." Zhao Lingxue gritted her teeth in anger, her pale skin turned red with rage. "Speaking of which, my legs are a bit sore too." "You?" A few minutes later, Zhao Lingxue was squatting on the ground, feeling wronged as she massaged Lin Xing's thigh, tears almost flowing out. Getting a full-time job was so hard. In the end, Lin Xing reluctantly signed his name. He guaranteed to work in the Ling Bureau of Yunjing after graduation with priority, but could resign at any time. This was no different than having another civil service job as a backup, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, that was a big deal. However, after Zhao Lingxue got the contract, her ugly true colors finally showed. She snatched Lin Xing's tea and drank it all in one go, tilting her head back. "Ha! A man like you deserves to enjoy the tea I brewed?" "Pa!" Lin Xing was speechless, this woman turned her back too quickly. "Actually, I just dropped 2 cigarette butts in it." "What?" After leaving the Ling Bureau, Lin Xing felt refreshed. Last night, while Zhao Lingxue wasn't paying attention, he secretly messed with the electric switch and got a good time. Still, it's good to steal public electricity. At that moment, Ling Yin also came out of the Ling Bureau, holding a bag of cash. Boss, we struck it rich. Let's go to the internet cafe." Lin Xing snatched the bag and counted it, 100,000, not a cent less. He took out a wad of bills, pulled out two and stuffed them into Ling Yin's arms. These two are your bonus, the rest is all mine. It's okay, boss, I'm also yours. Lin Xing was taken aback. Suddenly, he felt it made sense. Ling Yin, this little brother, could be trusted. So he confidently stuffed all the money into his personal storage bag. Trust? It's mutual. Let's go to the internet cafe. Leveling up was never going to be a thing. They practiced for the college entrance exam anyway, such a simple matter. The most important thing in life is to enjoy the moment. He. With money, Lin Xing happily charged at the internet cafe while playing games. He kept going for 7 days and nights, the power increased more and more, and he felt even more energetic. Attributes and total power surged, strength skyrocketed. However, his level was still only 13, many talents had already surpassed him. Rumors started to spread at school that Lin Xing was wasting his opportunities and had already failed. F level was still F level, garbage should stay in the trash heap. Even the principal and class teacher had talked to Lin Xing multiple times, but they received only a nonsensical reply. Let the stupid bird fly first for a while. They could only sigh and shake their heads, feeling sorry for the fallen talent. Sigh, what a waste of a gifted person. Who is Zhong Yun? My big cousin. Chapter 15, Sneaking into the Village, Don't Shoot. Arigato, Mei Yang Yang, have you heard? Lin Xing has wasted his potential and is already done for. No cilantro, student version stop yapping, he's already been recommended for a top school, it's normal to play around a bit. Green pastures I'm on fire, what a waste. If I had such talent, I would definitely aim for a top university. Classmate is a fool, he was originally an F level. Last time in the secret realm, he just used some one-time trick to get by, so don't pay attention to this clown. Dog-stealing Empress said classmate is a fool, you are the clown, your whole family is a bunch of clowns. While your goddess delivers breakfast to Lin Xing every day, you are still squatting in the corner begging for scraps. On the mountain full of monkeys, the most prominent one was its red bottom, everyone stopped discussing him, there's an outbreak of beasts tied outside the city, I heard the boss can unleash the fiery red thunder, many adventurers have already perished. Third sister, I've heard about that too, but its crystal core is too rare, many people are still rushing to take the risk. In front of the phone screen, Lin Xing immediately caught an important piece of information. Fiery red thunder. Red thunder? Is it the same red thunder that strikes melons? No, it sounds like a powerful kind of lightning, I should be able to absorb it. Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Lin Xing began searching online. Fiery red thunder, one of the 27 innate divine thunders, ranked 19th. It is a creation of heaven and earth, possessing extremely strong heat that can turn everything into ashes, also called the burning sky thunder. It has only appeared 3 or 4 times in the whole world. Wow, unbelievable! Lin Xing exclaimed. If he can absorb this red thunder, then getting the top score in the college entrance examination would be almost guaranteed. Moreover, his abilities would surely rise greatly, achieving great enhancement. In the future, it would also be very convenient for him to use it to grill lamb skewers and such. I have to get it, I must get it. Lin Xing skillfully packed his things, ignoring Lin Yin who was excitedly banging on the keyboard, and decided to go alone. After all, the beast-tide outbreak is different from a primary secret realm, he doesn't know what level the beasts are, it is safer for Lin Yin to stay in the city. Little brother, I'm going home to take care of something, you keep playing. Okay, boss, can I spend a little bit of money? Of course. As soon as Lin Xing stepped out of the internet cafe's door, he heard the cafe manager complaining to the network administrator. What's going on this past week? The electricity bill has skyrocketed dozens of times, but the revenue hasn't increased, the manager said unhappily. Manager, I don't know. You don't know who does? You've been watching it these days, all the missing electricity expenses are deducted from your salary. Seeing that the two were a bit unhappy, Lin Xing approached, adhering to the principle of doing good deeds anonymously. Manager, you can't blame the network administrator, he can't possibly use that much electricity alone, surely someone must be stealing electricity. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately understood. Right, I must have someone stealing electricity. Go check if there are other shops connected to our meter. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Next time you come, I'll bring you a bucket of instant noodles. Lin Xing waved his hand and smiled as he walked out of the internet cafe, leaving without a trace or name. Now he had to go outside the city to take on the boss and obtain the fiery red thunder. Even if he couldn't defeat the boss, getting struck once would feel good too. They're singing outside the watermelon stand, I rushed over. Raw cucumbers don't cook themselves, I picked up a knife and slashed. Chop, 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 chop. Lin Xing hummed a little tune and arrived at the heavily guarded city gate. As a result, he was directly scolded by the soldier guarding the city. Kid, there's a beast tied outside the city, what are you going out for? Lin Xing scratched his head, I'm going out to exterminate the beasts, take on the boss, and get the crystal core. The guarding soldier looked down on him, stop being silly, I've seen many people like you, how many adventurer teams and demon-slaying troops have failed to kill the boss? Hurry up and go back. However, Lin Xing didn't care at all, after registering, he smiled and walked out of the city gate. Since this beast tide was classified as sea level and didn't reach the full city alert level A, the city gate was not sealed. Instead, individuals or groups with strong capabilities were allowed to go out and exterminate the beasts. When Lin Xing went out, the guarding soldier naturally couldn't stop him. This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Wait, why is this kid's registered name Linine? Isn't that a girl's name? Could it be that he's a pervert? Walking out of the city gate, the sight of the wilderness made Lin Xing's heart leap. Under the broken walls and ruins, there were beast corpses everywhere. Many of them had their crystal cores ripped out, bloody and a bit scary. Of course, there were also some adventurers and demon-slaying soldiers lying on the ground, they had already sacrificed themselves. A few mutated demon wolves were gnawing at their bodies. The brutality of war far exceeded Lin Xing's imagination. What peaceful years are there? There are always people carrying heavy burdens forward for you. So whoever loves to carry burdens can do so, after all, I want peaceful years in the future. As Lin Xing sighed about the cruelty of the world, a sudden spark of electricity flashed in his mind, making him unconsciously look toward the distance. Is this the special signal of the infinite power source? That should be the location of the boss, the radiant thunder god. Lin Xing's lips curled slightly, he never expected he was a radar. As long as the divine thunder appeared within a 10-kilometer radius, he could feel it. If the 3,000 thunderbolts rushed over, he wondered if it would scare the boss away. After thinking, Lin Xing still gave up on this idea. Although 3,000 thunderbolts was fast enough, it made too much noise and could easily alert the beast boss. In a situation where he was not strong enough to crush everything, he still needed to develop cautiously. It was best to disguise himself as an ordinary adventurer, quietly approach, and then launch a surprise attack for a one-hit kill. I've decided on this happily. A demon wolf beast howled, discovering Lin Xing standing alone in the wild. Fresh human flesh was much tastier than dead meat. The demon wolf beast's blood-red eyes glimmered with fierce light as it pounced directly towards Lin Xing. Seeking death? Lin Xing shouted loudly, casually whipping out a lightning whip. Puff! The sharp lightning whip transformed into a thunderblade, cleaving the demon wolf beast in half. The cut position was scorched slightly from the lightning strike. Killed mutated demon wolf LV-20, experience plus 100 points. Lin Xing shook slightly. It was that easy, it seems my days of charging in the internet cafe weren't wasted. He checked his attributes. With a thought, Lin Xing opened his attribute panel. Lin Xing, LV-13. Total electric power, 10 million, current electric power, 99%. Strength, 884. Constitution, 796. Spirit, 1030. Agility, 996. The four-dimensional attributes were obviously a bit outrageous. But it was normal, after receiving the lightning strike in the Thunderfall Forest and a week of crazy charging. If he didn't reach this level, he would be letting down the electricity fees from the internet cafe. But to say he was invincible was still far off. The higher the level, the more the attributes grew exponentially. For example, Lin Xing's current strength attribute was equivalent to that of a high-tier strength-based superpower user at around level 40. His spirit was equivalent to that of a magical superpower user around level 45. What truly made him powerful was the endless total electric power and the outrageous skill books given by system tasks. It seems I am still too weak, I need to get stronger quickly. Lin Xing made up his mind, saying that he must be struck by the radiant thunder at least once, otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Let's go, sneak into the village, no shooting. He casually tossed the lightning whip on the ground and quietly crept toward the boss's location. Chapter 16, Look at me, 3,000 thunderbolts. After Lin Xing left, Qiyu hurriedly brought a team of people over. Their average level had now reached level 15. After exhausting resources and training crazily for a week, they barely surpassed Lin Xing, who had been leveling for just a few hours. Did you just see that lightning whip? Qiyu said excitedly. I saw it, it must have been a strong adventurer from some guild, even from hundreds of meters away, we felt a sense of fear. Why do I feel it somewhat familiar? At this moment, a man dressed in luxurious clothing stepped out from the crowd. Though he was handsome, there was always a cocky, irritating pride on his face. Qiyu, you don't actually think that Lin Xing did that, do you? Even if that kid has some talent, it's all wasted in the internet cafe, how could he compare to us? This person's name was Tang Sang, the strongest genius of this year's second high school. He had mastered the SS-level plant-based superpowers and was already recognized as one of the seed candidates for this year's city champion by the education department. Tang Sang, I won't allow you to speak of him like that. Everyone has their own aspirations, and Lin Xing has the right to choose his own way of life. Ha, Juyu, you wouldn't have fallen for that waste, would you? If that's the case, I'll find a chance during the college entrance exam to really cripple him, to cut off your thoughts. If you dare to target him, I will quit this training team. Juyu threatened. Alright, I promise you I won't touch him. What a hassle. To maximize the students' levels, several high schools in the city formed a leveling team with the strongest geniuses from their schools. If Juyu quits now, it would clearly reduce the leveling efficiency. The most important thing is that when the college entrance exam truly arrives, several people can form an invisible team in the exam room, helping each other to maximize scores, balancing the other geniuses from several cities. Tang Sang naturally did not want to lose Juyu, this powerful teammate, so he could only agree to her on the surface. But in his heart, he had already secretly made up his mind. Lin Xing, once I enter the exam room, I have ways to cripple you. Juyu, you little girl, you are destined to beg for mercy under me. He. Hey, Tang Sang, stop standing there grinning, we're leaving. Wait for me, oh no. Why is there an electric whip on the ground? Crackle. Hey, Tang Sang, how did you get electrocuted? Quickly call Ru Hua from the next class to treat you. Outskirts, on the battlefield. Lin Xing jogged along, casually taking out a few mutated demon wolves, and finally arrived near the boss. This is a wasteland, overgrown with weeds, reaching above his knees, surrounded by the corpses of strange beasts and adventurers. The closer he got, the more Lin Xing felt a scorching heat, almost burning his face. As expected of the blaze thunder, it possesses such strong fire attribute power. Looks like I have to deal with this carefully, otherwise, I might still suffer losses. After thinking of a strategy, Lin Xing found a bush and hid in it. At any time, a dog hiding in the dark is never wrong. Protecting the vest is what a protagonist should do. Suddenly, a loud roar shook the sky, making Lin Xing's heart tense. What's going on? Did someone anger the boss? He crawled forward, quietly poking his head out from the bushes, looking very professional. In front of him, a completely scarlet demon wolf boss was howling, fighting with several adept fighters from the Spirit Tranquil Bureau. The scorching lightning kept sweeping over, forcing the experts of the Spirit Tranquil Bureau to retreat continuously. Damn, the Blaze Lightning Wolf King has spotted us, stay back, I'll take the Wolf King's attacks. The director of the Spirit Tranquil Bureau, He Shifling, took off his shirt and stood in front of everyone. Director, be careful. If you die, I won't be able to get my confirmation application approved. Jia Lingxue, I announce that your confirmation application is void, go back and rewrite it for me. Director, no. Crackle. The Blaze Lightning Wolf King spat out a red lightning bolt, hitting He Shifeng's chest, scorching him all over. But the next second, He Shifeng's skin instantly healed, the charred skin automatically shedding, growing tender white skin on the surface of his body. Oomph, I am a noble self-healing type, a little wolf cub thinks it can hurt me? Kill! He Shifeng roared, extending two sharp claws from his fists, lunging at the Blaze Lightning Wolf King. As fierce as a beast. Lin Xing watched with his pupils shaking, goodness, this guy has the template of a wolverine. He Shifeng and the Blaze Lightning Wolf King fought up close, brutal like two primitive wolves tearing at each other. Blood splattered, lightning raged. However, He Shifeng, as the director of the Yunjiang City Spirit Tranquil Bureau, renowned as one of the three pillars of Yunjiang City, had such fierce combat power. His terrifying self-healing ability was equally strong, perfectly countering the Blaze Lightning Wolf King known for dealing damage. In no time, the Blaze Lightning Wolf King fell into a disadvantaged position. Zhao Lingxue and the others nervously watched the intertwined figures of He Shifeng and the Wolf King. The hand holding the gun was also trembling with nervousness. Director, don't be afraid, I'll shoot to help you. Zhao Lingxue released the safety, aimed for a long time, and finally pulled the trigger. Bang bang. 2 bullets hit. He Shifeng's but perfectly. Damn, who the hell attacked me? A few team members were stunned and quickly stepped back, exposing Zhao Lingxue awkwardly in front. Zhao Lingxue smiled awkwardly, Director, do you believe me if I say I misfired? Get lost, your promotion will be delayed by a year. Bang bang bang. Director, I'm sorry, I misfired again. On the battlefield, the battle between the Blaze Electric Wolf King and He Shifeng had reached a fever pitch. A few members of the Spirit Control Bureau stood awkwardly by, not helping at all. Because they had great confidence in the director's strength, he wouldn't die anyway, so let him struggle. Crackle. The Blaze Electric Wolf King unleashed a powerful current again, sending He Shifeng flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Not good, he's going to run, everyone quickly block him. He Shifeng shouted. For He Shifeng, killing the Blaze Electric Wolf King was not difficult, but what troubled him most was its speed. It was not something he could catch alone. Once it escaped, capturing it would become extremely difficult. Ah whoa! The Blaze Electric Wolf King roared, its body glowing with red lightning, drying up all the blood flowing through it. With a powerful push of its 4 legs, the entire wolf body dashed away in a flash of red electric light. The Wolf King's speed was incredibly fast, boosted by the lightning abilities known for their unmatched speed. Its speed had reached a terrifying level. The remaining members of the Spirit Control Bureau didn't even react. It had already escaped hundreds of meters away and they couldn't catch up at all. However, just when everyone was in despair, from the grass, a more violent force of lightning suddenly surged out and flew away with a bang. Watch me. 3,000 lightning movements. Chapter 17, Harvesting the Blaze Heavenly Red Thunder. Everyone saw a strange crawling beast carrying the power of thunder shooting towards the Blaze Electric Wolf King. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to surpass the Blaze Electric Wolf King, known for its speed. Because Lin Xing had just been lying down like a groundhog. In a hurry, he didn't even stand up and just unleashed 3,000 lightning movements. The blue lightning and red lightning chased each other through the grass, sparkling everywhere. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass could grow. Damn, it's a lightning giant lizard. Sizzle sizzle. Zhao Lingxue looked dumbfounded at the 2 bolts of lightning chasing each other. Director, does our bureau have such a master? He Shifeng was also puzzled, not to mention our bureau. Even the entire Yunjing city has never heard of a speed ability user with such bizarre movement. Could it be some hidden old monsters? Swish swish swish. Lin Xing pushed 3,000 lightning movements to the extreme, and his speed soared again. With a drift, he arrived in front of the Blaze Electric Wolf King. Little wolf cub, you dare to compare speed with the fastest man in Dixia? You probably haven't suffered a beating from Ling Yin. The Blaze Electric Wolf King was shocked, its fierce face revealing a look of fear. It never expected that a human could be faster than it, and they were using the running method that demon wolves were most skilled at, 4-legged running. Is this pure insult to the wolf? Woo woo woo. The Blaze Electric Wolf King let out a low growl, crimson lightning swirling at its mouth. It knew that if it didn't eliminate the human in front of it, it would definitely not escape from this group today. So it used its original power and unleashed its strongest attack. Roar! A terrifyingly scorching blaze heavenly red thunder spewed from the Wolf King's mouth, shooting towards Lin Xing's body like a laser cannon. Nearby grass and trees were instantly scorched to ashes by the scorching lightning, destroying heaven and earth. Suddenly, it came. Lin Xing was overjoyed. Hee hee, finally you're here. Today I can finally get charged by a divine thunder too. Boom! The crimson divine thunder breath struck Lin Xing's body directly. Wind and thunder roared on the spot. New power source acquired, Crimson Heaven Red Thunder. Rapid charging in progress. 98%, 100%. First divine thunder collected, divine thunder ranking has been activated. You can freely fuse different attribute divine thunders to increase your power and create new lightning. Your ability level has been raised to level B. But Lin Xing had no mood to listen to the system babble at this moment. The blazing lightning energy of the Crimson Heaven Red Thunder forcefully surged into his body and meridians. Holy *TSH*TSH*T, this feels amazing, it feels amazing. Oh, so satisfying, so freaking satisfying. No, it's a bit hot, little wolf cub, go easy. At this moment, the people from the Spirit Suppression Bureau also arrived nearby, just in time to see Lin Xing being insanely thrilled from the Crimson Heaven Red Thunder. That ecstatic expression, that twitching body, made everyone think Lin Xing just had a climax. Zhao Lingxue was full of shock. How could it be you lucky slacker? He Shifeng, however, was very happy. Lin Xing, didn't expect you to get into action this fast. Go back tonight and write your formal application. I'll approve it overnight. Director, can you not say that in front of me? Sorry, I forgot you're the eternal intern. The Crimson Lightning Wolf King was secretly pleased. This brat dared to be arrogant with it earlier, now he's probably turned to ash. It instantly withdrew its breath, saving the last bit of energy to escape. But the next second, a Crimson Heaven Red Thunder even stronger than its own just now blasted straight at its face. The Crimson Lightning Wolf King froze, and was directly struck in the face by an even stronger Crimson Heaven Red Thunder, blasted away, hitting the ground like a dog eating dirt. Oh woo oh woo oh woo. It forced itself to stand up, only to see Lin Xing right in front of it, wrapped entirely in crimson electric light. Each strand of spiked hair floated wildly, just like a super scion, wild and domineering. Impossible? The Crimson Lightning Wolf King was dumbfounded, He Shifeng was dumbfounded, Zhao Lingxue was also dumbfounded. This guy Lin Xing was directly hit by the Crimson Lightning Wolf King and not only wasn't hurt at all, but looked even more energized with every zap. Seems like, besides his brain being a bit off, his whole body was filled with power. Ho 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 ho, I finally got it, little wolf cub, thanks for your divine thunder? Lin Xing turned into red lightning, and in a flash appeared next to the Crimson Lightning Wolf King. 2 Crimson Lightning Whips struck out later but arrived first, tying up the Crimson Lightning Wolf King tightly, unable to move. Even the binding technique looked super professional. Looking again at the Crimson Lightning Wolf King, its fur was burned, mouth was crooked, and blood was flowing all over its body. Originally, the Wolf King had high defense and a thick health bar, impossible to be taken down so easily by Lin Xing. But after days of intense battles, and being badly wounded by He Shifeng, now it met Lin Xing the lightning cheat. The fact it wasn't dead yet was already impressive. In the end, the Crimson Lightning Wolf King was helplessly wrapped up like a dumpling and completely lost its ability to resist. Done. Lin Xing walked over, kicked the Crimson Lightning Wolf King twice, and after confirming it was truly too weak to move, finally felt at ease and said, "Didn't expect this boss to be so weak, I thought it was super strong." Zhao Lingxue walked over, "Hey, lucky slacker, we got it to low HP and you just snatched the kill, alright?" Lin Xing froze, "Hey, who's the real lucky slacker between us?" You totally are. Still better than you, the eternal temp worker, by 100 times. I'm gonna fight you, death scissors kick. Ow, damn, if you're gonna scissor, fine, just don't rub your feet on my face. On the side, several male team members of the Spirit Suppression Bureau had their eyes widened into circles. Today, to fight better, Zhao Lingxue was wearing denim shorts. Her fair, soft, plump thighs just clamped Lin Xing's neck so moistly. Rubbing and rubbing. Damn it, where is that kid looking? Come on, weren't you just so brave? Why are you not even resisting now? Bro, you step aside, I'll take this scissor kick for you. He Shifeng was speechless, stepping forward to separate Lin Xing and Zhao Lingxue who were wrestling. Enough, since the Thunder Wolf King has been caught, let Lin Xing kill it, extract the crystal core, and let's go back. Killing a wild boss can bring a lot of experience. He Shifeng did this clearly because he valued talent, wanting Lin Xing to level up a bit before the college entrance examination. After all, it's been a week, and this guy is still level 13, while many with less talent than him have already outleveled him. However, Lin Xing scratched his head and looked at the wrong Thunder Wolf King in front of him, saying, "Well, I don't want to kill it anymore, I want to raise a pet beast." In this high martial world, many exotic beasts have been domesticated by humans as pet beasts. They can help humans clear secret realms, guard demon gates, or use their special abilities to do things that humans cannot accomplish. But for Lin Xing, raising this one purely served the purpose of being a charging treasure. Unfortunately, the poor Thunder Wolf King had no idea about its tragic fate awaiting it. It was desperately wagging its tail, pleading for mercy. Lin Xing, you must think carefully, this Thunder Wolf King is strong, and you alone may not be able to subdue it. He Shifeng kindly reminded. Don't worry, Chief, I am the nemesis of all lightning types. Since this is your choice, I respect you. He Shifeng suddenly changed his tone, revealing a mischievous smile, and said, why not write a formal application tonight to directly process employment? Ah. Zhao Lingxue, Chief, I still have some dignity. He Shifeng, it's fine, I don't need it. Chapter 18, the value of the war god in the furniture city is still rising. After the Thunder Wolf King was defeated, the demon wolf beasts lost their backbone and were quickly defeated one by one. The beast tide was completely crushed. He Shifeng did not announce the matter of the Thunder Wolf King to the public, but rather kept it hidden. He did not want Lin Xing to be targeted by some ill-intentioned people before he grew up. For example, the old Deng from the Demon Suppression Army, He Dongfeng, had long set his sights on Lin Xing as a potential talent. And those guys from the Ability Guild, they really dared to offer a salary of $1 million per year. Conceal must conceal. Lin Xing certainly wouldn't act too flashy. After all, the crystal core of the Thunder Wolf King was too rare. It contained the energy of the entire Thunderfire, and if crafted into a weapon, it would be an extraordinary divine weapon. Of course, for Lin Xing, the most cost-effective was still a free charging treasure. A full meal and a constant supply of nourishment are distinctions he can discern. But as Lin Xing passed by the city gate, someone still recognized him. The city guard stared in amazement at Lin Xing, who was carrying a huge red demon wolf, very surprised. Damn, he really can hunt powerful exotic beasts, and it looks like it's even a mutated type. This guy named Ling Yin is not simple. After returning to the city, Lin Xing casually tossed the Thunder Wolf King into his basement and happily made his way to the internet cafe. Today's harvest is great, not only getting the first divine thunder, but also a significant power boost. And I also got a permanent charging treasure. That Thunderfire is much better than a regular power supply. Hee, I'll go to the internet cafe to find Ling Yin to get some money for a nice dinner tonight. Lin Xing was very happy, feeling that the sunset in Yunjian was so beautiful. The fiery clouds painted half the sky red, giving the city a faint blush. But at this moment, a little fat boy suddenly ran over. Lin Xing, finally found you, something big happened. The newcomer's name was Xiao Bufan, who took a protagonist's name but didn't have a protagonist's fate. His ability only awakened an E-grade skill called Waste Fog. So he completely gave up, spending every day playing games in the internet cafe just like Lin Xing. Lin Xing is quite a good buddy. What's all the fuss about? Lin Xing stopped him and asked. Xiao Bufan was panting, taking a while to catch his breath. Lin Xing was so anxious he almost zapped him. Tang Hu was discharged from the hospital today. He brought 2 people to the internet cafe, and when they saw you weren't there, they wanted to take revenge on Ling Yin. The 3 of them have dragged Ling Yin to a dead-end alley, and it seems like they want to do something bad to her. When I tried to stop them just now, I was hit twice. My eye is bleeding. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing was instantly furious, his body slightly trembling with anger, an unnamed flame rising in his chest. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his nails digging into his flesh as he spoke each word slowly. This beast, if anything happens to Ling Yin, I will make sure the Tang family pays a terrible price. Xiao Bufan was stunned, he had never seen Lin Xing so angry, as if he could burn the entire city down. He even felt the air around them getting hotter. Lin Xing, hurry up, I hope it's not too late. Let's go. With a whoosh, Lin Xing decided not to hide it anymore and directly used a flashy technique, 3000 thunder moves. Almost instantly, the 2 of them appeared at the dead-end alley. Lin Xing shouted furiously, dare to touch Ling Yin, you better. He suddenly froze, as the scene before him seemed a bit different than expected. In the dead end, dozens of dogs were fiercely surrounding 3 big men lying on the ground, constantly biting them. Ling Yin held a wolf-tooth club, confidently beating up a big man with a tiger head. It was undoubtedly Tang Hu. Something seemed to be off? Ah, what are you guys doing? Lin Xing asked, puzzled. Hearing Lin Xing's voice, Tang Hu seemed to find hope. He shook off a few dogs with great effort and crawled to Lin Xing's side. Brother Xing, save me, this girl is too brutal. Humph, you still dare to beg for mercy from my boss, aren't you tired of living? A little girl walked over, grabbed Tang Hu's hair, and dragged him deeper into the alley. Then came the sounds of barking and beatings. Lin Xing casually tossed the almost fainting Xiao Bufan aside, looking completely speechless. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. Boss, let's smack him together, this guy's ability to take a hit has improved again. Here we go. Xiao Bufan said, count me in. Bang. 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 It turns out that just moments ago, Tang Hu had brought Ling Yin to the dead end, seeking revenge for the beatings he took. But the next second, Ling Yin stopped pretending and opened her storage space, releasing all the dogs she had adopted days before. Though Tang Hu had powerful abilities, he had missed out on practice time while in the hospital, so he was no match for this group of loyal dogs. Thus, the scene that had just occurred unfolded. 10 minutes later. An ambulance took Tang Hu and the others away. The nurses lifting the stretcher recognized Tang Hu as an old acquaintance, skillfully giving him injections and tying him down. While carrying the stretcher, they shook their heads and said, this young man must have fallen for some nurse, he keeps wanting to stay in the hospital. Lin Xing and the others stood by waving goodbye. Let's hang out after you're discharged. Tang Hu replied, I think I'd rather stay in the hospital. After seeing off Tang Hu, Lin Xing took Ling Yin and Xiao Bufan to the black market and visited an old friend at the sea cucumber stall for some real fried rice with lobster. Lin Xing initially wanted to go to a fancy restaurant, but when he saw his dwindling savings, he realized that his earnings from the furniture city were still rising. Women really do burn money. At night, Lin Xing sat in his long-lost bedroom and gently pulled the curtains shut. It's been a week since I came home, and I'm actually starting to miss my bed. Isn't that right, little doggy? Beside him, the Thunder Wolf King, bound with electric whips, turned his head away, looking speechless. Lin Xing's family was quite well off, his father was a private detective, and his mother was a high-ranking member of a guild. In a middle-class family, they bought a spacious flat in the heart of Yunjiang. But because his parents were usually busy with work, they hardly ever disciplined him. He usually loved to play wherever he wanted and showed no concern for his grades. According to Lin Xing's father, the practice has been wasted, so it's better to give him a happy childhood. Lin Xing lay on the comfortable big bed, reaching out to touch the head of the Electric Wolf King. Little dog, recharge for your master. The Electric Wolf King raised its noble head, showing disdain. Bang! Are you going to charge or not? Woo woo! The Electric Wolf King protectively covered its backside. Starting to deliver a suitable current, it acted as a power bank. Lin Xing shouted, ah, it's coming, it feels great. Click. Suddenly, the door opened a crack. Lin Xing's father, Lin Yang, casually tossed in a roll of toilet paper and gently closed the door again. Young man, be modest, use it sparingly. Lin Xing. As a man with experience, Dad must know a lot. 10 minutes later. Lin Xing looked at the weak red dog slumped in the corner. Damn, this dog can't last just 10 minutes. It must have been a lack of moderation when young. Electric Wolf King, you are the dog, you have no moderation. Just as Lin Xing was about to teach the Electric Wolf King a lesson with bare hands, a graceful figure suddenly appeared behind the curtain. Hey, handsome, long time no see. Who is it? Lin Xing was stunned. Someone had come to his door in the middle of the night. But in the next second, he suddenly felt something was wrong, as a chilling sensation swept over the back of his neck. That touch felt like a delicate hand, but it was chilling to the bone. A captivating fragrance gradually filled his nose. When did you come in, eternal intern? That's right, the visitor was none other than Zhao Lingxue, the beauty of the Spirit Control Bureau. But at this moment, she had completely changed her usual style, dressed in leather jacket and pants, perfectly showing off her alluring figure, especially those prominent curves, which had pressed against Lin Xing's back. The little bit of snow-white skin exposed at her neck could make countless men's blood boil. Hey, sister, don't do this, I'm still a virgin, this is too much of a loss. Get lost, am I not one too? Wait, don't change the subject, you are already under my control, just be obedient. Lin Xing was stunned. How could he be controlled just by being pressed from behind? Hiss, it seemed he really couldn't move. His body seemed unresponsive, she'd taken control of his brain. Hey, don't get lost in this moment of tenderness, Lin Xing. What do you want to do? I have a weak body, if you insist, my dad is outside. What the hell are you saying? Click. Zhao Lingxue quickly put a special electric shock collar for interrogating criminals around Lin Xing's neck. Hee, as long as I press the button on the remote, the collar will release high-voltage electricity, so I advise you not to move around, be good and follow me. Zhao Lingxue showed a sly expression. Hey, miss, what exactly are you here for? Lin Xing was speechless. This person was crazy, coming to someone's bedroom in the middle of the night dressed like this, and wanting to play some shocking love game. Seeing Lin Xing was already under control, Zhao Lingxue loosened the zipper of her tight leather outfit. This time, I came to find you, the lucky dog, because I have something to ask you for help. You know about the underground boxing arena in Yunjiang City, right? Lin Xing nodded, I know. Zhao Lingxue continued, after years of investigation, I discovered a shocking secret. I suspect the nationally wanted criminal Bai Baoshan is hiding in the underground boxing arena, using the alias Saro Bel Chris. However, this person is elusive. Apart from when he's fighting in the ring, he is never seen anywhere else. Even after stepping down, he mysteriously disappears, making it impossible to catch him. So now, I need to control you to sign up for the competition. As long as you reach the golden rank. If I can meet him in the ring, and bring him to justice on the spot in the ring, I can use this credit to become official, ha ha. Lin Xing was speechless. This woman must have middle school syndrome. No, go find your bureau chief Wolverine, he can definitely do it. Why would a student like me join the fun? Zhao Lingxue's lips curved slightly. Humph, not going? That's not up to you. What can you do? Do you really think this crappy collar can hold me back? Zhao Lingxue's lips curved slightly. Humph, not going, that's not up to you. Once the electric collar is on, you still think you can disobey. Electric shock collar? Lin Xing got interested. Come, try shocking me. But it hurts a lot, oh. I just love watching your wild and unruly face. Later, don't kneel and hug my thigh begging for mercy. Hurry up, if I say shock me, then shock me. Zhao Lingxue's lips almost curled to the sky. She pressed the remote switch with her fair fingers. In an instant, current flashed through the electric shock collar. Crackling, crackling. How is it, do you want to beg me for mercy? Zhao Lingxue said proudly. No feeling, maybe the power is too low. Zhao Lingxue froze, that shouldn't be. Even high-level ability users would react. Increase the power. Crackling, crackling. Still no feeling, did you forget to charge it before going out? Impossible, increase the power, again. Crackling, crackling. Zhao Lingxue was stunned. The electric collar that always worked in the Spirit Bureau didn't work at all on Lin Xing. And he even looked like he was enjoying it. It was so ridiculous. No, for the sake of my official promotion, increase the power again. Don't blame Big Sis for being heartless. Crackling, crackling. Shocked for a long time, and it was completely useless. Lin Xing leaned his head closer, looking at the remote. This is already maxed out, still useless. No wonder you can't get promoted. Must be you don't know how to install it. Impossible, I use it all the time when interrogating criminals. It always works well. Zhao Lingxue took out the key and removed the collar from Lin Xing's neck, checking it back and forth. Doesn't seem wrong, nothing's wrong. Battery also over 90%, installation was correct. Why did this guy say there's no reaction? Just then, Lin Xing suddenly acted, grabbed the collar and put it on Zhao Lingxue's neck. What are you doing? Before she could react, Lin Xing also grabbed the remote. She panicked immediately, with a hint of tears in her eyes. You, despicable. Lin Xing shook the remote in his hand, grinning. Now the remote is in my hand. Right at that moment, the door clicked open again. Lin Yang's head popped in at the worst time. Lin Xing, you brat, told you to have self-control. No control now, you'll regret it when looking for a girlfriend later. The next second, he was completely shocked. In front of him, a snow-white-skinned, very pretty leather-clad beauty sat limp on the ground, with tears in her eyes. Ah, has Lin Xing finally made it? You two carry on, sorry to interrupt. Click. Lin Yang slammed the door shut, and even locked it on the way out. Lin Xing was full of awkwardness, ran over to knock and explain. Dad, you misunderstood, it's not what you think, open the door. Click. The door opened again, Lin Yang threw in a pack of small umbrellas. Young man, stay safe. Click. The door closed again, locked with a snap. Lin Xing and Zhao Lingxue stared blankly at each other. Seems like it was misunderstood. Sai, since it's come to this, for the sake of your reputation, maybe I should ask my dad to propose marriage tomorrow. Lin Xing said. Zhao Lingxue, get lost, since I can't beat you, I'll just leave. Lin Xing grinned wide, now you lost, want to leave, how can I let you go so easily, hee hee. Saying that, Lin Xing picked up the small umbrella on the floor, and slowly walked to Zhao Lingxue. What are you going to do? Lin Xing leaned his face next to her ear, I want to try on you whether your spirit bureau's electric ring is any good. Wait a minute. Chapter 20, Devil Muscle Man. Lin Xing kicked Zhao Lingxue down to the ground, stepping on her chest, looking down at her. Although I want to make money, I always feel like you're getting something for nothing, and your attitude in asking for help is very poor, so... Lin Xing gently placed his finger on the button. No. Zhao Lingxue exclaimed. ZZZZTTTT. ___ angle, _. ZZZZTTTT. Angle? Angle, _. ZZZZTTTT. Angle, __. After half an hour of continuous electric shocks, Lin Xing finally depleted the collar's power and stopped. Alright, now my heart feels balanced, but I must say, the cost is very high, I need 10,000 for each match. Zhao Lingxue lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth, her long legs shaking uncontrollably. You need money, why didn't you say so earlier? I've been shocked silly. Lin Xing helped Zhao Lingxue down the stairs. Downstairs, a supercar had been waiting for a long time. Zhao Lingxue limped over to the door, tossed Lin Xing into the passenger seat, and jumped into the driver's seat herself. With a slam of the accelerator, the supercar roared and shot out like a bullet. Soon, the two entered the underground of a small alley in Yunjian City. Lin Xing looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel amazed. So, the underground city can be built so impressively. The street before him was spacious and bright. Weapon shops, treatment rooms, lottery stores, and other derivative industries were all present. Various fierce-looking characters stared at the two as if they were looking at two little white rabbits. There was even a sexy girl whistling at Lin Xing. Suddenly, a long-lost system voice echoed in Lin Xing's mind. Detected that the host is in the underground boxing gym, issuing a continuous system mission, Great Hero. Great Hero Stage 1, advance the ranking level to Black Iron in the underground boxing gym. Reward, basic skill book Black Iron Thunder. Black Iron Thunder can attach lightning to the surface of one's body, forming a humanoid lightning armor. Lin Xing was taken aback, not expecting the system to have a defensive skill book, but the name. Okay, this is the underground boxing gym. It was illegal before, but 30 years ago, with the Beast Chaos, many underground powerhouses rose up to defend Blue Star. Thus, the World Federation acknowledged the existence of underground boxing gyms and established relevant laws. Now, the proud people of the Great Xia have fallen in love with this sport, and many celebrities often come here to box. By the way, the ranking points in the underground boxing gym are globally standardized, just like the games you often play, using rankings like Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, etc. Don't be fooled by He Fing, he seems serious, but secretly, he often comes here to fight and is currently one of the 5 diamond-level fighters in the city, even fancying himself with a name like Golden Kidney Fighter. Zhao Lingxue's eyes sparkled as she introduced Lin Xing to the rules and history of the underground boxing gym, as if it were her family's business. However, Lin Xing wasn't concerned about this at all, he was only focused on the prize money. Money was the most important thing. Lin Xing was poor, although his family conditions were decent, his monthly living expenses were only 500, not even enough to go to an internet cafe, let alone support little brothers and that group of dogs. Hurry up, I can't wait to start making money. Lin Xing said excitedly. Put money aside for now, okay? You need to reach the gold rank before the college entrance exam so you can rank against the gangster by Baoshan and catch him, then I can be promoted. Zhao Lingxue said. Is getting promoted really that important? By the way, is there a bounty for catching by Baoshan? The bounty is 1 million. Promotion is a must. With me, Lin Xing around, anyone who dares to hinder your promotion, I will fight them. The two continued forward and soon arrived in an enormous hall. Soon, a young and beautiful waitress greeted them. "Does this young brother want to sign up?" The young waitress looked Lin Xing up and down and asked. Sign up. You first fill in the information. You can use your real name or a stage name. Many celebrities, afraid of being recognized, choose a stage name, and during the competition, they will also wear masks. Lin Xing was overjoyed, not expecting to play like this. He decisively filled in his stage name, Devil Muscle Man, in the name field on the tablet. This was a super cool name he had wanted to use for a long time, and he didn't expect to actually use it in the competition. Since he did not prepare a mask in advance, Lin Xing casually found a KFC paper bag, poked 2 holes in it, and took his participation photo. Registration completed. The beautiful waitress handed him a name tag and a badge. Devil Muscle Man. Rank unranked. Lin Xing took everything and wore it on his chest. It looked very exquisite in craftsmanship, but the material was a bit poor. It was actually plastic. Maybe this is the legendary plastic rank. When can I compete? I will arrange a ranking match for you right away. Lin Xing was very happy. Great, how much is the prize money? $100. Lin Xing did not expect that his first prize was only $100. It seemed he had to fight well. Only when he reached a higher rank would there be more prize money. 30 minutes later. Lin Xing, wearing a paper bag that said KFC on his head, appeared on a huge circular arena. It looked like the ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by scattered spectators. Obviously, this lowest-level ranking match had few viewers, but there were still some scouts here to dig for newcomers. In the arena were 10 uniquely styled people. There were strong big men, merciless swordsmen, and a cultured bespectacled man holding a massive wrench. What caught Lin Xing's attention the most was a thin man with green mohawk hair, who looked like a thug from the street. The green-haired guy looked around, noticed that Lin Xing seemed the weakest, and immediately began taunting. "Ha, look at this guy called Devil Muscle Man. Is he just putting a takeout bag on his head without a mask? And KFC? Are you some kind of delivery worker sent by the boss to advertise?" Lin Xing was stunned, not expecting such an immediate slap in the face from the antagonist. "Hey, Mohawk punk, if you don't want to die looking bad later, you should say less." However, the green-haired guy had no sense of self-awareness, continuing with the taunts. "I'm dying of laughter. Did you even graduate high school? You probably haven't even awakened your superpower. When I beat you to the ground like a dog eating shit, don't forget to take off your white underwear and surrender." His mocking words caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Others started chiming in. "Ha, kid who hasn't even grown hair, hurry and surrender. As a car repairman, I can seriously warn you, my wrench won't hold back. Iron Tofu, will also show no mercy. If you can crawl through my legs, maybe I'll think about it." Lin Xing was truly speechless. This bunch of people wouldn't survive without taunting, huh? Were they trying to get in their lines before they got knocked out and could only lie in bed? Chapter 21, 1 vs 9, Total Victory. The referee's voice interrupted their pre-game provocations. In this ranking match, the only winner can become a formal fighter, participate in ranking matches, and win prize money. The other 9 losers will all go down to reflect until they win in a ranking match and become true fighters. Any surrender, waving a white flag, stepping out of bounds, or losing combat ability will be considered a failure. Please, all participants, give it your all, friendship comes first, and just go easy. Of course, you all signed a death warrant, so if you want to do something outrageous, we can't stop you, right? Now, let the match begin. With the referee's command, everyone immediately entered battle mode. A chaotic battle among 10 people emphasizes tactics. First, one must preserve strength and not expend too much energy in the early stages to avoid elimination. The best method is to form alliances, take out a few isolated individuals first, and then begin internal fights. Who contributes more or less becomes a crucial factor. It can be said that this is a battle of both strength and cunning. The mechanic spoke first. "Green hair, Tofu Iron, the 3 of us should be equally matched in strength. How about we form an alliance and take out others one by one?" "Sure." Tofu Iron immediately agreed. Green hair smirked and also agreed to the teaming suggestion. This was his 17th time participating in the ranking competition. He had long understood the rules inside out. When the fighting began, he planned to hide at the back, outputting damage while conserving stamina. When only the 3 of them remained, he would directly betray them. A single strike to kill, and he would advance to Black Iron. Seeing this, the others also got clever and formed 3-person teams, equaling their strength. Soon, there were 3 teams of 3, forming a tripod balance, circling around endlessly. Only Lin Xing, with a KFC paper bag on his head, or a blank look from the holes where his eyes showed. Is this really necessary? Why not just have all of you 9 team up, and I'll handle it myself? However, no one paid him any attention, directly ignoring him. The 9 continued to group into threes, forming a circle and spinning, with no intention of striking first. Hey, I'm talking to you? Adults are fighting, kids should stay aside. What? Lin Xing's face darkened, it was outrageous that he was ignored. The audience in the stands watched them speechlessly, beginning to whisper among themselves. What's with these people? Why aren't they fighting? You don't understand, this is called a delay tactic. Delay tactic? Yes, there was once a young guy who, relying on his youth, made several old men exhaust themselves to low blood sugar and won the match. Incredible! The 9 on the stage continued to spin around. Lin Xing couldn't wait any longer. If they didn't fight soon, the late-night snack Jiaoling Xue bought would be cold. He took 2 steps forward and kicked Tofu Iron in the lower back, sending him flying to the ground with a crash, blood shooting from his nose. Ouch, a sneak attack, how unchivalrous. Green Hair and the others were stunned, they hadn't expected Lin Xing to have some strength and had indeed underestimated him. They turned around, deciding to deal with this isolated one first. Green Hair arrogantly said, everyone, don't rush, let me deal with this KFC kid first. Hurry up, I'll give you 2 minutes. With a swaggering gait, Green Hair walked toward Lin Xing. No need, 3 seconds will suffice. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xing landed a punch on Green Hair's face, sending him flying 10 meters away, colliding face first with the Tofu Iron who had just gotten up, making a huge sound. Everyone was stunned, Green Hair has indeed fallen, 3 seconds is enough. On the edge of the arena, Green Hair painfully got up, covering his nose and howling in distress. Damn it, I wasn't ready just now, do it again. Saying this, he exploded with all his strength, charging toward Lin Xing. Bang! Lin Xing threw another punch, Green Hair flew out again, his nose broken. I was careless, do it again. Bang! This time I didn't dodge, do it again. Bang! Next, no matter how many times Green Hair came at him, Lin Xing remained unperturbed, throwing punch after punch. Bang! 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 He continued to hit for over 20 punches, leaving the nearby spectators stunned. They hadn't expected Green Hair to have such strong endurance, surely, he must have a skin-hardening ability. No wonder he dyed his hair green, turns out he was pretending to be a turtle. Lin Xing was having fun, standing there eager to go, even helping Green Hair find reasons. Just now you weren't stable, do it again. Green Hair covered his battered face. All the bones in his body were broken in several places, lying on the ground, motionless. No more, no more, this arena is really slippery. After the referee counted to 10, he declared the green-haired one out, leaving 9 people in the arena. The others saw that Lin Xing was so powerful, and immediately changed their strategy, turning their heads. Everyone, let's deal with him together. I can't, he is too strong. Let's all go together. The scene instantly became incredibly unfair, 8 against 1. The audience immediately became interested, pulling out their phones to start live streaming. Family, this KFC hero is too powerful. I hate these people who give random nicknames, he's called the Devil Muscles. What a pity, if he shows his strength at the end, he might really win. Don't make conclusions too early, what if he wins? Damn, if he wins, I'll eat *T. Here comes another one looking for free food, get out. In the arena, the 8 people looked at each other, all too cautious, unwilling to be the first to attack. Eventually, under the advice of the mechanic, they decided to rush him all at once and defeat Lin Xing. Charge, everyone together, take him down. Going completely crazy. Lin Xing smiled slightly, now that's the way to go, hurry up and finish so we can eat late-night snacks. Here comes the ultimate move, the windmill punch. Aura, aura, aura. He stood in place, swinging both arms like a giant windmill, hitting the mechanic and the muscular swordsman wildly. Against these small fry, there was no need for special powers, his physical strength was enough. Bang 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 bang. The group didn't even react before being sent flying by a barrage of punches, unable to fight back. Blood sprayed, tears flowed. The chaos at the scene could only be described as tragic. Aura, aura, aura. Bang 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 bang. Several people were continuously blasted away, lying on the ground, moaning, blood gushing. What the hell is this fighting style? Too strong, this body strength is simply SS level of enhancement. Big bro, don't hit me, I surrender. Yeah, I surrender too. One person's blood isn't enough to pay off the debt. Bang. Lin Xing punched the show-off guy flying, then lifted his foot to stomp down. Damn it, I'll show you off, I'll show you off. After enough kicks, Lin Xing turned and saw the Tofu King sneaking away. Oh, I almost forgot about you, take this kick. Big bro, don't hit me in the face, I eat based on my looks. Lin Xing didn't care, kicking the Tofu King right in the face. Since someone exposed their weakness, he had to strike hard. Tofu King, boo-hoo, I shouldn't have messed with him. Lin Xing went on a rampage, beating 8 people into a frenzy, all surrendering. Some even raised their old, yellowed bitter tea to surrender but were kicked away by the referee. No hygiene, surrender is invalid. Referee, could it be that I got punched out of my *T? Bang. With the final uppercut, the mechanic's glasses shattered into pieces, and he flew out 10 meters, losing consciousness. Even the huge wrench was broken in half under Lin Xing's powerful punch. Lin Xing, a complete victory. Shock, immense shock. In the audience, everyone was wide-eyed, watching Lin Xing wreak havoc by himself, mouth agape in an O shape. This KFC actually took on 9 by himself? It looks like it's his first time in a competition, and he seems so young. My god, I really want to see if he's handsome under that mask. Honey, I'm sorry, I'm falling in love. Chapter 22I, The Devil Muscles, Invincible. Lin Xing defeated 9 by himself, becoming famous overnight. He even made it to the hot search ranking in Yunjiang, second only to the first place, a certain female star's cheating scandal with 3 kids and 3 fathers. Completed stage 1 of the Great Hero Task. Reward, Beginner's Skill Book Black Iron Thunderbolt. Automatically accepted stage 2 of the Great Hero Task, ranking raised to silver level. Congratulations on winning the promotion match, here is your Black Iron Medal. A sexy and hot beauty pinned the Black Iron Medal on Lin Xing's chest. Instantly, the crowd erupted with cheers and applause. At that moment, Zhao Lingxue came over with big bags and small bags, her mouth full of grilled skewers. This kid Lin Xing didn't get knocked out in the first round, did he? But then again, I heard He Shifeng used to take 3 matches to secure his rank when he was young. Later, I want to eat skewers while watching him get beaten, and then I'll come back to mock him and avenge. Hee. The next second, she saw Lin Xing's eye-catching KFC bag appear on the award stage, his arm still slung around the neck of the beautiful award presenter, looking proud and smug. Zhao Lingxue's pupils widened, and the skewer in her mouth instantly lost its taste. This guy won? After Lin Xing finished a match, he realized it was still early and immediately signed up for the next match. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy, one more fight could make a difference. There were plenty of Black Iron level matches, and it was quickly arranged. 10 minutes later, while still eating skewers, Lin Xing received the news that the match was starting. He had no choice but to put down the skewer he had only taken a few bites of, looking deeply into Zhao Lingxue's eyes and saying, "Woman, wait for me to come back, you must not sneak a bite. Hurry up and go fight your match." All right. On the ring. Lin Xing's KFC bag lay there, his expression dazed, his mouth twitching incessantly. Because in front of him was an old acquaintance, it was Tang Long, the big cousin of Tang Hu, the kind of guy who cared about face. Tang Long moved his joints and scoffed as he said, "I heard you were very arrogant beating 9 people just now, huh? Let me, Tang Long, teach you a good lesson. Let me tell you, when you have nothing to do, ask around, my Tang Long is number 1 in Yunjiang." Bang! Lin Xing threw a punch, hitting Tang Long's face, making him grimace in pain, instantly disfigured. What the heck, we haven't even started yet, and you already threw a punch. Lin Xing scratched his head and said, "Oh, we haven't started yet? I didn't know, just passed the promotion. Forget it, let me teach this kid who doesn't understand the rules a good lesson." Bang! What the heck, why are you still hitting? I thought it already started. The referee was speechless, feeling that if he didn't shout for the match to start soon, Tang Long would be beaten to death, and he could only announce the match had begun. After hearing the start, Tang Long immediately exploded in anger. How could he let an unknown kid hit him with 2 punches? Did he have no pride? Moreover, he had specially asked his little brother to record his heroic demeanor in this match, planning to post it in the Yunjiang University campus group to attract girls, so he absolutely could not lose face. I, Tang Long from Yunjiang, will make you regret today. Bang 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 bang. Before Tang Long could finish his sentence, he took another round of punches. Lin Xing knew that talking too much would get him beaten, so he decisively attacked while the villain was making threats, hitting back fiercely. What? No martial morals? Whoever wins has martial morals. Bang! Lin Xing executed a kick that smashed straight into Tang Long's nose, sending him flying. Cheers erupted from the crowd. What the heck, that's amazing. Go, Devil Muscle Man, beat that turtle bastard to death. Hey, stop cheering, our president Tang Long is the one getting beaten. But I've never liked him. That makes sense, go Devil Muscle Man, hit him hard, I'll record it for you. In the audience, emotions were running high, they had long been annoyed with Tang Long. He was always talking about face and dignity in Yunjiang, he deserved to be beaten. Tang Long struggled to get up, his face bruised and swollen like a pig's head. Damn it, do you know who you just angered? Someone with a high status in Yunjiang, are you seeking death? He directly exploded in anger, fine scales starting to cover his body, and a faint dragon aura gradually emerged. That terrifying aura was like a wild wind. sweeping across the entire arena, reflecting in the astonished faces of the audience. Even the referee couldn't help but take 2 steps back. A humanoid giant dragon slowly appeared on the arena. Tang Long spoke dominantly, "You have successfully angered me. Now, I will let you know how great of a..." Bang! Ah! Tang Long, angle, __. A single punch KO. Silence, deathly silence. Thousands of spectators in the gladiatorial arena were silent as a pin drop. Everyone was fixated on Lin Xing's hand that threw the punch, fatally charged with a spark of electricity. Many didn't even realize what had happened. It was over before they understood. Zhao Lingxue, who was eating skewers, even bit her tongue, covering her mouth in a daze. After a long while, the referee trembled as he lifted Lin Xing's arm. "The match is over, the Devil Muscle Man wins." Wow! Thunderous applause erupted. Awesome, so awesome. This is really satisfying. I will call you the KFC Knight. How much did KFC pay you? I would sell my pants for double. Brother Long, it's not that this little brother is sorry for you, it's just that punch was too handsome. I want to post the video in the school group. Whoa, I bit my tongue. Sister, are you craving meat to eat? Everyone was extremely shocked. Although they hated Tang Long, they all knew how incredible Tang Long's defense became after transforming. Yet, this ordinary man's punch had rendered him useless. Truly monstrous. Many boxing agents sensed a business opportunity, rushing in front of Lin Xing wanting to sign this future boxing king. Moreover, many advertisers were eager to buy the naming rights for Lin Xing's headgear, with one even offering 100,000 just for Lin Xing to wear it in a match. Lin Xing truly did not expect that the casually worn headgear would turn into an advertisement space. It was quite ridiculous. He definitely needed to make KFC pay him. Zhao Lingxue rushed over, pushing everyone away and standing in front of Lin Xing, fearing that this group would take him away. I am his agent, our boxer doesn't take advertisements, let's go. Saying this, she pulled Lin Xing out. As Lin Xing was being tugged, he shouted loudly. That Burger King, I will wear your headgear tomorrow, remember to pay me. Don't pull me, you're going to rip my pants off. That night, Lin Xing killed it in the matches. 9 matches in a row, all victories, no defeats. What shocked the viewers the most was how crispy on the outside and tender on the inside he was. He earned over 100,000 just from the prize money. As the sun rose in the morning, Lin Xing sat in the passenger seat of a super sports car, counting money to the point of cramping his hand. 126,800, wow, I didn't know boxing could make so much money, let's count again. Stop counting, you've counted 3 times already. Zhao Lingxue, driving, said speechlessly. Inside, she was actually surprised. She knew Lin Xing was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. In just one night, he had climbed to silver 3 stars, perhaps breaking the record of the underground boxing gym in Yunjiang. This person was truly unfathomable. His real strength was above gold. As long as they kept him fighting for a few more days, he could definitely encounter Bai Baoshan. As for her promotion, it definitely had prospects now. Ha ha ha. Bang! A loud noise came from the sports car. Hey, why don't you pay attention while driving? Zhao Lingxue and Lin Xing quickly got out of the car, shocked to find they had hit someone. Fortunately, the sports car had high insurance, enough to cover the injured person's treatment. But the next second, Lin Xing dismissed his guilty conscience. Old classmate, Tang Hu. What the hell, Lin Xing, quickly call an ambulance for me, forget it, I'll call myself. The last time the doctor said I was a client, I can get a discount on the ambulance. Chapter 23, Tired, Destroy It. Lin Xing returned home and lay on the bed to recharge after a day. It was then that he regained all his lost spirit. Ah, this feels so good. Little Black, the electric charge is almost done, here's a piece of bread for you. Next to him, the electric Wolf King wore a face full of weakness. Lin Xing had slept for a whole day. It bit a charging cable for Lin Xing for a whole day, its legs were so tired they felt soft. And Lin Xing actually gave it such an ugly name, Little Black. With myself being so popular, it should at least be called Little Red. Hey, Little Black, why is your face gone black again? Is it a kidney deficiency? I told you, if you want to be a dog, you need to learn self-restraint. Woof woof, you're the dog, your whole family are dogs. Lin Xing patted the wolf's head, then picked up the phone to handle some messages. At this moment, the class group chat had exploded. Nicholas Tsuehua, my god, have you seen the trending topic? The Devil Muscular Man 1v9, a complete victory. Homeowner Xiaodan, yes, I saw it, that punch style was so fierce, I almost peed myself. Ex-husband bro, my sister works part-time at an underground boxing gym at night, and she was the one who registered that guy. Guess what, he filled out his occupation as a student, from our class 3. Not eating cilantro, can fly nationwide, how is that possible? How could there be such a strong person in class 3? School beauty's dog, it's definitely a lie. The strongest in class 3, Chuyu, is only level 16, and yesterday's defeated ones included level 20 people. At Fallen Angel, is that you? Fallen Angel, it shouldn't be me. I was leveling up all night and that headgear is too ugly. Fallen Angel, but I am also very interested in him. I'll go check out the underground boxing gym tonight. Seeing the messy conversations in the school group, Lin Xing decisively chose to zone out. These people are really boring. They just love gossiping behind others' backs. They even want to strip people's pants. So perverted. At this moment, Lin Xing suddenly received a super message video from Ling Yin. What does the little brother want from me? Connected. In the next second, a Loli's big face appeared on the phone screen. Boss, you actually went to fight without me, that's really ungrateful. Lin Xing was stunned. How did you know, little brother? Who besides you would use such an embarrassing punch style? And Tang who told me that this morning you arrived at the underground boxing gym in a supercar with a beautiful girl. Boss, you've changed your heart, boo-hoo. Ah, this is all for a task, a task. At this time, Lin Xing's dad, Lin Yang, happened to come over with a plate of fruit, seeing Ling Yin on the screen greeting her. Ling Yin, when are you coming over to play? Uncle will make food for you. You don't know, Lin Xing was making a huge ruckus with a girl in his room last night. Ling Yin, not going, never going. Carrot, hum. 10 minutes later. Ling Yin angrily stormed into Lin Xing's room with a wolf tooth club, searching everywhere. Where is that woman? Come out, let's fight one-on-one. Hurry up and come out. Oh, so you're under the bed, take this wolf tooth club. Oh woo oh woo. The electric wolf king ran out with its butt tucked, dashing around the room. The wolf tooth club just hit it at its chronic hemorrhoids, it was about to bleed. Great, hiding a dog. Little brother, let me explain, it's like this. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. Lin Xing was speechless, blocking Ling Yin and taking the wolf tooth club back. Alright, there's no woman, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. I don't believe you. If you don't believe me, find out, see if I'm hiding anything. 10 minutes later. Just when Ling Yin was about to give up searching, suddenly a shape flickered outside the curtain. A graceful figure dashed in directly. Lin Xing, let's go fight. Lin Xing, oh no. Ling Yin, boss, you really. Click. Zhao Lingxue, you've lured another girl? Come with me to the station first. Lin Yang, son, you've really made a name for yourself. Lin Xing, I'm tired, let it all end. Oh woo. At $hashtag at hashtag. At 2:30 in the morning, on a certain ring in the underground boxing gym. Lin Xing was beating up a pig-headed man, wanting to release all his pent-up emotions. Each punch hit flesh, the power roaring. I let you be jealous, I let you be jealous. The pig-headed man was quite tough, getting beaten like this, not making a sound at all. In the audience, people were passionate, cheering and shouting. Devil muscular man, go for it, smash him. Don't let the hard-mouthed monkey lose just like that, get up and fight back. Why does the pig-headed guy have a name like Monkey? Is it possible he was very thin before and just got beaten into a pig head? Makes sense. As Lin Xing threw his last punch, the pig-headed man flew out for dozens of meters, directly knocked off the stage. Foaming at the mouth, he was unconscious. The referee excitedly lifted Lin Xing's arm and announced loudly. In this match, the Muscle Devil wins. Congratulations to the Muscle Devil for being promoted to the golden level. A sexy beauty walked over and put on a badge that represented the golden level for Lin Xing. This officially represented that Lin Xing's rank had entered the golden level, becoming part of the strong in Yunjiang City. The prize was as high as 50,000. At this moment, Lin Xing's identity became the object of suspicion for everyone. After all, being able to reach the golden level must mean he was a notable figure in Yunjiang. He definitely couldn't be someone unknown. Do you think it's possible he's a young master from some big family? His moves are too casual, he doesn't seem like a person of stature. I guess he must be a young expert from the Demon Subduing Army or the Spirit Regulation Bureau. Everyone stop guessing. His occupation says he's a high school student, there are only a few high schools in the city, and only a few geniuses, so analyzing it, you would know who he is, right? Impossible. They just awakened their abilities for such a short time, how could they have this kind of strength? Heavy clouds of doubt fell on Lin Xing's Burger King paper bag headgear, making his identity even more mysterious. Chuyu sat in the audience, staring hard at that figure, her heart stirring with enormous waves. Could it be him? No way. He is an electric-type ability user, and the person in front of me is clearly relying on sheer physical strength to fight. But this back figure looks too much like him. What should I do? Should I go ask? Beside her, a few of her teammates started to scoff and advise her. Chuyu, I think you're just getting anxious from leveling up. How could that waste Lin Xing have this kind of strength? Stop dreaming. He could be easily dismissed with a guaranteed spot, it's really shameful. I don't think so. With his ability, even getting a college acceptance letter is already the limit. No matter how hard he tries, it won't help, ha. Tang Sang laughed heartily. In his heart, he had long kicked Lin Xing out of his list of opponents. To him, the ones truly competing in the college entrance exam were only a few SS-level geniuses. Lin Xing? Just a clown. Chuyu clenched her teeth tightly, her heart in turmoil. She also knew that the person could not be Lin Xing, but she firmly believed that the one who could defeat the Thunder Goblin boss with a single strike would never be willing to become an unknown nobody. Lin Xing, we promised to meet at the peak. You must pull yourself together. Chapter 24, doesn't that mean I can support a college girl? On the stage, Lin Xing, feeling quite bored, bit the golden badge in his mouth. Pure gold. The underground boxing venue is generous. Lin Xing put the badge back on his chest and said, looks like I can't advance to platinum now. Boss, why not? Is it because your strength isn't enough? You seem to fight quite easily. What do you know? This kid looks strong on the outside, but is actually weak inside. By now, it might have already taken his life. Zhao Lingshuai interjected. Lin Xing shook his head, pointing to the golden badge on his chest. Because gold is currently more expensive than platinum. Congratulations, you have completed the third stage of the Great Hero. You have obtained the intermediate skill book, Golden Thunderman. Golden Thunderman, an upgraded version of Silver Thunderman, transforming the power of thunder into a huge external skeleton skull that can also fight. Lin Xing's mouth twitched, he had never used this Electric Man series skill book before. 1. The opponents were too weak to use it, 2. This name was just too ridiculous. He wondered if he could eventually get a Diamond Thunderman or a King Thunderman at the end. At this moment, the beautiful waitress from yesterday walked over and handed Lin Xing a competition form. Mr. Devil Muscleman, you have already fought 7 matches today, and all of them against the strongest opponents within the allowed range. Do you wish to continue fighting? Lin Xing waved his hand, fight? Why not? If there's money to be made, of course, I will fight. Okay, I will sign you up right away. The beautiful waitress tapped on her tablet, and soon the results were out. Your next opponent is the 5-star gold Bell Chris. He is an old powerhouse, so you must be careful. The match will take place in an hour. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing the name Bell Chris, Zhao Lingshue's eyes brightened. In just 2 days, she actually heard the voice of confirmation. This man, Lin Xing, was indeed quick. Let's go, I'm hungry. Treat me to dinner. I just saw sea cucumbers selling lobster fried rice by the street. Lin Xing rubbed his belly. Zhao Lingxue was puzzled, sea cucumbers selling lobster fried rice, that's quite strange. Hey, never mind that. Just pay when the time comes, it's not expensive. Lin Xing pulled Zhao Lingshue's shoulder and, with a mouth puff like the cartoon character Crayon Shinchan, walked toward the street, looking for the sea cucumbers food stall. At this moment, the entire underground boxing arena began to buzz with excitement. Because the legendary Belchris was going to fight today. Wow, an old champion battling a young prodigy, this is a major event. Rumor has it that Belchris is mysterious and unpredictable. He only fights once every few months and has never been defeated. It is said that his true strength is far beyond 5-star gold. Not only that, the enemies who have fought him are either dead or severely injured. What a shame for this amazing young man, the Devil Muscle Man. So thrilling. I'm calling my dad to come watch, he's a fan of Bell Chris. Oh no, ticket prices are rising. Hurry and grab some, or they will be gone. You first help me buy 2 tickets, I'll go place a bet. Let's work together and win big. Before long, this news spread throughout Yunjiang. Many boxing fans got out of bed in the middle of the night, put on their clothes, and rushed to the underground boxing arena, fearing they would miss the match. After yesterday's match, Lin Xing's popularity had already surged. Coupled with the mysterious Bell Chris, it was destined to be an extraordinarily exciting fight. All the boxing fans woke up to buy tickets, while the bolder ones went to place bets. The whole Yunjiang was buzzing with excitement. Before long, all the tickets were sold out. Yet many enthusiastic spectators crowded in, requesting tickets to watch live. The organizers, helpless, could only sell standing tickets at half price for the empty areas. Don't ask why, just know there are no seats. As a result, the standing tickets also sold out, and they had to take out spots under the chairs to sell lying tickets. The lying tickets also sold out, and they could only hang a few ropes on the rooftop to start selling hanging tickets. In an instant, the crowd was bustling, and the scene was full of excitement. Lin Xing and the others arrived at the Sea Cucumber's lobster fried rice stall. The stall owner, Sea Cucumber, was so frightened he almost packed up to run away, but Lin Xing grabbed him. Boss, 3 servings of lobster fried rice, hurry up and make it. I'm closing the stall. Why don't you come back next year? You're closing? Then why is that person able to eat? Lin Xing pointed at a man in a Winnie the Pooh mask who was eating. He is a VIP. What kind of stall charges for VIPs? At that moment, Zhao Lingxue suddenly recognized the man eating. It was her boss, He Shifeng. Wow, director, why are you here? Director? Lin Xing turned to look at He Shifeng, just as their eyes met through He Shifeng's deep-set gaze beneath the Winnie the Pooh mask. He Shifeng's expression was cold. I was just about to call you. Come and sit down. Director, don't try to steal my credit. The ticket for Bai Baoshan is mine, and the confirmation is mine too. No, I don't agree. Director, you are evil. Do you believe I will turn over your stall? See, cucumber? He Shifeng ignored her and turned to Lin Xing. That paper bag must be Lin Xing, right? You need to quickly cancel the match. The Spirit Settlement Bureau will compensate you for the breach of contract. Lin Xing questioned, why, director? He Shifeng sighed softly and replied calmly, do you really think I didn't notice that the Grim Toll Chris is the fugitive by Baoshan? I used this method 2 years ago. And then? Of course, I didn't catch him, and one of our team members was killed in the arena. What? Hearing this, several people gasped. Because they had signed a life and death agreement beforehand, the Spirit Settlement Bureau had no means to act. Though the killed team member would receive compensation for the event, he had forever lost his life. Since that time, every time Bai Baoshan strikes, it's either death or severe injury. The key is that after each match, he mysteriously disappears, and we have never been able to catch him. He Shifeng paused and said, so Lin Xing, you absolutely cannot. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to withdraw from the match. Am I going to my death? The others were momentarily stunned. Ha! Although it's the right thing to do, why does it feel like something is missing? But after a while, Lin Xing returned with a cheeky grin. He rubbed his hands and said, Director, the organizer said the situation is quite serious. Withdrawing from the match requires compensation of 300,000. What do you think? He Shifeng gritted his teeth, I'll pay for you. No, I mean you give me 300,000, and I'll help you take down Bai Baoshan. Half an hour later. Lin Xing reappeared in the arena. He was in a great mood, not only scamming 300,000 but also betting all his money on himself to win. The odds were as high as 1:3. This meant if he won this match, he would become a guaranteed little rich man. So I can support a college girl, he. While Lin Xing was foolishly grinning, a man cloaked in a black robe emerged from an unremarkable corner of the stage. Upon closer inspection, one of his arms had been cut off, replaced by a huge mechanical arm and a massive fist. The man casually tossed off his black robe, revealing Bai Baoshan's muscular build and a ferocious ghost mask, behind which glimmered a pair of deep, menacing eyes. Lin Xing felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. Damn, he's really ugly. Chapter 25, Space System, terrifying indeed. In the audience, adrenaline was pumping. Sitting, standing, lying down, or hanging, everyone was shouting loudly. Go Grim Toll Chris. Devil Muscular Man, you must hold on, I've bet on you getting killed. Fight faster, my wife is about to give birth. In the corner, He Shifeng was nervously watching with several Spirit Settlement Bureau masters. This scene resembled the battle from 2 years ago when one of their comrades had been brutally killed by Bai Baoshan in the arena. But when they finally reacted and rushed forward, Bai Baoshan had already escaped for some unknown reason. Damn it, I will never let this happen again. Let's just rush in and catch him. No way, that person is very alert. As soon as we show any weakness, he will escape immediately, and we still don't know what kind of strange ability his escape entails. We can only hope Lin Xing can injure him or exhaust his strength so he won't have a chance to escape. Sitting in her seat, Zhao Lingxue looked pitifully bound by a rope, hanging above the others, and the rope was slowly spinning out of control. Director, if we catch Bai Baoshan, can I get promoted? You brought the future hope of the entire bureau to such a dangerous place, and you want a promotion? Maybe in 10 years. Director, can you help me turn around? I want to see the match. In the arena. Bai Baoshan looked at Lin Xing with amusement, his eyes gradually becoming sinister. I smell government influence on you. Are you sent by that old guy He Shifeng? Lin Xing was taken aback. Damn, bro, your nose is really sharp. Have you got a dog's nose? Bai Baoshan clearly did not understand. He thought Lin Xing would be scared, helpless, or even kneel down and beg for mercy. But this novel way of thinking truly broke his perception. I'm not a dog's nose. Wait, why should I answer you? What I'm going to do today is torture you to death on stage. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. I'm getting a bit sleepy. Lin Xing yawned, looking incredibly lazy. You've already pissed me off, and soon I will make you die in a very ugly way. Their dialogue was loud, but it was completely drowned out by the audience's screams. The referee dug in his ears and spoke up. Now, the match begins. Bang! Lin Xing almost instantly threw a punch. As a result, his usual surprise attack only left a few faint fist marks on the man's face, without even a droplet of blood. Bai Baoshan grimaced in pain, showing a fierce expression as he glared at Lin Xing and took a step forward. Bro, sorry, I have a bit of dementia. Hey, why can't I control my hands? Lin Xing said regretfully. You're seeking death. Bai Baoshan roared in anger, raising his giant iron fist, a power like mountains and seas crashing down towards Lin Xing. If it hit, he would either die or be severely injured. However, Lin Xing showed no movement at all, he just silently activated the first stage of his lightning ability. Black Iron Lightning. A current appeared on the surface of Lin Xing's body, a faint electric coat wrapping his entire body, significantly increasing his defense. Bang! The massive iron fist struck Lin Xing's chest, creating only a slight ripple of electric arcs. He was utterly unharmed. How is this possible? Bai Baoshan was dazed, this guy's physical strength had already reached this level. Now it's my turn. Lin Xing seized the chance to strike back harder, throwing a punch without even using an attack skill. Boom! Bai Baoshan's massive body was struck through with powerful force, helplessly flying away. At the scene, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the unfolding scene in silence. In just one exchange, the unbeatable Deathbell Chris had fallen to the back foot. Lin Xing was surprisingly terrifying. After a long while, one smart guy began to analyze. The reason the Devil Muscle Man is called the Devil Muscle Man is because of his strength, it's like steel bones, he must be a body-strengthening ability user. Zhao Lingxue laughed loudly from the stands, he has hopes of getting promoted. Only He Shifeng frowned, deep in thought. Bai Baoshan coughed a couple of times and slowly got up. The punch just now had caused him some damage, but it was nothing serious. I didn't expect to underestimate you, your physical strength and power are so strong, your ability must be quite powerful. Your true strength is definitely above the golden level. He Shifeng is truly putting in a lot of effort. However, you all are still too naive. Bai Baoshan smiled coldly, saying in a deep voice, actually, I am one of only 2 space-type ability users in the entire city, you guys don't stand a chance. The next second, Bai Baoshan took a step forward and seemed to vanish into thin air like magic. How is this possible? Space-type abilities are so rare, and those that can teleport are even more scarce, the Devil Muscle Man is in danger. Watch out behind you. Swish. Suddenly, behind Lin Xing, in his blind spot, Bai Baoshan's figure appeared, his massive iron fist smashing towards Lin Xing's head with a powerful gust. Damn, you actually sneak attack me like that. Lin Xing felt that this punch was many times stronger than before and could only roar, activating the next stage of Black Iron Lightning, the Silver Lightning. In an instant, he was surrounded by lightning, and the electric coat turned into an invisible armor. Crack! The iron fist collided with the armor, the twisted power of space clashing with the power of thunder. Several cracks appeared on the thunder armor. Almost fell into Lin Xing's back of the head. I didn't expect you to hide your strength as well. I truly underestimated you, but please die now. Bai Baoshan appeared right above Lin Xing again, his body inverted, arms suddenly striking fiercely. 2 iron fists merged into one, doubling the power crashing down on Lin Xing's head. Lin Xing had no time to react and could only brace himself with his lightning armor. Crunch, crunch. Another crisp sound echoed, the tremendous force of the collision caused even the ring to sink deeply. Bai Baoshan took advantage of the rebound, jumped back fiercely, disappearing from his original spot, leaving Lin Xing's counterattack hitting nothing but air. Strange, it was truly too strange. Space powers are frighteningly terrifying. Lin Xing suddenly felt an increased pressure. Bai Baoshan, a space-type ability user, was far stronger than Ling Yin's F rank. It could be said that as long as he didn't reveal any flaws, no one could hit him at all. This is going to be troublesome. On the ring, Bai Baoshan continuously jumped to different positions. Each teleportation heavily impacted Lin Xing's lightning armor. Most crucially, after dozens of repeated attacks, a severe crack had formed in the head area of Lin Xing's lightning armor. At any moment, it could shatter, delivering a fatal blow to Lin Xing. In the void, Bai Baoshan's voice echoed continuously. Ha, you can never catch me. And how many of my attacks can you withstand? Die. Chapter 26, A Million Bounty is Nothing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Iron fists collided with the lightning armor, bursting forth countless sparks in the air. Bai Baoshan constantly flashed to attack the same spot on Lin Xing's lightning armor, each hit taking away a piece of armor. Soon, the entire lightning armor on Lin Xing's head was shattered like a spiderweb, leaving him at constant risk of being killed. Everyone on the scene couldn't help but sweat for Lin Xing. The Devil Muscle Man is about to give in. I even bet 20,000 on him, I won't allow him to fail. Come on, you must hold on. He Shifeng tightly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh from anger, bleeding continuously, his whole body trembling, desperately suppressing the urge to rush in and save him. If he acted now, everything Lin Xing had done would turn to bubbles. Moreover, Bai Baoshan would become more vigilant, perhaps never showing up again. If he did not act now, Lin Xing could very likely be killed by Bai Baoshan right on the spot, following the path of two teammates before him. Zhao Lingxue was tied up and hung in the air, bumping her mouth against Ling Yin, who was also hung up. Quick, help me turn around, I want to watch the match. Boss, hold on and blow that piece of trash to bits. Smash! With Bai Baoshan's final sneak attack from behind, the Iron Fist finally shattered Lin Xing's lightning armor, exposing his back of the head to the air. A tranquil yet murderous aura began to spread in the air. Bai Baoshan pulled away the mechanical Iron Fist, revealing a dagger inside, gleaming coldly, extremely sharp. You're doomed! His expression was fierce, using all his strength to stab the dagger toward the back of Lin Xing's head. He was confident of victory with this strike. Die! At that life and death moment, an unexpected change erupted. A strong electric light surged from Lin Xing's entire body, instantly encircling Bai Baoshan within. Lin Xing roared against the wind, Golden Thunder Man, activate. A massive electric exoskeleton grew around Lin Xing, and above his head, a fierce lightning skeleton slowly emerged, tightly gripping Bai Baoshan's dagger. Crimson lightning formed a half-bodied skeleton warrior, completely wrapping Lin Xing, majestic and imposing. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the lightning skeleton crackled in response. You've been tricked. Bai Baoshan was shocked, but the dagger in his right arm got stuck in the electric skeleton, unable to free himself. To break free, one can only sever their own arm. Crack! He made a decisive move, pulling hard, severing the mechanical arm along with flesh and blood gushed wildly. A wave of extreme fear took hold of his heart. This young man was terrifying. Run, I must escape. But in that instant, Lin Xing directly unleashed Thunder of 3000, flashing behind him at an incredible speed, directly hugging his waist. Two lightning whips had somehow already wrapped around Bai Baoshan, tightly constraining him, unable to move. Eat my lightning cannon! Zizzing sounds. The violent electric shock coursed through Bai Baoshan's body to his internal organs, causing immense damage. Every cell in his body was experiencing it, like electric shocks from blazing flames. Your ability is actually to open an invisible portal, not an absolutely unsolvable teleportation. Although you demonstrated well, you exposed your weaknesses by having to move a bit after each attack. So? Lin Xing smiled slightly, you are not invincible. Zizzing sounds. You are so despicable. Under the full force electric shock from Lin Xing, Bai Baoshan completely lost his ability to resist. The extreme temperature of the Crimson Thunder electric shocked Bai Baoshan's body to a charred black, completely losing consciousness, lying on the ground, twitching all over by instinct. Lin Xing shook his head, feeling no sense of accomplishment at all. TSK, a million bounty, nothing more. In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. All the spectators jumped up excitedly, as if welcoming a supreme deity. The shock Lin Xing brought to the audience was truly overwhelming. That was Thunder Hand, powerful and ruthless, undefeated since the competition began. His elusive ability had left countless experts at a loss. Did a youth who had only been boxing for 2 days solve him just like that? So strong. So handsome, I bet his face under the mask is stunningly beautiful. Oh, from now on, Yun Xiang will have another prodigy. Whoa, I spent all my money betting on Chris the Deathbell, I want a refund. Fortunately, I didn't bet, I'm happy. At the moment he fell, He Shifeng quickly led people in, ripping off his mask. Indeed, it was the face of Bai Baoshan, the B-level wanted criminal, a face that everyone hated to the core. He Shifeng trembled with excitement, looking at Lin Xing with such fervent eyes. This student had given him too many surprises, too many shocks. He looked up to the sky and howled, ha 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 ha, it's really you, Changqing, your revenge has finally been repaid today, finally repaid. The others were also overjoyed, rushing up to handcuff Bai Baoshan with special ability handcuffs. I am the director of the Spirit Bureau of Yunjiang Town, this person is a wanted criminal of the worst kind, arrest him first. He Shifeng's voice was deep and powerful, reverberating in everyone's ears. The audience looked shocked, they didn't expect such a twist. Only Zhao Lingxue was hanging on the rope, facing away from the stage, very anxious. Lingyin, hurry up and help me turn around. Shut up, can't you see I'm also hanging here? An hour later, Bai Baoshan was escorted back to the Spirit Bureau prison for interrogation. Lin Xing was regarded as a hero, honored by thousands. Countless little fans rushed up, asking for signatures, photos, and a chance to stick close. Some even wanted to rip off Lin Xing's mask, wanting to confess on the spot. Lin Xing could never agree, a disguise is not something to be shed easily, if there's no money, he only looks at handsome guys. Hey, wait, don't tug at it. At that moment, Zhao Lingxue was also set down by the staff, rushing into the crowd, boldly blocking in front of Lin Xing. "I am his manager, please do not harass our fighter. Everyone leave, leave." Ling Yin also rushed into the crowd with a wolf fawn club, forcefully blocking everyone outside. Lin Xing quickly covered Ling Yin's mouth, no need to stop the girls. This time, the Devil Muscle Man completely exploded in popularity. The entire city was filled with his news and posters. The competition videos were shared everywhere, and many modified plots quickly spread. Shocking, the Devil Muscle Man and the secret that Belchris must reveal. Lovers and killers, the Devil Muscle Man grappling with Bai Baoshan. The legendary boxer turned out to be him, our hero Little Neza. By the time Lin Xing saw it, his body had been edited into a Spartan style, with those abs and a toned butt, and the key was that he wasn't wearing much clothing. The scene person Tang Long also gained a bit of popularity from this event. He now tells everyone, "I once battled the Devil Muscle Man in the ring for 3 days and nights, ultimately exhausting myself and narrowly losing." Although the event was brewing, Lin Xing, the person involved, lived a very low-profile life. Every day, he either recharged at the internet cafe or next door at the arcade, or at the foot massage place to recharge. Sure enough, all these places closed down. Lin Xing helplessly had to wear a hood to sneak into the underground boxing gym to recharge, and when bored, played a few matches. He raised his ranking level to Platinum and also gained the skill, Platinum Thunder. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The highly anticipated college entrance examination finally arrived. Chapter 27, the college entrance examination begins. On June 7th, the sky began to rain heavily. Some said it was artificial rain to lower the high temperatures during the exam. Others said it was heaven's blessing, giving students encouragement. In any case, it was quite lovely. This time, the Jiang Province College entrance examination was held at a large secret realm called Crimson Flame Desert, on the outskirts of Yun City. Lin Xing had checked the secret realm beforehand. Its difficulty was defined as 3 stars, and the environment was quite harsh, which was quite difficult for this group of students who had just awakened for a month. However, there was some good news. That was, deep within the realm, there was said to be a type of divine thunder. Lin Xing was very happy. If he could acquire another type of divine thunder, then he could try out the new feature of the system, Divine Thunder Fusion. 3 days before the exam, the education department cleared the realm, not allowing any adventurers to enter, to prevent cheating or create instability. The level of attention given to this matter was evident. All 200,000 martial arts exam students in the province gathered here. Each one was excited, ready to showcase their skills and soar high. After fighting for 7 days, I want to get into Kyoto University. This time, I'll make all the people who look down on me regret it. My destiny is determined by me, not by heaven. I'll give my all to get into a college. Let's go. Bro, just go for the single admission exam to college. There's no need for this college entrance exam. I didn't pass the single admission exam. In such an atmosphere, Lin Xing was also infected, and a sense of rebellion rose in his heart. The college entrance exam came so fast. They say college life is great. I don't know how great it really is. I'm really looking forward to it. When the time comes, should I choose Kyoto University or Daxia Academy? Lin Xing murmured to himself. Apart from these 2 world-renowned ability universities, it seemed Lin Xing really didn't know any other universities. Wait, there's one more. The Tancheng Women's Dance Academy. That one doesn't seem bad either. He. Soon, Lin Xing was picking back and forth among these 3 universities, constantly mumbling. Should I choose Kyoto or Daxia? Beside him, someone heard Lin Xing's murmuring and couldn't help but laugh. Ah, brother, you're really a master of daydreaming. Even I, as a top student from West Jiang, am not worthy of choosing these 2 universities. How dare you? Lin Xing looked up. Yeah, the top students from West Jiang really aren't worthy, but my goal is to be the top scholar. Put. Lu Zichuan laughed. This is the biggest joke I've heard this year. With you, a top scholar? If you can get into a key university, I'll eat shit in front of you. Lu Zichuan, stop drinking and eating. The exam is about to start. Let's hurry up and discuss our strategy, his teammate reminded. Who's drinking and eating? I'm relying on my strength. Ugh. They have left. It is worth mentioning that in the college entrance examination, forming teams is officially not allowed. Everyone's score is their own, making it hard for one person to lift another. However, some people's abilities are not suited for direct combat, or they have obvious weaknesses, so they can only depend on certain complementary ability users. For example, if someone has a strong fire attack ability but weak defense, being shattered with just a touch, they would be very suitable to form a dark team with a defensive ability user. The 2 would plan to take turns finishing off opponents, dividing the score equally or flexibly, which would greatly enhance their results. It isn't too much of a stretch since the college entrance examination allows such behavior. Chu Yu and her group of 5 also arrived here. They were Yunzheng's trump card for this year. The 5 strongest ability users from the top 5 high schools in the city were selected to form a top-tier team, aiming to fight for a place among the top 3 in the province. As for the first and second places, they had already given up. Because this year, in the provincial capital of Jianghai City, there were 2 SSS levels. Zui Yiming and Xia Ning. Look, Lin Xing is actually here, Chuyu squinted in the crowd. It really is, but he hasn't leveled up. His registered level yesterday was still level 13, and his abilities are garbage. How can he compare to our average level 20 team? Chuyu, stop thinking about that trash. But? No buts, we're being called to assemble. In a short while, over 200,000 students grouped into many formations according to their teams and districts. It looked like an immensely powerful, giant army. The chief examiner of the college entrance examination, Shen Bo, the director of the Jiang Province Education Bureau, sat on the high platform and started to speak. Students, the location of this college entrance examination is the Crimson Flame Desert secret realm behind you. Now I will announce the exam rules. The main scoring method for the college entrance examination is the killing of mutant beasts, and the time limit is 7 days. The higher the level of the mutant beasts killed, the higher the score. Killing a boss will earn 10 times the points. Additionally, luck is also a form of strength. We have hidden 100 ability badges in the desert, each one hidden in every corner of the desert, and finding one will give you 1,000 points. Also, to ensure the fairness of the college entrance examination, we have prepared some fun mini-games during the exam, serving as side quests, which are very suitable for life-type ability users. Everyone can explore after entering. Alright, everyone, take the supplies given to you and set off. The college entrance examination begins. As Chen Bo's voice fell, examination staff organized the students to enter the secret realm. Lin Xing also followed the large group and blended in. However, what he didn't expect was that aside from the weapons and equipment they brought, everything else had to be handed in, and standardized living supplies were allocated. A multifunctional bracelet for positioning and scoring, 3 packs of individual rations, 3 bottles of water, a city return scroll, and a mutant beast dispelling incense. The first 3 need no explanation. The return scroll is for exam candidates to be teleported back to the city when encountering life-threatening situations. However, these are still auxiliary items and cannot fully guarantee the safety of the candidates. What's going on? It's just like being a special forces soldier. Lin Xing strapped the supply bag to his back and began to miss the first day with Ling Yin. Unfortunately, this little girl didn't participate in the college entrance examination and probably chose to go for a direct pass. But this guy was still shouting about donating buildings yesterday, not being too clear. Not having a storage bag is really inconvenient. The huge light gate in front of him opened, and Lin Xing stepped forward, taking the first step of his extraordinary life. Swish! Chapter 28, We Are Pests, We Are Pests. A wave of dizziness swept over. When Lin Xing regained his vision, he found himself in a vast desert. The surrounding air became extremely hot, the glaring sunlight scorching the skin, and even the air was slightly distorted due to the high temperature. Thousands of exam candidates holding their weapons began fighting immediately under the blazing sun. Like a plague of locusts, they swarmed across. Charge! Kill! Little lizard, taste your brother's big gun. Hey, that's my butt. We are pests, we are pests. Amidst the noisy army of college entrance exam takers, Lin Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead, speechless, as a long-lost system task appeared in his mind. Detecting that the host is in a secret realm adventure, activating system task Exterminate All. Ding, Exterminate All does not align with the principles of the evil expelling system, task renamed. Renaming completed. The system task has been renamed Subduing Demons and Exorcising Evil. Kill 10,000 alien beasts, current 0/10000. Task reward, Intermediate Skill Book Divine Sword Thunder Command. Divine Sword Thunder Command, trigger heavenly thunder with sword energy, cleave through all evil in the world. Lin Xing did not pay much attention to the task details, instead he began to complain about the dreadful weather. Is it too hot? I'm afraid that before the fight even starts, I'll suffer from heat stroke. He took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, feeling a coolness appear in his stomach. Carrying these supplies felt like a burden, better to drink them first. And there were no rules against stealing from others, so those people would all become my mobile food supply. Individual combat rations? Lin Xing quickly zeroed in on a bag in his backpack that looked very appetizing. Slurp. Let's open a pack. Skillfully opening the bag, several individually packaged foods appeared. Self-heating seafood, fried rice, sauced beef, pickled vegetable shreds, energy bars, compressed biscuits, instant coffee, sugar cubes. Wow, a great mix of meat and vegetables. Lin Xing sat down on the sandy battlefield swirling with supernatural powers, starting to prepare his meal. He opened the bag, added water, and soon steam began to rise as the self-heating pack reacted with water. 30 minutes later, the fragrant food filled the air. In front of many bewildered faces, he picked up a spoon and began to feast. Delicious. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, it was also bustling with activity. In the vast countryside, temporary offices were set up one after another. Principal Shin Guangming of the 3rd Middle School and the teachers were observing the college entrance exam scores. First place, Zui Yiming, 798 points. Second place, Xia Ning, 786 points. Third place, He Changwon, 711 points. Shin Guangming sighed, these geniuses are too strong, our school students can't compete. We need to hurry and filter out our school's candidates. Got it, Principal. Zhao Gang quickly operated the computer, refreshing the scores of students from Yunjiang No. 3 Middle School. Shu Yu, rank 93, 654 points. Zhang Xiaoyu, rank 173, 633 points. Looks like there are still too many geniuses this year, even Shu Yu's SS-level superpower only barely makes it into the top 100 of the province. The others aren't even ranking. Don't worry, Principal. Shu Yu's abilities are not that simple. Plus, with their 5-person team, if they perform exceptionally, breaking into the top 30 is no problem. Class 1's head teacher, Ding Wei, suddenly changed the subject, glancing at Zhao Gang with a sarcastic tone, but some people with mediocre powers probably won't make it. Zhao Gang, feeling frustrated, shot him a glare. Both of them wanted to be promoted to deputy head this year, but there was only one spot, and who could rise depended mainly on their exam scores. Principal, should we? Let's check on Lin Xing. Shin Guangming immediately gave his answer. In his heart, Lin Xing was still his genius, even if he had fallen from grace, he wasn't an ordinary person. Zhao Gang understood and immediately typed Lin Xing into the search bar. The screen filled with all kinds of Lin Xing. Damn, all with the same name. Shijiang No. 1 Middle School, Lin Xing, rank 689, 508 points. Dongjiang No. 7 Middle School, Lin Xing, rank 13809, 436 points. Beijiang No. 18 Middle School, Lin Xing, rank 114568, 88 points. Zhao Gang, with a dark expression, searched for a long time, finally spotting his own Lin Xing at the very last position. Yunjiang No. 3 Middle School, Lin Xing, rank 213336, 0 points. What on earth is he doing? Is he counting the number of exam candidates by himself? Zhao Gang felt his resolve nearly shatter, almost flying up in despair. Shin Guangming's face was also very ugly. Knowing that Lin Xing would mess around like this, he absolutely would not give him the admission quota. Among the three, only Ding Wei was holding back a smile on his face. But... Gangzi, don't be sad. Isn't there still a B-level Lu Yixio in your class? Pfft, sorry, I couldn't help it. Let me laugh for a while, ha ha ha. Due to the limited number of drones responsible for trailing, only the top 100 had individual drones following them, while other students averaged one drone for every few hundred. It was really too difficult to see Lin Xing in the live broadcast. They could only open Shu Yu's exclusive live room at the same time to watch the school beauty's graceful figure. This ability is really white. In the Crimson Flame Desert. Lin Xing had eaten and drunk enough. He casually tossed his trash next to a sign that read "Protect the Secret Realm's hygiene, everyone is responsible," stretched lazily, got up, and began to prepare for battle. But when he saw the scene before him, he was completely dumbfounded. Where are the people? Where are the monsters? They are all gone? The desert before him was covered in yellow sand, and aside from various beast corpses, there wasn't a single living creature around. You should know that every minute is crucial during the college entrance examination. In the hour Lin Xing spent eating, it was enough for them to clear the area within several kilometers. Lin Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, I'll go straight to the high-level beast area." Lin Xing extended his finger and tapped twice on the wristband. A small map appeared out of thin air, showcasing the latest void projection technology. The entire Crimson Flame Desert was divided into 4 areas, represented by white, blue, orange, and red according to the strength of the beasts. White is the weakest, and red is the strongest. Lin Xing was currently in the white area, near the spawning point. To reach the red area, he would need to walk at least over 100 kilometers, crossing dozens of beast gathering points, large and small. I'll just push through like this. Lin Xing had a battle plan, to push through, fighting beasts when encountered, and enjoying the desert scenery otherwise, until he reached the red area and began to kill indiscriminately. Using his strongest strength to amaze everyone. After walking a few kilometers, Lin Xing finally encountered the first beast. It was a giant lizard covered in thick armor, about 2 meters long, with slightly reddish skin that was clearly a favorite of Uncle Sam's. Desert Lizard, LV-10. The wristband immediately displayed the name and level of the beast. Although the desert lizard looked somewhat cute, it was a very fierce carnivorous beast. It had extremely strong biting force and defense. If one was careless, they could be injured. It looked like it would be hard to subdue without 4 people. Hisses. The lizard flicked its forked tongue at Lin Xing like a snake, starting to provoke him. Lin Xing responded, hisses. 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 The person and the lizard hissed at each other for a while, expressing that their communication was completely mismatched. Finally, the desert lizard completely lost its patience and launched the first attack. Its forelegs pushed with force and it charged at Lin Xing at an extremely fast speed. The impact of this charge was enough to match a full-speed electric bike. Generally, if someone was hit, they would either die or be severely injured. But Lin Xing was not an ordinary person. He raised his hand and swung a whip. The blue electric whip flickered, and the million volts of high-pressure electricity crackled loudly. The long whip dragged a long tail, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Swish! The desert lizard was instantly split in half. The bright blue lightning whip and the desert lizard's bright red blood intertwine in midair, creating a strong contrast of colors. In the ruthless reflection of the desert, it looked so stunning. Kill desert lizard LV10, experience plus 100, exam points plus 10. Easily completing the solo kill. Unfortunately, the only audience for this elegant strike, the desert lizard, had already ended, turning into two halves of blood mist. No more creatures were there to admire Lin Xing's perfect strike. Chapter 29, Ghosts in the Smoke. After taking down the desert lizard, Lin Xing continued forward, wielding a lightning whip in one hand. In the howling wind of the vast desert, he resembled a lonely hero, incredibly handsome. There were hardly any monsters left nearby, and the other candidates had long left this starting area for their exam points. Even the top few had already entered the blue zone, beginning to hunt high-level monsters. The points were steadily rising, creating a drastic gap. Lin Xing remained calm and unhurried. For him, the exam was like a vacation. But vacationing in the desert. Pa! Lin Xing spat out the sand blown into his mouth by the wind, looking helpless and saying, as long as I can get a good shot, I'll post it on my social media. You never know how hard a proud person from the Great Xia would fight just to get a good picture. Slap! Lin Xing skillfully lashed out with the lightning whip, the deep blue whip shadow slicing through the air like a drawn blade, striking down a burrowing creature instantly. Kill beast, burrowing mouse LV12, gained 113 experience points, score, 12. The same calmness, the same stylish dominance. Lin Xing's strikes were as fast as lightning, just like the name of his skill, lightning whip combo. He could deliver 11 hits in just 1 second. And each move was unique, impossible to repeat. This was the realm of a master. If other candidates saw Lin Xing, they would surely be speechless in shock. This was a creature known for its strong defense, the desert beast burrowing mouse. If one were to form a team based on exam averages, it would take several rounds of attacks to take it down. And that's assuming they had enough stamina to do so. Yet Lin Xing needed just one casual strike to kill it. What terrifying strength and damage was this? Kill beast, burrowing mouse LV12, gained 115 experience points, score, 12. Kill beast, aber snake LV11, gained 108 experience points, score, 11. Kill beast, sand sculpture LV13, gained 131 experience points, score, 13. While devouring some seasoned beef, Lin Xing continued killing beasts along the way. After leaving the starting point, beasts started to appear more frequently. Every few hundred meters, one or two high exam beasts that the candidates had missed would pop out to meet their fate. Lin Xing had no interest in them, he only wanted to hunt in high-level areas. Perhaps these beasts' brains had been eaten by zombies, rushing over to take a whip, turning into experience points and exam scores. This is easier than playing a game, it's really too boring. If Ling Yin were here, I could show off a little. A whoa! The sharp sound of a wolf howl caught Lin Xing's attention immediately. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the sound. All he saw was a cloud of white smoke covering the area, like a smoke grenade in a shooting game, enveloping dozens of meters around. Is someone smoking? Lin Xing stepped forward 2 paces, suddenly spotting a creepy fat man crawling towards him from the smoke. He recognized the person, it was his gaming partner. A-grade, lung mist, Xiao Bufan. In the same way, Xiao Bufan's chubby face also spotted Lin Xing, and he immediately shed tears of excitement. Bro, is that you? Hurry and run. Suddenly, his voice seemed to reveal his position, and a burrowing wolf beast pounced towards him. Xiao Bufan took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled. Puff! A thick cloud of smoke erupted from his mouth, instantly transforming the surroundings into a place shrouded in mist. The burrowing wolf beast lost sight and lunged at nothing. Moments later, Xiao Bufan's chubby face re-emerged from the smoke, holding a shovel in his hand. Ha! Ghosts in the smoke? Lin Xing was taken aback. It truly seemed there were no useless abilities, only those who couldn't use them properly. Wasn't this lung mist quite useful? Lin Xing, run fast. I accidentally poked the ground wolf beast's den. There are at least 50 ground wolves in that smoke. We are no match for them. Xiao Bufan rushed in front of Lin Xing, grabbing his arm and trying to escape. However, with this pull, he couldn't move Lin Xing at all. He felt Lin Xing's body was as heavy as a mountain, terrifyingly so. Lin Xing, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll become wolf dung. Xiao Bufan was in a panic, desperately pulling Lin Xing, eager to flee from the wolf's nest. Originally, the examination army had already passed through, not noticing this group of ground wolves hiding underground in the desert. But Xiao Bufan, this fatty, insisted on taking a shortcut and dug everywhere with a shovel. As a result, he indeed dug up a badge representing 1,000 points, but he also uncovered a wolf's den hidden in the sand. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, his insides would probably have been eaten away. Go! Don't look! Xiao Bufan pulled on Lin Xing with all his might, trying to use his last bit of strength to take Lin Xing away. However, Lin Xing was not in a hurry at all, casually pulling out a small coin and bouncing it in his hand. Little fatty, there's no need to panic. Watch me make a show. Whoosh! Before Xiao Bufan could react, a gigantic electromagnetic cannon with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters shot toward the white smoke. The next second. Boom! As the electromagnetic cannon approached the white smoke, an explosion erupted, fierce electromagnetic force and high temperatures spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, everything within dozens of meters was completely flattened. The yellow sand was flying, beasts scattered everywhere. Kill Beast, Ground Wolf LV10, earn 103 experience points, score 10. Kill Beast, Ground Wolf LV10, earn 103 experience points, score 10. Kill Beast. Looking at the ground wolves turned to ashes, Xiao Bufan was dumbfounded. Both spending daily time in internet cafes and both being useless powers. Why was Lin Xing so powerful? In that moment, an evil thought arose in Xiao Bufan's mind. This guy. Secretly competing. Lin Xing smiled slightly, gently petting Xiao Bufan's little fat head. Alright, brother, I've taken care of it for you. Remember to treat me to internet cafes when we go out. After successfully earning over 500 points, Lin Xing opened his wristband, starting to check the total score ranking. First place, Zui Yiming, 2,798 points. Second place, Xia Ning, 2,686 points. Third place, Yan Lily, 2,111 points. 78,500th, Xiao Bufan, 1,000 points. 123,332nd, Lin Xing, 588 points. Lin Xing was speechless. Xiao Bufan tensed up, quickly hiding the ability badge in some unknown place behind his back. He planned to use an extraordinary method to protect the ability badge. Don't hide it, I'm not going to grab your ability badge. Really? Really? Then why are you so close to me? I want to see how much food you have left. No. You're already so fat. I'm just trying to help you lose weight. After some fuss, Lin Xing successfully obtained a bag of individual self-heating rations. Main dish, curry chicken fried rice, looks pretty good. Xiao Bufan was in tears, collapsing onto the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Thief! Thief! By now, more than 3 hours had passed, and Lin Xing's score was still in the lower half, hardly attracting much attention. But only Lin Xing knew in his heart. As long as he reaches the highest level beast red zone, hunting for hours, not even the king can surpass his score. However, before that, a row of small green dots appeared on his wristband map. There was a series of information written on it. Side Quest Acceptance Area. Chapter 30 Side Quest, Feed the Dog. Let's go, little fatty. My rations, my rations. Stop crying, treat me to dinner when we get out. After saying that, Lin Xing walked towards the side quest acceptance area on his own. Xiao Bufan, afraid of being attacked alone again, could only cheerfully follow behind him. The two walked for nearly an hour. Finally arrived at the first rest stop. The Education Bureau set up designated rest areas to prevent candidates from being killed by alien beasts while resting at night. These rest areas are also called safety zones. Dedicated personnel are responsible for guarding the students' safety. Of course, there are some top students who definitely won't rest, many have fought nonstop for 3 days and nights. But most candidates need to sleep at night to recover their abilities and strength. Wow, is this the safety zone? Lin Xing strode inside. This place is a few kilometers square, surrounded by warning lines in the vast desert. Inside, there are many small tents and stalls for resupplying and taking on side tasks. This also provides non-combat types of ability users a chance to get into prestigious schools. Lin Xing walked toward the task points, and many task messages kept appearing in his mind. Set up tent, 10 points / 1 tent. Mover, 20 points / 1 hour. Transport supplies, 1 point / item. Collect materials, lizard tail 1 point, soil rat tooth 1 point, snake gallbladder 1 point. Weapon maintenance. Healing recovery. In addition to necessities for the college entrance exam, this place also provides a place for some special ability users to exchange points. For example, some people are great at fighting monsters, but their weapons are heavily worn. They need to find specialized ability users in weapon repair to fix and maintain their weapons. Of course, the strong ones also need to pay a certain amount of exam points in exchange, for a win-win situation. There are also some medical ability users who can earn points by helping others recover if they can't form a team. In short, it's very fair and reasonable. But now, Lin Xing suddenly realized a serious problem. What if someone cheats? Like right in front of him. Damn, how did you get in here? Two familiar faces suddenly appeared at the stall in front of him. Ling Yin and Zhao Lingxue. The two beauties were dressed lightly, their fair skin exposed to the air, hiding in a side task stall, looking at Lin Xing with lewd expressions. Of course we are here to be volunteers, silly. Yeah, we are here to be volunteers, boss silly. Lin Xing was speechless. He could believe that Zhao Lingxue was here to volunteer, but how did that little girl Ling Yin end up in this group? Could there be bad people among the crowd as well? Not wanting to think about these things, Lin Xing looked up at the side task of the two. Take care of the dogs, 1 point/dog. Looking further, dozens of dogs were sprawled all over the ground, panting heavily, as if telling the temperature of the desert. Only one red dog was not hot at all, serving as a power bank for the entire camp. Clearly, this was a task prepared for beast tamers and medical ability users. However, the score offered is obviously a bit low. Lin Xing took 2 steps forward and observed the stall, saying, "How do you take care of the dogs?" Ling Ying chuckled and picked up a strawberry ice cream sundae, saying, "Boss, this is a good job. You feed the dogs ice cream sundaes, successful feeding is 1 point, failure does not deduct points." Failure to feed? Lin Xing snatched the ice cream sundae from Ling Yin's hand and began to eat it eagerly. The cool, sweet ice cream entered his mouth, and the scorching heat immediately faded a little. Ah, refreshing. This feeling was like holding in pee for several hours and then finally being able to release it. It was simply exhilarating. Ling Ying bared her little tiger teeth and began to write in the task manual. Lin Xing's feeding task failed. Xiao Bufan, who was beside him, was drooling. It seemed there was such a good thing to do. He hurriedly ran over, excitedly saying to Ling Yin, "I also want to do that dog feeding task." Ling Yin rolled her eyes at him and pulled out a bag of expired dog food from her space pocket. "Go ahead." Xiao Bufan, this. Watching Xiao Bufan's expression of embarrassment, Ling Yin smiled with pride. How could you compare yourself to the boss? Dream on during the day. However, the next second, she couldn't laugh anymore. Xiao Bufan stuffed old dog food into his mouth and began to chew madly. Crunch, crunch. Oh my god, it's really fragrant. The exam lasted 7 days, and they only received 3 bags of individual rations, which could last at most 3 days if eaten carefully. Now this dog food was undoubtedly a lifesaver. The others were dumbfounded, thinking Xiao Bufan was ruthless enough to achieve great things. After Lin Xing finished her ice cream sundae, feeling unsatisfied, she reached out and said, "Examiner, Little Black says it wants to eat chocolate-flavored Gundas, please let me feed it." Ling Yin understood, took out a large box of Gundas ice cream from her space pocket, and handed it to Lin Xing. "This time, please don't sneak a bite." "Okay." Lin Xing started again, eating while smacking her lips. She was making the people nearby envious to the point of breaking. What's going on with Wang Defa? Why is there this kind of operation? Many newly arrived students were immediately envious of Lin Xing's bold action. They all rushed up, demanding to complete this difficult task. The result was just a handful of expired dog food. Some brave souls bit the bullet and swallowed it whole. Most people didn't have the courage and could only feed the vicious dog carefully. Some vicious dogs even bit their hands while guarding their food, forcing them to earn 1 point with tears. At this moment, Lu Zichuan, claiming to be one of the top 100 in Xizang, swaggered over with a big gun, all for a piece of expired dog food. "I heard you can eat and drink here, so I specially came." Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Ying pointed directly to the dog poop beside him. Lu Zichuan was stunned. He initially thought he could get a piece of expired dog food, but now it had turned into dog poop. Damn it, this is embarrassing. However, for the sake of exam points and not going hungry for the next 7 days, I will risk it. Hey, don't think you can just get free food, go scoop the poop to earn 1 point. Lu Zichuan was speechless and could only endure the stinky smell, becoming a poop scooper. Lu Zichuan earns 1 point. Ugh. Time passed quickly, and soon the sky gradually darkened. The desert weather was like a girl's mood, sometimes blazing hot, sometimes cold as winter snow. The cold temperature gradually engulfed the camp, chilling to the bone. Fatigue and hunger under the cold made them tremble all over, feeling extremely unwell. At this time, Lin Xing had already started barbecuing on the spot. Tender and juicy lamb skewers sizzled and oozed oil, with plenty of chili cumin sprinkled on top. That aroma wafted out for hundreds of meters, drawing this group of exam takers to gather around, saliva pooling everywhere. Aren't they supposed to only have individual rations? Why can he barbecue? I just spent 100 points for a bowl of salted vegetable millet porridge over there, how can I even think about a bite of barbecue? Wait, look at that stall, those skewers look like they're for dogs. Damn, this is inhumane. However, the next second, Lin Xing picked up the grilled skewers and started to devour them, the metal skewer even sparking. Ling Yin silently noted on the point list. Lin Xing's feeding task failed. Lin Xing's feeding task failed. Lin Xing's feeding task failed. Lu Zichuan's poop scooping task successful, points +1. Chapter 31, Tang Sang's roadblock robbery. At night, the exam takers were so angry that they wanted to curse. This smell in the middle of the night, isn't that taking lives? They could only grab a handful of sand to block their noses and dive into the sleeping bag rented for 20 points, enduring the night. Even for those with sufficient exam points, they could only get 2 buckets of instant noodles at the food stall, which was already considered high-end. The key was there was no hot water, only lukewarm soaking. So most people had to save their individual rations to avoid starving for the next few days and tough it out overnight. But there were also some clever ones who cleverly took advantage of the situation. They took a deep breath of the barbecue aroma, then fiercely bit into compressed biscuits, as if the delicious little barbecue was what he was eating right now. A happy life is full of wonderful flavors. The rest could only be settled by the stomach and the brain. Lin Xing was eating and drinking, his belly round from the feast. The desert mystery made him feel like he was on vacation. Burp. Alright, everyone, disperse. I want to sleep. Lingyin, did you bring the tent? Lingyin shook her head and said loudly, this candidate, the side task we provide is to take care of the dog. Tent service is not included. Zhao Lingxue followed up, yes, this candidate, if you need tent service, please go to the tent rental place. You can rent a tent for 50 points. Wait, these dogs need someone to take care of them at night. Why don't you do it? There's a temporary 3-bedroom living space with air conditioning, shower, and game console over there. At night, you can give the dogs a bath, and we'll count it as 1 point for you. You're really lucky. The 2 of us beauties will be staying there at night too. The 2 girls harmonized, creating a very official atmosphere. This almost made the candidates around them explode with anger. These 2 girls are obviously biased towards Lin Xing. Damn, is this the power of money? How much does Lin Xing pay? I, Lu Zichuan, offer to double that. I want a report, there's shady business. At that moment, He Shifeng slowly walked out from the dark corner, his expression very serious. I am the head of the spiritual bureau of Yunjiang Town and the chairman of the examination committee. If any student feels there is something unfair, they can report it to me with their real name. Come, let's talk inside the tent. Before long, the student who wanted to report was invited by He Shifeng into the tent for tea. They had a deep conversation and didn't return all night. No one knew what happened, only that when this student came out the next day, they no longer discussed the report at all. When others asked, they could only smile bitterly and continue fighting monsters. Near noon, Lin Xing finally walked out of the tent. It was still bright sunshine, still hot and scorching, the perceived temperature was at least 40 degrees. Damn, it's so hot. I need to go back and enjoy some air conditioning. Zhao Lingxue pushed Lin Xing out the door, stop enjoying that. We need to pack our things and head out. If we don't leave now, we won't make it to the next safe zone. Then I want to eat hot pot at the next safe zone. In your dreams. The group started to tidy up, throwing everything messy into Lingyin's space pocket. Even an entire temporary residence, a luxurious 3-bedroom apartment, and dozens of dogs were all stuffed inside. Lin Xing watched in shock. He truly didn't expect that Lingyin, an F-class, was actually a bottomless super black hole. So terrifying, let's go. After saying goodbye to Lingyin and the others, Lin Xing set off again towards the target red zone. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu's team had just dealt with a group of yellow sand desert lizards. Their overall team ranking points had increased significantly. Team leader Tang Sang had already ranked 67th, close to the impressive 50th place. Zhu Yu also reached 72nd place, which was pretty good. These points were distributed based on each person's contribution and strength within the team. However, at this moment, Tang Sang started to act strangely. He clutched his stomach and cried out, ouch, my stomach hurts. It must be yesterday's compressed biscuits that were expired. I need to take a break. The others were stunned, not expecting Tang Sang to falter at such a critical time. Hurry up. We'll wait for you. No, don't wait for me. You guys go ahead first, I'll catch up as soon as I'm done. Tang Sang quickly refused. His goal wasn't to relieve himself, but to find someone. Lin Xing. The others could only choose the best solution for their exam scores and continued on as a four-person team. Tang Sang walked back with a smile. Waiting for the lonely Lin Xing. He, Lin Xing, you actually chose to be alone. Now we can settle our score. So what score do they have between them? The answer is none. It's just that Chuyu liked to boast about how strong and handsome Lin Xing was while grinding monsters. This made the narrow-minded Tang Sang begin to feel jealous, and thus, hatred arose. He vowed to disable Lin Xing in the secret realm, or at least force him to crush the teleportation scroll and give up on the exam entirely. Finding an empty spot on the path he had to take. Tang Sang plopped down on the sand, began to meditate, waiting for Lin Xing to pass by so he could take him down. But he didn't expect that after waiting and waiting, Lin Xing just wouldn't come. His butt felt like it was about to burn off. Damn, why isn't he here yet? Did he get worn out from being in the houses of two beauties yesterday? Damn it! Finally, by noon, he saw Lin Xing walking over, sipping on a cold drink. Ha, Lin Xing, I've finally waited for you. Tang Sang yelled, jumping up, smoke wafting from his backside. Lin Xing was taken aback, looking at the stranger in front of him, casually tossing a handful of expired dog food over. Are you begging for food? Take it, don't be shy. Crunch crunch. I'm not begging for food. You are looking for death. Tang Sang threw away the remaining dog food and picked up the scorching trident lying on the ground. Holding the trident high, he appeared like a weary warrior, his expression stern. It's hard not to be serious, the iron handle of the trident had heated up to over 70 degrees. He could only withstand the nearly blistering heat and said, Lin Xing, are you ready to die? Lin Xing scratched his head, although he didn't know this brother in front of him. But since he came to challenge, he should be given enough respect. That is to pour all his effort into it. Golden Thunder Man, he shouted loudly. In the next second, a giant skeleton of thunder, over 10 meters tall, slowly rose, blocking the sky and earth, with a force of thunder. The skeleton held two electric whips like chains from hell, with the diameter of the whips nearly matching Tang Sang's height. The mightiness of the Golden Thunder Man could only be described by a four-character idiom. Initial form of a human. Lin Xing looked down, the massive thunder skeleton also looked down, its hollow eyes staring down, scaring Tang Sang into a shiver. I heard you wanted to challenge me? Tang Sang's legs started to tremble, instantly feeling cowardly, and no. Actually, I'm here begging for food. After saying this, Tang Sang picked up the leftover expired dog food from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Whoa, it's still quite tasty. There was no choice, the pressure from the thunder skeleton was too overwhelming, making him feel like an ant challenging an anteater. Lin Xing was even more powerful than Chuyu had described, at least 10 times stronger. He had really kicked a hard board this time. But thankfully, he didn't recognize me. As Tang Sang just relaxed a little, Lin Xing suddenly launched a whip without any martial ethics. Swish! The massive thunder shadow flickered, Tang Sang was electrocuted, his whole body scorched black. If it weren't for his astonishing defense, he would have probably lost consciousness by now. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain all over his body. Before Lin Xing's second whip came, he crushed the return scroll. Unfortunately, it was a step too late. Before the teleport scroll could take effect, the electric whip hit his backside again. This caused Tang Sang's lower body to become completely useless. Even if he healed, he would only be a useless person for the rest of his life. Chapter 32, Uchiha Body Slam. Lin Xing picked up the trident Tang Sang had dropped and continued walking forward. Soon, he reached the junction of the blue and white areas. Not far away, four figures appeared, 2 men and 2 women. Leading them was a tall girl in a tight combat suit. What was most heart-stirring was that her combat suit was specially made. Not only did it wrap her body in all the right places, but it also revealed her entire fair, exquisite back. A 3-meter-long pure white wing sprouted from the back, beautiful as if it were an angel. Chuyu, what are you doing here? Haven't you eaten? I have some expired dog food, want some? Lin Xing casually walked over to greet her. Chuyu turned her head and happened to see her Prince Charming. But the Prince Charming was currently holding a small bag of dog food, wearing a lewd smile. Lin Xing, I didn't expect you to be so fast, managing to walk all the way to the edge of the blue zone alone. Chuyu's excitement was evident as she puffed out her already ample chest. At the same time, she took the dog food and cherished it like a treasure, stuffing it into her backpack. The others were also surprised, they knew Lin Xing. An F-level ability user, a bit strange, but with a very low rank. Logically speaking, as an F-level, even if he hadn't been eliminated, he shouldn't have made it this far. But to their surprise, he had caught up with their powerful team. Lin Xing scratched his head, holding up a trident and said, maybe it's my charm, when the beasts see me, they just want to die. And just now, I even met a beggar who got so moved after eating some of my dog food that he withdrew from the competition and left his weapon to me. Chu Yue and the others were speechless. This Tang Sang was so unreliable that he described having a stomach issue as withdrawing from the competition. Their team was now lacking a strong mage, their power would significantly drop. Chu Yue looked at Lin Xing, her beautiful eyes brightened and said, "We are short one person in our team, you came just in time, join us." The others were stunned and wanted to stop her. Especially another girl in the team named Tang Xiaoyan, who was the most emotional, walking directly in front of Lin Xing, blocking him with her chest. In her view, Lin Xing's joining would lower their average strength, he was simply a burden. Besides, as the team's healer, she only gave support to strong men, how could she possibly support this trash? Absolutely impossible. Tang Xiaoyan was about to speak up to stop him when Lin Xing interrupted her. "Ah, no need, bringing you guys along will just hold me back." Lin Xing grinned and walked straight into the blue zone, leaving Chu Yue and the others in disarray in the wind. "Wait, why is this guy out of breath even though we called him fat? What do you mean we will hold him back, how annoying. Let's follow him and see how he gets beaten by the higher level beasts." The few of them stepped forward, also entering the so-called blue zone. As soon as they entered, they saw a lightning whip that pierced the sky coming down, splitting a desert hippo in half. The powerful electromagnetic energy was as sharp as a blade, even creating a deep gully in the desert. The quicksand on both sides kept pouring into it, the scene was truly astonishing. The two halves of the desert hippo crashed to the ground with a thud, like an earthquake. At the same time, Chu Yue and the others' pupils also shook. It was just a second. What's going on? What happened? One strike to kill a desert hippo? Desert hippos were already high-level beasts with incredibly strong defenses. Even for their top team to work together, it would take some effort to take down a desert hippo. But this man before them did it in just one strike, in 1 second. Tang Xiaoyan's gaze at Lin Xing instantly changed, she rushed up to block him. Her face flushed red, shyly wanting to invite Lin Xing to team up. However, before she could say anything, a bag of dog food appeared in her hand. "I knew you guys were craving my expired dog food, don't worry, there's plenty of it, my little darling," with a scumbag tone. Lin Xing patted her shoulder and walked away. In the raging sand, he remained untouched by dust. After entering the blue zone, the beast's strength indeed became stronger. The average level had reached level 15, and the creatures had changed from some lizard fat mice to more powerful beings like hippos and wild bulls. However, these creatures were still insignificant in Lin Xing's eyes. With just a casual wave of his whip, he could take care of them all, and he wouldn't even have to slow down his walking speed. His exam scores were continuously increasing, and his rank had gradually risen to over 80,000, reaching around the second-tier line. For an ordinary person, this was already a very good result. But for Lin Xing, everything was just the beginning. Moo! Lin Xing was enjoying some beef jerky when suddenly a dull sound rang out, and a giant beast towering 5 meters appeared before his eyes. It had a pair of antlers larger than an electric bike, its skin slightly yellow, blending naturally with the desert, its shape resembling a cow, but with tusks in its mouth. Clearly, this creature was not one to be trifled with. At the same time, information about the beast appeared on Lin Xing's wristband. Tyrant Ox Boss, LV-25. Lin Xing's eyes brightened. The Tyrant Ox was different from other beasts, its strength had surpassed that of most exam candidates. Even ordinary geniuses, upon seeing it, would scream, "Daddy, I was wrong," and then turn and run away. And this one was an even stronger battle version of the Tyrant Ox, about half again larger than a regular one, and several levels higher. Its crimson eyes glowered at Lin Xing as if to say it was ready for a meal. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I once said I wouldn't eat beef anymore. My bad, my bad." Lin Xing casually tossed away the half-eaten beef jerky, wearing a face of glee. However, in the next second, a lightning whip, dozens of meters long, shot out, forming a blue streak in the air. Crackling. The lightning whip exploded in the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, like an electric gun piercing into the shoulder of the Tyrant Ox. Puff! A chunk of flesh was severed from the Tyrant Ox's shoulder, blood spraying wildly. It didn't die? Roar! The Tyrant Ox roared in pain, its massive body charging towards Lin Xing like a tank. If it were any other student, they would have screamed for their mothers by now. But Lin Xing wasn't afraid at all. Because he wanted to face the Tyrant Ox head-on. Golden Thunder Man. Swish! The gigantic lightning skeleton appeared again, reaching out its hands to embrace the waist of the Tyrant Ox. The skeletal arms exerted force and lifted the Tyrant Ox, which weighed over 10,000 pounds, and quickly moved its body, smashing its head down violently. Crack! The raging lightning arms smashed the Tyrant Ox's skull to pieces with incredible force. Its fierce eyes gradually rolled back, and after struggling for a moment in the embrace of the lightning skeleton, it eventually fell silent. As expected of a boss, it didn't die immediately after taking my Uchiha slam. Lin Xing sighed. Kill the beast, Tyrant Ox LV25, gain experience 1030, points 250. Your level has upgraded to LV14. What Lin Xing didn't expect was that he actually leveled up. Unfortunately, the more than 10 points of 4-dimensional attributes from leveling up were not as much as he would gain from playing games in an internet cafe for an hour. But the points gained were truly impressive. He spent less than 30 seconds in the entire battle, and the points earned were already comparable to what an ordinary person would make in half a day. Alright, today's task is over, let's go to the safe zone for a shower and a meal. Lin Xing stepped forward, heading towards the direction of the safe zone. As he stepped into the safe zone, several people had already exited the blue area, entering the dangerously high-risk orange area. They began their own adventure, which they believed would shock the Daxia world. Chapter 33, Ling Yin's twin sister. In the orange area. A tall and handsome guy quietly stood in mid-air, surrounded by several floating steel swords, as if a sword deity had descended. Even the wind and sand couldn't come within 5 meters of him. He gently pointed forward, and the steel sword shot out in the direction of his finger. Swish swish swish. Puff puff puff. After a round of simultaneous fire, a gigantic golden crocodile was instantly taken down. Its terrifying combat power no longer resembled that of a high school student. Zui Yiming, I didn't expect your strength to have reached such a terrifying level. Hearing the praise, Zui Yiming revealed a faint smile. But before he could finish smiling, the second half of the praise struck him like lightning. However, compared to this queen, you were still far behind. Zui Yiming's mouth twitched, and he looked towards the source of the voice. In the shadow of a towering giant cactus, a cute little loli stood there, looking adorable and silly. However, in the next second, the little loli effortlessly pulled up the giant cactus, which was dozens of meters tall and weighed hundreds of tons. The cactus spun in the air a few times before being smashed down like a giant spiked club onto the poor golden crocodile. Boom! The earth trembled, and yellow dust filled the sky. The petite golden crocodile was smashed out of its shell fluid. Damn, do you really have to be this outrageous? The scene shifted. Lin Xing was lying in a luxurious temporary residence with 3 rooms and a hall, enjoying air conditioning and playing games. On his left was a loli, and on his right was a mature woman. There was food and drink, beautiful girls and dogs. Life could only be described as delightful. Lingyin, hurry and get me a cup of Shanghai housewife milk tea. In this year of great disaster, that's too much, boss. What nonsense about a year of great disaster. If I tell you to get it, just get it. If you can't get Shanghai housewife milk tea, I'll drink Yunjing loli milk instead. At this moment, Xiao Bufan, also known as Fatty Xiao, who was responsible for feeding the dog, came over with a flattering smile. Well, I finished feeding the dog, and I've cleaned the clothes and hygiene. Can you let me stay in the air-conditioned room for a while? Alright, but after you go out, you'll have to pay for our internet bill for a month. Got it. Xiao Bufan happily settled down, licking his lips while watching Lin Xing and others play games, murmuring to himself, E into A W into A into outer circle Q, into R. Lin Xing wondered, little fatty, what are you mumbling about? Oh, I'm practicing my main hero's combo in my head, afraid of getting rusty after the college entrance exam. Hearing this, Lin Xing agreed and also started mumbling, ee. What the hell, it must be the barrel, it's definitely the terrifying beer guy. Just as they were enjoying themselves with food and drink. Outside the 3-room hall, the examinees were suffering greatly. In the scorching heat of over 40 degrees and after a long journey, their stamina and energy had reached their limits. The 3 bottles of mineral water provided during the college entrance exam had long been consumed, and they were now both hungry and thirsty, wishing they could down 2 bottles of ice-cold Coke to freeze themselves. Oh heavens, is this college entrance exam day meant for humans? Bro, don't say that. The heavens bestow great responsibilities on this person, they must first temper their mind and strengthen their body. This is a test of our willpower. Then why don't those in the room have to test their willpower? Bro, I know them. Those 2 are called Lin Xing and Xiao Bufan, they're the losers of our school. Hearing that, I finally feel a bit balanced in my heart. Though I suffer and toil, if I work hard, I can still aim for a private second-tier college, but their future is bleak. Yeah, that guy called Lin Xing may be enjoying himself, but he only secured a spot in a top university, what's so great about that? Put. Bro, you really know how to get under people's skin. Lin Xing may be impressive, but that Xiao Bufan has no skills at all. I just checked his college entrance exam score, it's only 2,000 points, ranking just over 20,000, barely making the cut. What? Indeed, Xiao Bufan, this fat guy, had still managed to dig up an ability medal with his exceptional digging skills. Now, his total score was already 2,000 points, truly a life winner. One must say, the weight of the saying luck is also a kind of strength is only increasing. Another night of indulgence. Lin Xing, with a dark face, was kicked out of the 3-room hall. Along with him, Xiao Bufan was also thrown out like trash. Boss, today is the third day, and we are going to withdraw from the college entrance exam site. Ling Yin lamented. Why? The rules say so. The side mission for the life department has to leave on the third day. It seems that a while ago, there was a liver emperor with average abilities who squeezed into the top 3 in the province just by doing errands, so this rule was made. Lin Xing's forehead broke into a cold sweat. It seemed like the difference between easy and hard questions on a written exam. Easy questions filter out students who don't put in effort, while hard questions sift out true geniuses. Alright, you go back and wash the fruit and wait for me. Okay, boss, but there's something I want to ask you. Ling Yin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Go ahead, I will definitely help you. Ling Yin paused, feeling a bit shy, and said, I have a twin sister who seems to be taking the college entrance exam as well, but after our parents divorced, she went with my dad, and I haven't seen her for years. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing was shocked for a moment and said, Alright, if I meet her, I will take good care of her. No, you misunderstood, boss. Ling Ying hurriedly rejected, then a sly smile appeared on her face as she said, when you meet her, give her a good lesson. Lin Xing, truly my little brother. After some small talk, Ling Yin skillfully packed a whole 3-bedroom apartment and dozens of dogs into a space pocket and drove off in a desert off-road vehicle. Lin Xing sighed and turned back towards the previous white area. Because he decided to accomplish a great feat. A feat never seen before and unlikely to be replicated. That is to clear the map. To get a score that will never be reached by anyone. Lin Xing's lips curled into a strange arc, a hint of ferocity gleamed in his eyes. I've already given you 2.5 days, you all should have gathered your scores by now. Next, it's time for me, Lin Xing, to go on a rampage. Sorry, little baby. 3,000 Thunders. Chapter 34, Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Lin Xing transformed into thunder and moved with terrifying speed. He needed to return to the white area, he aimed to clear out all remaining exotic beasts in the white area. A flash of lightning passed, and Lin Xing vanished from the spot. Swish! Shuyu was fighting monsters when a flash of lightning swept across the desert, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand that blew into their mouths. Phew, what was that? It zipped by. I couldn't see it clearly, it looked like a lightning bolt? I don't think it could be a candidate. First of all, no candidate has that kind of strength, and even if they did, they would only go to a higher score area, never turn back. Swish! With a sudden break, Lin Xing stood still, the tires kicking up a cloud of dust that flew through the air. In front of him, a large group of ground squirrels had just popped up from underground, enjoying the peace after the battle. But they had barely enjoyed it for a few minutes when Lin Xing appeared. Still eating? Time for you to be collected. Ground squirrels? We haven't eaten anything. Boom! Before they could react, a legendary super electromagnetic cannon had already blasted through. In just a few seconds, over 100 ground squirrels had been reduced to pulp. Even their flesh was roasted, giving off a fragrant smell. Kill exotic beast, ground squirrel, LV11, experience gained 110, score 10. Kill exotic beast, ground squirrel. Kill. In just one encounter, a whole clan was instantly wiped out by Lin Xing. Of course, Lin Xing wanted more than that. He closed his eyes and transformed the power of thunder into tiny currents, scattering them across the desert. After the current shrank, its power was not enough to kill exotic beasts, in fact, the beasts wouldn't even notice it. But its function was to form a net around Lin Xing. With his vast mental power, he grasped all the information within a 10-kilometer radius in his mind. Found it! 3,000 Thunders! Lin Xing transformed into a bolt of lightning, speeding away. In just a second, it appeared several kilometers away. 2 desert lizards were mating when suddenly a lightning whip fell from the sky, splitting them into 4 bloody pieces. Blood scattered everywhere. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I won't help you collect the bodies. Only Lin Xing's faint voice was left in the air, as his figure turned into a current and disappeared. Swish! Lightning whip 5 strikes. Puff puff puff. 3 ABO snakes burst into bloody meat. Swish! Electromagnetic cannon. Boom! A large group of desert turtles exploded into dust. Swish! Golden thunder. Whipping chaos kills little Ka and old me. Puff 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 puff. Lin Xing turned into a ruthless killing machine, slaughtering wildly in the entire white area of the Red Flame Desert. Seeing any strange beasts, regardless of their strength, all were pushed aside. Holding a kitchen knife to cut electric wires, sparks flew along the way. The desert was stirred with yellow sand and blood mist filling the sky. Countless strange beasts never showed their heads, directly being taken down and turning into a thread of experience and points. The Red Flame Desert had changed the weather. Outside the secret realm. A few teachers from Yunjiang No. 3 High School were slurping noodles while looking at the score leaderboard. To them, students' exam results represented their future in face. It was one of their most important things every year. The head teacher of Class 1, Ding Wei, slurped a mouthful of noodles and began to mock. "Hey, our class's Chuyu has already made it into the top 50 of the province. Zhao Gang, it seems you won't get the position of deputy director this year." Zhao Gang also slurped a mouthful of noodles hard, the spicy oil staining his mouth bright red. The exam isn't over yet, who will win is still uncertain. "Ah, don't tell me about that B-level Dirisho from your class. It's already amazing if he ranks in the top 30,000, and you think he can surpass Chuyu?" Upon hearing this, the other head teachers also stood with Ding Wei. After all, this was a man who was going to be the deputy director, and he would be their boss in the future. They had to curry favor well. "Director Ding, I have a chicken leg here that I can't finish, why don't you help me eat it?" "Yes, Director Ding, I can't finish my fried egg either. And my chicken butt." Zhao Gang's face instantly darkened. These people used to give him chicken legs in the cafeteria every day, and now they suddenly betrayed him. Ding Wei was extremely pleased, walking over with his noodles and patting Zhao Gang's shoulder. "Gangzi, I know you are unconvinced, and I also know you're still thinking about that waste Lin Xing. Now, I will make you completely give up hope." He typed Lin Xing, Yunjiang No. 3 High School into the search bar on the screen, and a strange score appeared on everyone's face. 3,385. Rank 16780. Of course, that wasn't the scariest part. The scariest part was Lin Xing's speed of score and rank growth. 3,420. 3,580. 3,790. 4,000. In just under 3 minutes, Lin Xing's score increased by over 600 points, and his rank rose by 2,000 spots. At this time, the top-ranked Zui Yiming only had a little over 10,000 points. Lin Xing's terrifying score growth speed was unbelievable. "What is Lin Xing doing?" Ding Wei roared. Due to being too excited, the hot noodles spilled everywhere, just burning his toes, causing his face to change suddenly. Zhao Gang's slurping hand also froze, as he had never seen such a rapid score increase. It was simply unimaginable. Even if tens of thousands of people dealt damage to the monsters and brought them to Lin Xing for the finishing blow, he couldn't possibly accumulate points this fast. Could it be he is cheating? Lin Xing was now in a killing frenzy. In the white area of the entire Red Flame Desert, a bolt of lightning was rapidly darting back and forth. Wherever it passed, strange beasts had nowhere to hide, all exploding on the spot. Some beasts that burrowed down tens of meters could also be forced out of the ground by a powerful electric force. Once they showed their heads, they were instantly eliminated. If viewed from the sky, it looked like a bolt of lightning cleaning up the desert trash. In just 20 minutes, 1/10 of a white area had been completely cleared away. That terrifying speed was fiercer than a hellish lawnmower cutting grass. At this moment, Lin Xing was covered in blood, transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, thoughts filled with slaughter and death. In every corner of the desert, cries echoed almost simultaneously. "I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 35, Rapidly Rising Rankings. Zhao Gang's bowl was now overflowing. Various chicken legs, fried eggs, pig's trotters, and more had filled his bowl to the brim. Around him, 7 or 8 class teachers formed a circle, some squeezing their shoulders, others massaging their legs, creating a peaceful atmosphere. "Director Zhao, I've said long ago that your student Lin Xing is a genius, and look, it has come true." Exactly, where there are strong students, there are also strong teachers. Director Zhao deserves much credit for having such a strong student. Great news! Lin Xing's score has reached 8,888, ranking 27th in the province. "Hey, that little guy Ding over there, stop crying and holding your feet. Hurry up and give Director Zhao a leg massage. Do you want to keep going in the future?" Just then, Principal Shen Guangming returned from a meeting. With his hands behind his back, he looked quite pleased, even the wrinkles on his face seemed to have dulled a bit. "Everyone is here, I have good news to share. Just now, I received praise in the meeting that our school's Chuyu has entered the top 50. Ding Wei, I have decided to promise you the position of deputy head this year." "Hey, Ding Wei, why are you crying? Are you moved?" The head teacher of Class 2 quickly stopped Shen Guangming and asked, "Principal, when did you hold the meeting?" "An hour ago, why?" "Oh, then it's nothing, because in this hour, some things happened that you can't comprehend." Shen Guangming was stunned and waved his hand. "Ha, what could happen that I can't understand? Isn't that a joke? What the hell?" He unintentionally glanced at the total score rankings list. Lin Xing's name had already appeared on the first page, ranking 27th. The next second. Bang! Not good. The principal has fainted. Someone call a nurse to give him CPR. More than 10 minutes later, Shen Guangming slowly woke up, kicked away Ding Wei, who was doing CPR on him, and rushed to the computer screen despite feeling unwell. "Quick, check Lin Xing's ranking." Lin Xing, 25th place, 9,354 points. Ha! I didn't look for a few minutes, and he's risen 2 places. Is this guy on a rocket? Hurry and check the drone specifically responsible for filming Lin Xing. The top 100 all have drones following them. Yes, quickly find it. I must see what he's doing. However, upon hearing the principal's words, the teacher in charge of the screen did not act at all. He spread his hands, showing helplessness. Principal, did you think I didn't check? The drone simply can't find Lin Xing's exact location. Shin Guangming was taken aback and personally took over the computer. Impossible. Lin Xing has a positioning bracelet on, how could we not find him? Let me check his location now. His fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. A map of the scorching desert appeared on the computer screen. A green dot representing Lin Xing appeared alongside the map. However, the green dot was no longer just a div. A fast-moving green line was drawing a spiderweb across the entire white area. Shin Guangming's eyes twitched furiously. Why is this damn computer so laggy? Swish! Lin Xing executed a stunning lightning tail whip, directly using the electric current of the 3000 thunderous tail to kill 3 desert lizards. The lightning whip swiftly danced, turning the 2 nearby fat mice into pieces. The entire set of actions flowed like water, incredibly domineering. Kill Beast, Desert Lizard LV10, experience plus 100, points plus 10. Kill Beast, Fat Mouse LV10, experience plus 102, points plus 10. Demon Slaying Task Completion, 836/10,000. Lin Xing's speed was simply too fast. Since he activated kill mode. It has been less than an hour now. The number of beasts killed has sharply risen from 2 digits to over 800. As long as I keep killing at this speed, I can complete the task of slaying 10,000 before tomorrow. Of course, that's not the most terrifying part. The scariest thing should be my ranking, not just in Zheng province, but in the whole of Great Xia, and even the entire world. It truly belongs to a unique existence like a scorpion's droppings. Uchiha Body Slam. Lin Xing simply stopped pretending, directly activating the Golden Thunder God mode, lifting an enormous pyramid completely off the ground, soaring into the sky. Using the weight of the pyramid itself, combined with his incredibly robust physical power, he smashed it down heavily to the ground. Boom! The pyramid shattered into pieces. The hundreds of beasts hiding inside the pyramid were crushed and killed by the tremendous force. It transformed into Lin Xing's exam points, merging into his wristband. Indeed, the Uchiha Body Slam, this self-created move, is the coolest. However, after finishing here, I should have cleaned up all the remaining beasts in the entire white area. Next, I will head to the blue area to activate one-click sweep mode. Being invincible is truly lonely as snow, hee hee. Swish! With a flash of light, Lin Xing disappeared into the vast desert. The scene shifts back to outside the secret realm, in the temporary exam office. A dozen big men had their eyes wide open, bending over in front of a computer, staring intently at the changes on the screen, their bodies trembling with excitement. At that moment, 2 cleaning ladies passed by, and upon seeing this strange sight, they couldn't help but comment. Hey, Wang Jia, quick look, what are those big guys doing? Nothing much, probably watching a movie together. Yikes, so disgusting. Chapter 36, The Center of the Universe. In the temporary camp for the college entrance examination. A group of teachers are bent over in the temporary office, watching the computer screen. A large group of exam staff are bent over outside the temporary office, watching them. You guys say, what small movie could make so many big men unable to tear themselves away? I guess it must be something from a little notebook. I disagree, I believe it's domestic. No, according to my analysis as a seasoned researcher, it must be from Black Continent, because only Black Continent actresses are the most beautiful. Seasoned people really are different from us ordinary folks. Before long, the office tent of the 3rd middle school was packed with people, all eagerly peeking inside. But little did they know, like a mantis catching a cicada, the yellowbird was behind. Another large group of people surrounded outside, forming a circle to watch them. Why do you think this group of people is peeking at the temporary office of the 3rd middle school? Could there be something big happening inside? It must be. Besides something big, it wouldn't make so many people bend over their watching so immersed. Do you think it's teachers with teachers, or students with students? You don't understand this. The reason it's called something big is that it must have its own outstanding explosive point. I'll take a wild guess that it's between the principal and a male teacher under him. Makes sense. And so, around the temporary office of the 3rd middle school, circles of people formed one after another. The outer circle watched the inner circle, a big circle around a small circle. Confusion surrounded the circles. The content was getting more and more outrageous. Before long, it had formed 7 circles. Outside the 7th ring, in the central exam office. Director of the Education Bureau Chen Bo was eating a lunchbox, slightly frowning. Alas, as the dignified Education Bureau Director, a department-level cadre, I'm actually eating a mere $200 lunchbox, what a shame. After the college entrance examination ends, I must find a place to have a good time. Just as he was eating, he suddenly noticed a crowd surrounding the tent, not knowing what they were doing. Why aren't these people staying in their own school's office tent, but surrounding this many circles? What are they doing? He was now very puzzled. In the time it took to eat, how had it gone from a primary ring in the main urban area? It's outside the 7th ring of TM. Chen Bo stood up, deciding to investigate. He pushed aside a circle of people surrounding the area, only to find another circle of people inside. Further in, after moving through the 6th ring of people, there was yet another circle. Thus, he began to squeeze inwards, circle by circle. Finally, he discovered the center of the universe, the source of all evil. It was a group of middle-aged men sitting with their backs turned, staring at computer screens. He could hear them constantly chanting numbers, as if counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Damn, this group at Sanzhong is really shameless. What are all these old men staring at? What's so good to look at? Chen Bo said speechlessly. Anger filled his heart as he pushed through a few cleaning ladies blocking the door and forced his way in. The next second, the director of the Jiang Province Education Bureau, a provincial-level national cadre, the chief examiner of the provincial college entrance examination, and one of the top 10 experts in the province, the master-level king of the underground boxing ring Chen Bo, also found himself stunned in place. It was because the content on the screen was too captivating. It was a student's exam results. Lin Xing, 5th place, 12,368 points. Lin Xing, 4th place, 13,088 points. Lin Xing, 3rd place, 14,552 points. Chen Bo trembled with excitement. The whole group of people with their backs turned was shaking, even the entire tent was quivering. He couldn't hold back anymore and exclaimed, "What the heck, who is this Lin Xing?" In the Qian Desert, Lin Xing was going insane with killing. The strange beasts in the blue area were not only strong, but also the most numerous. Most candidates were also stuck in the blue area, frantically grinding to earn points. However, today they encountered a special bizarre phenomenon. Whenever they knocked a monster down to low health, a flash of lightning would snatch it away. The key was, they couldn't even catch up. Candidates could only stomp their feet and curse, "This broken map, it doesn't respawn." Swish! A bolt of lightning raced by as Lin Xing moved at high speed, lifting a storm of sand that buried several cursing candidates alive. Lin Xing scratched his head. "Hey, I definitely saw two shadows here just now, where did they go?" "Never mind, need to grind for points first." Swish! Lin Xing continued to kill. He eliminated monsters on sight, causing chaos throughout the entire desert. Dust and sand kicked up, reducing visibility to several levels. Eat my combo, lightning 5 strike. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Xing, wielding the lightning whip, smoothly executed a series of combo attacks. A gigantic golden rhinoceros was dismembered into hundreds of small pieces. Blood and flesh flowed, gradually dyeing the sand red. So powerful. Not far away, a small, skinny guy exclaimed. Lin Xing turned to see he recognized this person. It was his younger cousin Su Sanguang from his aunt's side, who was the same age as him. Over the years, his aunt often boasted to Lin Xing's mom about how good her cousin's liberal arts scores were, while belittling Lin Xing in the process. However, deep down their brotherly relationship was decent. "Hey, isn't this Sanguang? Is this beautiful girl next to you your girlfriend?" Lin Xing asked in confusion. Su Sanguang suddenly froze, his hand trembling involuntarily. You are cousin Lin Xing. Damn, my mom said you were a waste, how come you're so strong now?" Lin Xing scratched his head. "Don't judge a person by appearances, I'm really not that strong. If you don't believe it, check my real-time results." Hearing this, Su Sanguang sighed in relief, while he opened his wristband and said, "That's true, cousin. If your college entrance exam score is better than mine, my mom would probably die of anger in the toilet." As he spoke, Lin Xing's impressive results appeared at the top of his wristband screen. Lin Xing, 3rd place, 16,666 points. "I can't." Su Sanguang was almost knocked off balance by Lin Xing's score, nearly falling over. The girl who was teaming with him hurriedly caught him. "Thank you, Xiaomei," Su Sanguang thanked as he got back up. "It's fine, Sanguang. Your cousin is so handsome, and his scores are great. How about the three of us go on vacation together after the exams?" Su Sanguang's face turned a shade of green, and he quickly pulled Xiaomei behind him, feeling a hint of envy and jealousy as he looked at Lin Xing. "Cousin, I didn't expect your awakened ability to be so powerful, I'm so envious." Lin Xing waved his hand dismissively. "It's just average." "Sanguang, what is your awakened ability? I haven't heard Antair mention it." Su Sangwon, feeling a bit shy, replied, "My ability is sea level, time stasis." PFF. Lin Xing had just taken a sip of water and immediately spat it out. Damn, time stasis? I should be the one envying you, cousin. Su Sanwang shook his head bitterly, "It's a curse for me. Although I can stop time, I can't move either. I can only act again after undoing the time stasis." PFF. Lin Xing sprayed water again. What the heck, isn't this ability completely useless? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Xing politely said, "Cousin, I'm free now. How about I take you and your girlfriend out?" Upon hearing this, Su Sangwon quickly shook his head like a rattledrum and pulled his excited girlfriend, Xiaomei, who was eager to leap into Lin Xing's arms, away with a green face. "Cousin, let's hang out later. Hey, Xiaomei, why are you biting my hand?" Watching Su Sangwon gradually leave, Lin Xing could only sigh helplessly. Let's go hunt monsters. Let's surpass the first place before it gets dark. Chapter 37, First, Capture It. Lin Xing was slicing through enemies like cutting melons and vegetables. In the blue area, he was in and out effortlessly, with bright blue lightning cutting through the void, galloping across the vast desert. One beast after another turned to bloody pulp under Lin Xing's unstoppable power, dyeing the desert red. At the same time, his score kept rising. 17,698. 17,981. 18,060. Outside the secret realm, everyone was shocked by Lin Xing's skyrocketing score. They all huddled together, crowding in front of the computer to watch. Later, realizing that they simply couldn't squeeze in any further, Chen Bo ordered an illusionist to create a screen in the sky, displaying Lin Xing's score in real time. Now everyone stopped crowding forward and instead looked up, necks craned. On the giant sky curtain, a number was jumping. 19,564. 19,678. Lin Xing is ahead of second place. Quick, this is too fast, I want to call him the fastest in Yunjiang. At this moment, almost everyone held their breath, even their heartbeats became cautious. Because they were about to witness a miracle. It was a miracle that had never happened in the entire history of the college entrance exam. 19,764. 19,837. 19,988. 20,000. As Lin Xing accidentally crushed a small sand sculpture underfoot while on his way, his score finally surpassed first place, Zui Yiming, reaching the top position in Jiang province. He successfully created a miracle within a miracle. In just half a day, he climbed tens of thousands of ranks, striking at the heart, and secured first place. Wow, the whole place erupted. Lin Xing is first. Our school's Lin Xing is first. Xin Guangming joyfully flew into the air, his laughter echoing through the universe, as if immensely pleased. Equally joyful was Li Chang, the grade director of the third year at Yunjiang No. 3 High School. Excited, he took off his clothes, waving them in the air like a lassoing cowboy. Other teachers were trembling with excitement, a surge of pride rising in their hearts. Even Ding Wei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, set aside his prejudices, ran to the car, and took out a box of champagne to celebrate this historic moment. But in a corner where no one paid attention, a few medical personnel carried an unconscious Zhao Gang on a stretcher and quietly took him away. Xin Guangming laughed heartily, "Tonight, I'll treat everyone. Let's have a wild barbecue with a whole roasted lamb. Everyone on site gets a share." Immediately, some invigilators, who were not that concerned about the exam results, also cheered for Lin Xing. Even the cleaning lady responsible for tidying up joined in, jubilantly shouting Lin Xing's praises. Unconsciously, everyone gave Lin Xing a thumbs up, indicating that this young man was pretty good and easy to get along with. Looking at everyone's happy expressions, Xin Guangming secretly nodded, then quietly spoke to the logistics director, "Note down how much was spent, we'll get it reimbursed later from the school account." In the Qiyan Desert, Lin Xing looked expressionless at the information panel showing he had come in first, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, as they say, it's easy to win a kingdom, but hard to keep it. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. Although I took first place, there are still 4 days until the college entrance exam ends. What if I get surpassed by someone? For some reason, Lin Xing actually started to feel a bit anxious. Even more anxious than when he was ranked last. Although, with his monster hunting speed, the chance of being surpassed was less than 0.0001%. But Lin Xing was just scared. So, after 3 seconds of deep thought, he finally came up with a not-so-perfect solution. This is not like a written exam where everyone's total score is 750. This is a martial arts exam. If I just put in more effort and finish hunting all the monsters overnight, then they won't be able to surpass me in score. I really am a genius. Thinking of this, Lin Xing quickly ate a pack of self-heating military hot pot and went out to kill again. Alright, I'll give this plan a nice name, let's call it the plan for a family to die in perfect order. Swipe. After speaking, Lin Xing transformed into a streak of electricity, disappearing into the darkening desert. The night in the desert was quite terrifying. Not to mention the vicious monsters running wild, just considering the bone-chilling cold weather alone. Being outside alone was rather dangerous. Although some top students like to sneak out to gain points at night, they always did it in teams. Basically, groups of 3 to 5 would work together to form a squad of around 20, and only then would they dare to go out. It's rare to see a lone wolf hunting alone. Failing an exam is a small matter, losing one's life is a big deal. At night, dozens of these teams sneaking out to gain points quietly left the safe zone. They slowly made their way towards the blue area where the monsters gathered. Today in the daytime, I discovered a large group of night wolves. These monsters hide in the sand and sleep during the day, only coming out to forage at night. Moreover, based on my analysis, this night wolf species is quite large, with at least 10,000 of them. We're going to make a big profit this time. The competition team advanced slowly in the night. 2 ordinary students from Yunjing No. 3 High School were constantly whispering to each other. Brother Jiang, isn't this journey very dangerous? Why don't we call more people? That won't work. Didn't you notice anything strange during the day? The number of monsters in the entire blue area has significantly decreased. If we don't sneak in some points now, we might end up in a junior college. But can we do it with just over 20 of us? That's more than 10,000 night wolves. What are you thinking? Of course, we can't eat all the monsters. As long as we don't disturb the Wolf King, killing some ordinary night wolves on the outskirts would be worth as much as a whole day's effort in the daytime. But if the Wolf King appears, we have to escape immediately because its strength is at least level 40. I suspect it's the strongest boss in the entire blue area. Brother Jiang smiled confidently and strode forward. Suddenly, a night wolf corpse appeared in front of him. Brother John's expression changed slightly. See? I told you, it's not just us who noticed. Others have already taken the lead. Hurry up. Okay. The few of them no longer cared about the danger and hurried towards the wolf's den. The more they walked, the more anxious they became, and the more frightened they felt. Because all along the way, there were night wolf bodies everywhere. The death was extremely tragic, as if killed in one blow. Hurry up, or you won't even catch the hot poop, shouted the leader, Brother Jiang, without caring for his teammates. He expanded his body technique and rushed swiftly toward the direction of the wolf's den. In front of him, the battlefield was filled with thunder and lightning, and the wolf corpses were stacked like mountains on the ground. Surrounding Brother Jiang were hundreds of candidates, just like him, racing toward the center of the wolf's den. Their expressions were all one of shock greater than the next. What on earth is going on? Why are all the night wolves dead? Look ahead. Boom. A violent thunder illuminated the night sky. 2 huge figures, one black and one blue, appeared in Brother John's sight. The black one was the Wolf King, and the blue one was Lin Xing? Chapter 38, Explode and Kill the Night Wolf King, secure first place. Brother John's pupils shook violently. He never expected the so-called useless Lin Xing to be fighting the Wolf King one-on-one. Moreover, judging by the condition of those dead night wolves, could it be the work of just one person? Boom! Lin Xing squeezed out a bolt of lightning with his bare hands, which flashed continuously in his grip. The skeleton exoskeleton of lightning crackled along with the rhythm of the lightning in his hand. In front of him stood the Night Wolf King, nearly 30 meters in length, glaring fiercely with its blood-red eyes, in a standoff with Lin Xing. An hour ago, Lin Xing discovered this place. For Lin Xing's lightning ability, the most powerful was the AoE wide-range damage. The more monsters packed together, the better it felt to him. This density of the Night Wolf pack was like a street thug entering a chicken coop, pure bliss for him. After a few hundred shots of continuous AoE, more than half of these wolf cubs were dead. The remaining ones were swept away directly by Lin Xing, who commanded the lightning skeleton with whips in both hands. In less than an hour, 10,000 night wolves were all but wiped out. In the entire scene, only the last Night Wolf King remained, facing off against Lin Xing. Even the towering body of the Wolf King appeared somewhat small under the illumination of Lin Xing's massive lightning skeleton. So this is the Night Wolf King? Looks pretty underwhelming. Lin Xing glanced at the Wolf King, seemingly recalling his little dog, Xiaohei. Although Xiaohei is small, its strength is not inferior to that big fellow. Unfortunately, Ling Ying took it away in her pocket. Lin Xing looked at the mountain of night wolf corpses surrounding him, then back at the Wolf King, and his eyes sparked with lightning. A family must die together in a neat plan. Let's start. Swish. Lin Xing waved his hands, and a lightning whip hundreds of meters long transformed into a blade, slashing toward the Night Wolf King. It cut through the air, bursting with incredible power. The Wolf King roared, the sound breaking through the sky, stunning Brother Jiang who was watching, almost knocking him off his feet. Pushing off, the Night Wolf King lunged directly toward Lin Xing, seemingly wanting to fight him to the death. Bang! The lightning whip clashed with the Night Wolf King's body, producing a loud explosion. Charred flesh exploded, revealing a deep wound visible to the bone on the Wolf King's shoulder. At the same time, its massive body charged toward Lin Xing, its sharp claws almost ready to smash him. The force of that claw was so great that even a steel tank would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Seeing Lin Xing about to become meat paste, Brother Jiang, watching from the sidelines, felt his heart leap into his throat. But the next second, a hand bigger than the Night Wolf King's claw, made of lightning skeleton, caught its claw, and then with a shoulder throw, slammed it hard to the ground. Crash! The Night Wolf King was thrown down, dazed, with slight concussion, wobbling as it got back up, only to be grabbed by Lin Xing's lightning skeleton again. Ha, watch my Uchiha throw. Lin Xing leaped more than 10 meters into the air and slammed the Wolf King down into the ground. This move was extraordinarily powerful. Unless the Night Wolf King knew the Otsutsuki elbow strike, it can't be broken at all. Boom! A sound like an earthquake came. The Night Wolf King was almost thrown down, losing his fighting power. Lin Xing seized this opportunity and used a move called Chen Guohan's left and right shaking music. He controlled the thunder skeleton to grab one of the Night Wolf King's hind legs, throwing it fiercely from left to right, then right to left. Shaking left and right, the power was shocking. This was not the end. Lin Xing pulled the Wolf King's hind leg and spun it 3.5 times in the air before throwing it hard into the sky. The Wolf King was thrown dozens of meters away. He shouted explosively, "The finishing move is coming." Immediately after, a coin appeared in his hand, thunder roaring, magnetic force surging. It was obvious that the electromagnetic cannon had been launched. Swish! Boom! In midair, the Night Wolf King was hit head-on by an unparalleled electromagnetic cannon. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Completely dead. Not far away, Brother Jiang dumbly witnessed the entire process of Lin Xing brutalizing the Wolf King, blood rain and meat chunks hitting his face, shock in his heart. At the same time, a doubt unconsciously escaped his lips. With him this strong, why does he still take the college entrance examination? That night, the entire blue area was sleepless all night. Thunder rumbled throughout the night, and the strange beasts died all night as well. Until the next morning, Lin Xing had killed 99% of the strange beasts in the blue area. The remaining 1% were basically old silver coins or burrowing demons. Lin Xing didn't bother to look for them, leaving some room for survival to continue reproducing. Maybe one day he could gather a pot again. Lin Xing looked at the morning sun and stretched lazily. I'm really exhausted, I'll eat breakfast in a bit, then hurry to the orange area to slaughter. Outside the secret realm. After a night of revelry. The morning sun also shone on the teachers' faces. The temporary exam office was a mess, with garbage left over from the barbecue everywhere. The teachers from the third school were sprawled out all over the ground, clearly having enjoyed themselves very much yesterday. Shen Guangming was using dingways but as a pillow, constantly smacking his lips and mumbling in his sleep. Come on, drink, after tonight, you all have to call me Director Shen. Just then, the great director rushed over in a hurry. Principal, it's bad, something big has happened. Shen Guangming woke up with a start, his heart dropped, thinking it was bad. What happened? Has someone surpassed Lin Xing's score? The great director rushed over, gasping for breath. No, Principal. Then what is it? Shen Guangming asked anxiously. It's Lin Xing, he has 200,000 points, the director wants you to come over. What? Shen Guangming hurriedly rushed to the education office, just in time to see Chen Bo and several senior officials from the education office in a meeting. On the huge screen, Lin Xing's score was drastically leading the second place, Zui Yiming, by more than 180,000 points. It looked like a dream. Someone at the scene asked, Director, could this student have replaced his scoring wristband? Impossible, after so many years of college entrance examinations, the scoring wristband has never had a problem. But this score is too outrageous. Yeah, the key is that he acted alone. I seriously suspect he has hidden his age, he looks young, but actually, he has been taken over by some old monster. Pooh. Don't guess randomly, the director has already sent someone in to check, they will be back soon. Before long, a senior official from the education office hurriedly ran over, out of breath. Director, I have investigated clearly. This Lin Xing, he has cleared out the strange beasts in 2 areas. Chapter 39, Heroes Battle Skeleton King. The orange area is the third most dangerous area in the entire Qiyin Desert. In it, the average level of strange beasts is close to level 30, each being highly dangerous. Only those hailed as extraordinary geniuses dare to tread there. At this moment, Zui Yiming had more than 10 long swords floating behind him, all on their way, with each sword engraved with different magic arrays. Intricate patterns, exquisite beyond compare. Just these 10 long swords are already worth over 100 million, not to mention all his equipment. Xianing, even if your brute strength is strong, you can't surpass my score. Zui Yiming said proudly. Behind him, a cute mixed-hair loli held 2 giant hammers. Each of these hammers weighed 10,000 pounds, custom-made weapons for her by her family. However, because the hammers were too huge, sometimes all one could see was the 2 hammers dancing in the air, and the loli who wielded them was completely hidden. It's very possible that people would mistakenly think the hammers had come to life. Zui Yiming, I feel like my score has already surpassed yours. Take a look at the rankings, this time the top score is definitely mine. Xianing said, swinging the giant hammers. Don't think you can trick me into checking the rankings and delay my monster hunting progress. If you want to see, you can check it yourself. Zui Yiming was not fooled at all. He continued to shoot long swords, swiftly annihilating the visible monsters in front of him. You're awful, stop stealing my monsters. Ever since this morning, the monsters have been decreasing. It must be because you've taken them all. Pa, the land is vast and rich, how could I alone cause the monsters to disappear? It must be that a large team has arrived and wiped them out. It's all your fault, I won't listen. These two had long been in competition, desperately grinding for points, neither willing to waste a second to check the scores. They were afraid that missing a second would allow the other to surpass them. But they didn't know, they were like 2 clowns, while the real big shots had long surpassed them by hundreds of thousands of points. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred ahead, thunder and lightning flashing. The power was astonishing. Such a loud noise immediately attracted the attention of the two. A boss appeared, and it's a very strong boss. My score will definitely surpass yours now. Xianing laughed, brandishing her 2 giant hammers and charging forward. Zui Yiming was not willing to be outdone either. He jumped onto a flying sword, soaring through the air, much faster than Xianing. In just one encounter, he had already surpassed the hammer-wielding loli. You shameless! Xianing shouted a curse, and with her short legs pedaled wildly, quickly following him. Soon, the two arrived not far from the explosion. However, the scene in front of them left them stunned. They saw a gigantic blue skeleton standing in the vast desert. All around it were the corpses of exotic beasts, dying in countless strange ways, but sharing one common trait, they were all very tragic. Zui Yiming was shocked. That skeleton boss is too brutal, it actually slaughtered its own kind. Let me take justice into my hands. Swipe. With a flick of his hand, a flying sword shot towards the thunder skeleton. The sword's tip was sharp, directly aiming for its throat. Clang! The expected scene of the sword piercing the neck did not happen. Instead, the flying sword was deflected by the hard exterior. Even the tip of the sword crumbled under its hard shell. Why is it so hard? Zui Yiming exclaimed. You're too weak, Zui Yiming. Against small monsters, you might be okay, but for a big boss like this, your damage just isn't enough. At critical moments, you still need to rely on this queen. Xianing suddenly exerted force, the delicate muscles on her short, tender calves blossomed beautifully. The powerful rebounding force launched her into the air, and her 2 massive hammers were raised high, crashing down towards the thunder skeleton's head. However, in the next second, an unexpected change occurred. The thunder skeleton stretched out an arm, directly using its physical strength to catch the double hammers. Crack! The thunder skeleton's arm actually cracked under the immense force. Xianing was just starting to show joy when, suddenly, the thunder skeleton treated her like a ball and threw her away, crashing heavily into the sand. Taking the opportunity, the thunder skeleton also turned around, its hollow eyes revealing a savage glow. I will die. A thought burst forth in Zui Yiming's mind. His genius intuition told him how terrifying the enemy in front of him was. At this moment, he must use all his strength. Otherwise, the two of them would surely die like those beasts on the ground, all at the hands of this lightning skeleton. Taking advantage of the lightning skeleton's arm being broken, he quickly formed the sword maneuver, and 10 flying swords shot out, clearly revealing his ultimate move. 10 swords combined, invincible in the world. Swish! 10 intricately patterned steel longswords continuously merged in the air, gradually forming a giant sword of astonishing power. With this strike, he used all his strength. At this moment, Xianing also emerged from the sand, an endless power bursting forth from her small body. At the moment of life and death, she didn't care about anything else, even if it exceeded her body's limit, she had to give it her all. The double hammers seemed to hear her call, shining with a pitch-black light under the sun. Ah! Ah! The two true geniuses unleashed an incredibly powerful fighting force, a terrifying strength that didn't resemble that of high school students at all. Almost world-destroying, devastating everything in its wake. The two shouted simultaneously, with my youth, I spill my blood, burn. Boom! Boom! The strongest strike of the two unparalleled geniuses hit the blue skeleton's arm, finally breaking one of the lightning skeleton's arms. Similarly, due to their overwhelming force, they fell into a state of weakness, collapsing on the ground, slowly waiting for death. Even using all our strength couldn't kill him. Did we ultimately lose? But we did break one of his arms. Our efforts weren't in vain. However, the next second, lightning flickered, and the broken arm of the lightning skeleton restored itself to its original form. It seemed to be even thicker than before. The two were speechless, seemingly on the verge of death. Zui Yiming sighed, "It's all my fault for being too confident. After entering the secret realm, I carelessly threw away the return scroll. Now I can die with an opponent like you, and that's comforting." Xianing's small face turned pale as she quietly took out a return scroll from her backpack. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, this queen didn't throw it away. I won't die with you. After we get out, I'll inform the school to come collect your body." "What?" Zui Yiming completely broke down. Looking at the approaching lightning skeleton, he simply lay down on the spot and chose to wait for death. Xianing gripped the return scroll tightly, ready to teleport back to the city before dying. The lightning skeleton was getting closer and closer. Their heartbeats began to accelerate, blood surging wildly. Suddenly, a confused voice from a man came over, startling both of them. "Lingyin, how did you little girl end up here?" Chapter 40, Defeating Two Great Talents, shocking the entire crowd. "Lingyin, didn't you go out long ago? Why are you still here playing with hammers?" That's right, the newcomer was Lin Xing. He had just entered the orange area when he encountered a large wave of beasts. Fortunately, without hesitation, he unleashed various skills and took down this group of beasts. But just after finishing, he suddenly saw two naive kids charging towards him. Lin Xing didn't hold back, he stepped up to fight. In fact, he hadn't even fought much before the two of them were exhausted and fell down. And these two were all fired up, as if they were truly strong. Lin Xing went forward and picked up the shocked Xianing to examine her closely. After a moment, he realized this wasn't Lingyin. Different dimensions, this one was slightly larger. "Oh, I know, you must be Lingyin's twin sister. Why does the sister seem bigger than the older sister?" Xianing looked completely confused. She wasn't confused about why someone would mistake her for Lingyin, but confused that the person who couldn't be beaten by the two of them was actually a student. "Why you're an examinee? In the examination room, if I'm not an examinee, am I your husband?" That's really funny. At this moment, Zui Yiming was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He prided himself on being a peerless genius, yet today, he actually lost so badly in a 2-on-1. The key was that the other side was empty-handed, without any weapons at all. "It's over, everything is over." Lin Xing casually threw the messy-haired lowly to the ground, looking at the two defeated subordinates in front of him. "Alright, I won't kill you, this is an exam room, not a street, and there are cameras recording." Hearing this, Zui Yiming and Xianing breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were both exam candidates, and since it was a misunderstanding, there naturally wouldn't be any more conflict now that it was cleared up. However, the next second, a sudden change occurred. Lin Xing's twisted handsome face grinned lewdly, his eyes locked on Xianing. "Hee, I promised that little girl Lingyin before that I would teach her twin sister a good lesson upon meeting her, so why not do it now?" Xianing's face changed dramatically, just as she was about to resist, her hands were single-handedly captured by Lin Xing and pressed to the ground. "What do you want to do to this queen? And who is Lingyin's twin sister?" Lin Xing was taken aback, could he have mistaken her for someone else? "Then who are you?" "I am the twin sister of that trash Lingyin, she is the little sister, okay?" Xianing said proudly, turning her head aside. Forget it, I can't tell them apart, since I promised her, I'll deal with it now." Lin Xing forcefully flipped Xianing's entire body around, placing her delicate figure over his thigh. One hand pressed down on her body, while the other swung around and struck Xianing's bottom. Slap! 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 "Ah, how dare you hit this queen's bottom, you naughty boy!" Xianing screamed, twisting her body. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Zui Yiming was completely stunned. Xianing was known for her immense strength, even in a weakened state, she shouldn't have been completely defenseless. There was only one possibility now, this man in front of him was physically strong enough to rival Xianing, the powerhouse. "Hey, you over there with the sword, hurry up and come record this, I need evidence to show Lingyin," Lin Xing said while hitting. "Coming." Zui Yiming scampered over and used his superpower to control a drone, setting it in front of Lin Xing to start recording. However, he didn't know that the drone had both recording and live streaming capabilities. And so it went. All the exam staff personally witnessed the entire scene of Lin Xing violently beating the little lowly. They all watched in shock. Especially the proud principal of Jianghai City No. 1 High School, who thought this year his school had produced 2 SSS-level students, and with 2 kings in hand, he would be without worry. But in the end, he was beaten badly by an F student. What was being hit wasn't Xianing's bottom, it was his own face, Chen Jianghai's. On site, there was only one lowly who was very excited, taking out her phone to record. Ha ha ha, Xia Ning finally got beaten, now there's no doubt who gets to be the big sister. Ling Yin was overjoyed. With the video in hand, it was clear who would be the big sister from now on. After a while, Lin Xing also got tired of hitting. He casually tossed the fuming Xia Ning aside, showing no mercy at all. Alright, that was satisfying, I'm going to continue farming monsters now. You two can leave. Lin Xing thought about his system tasks that required him to defeat many monsters. So he opened the system panel. Task: exterminate demons and eliminate evil. 33660/10,000, completion, 336%. It seemed he accidentally exceeded the limit. Lin Xing felt speechless and decisively submitted the task. Exterminate demons and eliminate evil. Task completed. Task reward: intermediate skill book Divine Swords Thunderous True Art. Lin Xing promptly began to learn it. Learning complete. 9 Heaven's Thunder, heed my command, shake the heavenly might, summon it with the sword, you can summon powerful heavenly thunder to strike accurately at the target. Lin Xing was overjoyed, as thunder magic fell from the sky. It seemed like the Thunder Goblin boss used this kind of thunder magic before, but his was much more powerful. It looked like this skill needed a sword, but I don't have one. Wait a minute. Turning around, Lin Xing saw Zhu Yiming and Xia Ning just finishing packing up, getting ready to leave. Big brother, do you need anything else? Zhu Yiming asked. Lin Xing put his hands behind his back, revealing a Tom smile. Hey, brother, can I borrow a sword? Ha! 3 minutes later. Lin Xing, holding a beautifully engraved long sword filled with magical runes, stepped onto the path of slaughtering beasts. His carefree figure gradually disappeared into the vast sandstorm. At the scene, only Zhu Yiming was left kneeling and crying. My sword, my favorite sword, woo woo woo. Xia Ning covered her backside and kicked Zhu Yiming, who was still weeping. It's okay, you only lost a sword, but I lost my whole backside. Zhu Yiming paused as if realizing something. By the way, that guy is strong, but his points don't seem high. Yesterday at noon, when I checked the leaderboard, we were far ahead. Really? Xia Ning also showed a hint of surprise. Then let's check if we've been surpassed. Sure. Zhu Yiming silently opened the ranking system on his wristband. A few lines of numbers hit his chest like a heavy punch, almost making him spit blood. Lin Xing, rank 1, 435,553 points. Xia Ning, rank 2, 28,832. Zhu Yiming, rank 3, 28,793. Zhu Yiming was shocked that Lin Xing is a freak, but Xia Ning, when did you surpass me? Xia Ning shyly scratched her backside. When you were taking a dump yesterday, I was secretly scoring. Damn. Outside the secret realm. In the temporary office, Shen Guangming was taking a nap, suddenly awakened by the grade director. Not good, something has happened. Shen Guangming remained calm. What's the fuss? Lin Xing's score was already secured. I'm so lazy I don't even want to look. However, the grade director looked extremely panicked. I just received a notice from the education department. Several cultists from the Abyss Church infiltrated among the examinees, specifically to assassinate the geniuses of our great Xia. Among the top 100, several have already been killed. What? Chapter 41, Level Up, Crushing the Competition. Outside the secret realm, chaos had erupted. Director, quickly stop the exam, otherwise, these geniuses might be in danger. Someone desperately advised Qin Bo, wanting him to halt the exam and let all the students out. But that was an unrealistic problem. Their target was this year's genius students, the future foundation and hope of Great Xia. Originally, these students were dispersed, making it hard to hunt them down. But once the exam was stopped, the students would inevitably gather together. It's hard to guarantee that those cultists, who could do anything, wouldn't detonate a large-scale weapon, taking all the students with them. Such consequences were unbearable for him. We absolutely cannot stop the exam. Those people have disguised themselves as students through some powerful hiding abilities. We must enter the exam room and take them down one by one to ensure minimal casualties. Although they have disguised themselves, their levels cannot be hidden. Everyone should bring the level testers inside. If we see someone with a high level, we will immediately capture them. If anyone is carrying hidden level equipment, also restrain them and identify their identities before dealing with them. Comrades, the future pillars of Great Xia rely on us to protect them. Let's start the operation. After hearing the order, many Spirit Guardians Bureau agents and experts from the school formed a rescue team, stealthily entering the exam room to commence the arrest operation. They aimed to ensure the safety of every student to the maximum extent possible. At the same time, Chen Bo also contacted a special abilities team that deals specifically with cultists, requesting their support. At this point, Chen Bo's panic finally eased a little. He clenched his fists and said, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Outside the secret realm. With the firing of an electromagnetic cannon. The last large group of alien beasts in the orange area was eliminated by Lin Xing. Following that was a series of experience and points rising. Kill alien beast, Desert Fox LV30, experience plus 400 points, points plus 30 points. Kill alien beast, Desert Fox LV31. Level increased to LV33. With a series of sounds, Lin Xing's level also rose to 33. Without any surprise, Lin Xing had almost cleared all the monsters in the entire orange area. With his speed and clearing ability, it took just one day. Ah, I didn't realize I had already leveled up to 33. My leveling efficiency is too fast. Lin Xing didn't expect that after just 2 days of fighting monsters, he had surpassed everyone, becoming the highest level in the area. Although leveling up 20 levels didn't bring him much attribute gain, just over 100 basic attribute points. However, after breaking through level 30, Lin Xing felt that his alien ability damage had taken a qualitative leap. At least, it was twice as strong as before. With a thought, Lin Xing opened his personal panel that hadn't been seen for a long time. Lin Xing, LV33. Ability, Infinite Power Supply, B grade. Total electric power 100000000, current power 73%. Strength, 2102. Constitution, 1988. Spirit, 2655. Agility, 2366. Lin Xing was happy, this attribute panel was just SOSO. However, the total electric power was quite a lot, he had only seen so many zeros in the capital city. What he cared about the most was the ability section, he was still only B grade, which made him feel quite embarrassed. As long as I collect one more kind of Divine Thunder, I can become a grade, but I am still far from the legendary SSSSS grade. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Lin Xing planned to get a good rest tonight and enter the red area tomorrow. Lin Xing had two purposes for doing this, one was to get the highest score in the whole area to prevent his first place from being taken by others. The other was the Divine Thunder in the secret realm. By now, he had basically walked through every place in the 3 areas and had not sensed any Divine Thunder. This indicated that the Divine Thunder was destined to be in the red area. Thinking about soon having 2 kinds of Divine Thunder, Lin Xing couldn't help but feel excited. I wonder what effect the fusion of Divine Thunders will have. Sleep, sleep. Lin Xing hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and 1 night. High-intensity exercise had left him drenched in sweat, sticky all over. He had finished all the water he brought. He only had some instant compressed biscuits left, while there was quite a bit of dog food remaining. On the 4th day of missing Lingyin, Lin Xing moved quickly and soon arrived at the safe zone of the orange area. There were basically no side tasks left here. Aside from equipment repairs and personal treatments, there were only a few simple food stalls. Moreover, the food prices were outrageous. A simple bottle of mineral water cost 100 points, after all, that was the workload of an ordinary person for a day. Of course, Lin Xing wasn't worried, he was now frighteningly rich. Lin Xing walked to the food stall and said, 1 bottle of 1982 Lafite, please. Hearing this, the other few people were stunned. The vendor was also stunned. I'm sorry, classmate, we don't have 1982 Lafite. Then 1983 is fine. We don't have 1983 either. Can we settle for 1984? The vendor's face turned red with anger. We don't have any wine here, do you understand? Lin Xing scratched his head. If there is no wine, you should have said so earlier. Just give me a bottle of 1982 cola. In the end, with Lin Xing's fierce bargaining, he finally got 10 bottles of New Date cola and a few packs of individual rations, plus a bunch of snacks. This was basically the most expensive product in the area, costing over 5,000 points, almost enough for 1 full line. But for Lin Xing, this was just a drop in the bucket. The friends beside him were all stunned by his frugality. Is this guy planning not to go to college? I spent 5,000 points to buy a bunch of snacks, and shouldn't I be able to eat as much as I want after going out? I'm so envious, I've only earned a little over 3,000 points, and he spent all my savings on just 1 meal. This lady has made up her mind, I'm going over to add him as a contact, if he doesn't, I'll just pay him to chat. Lin Xing carried a huge pile of food to a corner and rented a luxurious tent, preparing to eat and then take a good nap. Suddenly, a man with black-rimmed glasses walked over, mysteriously patted Lin Xing's shoulder, and said a few words. Long live the abyss. Lin Xing was taken aback, knowing this was some kind of secret code, and he replied, Long live the abyss. The man with black glasses immediately smiled and sat down. He grabbed Lin Xing's snacks and cola, starting to eat and drink. Lin Xing was speechless. Seriously, how could this guy be so thick-skinned, coming over to eat my stuff? Hey, brother, how did you know it was mine? Lin Xing attempted to ask a question. The man with black glasses laughed heartily and pointed to his own glasses. Haha, brother, you're so silly, we have a level detector. The highest level among all the students is only level 28, and you're level 33, of course, you're one of us. But I have to say, your level is pretty low, I really don't know why the organization let you in. By the way, how many people have you killed? Lin Xing was stunned, the arm hidden behind him quietly took out a long sword. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. You said killing, I've killed one. The man with black glasses scoffed, just one? What a waste, I've killed 3, you really are not doing your job, just fighting beasts for these snacks is pointless. Lin Xing scratched his head, oh, big brother, there's something I haven't told you, actually. I like to speak before I act. Chapter 42 Long Live the Abyss. The man with black glasses didn't seem to understand what that meant and wanted to ask further. A gleaming long sword stabbed directly at him. Put. Before he could react, it had already pierced through his heart. Why you, what are you doing? The man with black glasses asked in terror. I'm killing, yeah, if I said I hadn't killed anyone it would be a bit embarrassing, so I just bragged a bit, now. I've decided to keep my word. The man with black glasses was completely stunned, he never expected that close to level 40, he would be ambushed and have his heart pierced by a sword. What the hell, is face this important at such a time? Saying that, he fell backward and died completely. After this man's death, his youthful appearance gradually changed, turning into a greasy middle-aged uncle. Lin Xing had generally guessed what these people's purpose was. This is bad people among the crowd. Lin Xing smiled, conjuring a flame called Crimson Thunder, burning the corpse in front of him to ashes. He borrowed a broom from someone to sweep all the ashes out of the tent and casually tossed it into the vast desert. A neighbor in the tent nearby even asked, brother, what are you doing with all that ash? Lin Xing honestly replied, oh, I'm killing and silencing witnesses, scattering their ashes. The neighbor twitched the corner of his mouth and hurriedly dove back into his own tent. He tightly zipped up the entrance of his tent. Back in his tent, Lin Xing picked up the glasses left behind by the man with black glasses. It was quite an advanced level detector. If I have this, I can detect those bad people, and then take them all out. Lin Xing was very happy, put on the glasses, and began to sleep soundly. However, he was unaware that someone was already keeping an eye on him. 2 cultists were glaring fiercely at Lin Xing's tent. Is that student from our organization? If he is, then why hasn't the 7th one moved for so long after going in? Isn't that simple? Let's just go in and take a look. That kid is only level 33, how could he possibly be a threat to the 2 of us? You're right, let's go in and take a look. Right after that, 2 student-looking men crawled into Lin Xing's tent. Hearing the noise, Lin Xing woke up immediately. He struck first and asked, long live the abyss? The 2 of them responded at once, long live the abyss, so you really are one of us. Lin Xing nodded decisively and took out a few packs of compressed biscuits to hand to them. The 2 didn't hold back. They grabbed the biscuits, tore open the packages skillfully, and stuffed them into their mouths. Just then. Puff, puff. Lin Xing stabbed twice, easily and smoothly piercing both of their hearts. The 2 were stunned, we're all comrades, why would you do this? Lin Xing thought for a moment, saw that they were not dead yet, and answered. The boss said, fellow travelers are enemies, and competitors are dumbass, so I have to kill you. Goodbye. He decisively used Scarlet Heaven Red Thunder, burning the 2 of them into a pile of ashes. The tent flap opened, and Lin Xing casually scattered the ashes at the entrance of the tent, forming a different color against the yellow sand. But all of this was seen clearly by the man in the neighboring tent. Through the dim light, he saw Lin Xing's shadow stabbing people, and also the full scene of him turning them to ash. At this moment, he could only hide under his blanket, clutching the quilt and trembling, praying that Lin Xing wouldn't knock on his tent in the middle of the night and off him too. But just then, the zipper of the tent was pulled open from the outside, and Lin Xing rushed in with his sword in hand. *T, a murder maniac. Lin Xing made a shushing gesture and sat on his bed with a plop. My tent's a little messy. Let me crash here for a night. After speaking, he patted the ash off his butt and lay down to sleep. His snoring was deafening. The student next to him was so scared by Lin Xing that he didn't sleep the whole night. He didn't dare to sleep, didn't dare to leave. And just like that, he endured till morning. After eating a little something, Lin Xing packed his bag and got ready to enter the most dangerous red zone. A lot of others had the same idea. Everyone packed their things, preparing to venture into the most dangerous red zone. Lin Xing was puzzled and asked, wait, why are you all going to the red zone? That place is really dangerous. Damn, don't even mention it. That bastard Lin Xing killed all the beasts in the other 3 zones. We don't have a choice anymore, someone beside him complained. Lin Xing's face darkened, oh, that was a real bastard move. What's your name, bro? I'm Yi Xiaoguang, from Shijiang number 2 high. What about you, bro? I'm Lin Xing, from Yunjiang number 3 high. Ha! 3 minutes later. The student named He Xiaoguan was honorably out of the game, the reason being 5 broken limbs. And so Lin Xing blended in with the grand crowd, heading toward the extremely dangerous red zone. On the way, Lin Xing wore black-rimmed glasses. When he saw someone with an abnormal level, he would go up and ask, "Hello, long live the abyss? Long live the abyss." Puff. Silently, Lin Xing stabbed in a sword, then found a deserted place to cremate the body. "Bro, long live the abyss? Long live the abyss." Puff. "Hey beauty, long live the abyss? Are you crazy? Then do you want to catch it from me?" All along the way, Lin Xing asked and silently stabbed to death several cultists from the Abyss Church. Whether it was the way he did it or how fast he moved, it was top-notch. The key was, he could silently cremate someone on the spot. He was truly a model of killing, burning, and scattering all in one. Suddenly, a very strong energy wave appeared in Lin Xing's glasses. Holy crap, level 69. Looking at the big and bulky back in front of him, he got a little excited. This was the strongest person he had seen so far. That must be their boss. I'll go confirm. Lin Xing grabbed his long sword and ran over excitedly, patting the man's broad shoulder from behind. "Big brother, long live the abyss." The person in front hesitated, "Long live the abyss?" Puff. Lin Xing stabbed a sword into his heart. "Ha, you're finished." However, the expected scene of him falling to the ground did not happen. Instead, there was a dazed expression and a familiar face. It was the square face of the Spirit Town Bureau Director, He Shifeng. Lin Xing was stunned. "Oh, you actually dared to impersonate the director, I'll stab you to death." Puff puff. 2 more swords stabbed out, yet the person didn't even spill blood, instantly healing. He Shifeng was also dazed. While walking, someone stabbed him from behind, and it was still someone from his own side. He was about to speak when a group of students rushed over from all directions, all around level 40. They came up attacking He Shifeng with various abilities and weapons. "Great, we've been wanting to take out this Spirit Town Bureau Director. He is the biggest threat in our operation. Bro, your sneak attack just now was great, he must be weakened now, I'll recommend you for a reward." Lin Xing's mouth twitched. Unexpectedly, his unintentional action directly attracted 7 or 8 cultists, exposing his identity as they started to beat He Shifeng. Both sides were fighting back and forth in the desert. Lin Xing was still pondering whether to help when He Shifeng had already taken down all 7 or 8 of them. His injuries healed quickly, with no trace left. Then, He Shifeng turned his fierce gaze towards Lin Xing. "Lin Xing, please give me an explanation." Lin Xing scratched his head awkwardly. "Hee, do you believe I was trying to lure the snake out of its hole?" Chapter 43 Crisis Approaches. Finally, after a long explanation, He Shifeng let Lin Xing go. At the same time, He Shifeng told Lin Xing the whole story. Lin Xing was puzzled. If the Abyss Church wants to kill geniuses, why didn't they come for me? Is it because I am too strong and they are afraid of me? He Shifeng looked darkly at him. Maybe your abilities are too rubbish, they didn't record your information before. Lin Xing was speechless. Okay, well then you guys find the bad guys yourself, I'm heading to the red zone. Hurry up, be careful on the road. Lin Xing turned his head and strode into the red zone. In the last 2 days, he was going to display his prowess. Looking at it now, he was definitely the top scorer in Jiang province, but what if there were those strong opponents from other provinces? Although the scores from each province were not calculated uniformly, there were always people in the folk media trying to rank the historical records. Lin Xing decided he must score as much as possible. Never let anyone surpass him. Fight monsters, fight monsters. Watching Lin Xing's back, a few people in the army of candidates showed fierce looks. Is he the first place Lin Xing? The previous intel didn't have any information about him, we really underestimated him. Yeah, because of him, we lost 3 people yesterday. This kid is really fierce, he leveled up so fast, making us think he was one of our own. Notify everyone, spare no effort to kill Lin Xing, this person is too terrifying, if given time to grow, he will become another generation of great Xiao war god. In the Red Flame Desert, a red barrier appeared. This was the dividing line between the 2 zones. Lin Xing stepped forward, entering the red zone. Just as he entered the red zone, a chill rushed directly into his body. Lin Xing couldn't help but shiver. Why is it so cold? Lin Xing was puzzled. Under the bright sun, the temperature felt like it was below -10 degrees. The breath he exhaled turned into faint white mist, melting into the cold desert. At that moment, Lin Xing felt a long-lost surge of electric power. Contained within it was a power of icy cold. What kind of thunder is this? Lin Xing opened the Divine Thunder Guide, starting to compare one by one. Soon he found the answer he wanted. Ranked 15th, Extreme Cold Ice Thunder. Just the opposite of the previous blazing sky red thunder, extreme cold ice thunder was a completely ice attribute divine thunder. Its form resembled a faint liquid. If someone said it was thunder, they might not even believe it. Oh, now that I have fire and ice, can my future nickname be Jungle Ice and Fireman? No way, that's too cliché. I might as well change it to Ice and Fire 2 Heavens. While he was thinking, a large group of candidates entered the red zone, instantly shaking from the cold. Lin Xing, due to the blazing sky red thunder in his body, felt little discomfort. In fact, he even secretly delighted in feeling a bit cooler. I wonder what the boss that masters the extreme cold ice thunder looks like. Lin Xing dove directly into battle, swinging 2 lightning whips, his hair standing on end from the power of thunder. Even the air around him plunged straight into the horde of beasts. Swish! 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 Several whip shadows swept through the void, shredding all the beasts in their path. Large chunks of flesh and blood flew everywhere, turning the scene into a slaughterhouse. A group of candidates who arrived later were stunned. They had only seen a flash of lightning pass by, and all the beasts were dead. This was the first time they saw Lin Xing's overwhelming presence. The average level 35 beasts before them shattered upon contact, such terrifying power that even their homeroom teacher might not be able to match. At this moment, Zui Yiming and Xia Ning, ranked second and third, rushed over. They looked at Lin Xing's nearly overwhelming stance and sighed inwardly. It seems he didn't use his full strength when he was beaten yesterday. Don't say that. Even if I can't get first place, I must grab second. Oomph, impossible. Although this queen's backside got a little hurt, my face will definitely not be lost. Come on, who's afraid of whom? The two roared, grabbing their weapons and charging forward. They were ready to start harvesting the battlefield. The others saw this and couldn't hold back. One by one shouted phrases like, "My life is mine, not fate's, the world is uncertain, we are all cattle and horses," rushing forward. There was no choice, they had to charge. If they didn't, Lin Xing was about to finish off all the beasts. In the midst of the chaos, a few Abyss Church cultists exchanged glances. Taking advantage of the crowd's confusion, they quietly approached Lin Xing's position. We must take him down today. Lin Xing was casually battling monsters when suddenly abnormal level numbers appeared in his glasses. 51, 53, 48, 62. His mouth twitched. He felt a wave of dangerous aura approaching instantly. Not good, there's old 6. In the next second, a few people suddenly sprang up, attacking Lin Xing together. Lin Xing, come and face your death. Chapter 44, The Reaper Descends. Lin Xing was momentarily stunned when 4 students launched their attack. 3 boys and 1 girl, 2 giant sword warriors over level 50 charged straight in, while a level 62 mage released fire abilities from the flank. And there was a fiery hot woman squatting at the back, her hands forming a strange gesture as if preparing a powerful move. She was the lowest level, but gave off the most dangerous feeling. So they really came after all? Lin Xing remained calm, activating the lightning skeleton to withstand the attacks of the 2 warriors. Crack! Crack! The giant sword struck the lightning skeleton, forming cracks, but quickly recovered. Immediately after, a fireball the size of 7 or 8 meters approached his body. Lin Xing was still unafraid, choosing to endure it head-on. Boom! The fireball collided with the lightning skeleton, producing a powerful explosion. A mighty shockwave blew up countless sands around, sending many weaker students flying away. On Lin Xing's side, the skeleton armor created by the Golden Lightning Man shattered piece by piece, almost half of the skeleton was destroyed. Lin Xing himself wasn't hurt, he just looked in surprise at the man casting fireballs. The attack power of a level 62 fire-type ability user is surprisingly strong. It seems I underestimated you. Several cultists were speechless. You, at over level 30, can actually withstand our attack from several people, who is really underestimating whom? They were just surprised, but their hands didn't stop moving. 2 warriors shot out again, their giant swords suddenly stabbing straight forward. Taking advantage of Lin Xing's thunder skeleton not yet recovered, they prepared for a killing blow. Die! Crack! Lin Xing simply stretched out both hands, using the power of his body enhanced by lightning to directly grab the blades of the 2 giant swords. With almost 2,000 points in physique and strength, these 2 inconsequential melee weapons think they can break his defense? What a joke! Brothers, if you love to play with swords so much, why not turn to ashes instead? The 2 were stunned, feeling a horrible and hot aura burst forth from Lin Xing's body. 2 crimson lightning whips were already coiled around them. Who exactly are you? The 2 burst out all their strength, trying to quickly break free from the bindings. But before they could break free, puff! Puff! Lin Xing reformed the thunder skeleton's arms, wielding Zui Yiming's steel longsword to pierce through both of them. Zui Yiming, this is indeed a great sword, a great sword. Lin Xing praised as he looked at the bloodless steel sword in front of him. However, in the crowd, Zui Yiming suddenly darkened, turning his head aside. Seeing Lin Xing easily eliminate his companions. That fire-type ability user magician immediately became furious. His hands erupted with a crimson glow, and a huge fireball with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared in his hands. I never expected such a monster to emerge from a small place like Yunjiang. Today, I must eliminate you. If you grow stronger in the future, you will surely become a great threat. Boom! With all his strength, the huge fireball shot towards Lin Xing at an incredible speed, directly hitting Lin Xing's body and incinerating his two companions. The raging flames engulfed the scene, creating a huge explosion. Students nearby didn't even have time to escape, turning immediately to ashes. The fire-type ability user sneered, "The power of this attack is at least 10 times that of before, your thunder skeleton cannot withstand it." However, in the next second, as the smoke cleared, a fiery red skeleton, holding a giant shield, appeared in place. The flames of the fireball spell were gradually absorbed by the red giant shield, turning into nothingness. This was Lin Xing's first release of the blazing red thunder version of the Golden Lightning Man form. Who would have thought there would even be a shield? Moreover, it had extremely high fire resistance, able to withstand the entire fireball in moments. Really impressive, my brother. Lin Xing chuckled, and with a sudden snap of his right hand, the crimson lightning whip swept through the area. The fire ability magician couldn't dodge in time and was directly incinerated on the spot. His ashes mixed with sand, gradually becoming indistinguishable. At that moment, a girl who had been hiding at the back suddenly looked up, revealing a hint of dark, evil aura in her eyes. Black flames immediately wrapped around her entire body, and a scythe-wielding Reaper's shadow suddenly appeared. The girl laughed frantically, "Ah, I have completed the Reaper's sacrificial ritual. Today, even if you are strong, you cannot leave alive. Let you and these students accompany us to the grave." Ah ha 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 ha. The girl's smile was incredibly deranged, just like a twisted witch from a Western fairy tale. After the sacrificial ritual to the evil god, her life was nearing its end. This was her last madness. Long live the abyss. Long live the evil god. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the blood staining the evil god's shadow. Let the entire phantom become more real. Lin Xing could even see the eyes burning with black flames under the enormous black hood. So, you created such a big deal just to make a 3D hologram for this thing? Lin Xing expressed his doubts, but the next second, he no longer questioned it. Because the gigantic evil god moved, his 100-meter-long scythe struck straight down towards Lin Xing, and the breath of death immediately enveloped him. Of course, Lin Xing didn't pamper him, he raised the red giant shield in his hand to defend. His momentum soared, even surpassing that of the enemy. All the students saw Lin Xing's confident expression and stopped running, instead standing there wildly cheering, "Lin Xing is awesome, take down that 3D projection." Lin Xing turned back, pretending to act cool, "Just sprinkling some water, little one." Crack! The shield shattered, and even the skeleton's arm was sliced off by the scythe. With one strike, the difference in strength was evident. Damn, I thought he was really powerful. I'm done watching, let's run. Lin Xing felt extremely awkward. Now he had overdone it. But before he could react, the woman spit out blood once again. Seeing her pale face, almost as if she had lost too much blood over a month from her period. He. The Grim Reaper's phantom under the hood seemed to emit a laugh similar to Lin Xing's, and the flames in its eyes grew brighter. Mortal, enjoy the glory that belongs to the abyss. Swish. The enormous scythe struck down again. This time, the power was even fiercer and the speed quicker. Everyone gasped, thinking Lin Xing was done for this time. Many girls even covered their eyes with their hands. Bang! A huge collision sound erupted. The anticipated sound did not occur, and many opened their fingers to sneak a look at Lin Xing. Seeing him made them feel completely stunned. On the icy desert, red lightning intertwined to form a shape. A red lightning giant shadow, larger than the Grim Reaper's phantom, appeared out of thin air, clamping the Grim Reaper's scythe with just its two hands. Lin Xing's lips curled slightly, I accidentally forgot that I leveled up to platinum. Chapter 45, Fighting the Grim Reaper, narrowly winning with one move. In the desert, the red lightning giant clamped the black scythe with both hands. The lightning skeleton evolved again and became even stronger. Its face lined with philosophical instinct and muscular body looked immensely powerful. The 8-pack abs were sharp and vivid. If it wore a piece of clothing, it might be even more perfect. Ah! Lin Xing is a freak. Damn, even if it's a form you conjured, at least make some slight modifications, it's completely naked. Hurry up and cover that thing, otherwise, Uncle can't handle it. Lin Xing looked up and quickly awkwardly used lightning to pixelate the discomforting area, which was his face. At the same time, he secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, I leveled up to platinum a few days before the college entrance exam, otherwise, I really would have had to escape with my butt clenched. Lin Xing slowly lifted his head, and the red giant followed suit. Counting the hair, it was even slightly taller than the Grim Reaper's phantom. Too bad, you were one move short. I advise you to honestly return to the woman's body and be a bloodsucking bug. Die. Lin Xing shouted, and all of his body erupted with blazing red lightning, raising the temperature of the entire frigid desert significantly. The students seemed to return to that fiery sensation from outside. The expression of the Grim Reaper's phantom appeared somewhat tense, and the scythe in its hand was being slightly lightened by the blazing red lightning. But its figure did not retreat even one step, still standing like a mountain. At this moment, the woman, who provided blood energy to the Grim Reaper's phantom, once again spurted blood, offering her last drop of energy to her god. Both sides fell into a state of balance once again. Bang 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 bang. The Crimson Giant held a shield in one hand and a whip in the other, battling the Grim Reaper's shadow in an epic clash that lasted for 300 rounds. The powerful shockwaves from their fight obliterated everything around, causing many students to fall. Within 1,000 meters, dust filled the air as the two massive figures gradually sank into the sand. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Lin Xing was like a moving nuclear power station, he had plenty of energy and could fight for 3 days and nights without a problem. The Grim Reaper's shadow relied on a woman's blood, and it seemed he could still draw enough for another 5 or 6 uses before he was done. But Lin Xing did not want to continue the struggle, he had no time to waste. The time left for the college entrance exam was running out. He had to quickly find the Divine Thunder. Moreover, he felt that the Divine Thunder seemed to be moving away from him. I must end this fight now. Lin Xing made up his mind, roaring as he controlled the Crimson Giant to charge forward. The electromagnetic cannon and the unused Divine Sword of Thunder control had area damage, which could easily wipe out any nearby students who hadn't run far. That way, he wouldn't need to explain, he could directly go into the Abyss Church to receive rewards and become an official. So, he needed to use the simplest and most powerful moves to defeat it. Come on. The Crimson Giant made a short distance charge, arriving directly in front of the Grim Reaper's shadow, bending down. Its massive body wrapped around the Grim Reaper's waist, its enormous strength seemed to lift the shadow directly up. Eat this move of my own creation, Uchiha Body Slam. The Grim Reaper's shadow paused, clearly caught off guard. With such close proximity, his weapon was no longer effective. He was not flustered at all, immediately responding with an elbow strike. The two massive bodies collided, each trying to best the other. Crack crack crack. The Grim Reaper's shadow was incredibly strong, although his body was being held and about to fall, his attacks were close to shattering the Crimson Giant's back. Hee, your back defense is too weak, you foolish human, you show me your weakest point. Is that so? Lin Xing's voice floated up from below. The Grim Reaper's shadow realized something and hurriedly looked down, a surge of terror flooding his heart. No! His voice was loud, but it could not stop Lin Xing's movements now. At this moment, Lin Xing and the Crimson Giant made the same move. Uchiha Body Slam. He wasn't grabbing anyone else, but rather the Grim Reaper's shadow's sacrifice, the woman with an alluring figure. The Grim Reaper's shadow and the Crimson Giant were evenly matched, but their true forms were worlds apart. Lin Xing was vibrant and full of energy, while the woman had lost too much blood and was weak. Upon contact, the outcome was clear. Bang! With Lin Xing's Uchiha close body slam, the two crashed down heavily into the sand mound. The powerful impact caused the already weak woman to completely lose consciousness. I will definitely come back. With that, the enormous evil god shadow also completely dissipated due to the loss of its sacrificial offering. This battle was a close win for Lin Xing. As for why close was used, it was because the danger had not fully disappeared. If the woman he just body slammed accused him of assaulting her in prison and violating her will, he would still be in some danger. Even though he had narrowly won, the remaining threat lingered, he could not afford to be careless. Lin Xing gently coughed twice and stood up from the woman, feeling quite awkward. Hey, everyone saw that you jumped into my arms, right? The crowd was speechless. Come on, what does that matter at this moment? At that moment, He Shifeng and the rescue team had just dealt with the last few cultists outside and happened to witness Lin Xing rising from the woman. Cough cough, everyone should disperse now, He Shifeng said. Zhao Lingxue, the little rich girl, appeared out of nowhere and immediately handcuffed Lin Xing with a snap. Great! You little thief, I've just been away for a few days, and you've already molested a female classmate. Come back to the Spirit Control Bureau with me for a statement. No, big sister, I have the college entrance examination, the whole nation is watching. Public indecency, that's an extra crime. No, I only had contact with her for less than 10 seconds, what could I do, tell me? A seasoned offender, that's 2 extra crimes. After much talking, Zhao Lingxue finally unlocked Lin Xing's handcuffs. Taking the chance, Lin Xing quickly dashed out. He felt that the bearer of the extreme cold ice thunder was fleeing rapidly and was about to leave the red zone for an unknown place. Damn, if he gets away, this trip won't be worth it. 3,000 thunders, 3,000 thunders, 3,000 thunders. Lin Xing panicked, unleashing full power. He transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, shooting off in the direction of the signal. The speed was so fast it was almost invisible. Whoosh! He vanished without a trace. On the scene, Zhao Lingxue stood in place, murmuring to herself. Indeed, with his speed, a few seconds is enough. Chapter 46, Infinite Monkeys. Lin Xing raced through the red zone's desert like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast it was almost unseeable. Wherever he passed, there was only a flickering red lightning shadow. Whoosh! 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 In just over 10 seconds, he reached the most central area of the whole desert. He lifted his eyes, and the bizarre scene before him left Lin Xing a bit bewildered. A ice mountain? Ah, can someone tell me why the center of the Crimson Flame Desert is an ice mountain? And this ice mountain actually seems to be moving. Moving quickly? Before him, a massive ice mountain hundreds of meters tall was charging furiously towards Lin Xing. Its speed rivaled that of a fast-moving car. At the foot of the ice mountain, 4 people were running like mad. It seemed they could be crushed into pancakes at any moment. Lin Xing recognized these people. Chuyu, are you all playing a dumpling skin game with the ice mountain? Lin Xing shouted. The moment they heard this, the group shivered, almost tumbling over because of Lin Xing's words. Who would casually treat themselves as dumpling skins? Chuyu, with her long legs, was running at the forefront. A pair of pure white wings behind her were constantly emitting light, truly resembling an angel. Although Lin Xing never understood what those wings were useful for besides serving as a handrail while driving. But it seemed the reason the ice mountain couldn't engulf them was here. Seeing Lin Xing, Chuyu was excited and shouted, Lin Xing, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and run. Chuyu and her team were among the first to reach the red zone. Since their squad was strong enough, Lin Xing had cleared most of the strange beasts in the previous areas. So they decided to seek fortune in danger. To challenge the strange beasts in the red zone for the highest score. But luck wasn't on their side. After they fought a few strange beasts, they accidentally alerted the protector of the desert, the strongest boss of the whole secret realm, a giant ice mountain. They had been chased by the ice mountain for several kilometers, and their legs were almost broken. Lin Xing, don't just stand there, hurry up and go, the ice mountain is about to crush us. The others had already surpassed Lin Xing, running wildly behind him. Chuyu stopped, trying to grab Lin Xing's sleeve to pull him away from this dangerous place. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move Lin Xing at all. It was as if he was the giant mountain. A strange smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Xing's lips. He was worried nobody was watching him show off, and now the audience had arrived. You guys don't go first, stand aside, and watch me show off. The other 3 didn't heed him, hurriedly urging Chuyu. Don't mind him, let's hurry and find the Spirit Control Bureau people outside. Let him go if he wants to commit suicide. But the more anxious the others became, the more hesitant Chuyu was. Because she always felt that Lin Xing had a way. That inexplicable sense of security was something she had never seen in anyone else. All right, go stand aside. Lin Xing said indifferently. Okay. Chuyu didn't know if she had taken some kind of spell or what, but she walked 2 steps out and obeyed, as if she had been trained not to eat cilantro. His teammates were very anxious, gritting their teeth and about to run away. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Ha! Lin Xing shouted loudly, the sound deafening. From his body, a giant red figure formed of lightning surged upward. It was 100 meters tall, with bulging muscles. Especially the philosophical face and the 8-pack abs, giving a feeling of an indescribable sense of security. The red giant took a step forward with its left leg, and its powerful arms stretched forward, performing a lifting motion. It seemed like it was trying to catch the rapidly moving iceberg with sheer physical strength. What is he going to do? The others exclaimed. The iceberg was getting closer to Lin Xing's lightning giant, and everyone held their breath. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Boom! The 2 enormous figures collided, making a deafening sound. Even the ground cracked from the impact, with quicksand sinking continuously into deep, bottomless fissures. Everyone watching in the field gasped. Lin Xing actually withstood the collision of the iceberg with sheer brute force. Is this even human? Chuyu, being the closest, had the most sensitive senses. She could truly feel the immense, ocean-like energy radiating from Lin Xing. In terms of endurance, he was simply invincible. Crack, crack, crack. While both sides were competing in strength, white electrical currents from the iceberg and red electrical currents from Lin Xing constantly intertwined. The deafening sound of thunder resonated. A power magnetic field formed within a kilometer, with the intertwined energy surging outward. Well, kid, you're pretty strong. Lin Xing exerted more strength, even though his level and power were far inferior to the iceberg's. But he had so much energy. Activate the rage power mode. After all, there was plenty of electricity, so he might as well use it. Lin Xing increased the power output and started pushing against the iceberg. Crackling sounds filled the air. Heat and ice continued to collide, both sides clearly suffering. Lin Xing's forehead sweated, and his veins bulged. This level of electricity output was something he had never used before. His meridian seemed to have expanded a lot from this massive current. But the effect was excellent. The iceberg was gradually melting from his heavenly red thunder, shrinking rapidly. It soon became smaller than Lin Xing's lightning giant. Haha, you're done for. Lin Xing excitedly increased the output, completely suppressing the iceberg's power. Shu Yu and the others had their mouths hanging open in shock. Lin Xing's power could only be described as unbelievable. He was melting the iceberg single-handedly. The battle had been going on for nearly half an hour. Lin Xing had been outputting energy crazily for half an hour, and the results were very noticeable. The iceberg was completely melted, and the extreme cold and ice thunder's power was continuously weakening, giving off the feeling of a middle-aged man losing strength. After it melted, the true appearance of the boss appeared in everyone's view. What is that? Someone asked. Everyone's gaze turned to the spot where the iceberg had been. They saw a giant, moblin-like white ape pushing against the lightning giant with its arms, competing in strength. Ice Thunder Giant Ape, LV-60. The multifunctional bracelet identified the huge creature in front of them. Lin Xing was speechless. I didn't expect a big monkey to be hiding inside the iceberg. The Ice Thunder Giant Ape looked extremely weak, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Just as Lin Xing thought he was about to take down the Ice Thunder Giant Ape, a sudden change occurred. Roar! The Ice Thunder Giant Ape let out a roar. Its massive body began to grow larger once again, swelling to an unbelievable height in no time. White lightning crackled all over its body, as if brewing something. Lin Xing was also frightened by this momentum, taking 2 steps backward, although he knew the Ice Thunder Giant Ape was at its last gasp. But he couldn't tell what kind of skill the ape was using. Could it be self-detonation? However, the next second. Boom! The entire Ice Thunder Giant Ape exploded. Yet the destructive explosion he imagined did not occur. Instead, countless little white monkeys split off, frantically fleeing in all directions. Lin Xing gasped in surprise. Damn, is this the legendary infinite monkey theorem? It seems studying really is useful. On the desert, the number of little white monkeys exceeded tens of thousands, swarming away like locusts. They all looked alike, making it completely impossible to tell which was the main body. Shu Yu was momentarily stunned. The advantage of being a top student was now clear. She shouted to Lin Xing, this is the Ice Thunder Giant Ape's ultimate move. After using it, its energy is dispersed into many parts, and that's when it's the weakest. As long as we defeat the main body, the other clones will disappear immediately. Lin Xing looked at the vast sea of white monkeys before him, his expression darkening. How the hell am I supposed to find the main body among so many monkeys? Chapter 47, Defeating the Ice Thunder Giant Ape, the Divine Thunder is obtained. There were simply too many little white monkeys, and each one had decent combat power. If they rushed out like this, many candidates would surely be injured. It was even very likely that some would be killed by these desperate monkeys. Even with the experts from the Spirit Regulation Bureau, it wouldn't help. There were just too many of them, they couldn't kill them all, and in the chaos, students would inevitably become targets. Lin Xing stood still, constantly thinking of a countermeasure. Every monkey before him exuded the aura of divine thunder. He couldn't locate the main body through his senses alone. What if I just killed them all? Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and came up with the optimal solution. And there was one skill he hadn't used yet. The intermediate skill book he just acquired, the Divine Sword Thunder Control True Art. Based on the description, it should be a large area group attack skill. Who cares, let's just do it. He slowly raised the iron sword that Zui Yiming had given him, and a hint of crimson lightning appeared from his hand. The lightning climbed up the sword hilt, gradually dyeing the magic patterns on the long sword red until the entire sword turned completely red. Lin Xing didn't know that this sword was personally forged by the contemporary master smith, Zhang Yizhou, making it perfectly suitable to bear this kind of energy-related ability. I wonder if these monkeys have ever been struck by lightning. Come on. Lin Xing raised the crimson long sword high into the sky. The blazing red thunder spread upward, breaking free from the sword's tip and rushing into the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered. Crackling. In the sky, thunder roiled. Hundreds of crimson lightning bolts circled and rolled like dragons in the dark clouds. A scorching burning energy spread through the air. Shuyu stared blankly at the sky. This scene felt so familiar. That day, it was the same scene, with Lin Xing pointing an iron rod towards the heavens. And today, it seemed he had mastered this power that transcended all. Shuyu's other teammates were completely stunned. Is this really a power that a student can wield? I feel like he's some old monster guarding the abyss. Don't talk, let's quickly find a place to hide. I feel like we're going to get struck dead. But there are thunderclouds for dozens of miles around. Where can we hide? Shuyu anxiously looked around. After this strike from Lin Xing, not only they, but the entire desert would probably collapse. Suddenly, she discovered a good place. Go to Lin Xing's side. A few people's eyes immediately brightened and they rushed towards Lin Xing's side. The healer in the team, Tang Xiaoyan, even hugged Lin Xing closely, providing him with a bit of insignificant healing. Brother, I'm here to heal you. Lin Xing was stunned, a comfortable feeling coming from behind him, as if a soft thunder was happening. Thunder is still thunder. If it's thunder I can absorb it. Then I'll reluctantly protect you a little, since it's from thunder. Lin Xing controlled his thoughts, and the thunder giant sheltered the few people under him, preventing them from being struck by lightning. Crackle! The thunder dragon in the sky collided again, dazzling red light illuminating the darkness. Lin Xing increased the supply of lightning again. The long sword in his hand seemed unable to bear this powerful energy and began to hum. At this moment, he finally completed his charge. Lin Xing shouted, "Nine heavens mysterious abyss, transform into divine thunder, shake the heavenly might, lead it with a sword, mommy mommy ho, I will strike you dead." Boom, as his long sword fell. Countless thunder dragons in the sky seemed to find a release and rush towards the ground one after another. Boom 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 boom. In almost an instant, over 100 red heavenly thunders fell from the sky, striking the countless white monkeys in the desert. Each strike could take away large numbers of white monkeys. Flesh and blood splattered, corpses flew. The heavenly thunder felt like air raids, accurately covering an area of dozens of miles. Like a hell on earth. Lin Xing's idea was simple. Since he couldn't tell who the bad guys were, killing them all was definitely not wrong. Boom 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 boom. Shuyu and others hid under the thunder giant's body, watching this scene like the end of the world, their jaws nearly dropping. Is Lin Xing still human? A monster. In the distance, the exam candidate army near the red area looked at the desert center covered with blazing heavenly thunder, their hearts trembling constantly. This is too dangerous. Good thing we didn't go over. The exam map is too dangerous. What is the education department doing? I want to report it. Bro, don't report it, just focus on surviving. Boom, a heavenly thunder fell near them, blasting dozens of candidates into the air. Fortunately, since they were far from the explosion point, they were only seriously injured and still breathing. Everyone, hurry to me! He Shifeng shouted. He pulled out a piece of equipment from his pocket, infusing it with energy, which gradually formed a huge hemispherical protective shield. The abnormal ability barrier's function was to convert any form of extraordinary energy into a defensive shield and was the town's treasure of the Spirit Bureau in Yunjiang Town. Students rushed one after another into the shield, barely gaining safety. But there were still some unfortunate ones who didn't make it into the shield in time, blown away by the heavenly thunder. More than 10 minutes passed. Finally, the heavenly thunder subsided. Rescue personnel arrived, carrying away the injured for treatment. Everyone let out a long sigh. The feeling of surviving a disaster was something they could not forget for a long time. Oh my, the secret realm is too terrifying. I won't come again. It shouldn't be. I checked the information. The Chiyuan Desert secret realm shouldn't have such a natural disaster. Could the information be wrong? When I go back, I will report it to the relevant department. They recorded it incorrectly. In the center of the Chiyuan Desert, Lin Xing looked at the ground covered with white monkey corpses, smiling with satisfaction. The power is average. The others were speechless. You call this power average? You could wipe out several exam teams, okay? Since the boss is defeated, let's hurry back. The red area is still too dangerous for us. Lin Xing, brother, I'll be your exclusive healer, will you protect me? Shuyu frowned. Green tea bitches are just as annoying everywhere. Lin Xing scratched his head and replied, no, you are too ugly. Just when the atmosphere was very harmonious and everyone was chatting happily, a white monkey suddenly popped out from the desert. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning, directly striking Lin Xing's head. Lin Xing was distracted, and at that moment, he did not activate any defenses, getting hit directly by the white lightning. Crackle! The extreme cold ice lightning instantly enveloped Lin Xing's whole body from his head. In just an instant, Lin Xing was frozen into an ice block. New power collected, extreme cold ice lightning. Charging in progress? Your supernatural talent level has been raised to A level. Frozen into an ice block, Lin Xing was taken aback, his gaze catching sight of the little white monkey that had just emerged from the sand not far away. Damn, this guy is still alive? The ice-electric giant ape was now just a small size, about the size of a basketball, constantly mocking Lin Xing. As if saying, old dang, no matter how powerful you are, you still died by my hand. However, in the next second, Lin Xing reached out a hand and shattered the ice block. At the same time, a massive red hand descended from the sky, grabbing the ground-hugging laughing white monkey and delivering it to Lin Xing. The ice-electric giant ape was dumbfounded. Its extreme cold ice lightning was divine lightning, striking a human's head directly, and yet it was unable to kill him. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, it had no idea that Lin Xing was immune to lightning. Boom! Lin Xing kicked the monkey on its butt, making it bare its teeth and grimace in pain. This monkey looks so crafty, I must give him a good beating. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 48, the college entrance examination ends, the system crashes. Lin Xing gave the little white monkey a thorough beating. He completely failed to notice the stunned expressions of the people around him. Unexpectedly, the once-renowned guardian of the secret realm was being pinned down and beaten like this. How embarrassing, it would have been better to just be struck dead earlier. After beating for more than 10 minutes, Lin Xing felt that if he continued, the little white monkey would be beaten to death. Thus, he stopped and stuffed the basketball-sized monkey into his backpack. With that, the divine lightning was in hand, and the system task was completed. Alright, now that the boss is dealt with, you can all go back. Upon hearing this, Chiyu quickly looked at Lin Xing with concern, and after confirming he wasn't seriously injured, she said. After all this commotion, many people probably have no desire for the college entrance exam anymore, let's go back together. Lin Xing shook his head, wait a minute, I can't go back yet. Chiyu was puzzled, looking at Lin Xing. She simply couldn't understand why Lin Xing wanted to stay here. Then, Lin Xing smiled lightly and said, I feel my points are still too few, if someone surpasses me, it wouldn't be good. I will clear all the monsters in the red zone to prevent being surpassed. Shuyu, ah. In the following time, Lin Xing resumed his frenzied killing mode. That lightning shadow traversed through every corner of the Crimson Flame Desert, sweeping everything aside. In the last day and night, Lin Xing practically turned the entire desert upside down again, maximizing the collection of college entrance exam points. He even used his lightning detection ability to excavate more than 20 exotic ability badges buried underground. No omissions were allowed. At this moment, many candidates who wanted to score some points on the last day of the exam felt the sky had finally fallen. Lin Xing did not leave any points for anyone. An hour before the college entrance examination ended, the temporary office was getting ready to clear out. Xin Guangming lay alone on a lounge chair, blowing the fan and eating ice pops, no longer caring about the exam scores. In short, he was completely numb. The great director approached with a blank expression, patting Xin Guangming's shoulder. Would you like to take another look at the ranking scores? No need, I don't believe anyone can surpass my Lin Xing. The great director was momentarily taken aback but insisted, you should still take a look. Xin Guangming chuckled, stretched lazily, and got up. Alright then, let's see. I reluctantly decided to take another look at my little pride. His gaze shifted to the right, passing through a group of middle-aged men with their butts sticking out, and gradually landed on the computer screen. An unimaginable scene appeared before his eyes. Blue screen. Ah, what is this thing? The head of the year scratched his head and said, Lin Xing's score exceeded 1 million, and when the system was set up back then, no one ever thought someone could surpass this number, so, the system crashed. Damn! 10 minutes before the college entrance examination. Exhausted, Lin Xing finally let out a long breath. Phew, finally finished. Now, no one should be able to surpass me, right? Feels a bit uncertain. Should I kill the little white monkey in my backpack for some extra points? Behind him, the ice thunder giant ape's body shook. Just kidding. I still need to keep you as a power bank, don't get excited. After calming the little white monkey, Lin Xing transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the exit of the secret realm was crowded with examinees. Since they could hardly fight for any monsters, they had given up long ago. Everyone was waiting at the exit, ready to leave. At this time, they were hungry and tired, just wanting to hurry home, take a shower, and end this unfortunate college entrance examination journey. Hey, I estimated my score to be around 3,600, but now I see I'm not even reaching 1,000. When I go back, my dad will definitely give me a beating. You're doing better than me. I was saving energy for the last few days, all set to explode in the last few days, but I ended up getting only 500 points, barely making it to the junior college line. Looks like this year's score line is going to collapse. While they were chatting, suddenly, at the exit of the secret realm, a huge white light gate opened. Everyone surged out, eager to leave without spending even a minute longer. Lin Xing followed the crowd out as well. He was also exhausted after these few days and wanted to say nothing at all. Just wanted to go home and take a shower, lying down for 2 days to rest. I can't take it anymore. I need to hurry home. 3,000 thunders. Swish. Outside the secret realm. Thousands of reporters were already standing by, ready to interview Lin Xing at the first opportunity. Recruiters from major ability universities across the country were also excited, eager to start competing for him at the first chance. The Demon Suppression Army and the Spirit Suppression Bureau were also watching closely, afraid of falling behind. The atmosphere on site reached its peak, like ancient emperors welcoming generals who had won battles. The scene was grand. Everyone's faces revealed 2 words. Grab him. Thus, they waited for 3 hours. The crowd was in disarray, and Lin Xing's figure was nowhere in sight. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, someone said, "Quick, go check at his house. Maybe he's already home." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like setting off a firecracker in a cesspool, exploding instantly. The super crowd of thousands immediately took action, a massive team rushing towards Lin Xing's house, afraid to fall behind a step. Boya Manor Community, Lin Xing's home. Click. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Lin Xing opened the door and excitedly called out to the room. Oh, finished the exam? Go rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Lin Xing's parents just glanced at him and continued to watch TV on the sofa, showing no concern at all. They had long given up on caring about Lin Xing's scores. Lin Xing was speechless. Aren't you going to ask about my score? What's there to ask? Your score is just whatever. Okay. Lin Xing said nothing more and dejectedly went back to his room to sleep. Little did he know, a fervent army was almost reaching the battlefield. Chapter 49, Slap in the Face to Second Aunt, Province's Top Scorer. Ding dong, ding dong. A ring of the doorbell sounded. Lin Yang skillfully opened the door and saw his sister-in-law, Zhou Ying, standing proudly at the doorway. Zhou Ying is here. Come in, we'll have dinner at home later. Zhou Ying is Lin Xing's second aunt, and also Su Sangwang's mother. Due to not being as good-looking as her sister Zhou Shui, and her husband not being as good as her brother-in-law Lin Yang, she had long harbored jealousy, and since childhood, she loved to compare her son Su Sangwang's grades with Lin Xing's. This seemed to have become the proudest, most showy thing in her life. Today, right after the college entrance examination ended, she learned about her son's scores from his phone call. So she drove straight to Lin Xing's house, eager to show off while the iron was hot. Zhou Ying's face was full of pride as she spoke, immediately taking on a sarcastic tone. Oh, brother-in-law, Lin Xing must have finished the college entrance exam, how did he do? Lin Yang scratched his head. I saw him come back looking pretty tired, so I didn't ask him, it should be about the same. Zhou Ying grinned and walked straight into the house, sitting on the sofa, beginning her performance. Sister, brother-in-law, let me tell you, our Su Sangwang scored over 2,800 points, ranking 50,000th in the province. That's enough to get into a second-tier school. Plus, he's got a rare ability in the time system, maybe he'll be specially recruited to our Yunjiang Ability University. Oh, if I had known he would do so well, I would have let him help Lin Xing during the exam, oh ha ha ha. Lin Yang and Zhou Shui had dark expressions, watching Zhou Ying show off in front of them, feeling a bit unhappy inside. But as open-minded parents, they did not blame Lin Xing. After all, academic performance does not represent everything, and besides, their family was well off, so Lin Xing wouldn't end up too badly. Really? Then congratulations to you, Zhou Ying, Lin Yang said with a forced smile. Zhou Shui knew her sister was about to enter her annoying mode. She stood up and said, don't leave tonight, bring your sister-in-law and Sangwang over, I'll cook for you. Sister, don't rush to cook, let me treat you to dinner tonight, just listen to me finish. Zhou Ying had no sense of the situation at all, she pulled Zhou Shui by the arm. Thinking to herself that she was here to show off today, it wouldn't do without them. Where is Lin Xing? When Sangwang arrives, let them chat, as we grow old, maybe Sangwang can help Lin Xing. Oh sister, don't take this the wrong way, times are different now, without an education, it's hard to get by in society. Zhou Shui was speechless. Her younger sister was too showy, she felt like slapping her. She suppressed her dissatisfaction and said, alright, I don't need you to treat us, our family is going to see a movie tonight, why don't you go back? Watch a movie? That's great, I'll take Sangwang along. By the way, I heard he's got a beautiful girlfriend, she'll come over later, you can check her out for us. Zhou Ying was all smiles, a proud look written all over her face. Despite always falling short of her sister in academics and looks, today, she wanted to reclaim everything through her son. Lin Xing, hurry out here. It's your second aunt, let me see if you're hurt. Lin Xing had just finished showering and changed his clothes, wiping his hair as he came to the living room. Second aunt is here. Lin Xing, quickly sit down and tell your second aunt how many points you scored in the college entrance exam. Lin Xing scratched his head, recalling when his score exceeded 1 million, the system crashed, so he didn't know the exact number. I don't know, the system crashed in the end. Oh, don't joke around, how could the college entrance exam system crash? You must not have done well, but it's okay, if there are any difficulties in life, you can turn to Sangwon, he's someone who can get into a second-tier ability university. Lin Xing was speechless. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Lin Xing opened the door, and Su Sangwon and his female teammate Xiaomei appeared at the door. Sangwon, come in and have a seat. Thus, the two families officially sat together. However, Su Sangwon's girlfriend, Xiaomei, kept her gaze on Lin Xing without stopping. Su Sangwon wore a dark expression. He wanted to quickly take his girlfriend and escape. Because he knew that an embarrassing event was about to happen. Zhou saw that the timing was right and said, Sangwon, you have the authority, hurry up and check what score Lin Xing got in the last exam. Su Sangwon was taken aback, not expecting that the slap in the face would come so soon. Mom, the system crashed on the last day, and Lin Xing's exact score was not recorded. The few of them froze. They didn't expect Lin Xing wasn't lying, the system really crashed. That's okay, then check your cousin's score before the system crashed. I remember there was a record, Zhou urged proudly. That expression, Ensei, full of pride. Su Sangwon paused, thinking that his mom was determined to embarrass him today. So he fiddled with his phone and found Lin Xing's final score before the system crashed. Cousin's score is 9. Before he could finish, Zhou interrupted him directly. 900 points? No. Su Sangwon hurriedly denied. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was 900 points, even 900 points is enough to get into college. Hey, I'm not mocking Lin Xing, I'm just saying it's too bad. Mom, don't interrupt me, cousin's score is 90. Before Su Sangwon could finish, he was interrupted again by his mom. Lin Xing, you only got 99 points, don't worry, your aunt won't look down on you. Your aunt's husband is a production line leader in a factory, if you can't find a job in the future, I'll have him help you. Zhou was laughing so hard that the flesh on her face was shaking, almost splitting the stitches from her recent cosmetic surgery. Lin Xing's parents were visibly darkened. Look at how Ensei is making her, they were almost unable to hold back from wanting to hit her. Mom, it's not 99, can you let me finish? Su Sangwon paused, finally gathered the courage to say it out loud. Cousin's score is 99,999. What? Zhou was dumbfounded. Zhou Shui was dumbfounded. Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. 99,999? Is this a college entrance examination score? Even the top students in the province over the years didn't exceed 50,000, right? Zhou Ying's face twitched. Sangwon, it seems the system really crashed, it actually showed such a number, By the way, although the score crashed, the ranking must not have crashed, check your cousin's ranking. At this moment, even Lin Yang and Zhou Shui began to believe that there was a problem with the system. If it was 99, they would still believe it, but 99,000 was really unbelievable. Su Sangwon was stunned for a moment, then began to read Lin Xing's ranking. 1. 10,000? Impossible, that's going to be 100,000? Sangwon, just read it as over 100,000, no need to be so precise and add a 1 in front. No, Mom, it's really 1, cousin is first in the province. Put. Zhou directly spat out the tea she had in her mouth and hurriedly grabbed Su Sangwon's phone to check. Scared, her whole body trembled, nearly giving her a stroke. First? How is that possible? It must be a system error. Son, tell me it's a system error. Zhou shook Su Sangwon back and forth, seemingly wanting her son to say the answer in her heart. Mom, the system really crashed. Zhou had just caught her breath. Su Sangwon continued, but that's because cousin's score exceeded 100,000, the system couldn't display it, so it crashed. What? Gah! Zhou couldn't catch her breath and fainted directly. Chapter 50, People fear fame, pigs fear being fat. Seeing this, the others rushed over to pinch her acupoints and slap her face. In the end, it was Lin Xing who poured a cup of boiling water and added a little electricity, which finally brought Zhou back to consciousness. No, something must have gone wrong, Sangwon, am I dreaming? Speak to me. Zhou asked immediately as she woke up. Smack. Smack. She slapped herself twice, feeling a sharp pain. After confirming she wasn't dreaming, she began to doubt Lin Xing again despondently. Lin Xing, you definitely cheated on the exam, right? Tell auntie that you cheated. Su Sangwon pulled Zhou Ying's arm, preventing her mother from doing anything embarrassing. Mom, stop making a scene. Cousin's grades are real and valid, and he has saved many people in the exam room. At this moment, Zhou Ying's heart was in agony. She thought she could suppress her elder sister's life with her son, but the result was a hard slap in the face. She was unwilling, she was helpless. She screamed in despair. Why does heaven treat me this way? Suddenly, Zhou Ying saw the quiet girl Xiaomei, who had been sitting in the corner without saying a word. That's right, my son has a beautiful girlfriend. My son has a girlfriend, your son does not, isn't that a kind of victory too? She quickly took 2 steps forward and confidently held Xiaomei's hand, saying, Xiaomei, Auntie has known about your relationship with Sangwang for a long time. How about before college, our families meet and confirm this? Zhou Ying's voice was very loud, as if she was speaking for Lin Xing's family to hear. Unfortunately, they didn't care at all. Only Su Sangwang kept trying to persuade her, Mom, you will scare Xiaomei like this. No, I can see that Xiaomei likes my son at a glance. I have already decided she is my daughter-in-law. Xiaomei's mouth twitched slightly as she quickly withdrew her hand from Zhou Ying's grip, frequently glancing at Lin Xing, afraid he might misunderstand. Auntie, Sangwang and I are just ordinary friends. Crash. Zhou Ying felt a thunderbolt strike her heart, like a bolt from the blue. It wasn't over. Xiaomei turned to Lin Xing's family with a very shy expression and said, Uncle, Auntie, I am planning to travel this summer and want to accompany Lin Xing on the way. What do you think? Puff. This sentence hit Zhou Ying's heart like a heavy punch, and she almost spat out old blood. Mom, are you okay? Su Sangwang ran over. Auntie, should I call the mental hospital for you to send you in for a stay? Lin Xing also followed behind. Zhou Ying forced herself to hold on, like a defeated dog, struggling to walk out with Su Sangwang's support. Sangwang, let's go, hum. Su Shui pretended to hold them back. How about we eat something together? I'll go buy some groceries. No thanks, your family can eat by yourselves. Zhou Ying held on to her last bit of dignity and slowly moved toward Lin Xing's door. Every step was so difficult, so painful. She had lost, completely lost. She had to leave this heart-wrenching place quickly. Zhou Ying exerted all her strength and finally opened Lin Xing's door, with the dawn of escape appearing on her face. However, the next second. This is it, comrades, charge. Hundreds of people rushed through Lin Xing's front door all at once. Zhou Ying was knocked to the ground by this crowd, becoming a human doormat. Before entering, everyone politely wiped their feet clean. Lin Xing, I am a reporter from Yunjing Daily, and I want to interview you. We are from Xianqibo, do you have anything to say about being number 1 in the province? Hey, I came in first, why can't you line up? Get lost, don't compete with us. I am the admissions director of the Kyoto University of Abilities, welcome to apply for Kyoto, hey, don't take off my hat. Magic City University of Abilities welcomes you, hey, bald guy, what are you doing pulling my pants? I am the vice principal of the Demon Suppressing Military Academy, are you interested in joining the military? There are many female soldiers. Get lost, everyone knows your military is notoriously known as a bachelor club. Our Daxia University of Abilities has the most beautiful girls per capita, and now applications come with guaranteed partners. We have a specialized beast transformation department at the capital university, able to attack and defend. Young man, I think you are very popular. In less than 10 seconds. Lin Xing's large flat was completely packed. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were overcrowded, with thousands of people jostling, it was almost impossible to move. Lin Xing's parents were pushed into the wardrobe, and Lin Xing himself was not having a good time, squatting on top of the wardrobe trembling in fear. That group of people was like a zombie outbreak, each one reaching out their hands as if to pull Lin Xing into the tide of corpses. Report us to our university, there are high scholarships. Our university has girls. Our university teachers are all young women. Hey old man, you're pushing in with us at your age? Which university are you from? I'm the sweet potato seller downstairs, just came to watch the excitement and got pushed inside, oh my old back. Some people inside wanted to get out, while others outside wanted to get in. Admittance officers and reporters from various universities were there on a mission, if they didn't complete it, they would be penalized on their KPIs. Hey, let us in. Don't push from outside, we're almost suffocating. Then you come out, and I'll go in. If I could get out, that would be great. Soon, Lin Xing's home was almost bursting at the seams. Now it wasn't just reporters and admission officers, relatives from distant aunts and uncles and many CEOs from big companies had come. Even the old man frying dough sticks downstairs wanted Lin Xing to take a photo to create a top scholar dough stick fame. The house was almost packed to explode. Lin Xing was hiding atop the wardrobe, terrified, if these people didn't leave, they would probably collapse the building. He bit the bullet and stomped his foot. He directly unleashed a burst of energy and flew out of the window. Oh my, being famous is terrifying. The reporters in front were startled and hurriedly shouted to the crowd behind. Oh no, the top scholar jumped out. Everyone stop pushing, quickly go outside and see. We don't believe you, you just want us to leave so you can get an exclusive interview. Right, let me in first. Lin Xing's jumping did not have the intended effect, instead, it made the crowd push harder. Lin Xing's parents were hiding in the wardrobe, utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? In contrast, Lin Xing's second aunt had no worries, she had fainted long ago and was now serving as a human doormat for half an hour. This made those crowded at the door greatly sigh. No wonder it's the top scholar's family, even the doormat is a human footmat. So soft and considerate, 5-star review. After jumping down, Lin Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting on a bench in the community, silently lamenting. Being famous is really scary, it seems tonight I can only spend the night at the internet cafe. While sighing, suddenly an ambulance appeared out of nowhere. A large group of reporters rushed over. Scared, Lin Xing shivered. Wow, why are they coming again? Just as he thought of running, it was too late, he was surrounded by several reporters. However, these reporters were not here to interview the top scholar, they came because a neighbor reported someone jumping off a building, specifically to cover that incident. One reporter asked, "Hello, someone jumped just now, did you see it?" Lin Xing suddenly froze for a moment, as if he understood something. This wave of reporters was not the same as the above ones, so he decided to respond first. He smiled slightly and began to gesture wildly as he narrated. Of course I saw it, you don't know, right? Suddenly, someone jumped from the 16th floor, just like that, straight down. The glass shards scattered everywhere. The reporters were overjoyed, thinking they finally found the right person. They showed no sympathy for the idea of someone jumping off a building. Wonderful. Can you tell us where the deceased went, or was he taken by the cremation truck? Lin Xing was stunned. I am the deceased. Chapter 51, Assault on Jiaolingshu SISI. After Lin Xing finished speaking, he ignored the bewildered reporters and walked away. Because if he didn't leave, a new group would rush over to surround him. As for being interviewed, he had his parents for that. I believe they would be very happy to be interviewed. Hee, I really am a great filial son. Let's go to the internet cafe and hide for a while, plus do a couple of rounds, it's been days since I've played, my hands are itching. Lin Xing stepped forward, quickly making his way to the place he often played. There is no internet cafe that has gone out of business. 10 minutes later. Lin Xing stood at the crowded entrance of the internet cafe, stunned by the number of people. He saw the cafe owner holding a sign, shouting excitedly. Top Scholar Internet Cafe. Top Scholar Internet Cafe. Playing games can boost your grades, come and soak up some genius aura. Oh, everyone look, the top scholar is here. Come quickly if you want a photo. Outside the door, a group of people who couldn't get to a computer burst into laughter and rushed to take pictures with Lin Xing. Lin Xing's mouth twitched. He casually released a surge of electricity into the ground, shocking the group so badly that they distorted their faces and wet themselves, then turned to leave the cafe. These people are too boring. Wandering along the way, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Xing felt numb, and there seemed to be no place for him to surf the internet along the vast Yunjiang River. It appeared tonight he could only go to Ling Yin's house to crash. He. Lin Xing walked down the main street and through alleys, deliberately taking deserted paths, afraid of being noticed. But no matter how he avoided the crowd, he was still targeted by a dark figure. The person stealthily followed him, and no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't shake them off, clearly not a good person. Lin Xing took off running, while also sending a message to Ling Yin. Hey little bro, quickly grab a bag and wait for me downstairs at your place, tonight I'm going big. Received. Lin Xing quickened his pace, moving at a speed that neither allowed the pursuer to catch up nor to lose them. The pursuer was also very determined, desperately chasing Lin Xing, maintaining a distance of about 50 meters. Along the way, the pursuer tried to call out to Lin Xing, but the distance was too far, and Lin Xing couldn't hear clearly. They must be trying to trick me, no way. The two raced madly, finally arriving at Ling Yin's building. Lin Xing suddenly came to a quick stop, standing quietly in place, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Just as the pursuer wanted to rush over, a little girl in rags jumped out from behind a garbage bin. A urinal bag was thrown over the pursuer's head. Boss, got him. Great. Lin Xing was overjoyed, turned around, and grabbed a weapon in one swift motion. The two began to beat the person inside the urinal bag fiercely. Bang 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 bang. That guy really was tough. Whoa, don't hit me, it's me. I don't care who you are, even if it's my dad, you're getting this beating. Bang 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 bang. Lin Xing felt unsatisfied with the beating, and threw away the weapon to kick instead. Although he was already extremely strong, for some reason he just loved this kind of sneaky sport. It was good exercise, refreshing for both body and mind. As long as he didn't use his real strength and controlled the force, it was just a hard knock. Ling Yin was also excited, smashing the little girl's head with a spike stick, each move fierce but not fatal. The two kept beating for over 10 minutes. Finally, there was no more movement in the bag. Lin Xing let out a breath of relief, saying, "What a thrill. This guy has been following me all the way, definitely not up to any good. Yeah, boss, let's take him to the town spirit bureau, maybe there's a bounty." "Okay, but before that, I want to see his true face." Saying this, Lin Xing removed the bag. A face swollen like a pig's head appeared before the two. "Wow, that's scary, hurry and put the bag back on." "Boss, why do I feel like she looks a bit familiar?" "Familiar?" Lin Xing's mouth twitched as he rummaged through the woman's pocket. An internship badge from the town spirit bureau appeared before them. Zhao Lingxue? 10 minutes later. Zhao Lingxue slowly woke up, feeling as if every bone in her body was breaking with pain. Hiss. Lin Xing quickly explained, "Shui, I just saw two people bagging you and beating you, luckily I and Ling Yin were there and chased them away, otherwise you might be in deep trouble." Zhao Lingxue's face was full of black lines. "Don't think I don't know your tricks, Ling Yin, stop hiding, that spike stick is showing. Actually, this is the weapon I seized." After a long pause, Zhao Lingxue finally spoke the purpose of her trip. "Director He Shifeng is hosting, providing you with an absolutely safe venue, inviting military and several elite teachers from top universities to chat with you. You can choose the university you are most satisfied with." Lin Xing nodded. This is what a proper top student should do. Zhao Lingxue paused and finally mentioned one more thing, "By the way, I am here to resign, I have been confirmed." "You actually got confirmed?" Lin Xing felt that this was even more unbelievable than Ling Yin growing taller. "Of course, but the condition for confirmation is to be assigned to guard the lava hell for 10 years, leaving soon." Lin Xing's mouth twitched. Guarding the lava hell for 10 years, eating and sleeping outdoors, living like a primitive person. What's the difference from being exiled to Siberia in ancient times? This girl, her life is ruined. Well, since you have your own choice, then just hang in there, maybe 3 years later your ashes can be sent back home early. Can you please wish me some good luck? Enough said, the plane is delayed, I'm leaving. After waving goodbye to Zhao Lingxue, Lin Xing took Ling Yin to the Spirit Town Bureau. The reason for bringing Ling Yin was to help his little brother gain some benefits. As the main character, is it too much to bring a companion to college? Little brother, let's go. Okay, boss. Chapter 52 University, Dazzled by Choices. Yunjiang, Spirit Town Bureau. In a special room made entirely of heavy steel, the top 10 university's admissions teachers had been waiting for half a day. In addition to the leaders of several special ability teams from the demon-subduing army, the scene was already chaotic. Lin Xing should come to our Daxia Ability Academy, we are the highest university in the country. Pa, we Kyoto University are the top stream, you guys are eternal second. Where do you put my Magic City University? I think our capital university's Beast Transformation Department is the best place for Lin Xing. Get lost, Beast Transformation is for gay people. At this moment, Lin Xing entered with the messy-haired Ling Yin and saw an empty chair in the middle. So, he sat down in the main seat, not caring about He Shifeng, who had just returned from the restroom, looking embarrassed. Upon seeing Lin Xing, everyone immediately stopped arguing and began to look at him, their eyes shining with excitement. Such a talented person will surely become an unparalleled strong individual to rejuvenate Daxia. Who knows, becoming the emperor of the Daxia people might not be impossible. Here, the emperor of Daxia is not the highest manager but rather a title given to the strongest protector of each generation in Daxia. He is also the idol in the hearts of all Daxia people, a hero for all time. Ahem. He Shifeng coughed a few times to clear the room. Lin Xing is here, let each of you present your conditions. As for which university to choose, it is still up to Lin Xing to decide. Let's start with the leftmost Capital University. The vice president of Capital University nodded, a strange smile showing on his round face and beard. Our Capital University can present 5 million as a scholarship, and we can provide you with the best equipment and all enhancement potions, plus 100 beast-transformed strong men for practice. After the vice president of Capital University finished speaking, the director of admissions from Kyoto University began to speak. Our Kyoto University has ranked first in the country for 3 consecutive years, and our scholarship and equipment offers are even better than Capital Universities. Most importantly, we can provide you with a Kyoto household registration and a villa. The vice president of Daxia Ability Academy also stood up and spoke. Kyoto University has only been first for 3 years, we were first for 10 consecutive years before. Also, besides Kyoto University offering conditions, I personally have a daughter, fair-skinned and beautiful, now in her sophomore year. Hey, you old dude, what are you talking about? If you say this, I have 3 nieces. What's this? My wife is only 27 this year, I've decided to make a sacrifice. How dare you use my daughter to sell favors? I'll fight you to the end. Father-in-law, no. We each have our own interests, please take care of yourself. Before they could say much, everyone started arguing again. The scene was chaotic, with sleeves rolled up, about to start a fight. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Shifeng quickly slapped the table, stunning everyone. If they waited any longer, his town's spirit bureau would likely be overturned. Stop arguing, one at a time, he said. Only then did everyone give up on the quarrel, starting to share the best conditions their families could offer. Besides Kyoto and Disya, what caught his interest the most were Magic City University and several military special ability squads. Magic City University was wealthy and generous, offering a scholarship of 20 million right away, and could also provide unlimited Beast King blood for Lin Xing to wash his marrow and change his bones. Though the military special ability squad didn't offer much in scholarships, being a special forces soldier was a lifelong dream for every boy. Moreover, it also provided training for willpower and spirit. Lin Xing was no exception. Who wouldn't want to gallop on the battlefield, leading thousands, to be a legendary hero? Each university had its advantages, making it hard for Lin Xing to choose. Nantian University had the best lightning ability class, which was a good option as well. Capital University, it seems, is also not. What the hell am I thinking? Soon, each university's conditions were laid out on the table. Every university basically offered their best conditions. Everyone's eyes were shining as they looked at Lin Xing. They waited for him to make his final choice. Lin Xing watched the conditions offered by the prestigious universities, pondering and considering. After a long while, he finally spoke. Is there an admissions officer for Tanchang Women's Dance Academy? I actually want to learn dancing. Everyone. Unfortunately, Tanchang Women's Dance Academy had no one present. Lin Xing still chose Disya Ability Academy, which had dominated the top 10 universities in Disya for a decade. It was just that it hadn't produced talent in the last 3 years and was surpassed by Kyoto University. In Lin Xing's previous life, it was roughly equivalent to Tsinghua University. That majestic educational resource was enough for Lin Xing to thrive. Of course, aside from the legendary abundance of beauties, there was another important reason for Lin Xing's choice. There was actually a divine thunder tower inside. It housed at least 3 kinds of divine thunder, which Lin Xing had long coveted. This was definitely a perfect fit for Lin Xing. But before signing the contract, Lin Xing had one last thing to confirm. He pushed the ordinary little girl Ling Yin to Vice Principal Lei Yun and said, Vice Principal, I'm now recommending a top student to you, this one who looks weak but is actually just a little girl. Shouldn't it be okay for you to admit us both into the Academy's nature department? Vice Principal Lei Yun was stunned, looking at Lin Xing in confusion. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Why? Because Ling Yin's mother donated a building to the school last month, and she is now a special student of the school's space department. Huh? Lin Xing was shocked, not expecting this little girl Ling Yin to actually be quite wealthy. And she spends her own money every day. This little lady really is infuriating. I must take full advantage of this soft rice later on. Let's go, Ling Yin, time to go home and sleep. Boss, aren't you going to ask why our family is so rich? No need to ask, just make sure to explode me with gold coins later. As an early batch student, Lin Xing received his admission letter from Disya Ability Academy the next day. His final score was calculated to be 1,214,335 points. It rolled around in the media throughout the city. Also, the entire neighborhood, streets, and schools were hung with big banners. Lin Xing from our city's 3rd high school wins the Jiang Province College entrance examination with a total score of 1,214,335, breaking the national historical record. At the same time, a comparison chart of Lin Xing's scores with other provincial top scorer scores quickly spread nationwide. This hand directly crushed the so-called top scholars from other provinces, leaving them dead on the beach. Lin Xing, Jiang Province top scholar, total score 121,4335. Chen Jianhe, Yan Province top scholar, total score 66,800. Lu Qingqing, Capital top scholar, total score 65,400. The other top scholars from a few provinces were very angry. Upon learning that Lin Xing had applied to the Dasha Ability Academy, they also rushed to apply. Just to defeat him fairly on the same stage. Chapter 53 2 weeks of summer camp, a lifetime of military spirit. In a flash, more than 10 days passed. Lin Xing's family had just returned from a trip to Island City when they received a military training notice from the Dasha Ability Academy. The gist of the notice was that, because Lin Xing was a super genius admitted early, the school had the obligation to provide them with a good training opportunity. Now, several prestigious schools jointly invited the Wolfang Special Operations Team, one of the 9 special ability teams of the Demon Suppression Army, to provide them with a month-long military special training. Lin Xing felt somewhat speechless. The summer vacation hadn't even begun, and he had to start working already. He hadn't even experienced university life yet, and now he had to rush into training. But, well, the activity content was pretty good. Special Forces Summer Camp. Lin Xing considered himself a retired soldier. He reminisced about how he once had the good fortune to attend a Special Forces summer camp in the second grade of elementary school. That was a lifetime unforgettable memory. 2 weeks of summer camp, a lifetime of military spirit. He came as a lone warrior, and left with the sound of camel bells. After retiring, he was assigned to Class 2 of Yunjiang Elementary School as the vice class monitor, enjoying the benefits of a vice class manager. However, when Lin Xing returned, he was crushed by a train attendant while passing through the military channel. Since then, he had always wanted to have a good experience in the military. Lin Xing was eager to try. Great. I was still hesitating between the army and university, now I can have both. He excitedly called Ling Yin and arranged to set off to the capital together the next day. To his surprise, he found that she had already returned to the capital with her mom. Indeed, once someone becomes rich, they become hard to find. Helpless, Lin Xing could only book a train ticket himself, pack his things, and head out alone. The next day, Lin Xing got out of the taxi, carrying big and small bags. He was about to walk towards the high-speed train station. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his field of vision. At a car repair shop next to the high-speed train station, Tang Hu was focused on learning to fix cars, dressed in dirty mechanic clothes. Lin Xing was stunned and asked, "Hey, Tang Hu, why are you fixing cars?" Tang Hu turned his head, his hands holding a huge tire trembled slightly, feeling a bit excited. "It's Lin Xing. I couldn't attend university because I spent too much time in the hospital. To be honest, I really didn't recognize the mountain back then and wanted to compete with you for first place." Tang Hu wiped the sweat off his forehead with his dirty hand, showing a silly smile. Lin Xing's heart sank. Although it was Tang Hu who always saw trouble, he also had his wrongdoings. Moreover, considering that Tang Hu had never asked him for medical expenses, he indeed counted as a man. Lin Xing looked at his greasy and trembling hands, about to feel guilty, but Tang Hu's words left him speechless. "Anyway, since I didn't get into university, my dad let me practice in the family's auto repair shop. It makes about 2 million a year, so tell me when you need money." This. Lin Xing was dumbfounded, momentarily unable to distinguish between who was better or worse. His guilt immediately vanished, replaced with the impulse to punch someone. Damn it, the capitalist. After a round of banter, Lin Xing took some financial support from his classmates and set off alone for the capital on the high-speed train. The high-speed train hummed, heading north. Rushing down the road at a speed of 300, the train sped along. It doesn't sway much. On the way, Lin Xing met a few people in the car. 2 girls and 1 boy. The 3 of them were all high school seniors from Yu province, just finished the college entrance exam, and this time they went to Kyoto to visit a few target universities and study how to apply. The boy's name was Huang Tao, and he talked a lot on the way. From astronomy to geography, and even small stories about the night moon happenings between the widow of Wang from the next village and the village head old Deng, he discussed it all, speaking with such enthusiasm that spittle flew everywhere. He just wanted to show off in front of the 2 girls, trying to act cool. Unfortunately, his modeling skills were not great. It was like when Yuhua was shaping clay and accidentally dropped it on the ground. While bending down to pick it up, he unwittingly stepped on it again. When he lifted his foot, he accidentally lost his balance and knocked over the table, smashing it onto the clay figure's face, leaving it looking like it had been slapped 50 times in a row. In short, one word, ugly. I tell you, I scored over 4,200 points this time. Within the top 10,000 of Yu province, I can apply to many universities in Kyoto. If you want to visit the universities later, just let me know. My second uncle is the head of the security team in the university city, and he can get me in with just one word. As long as we don't stay too long, taking photos and checking in is no problem. Unfortunately, no matter how much he bragged, no one was paying attention. Because both girls' gazes were now fixated on Lin Xing. This is what they called a super handsome guy, stunning beyond comparison. His figure was good, strong and powerful, a dog-like waist with a milk puppy face. Then looking at Huang Tao beside him, with small eyes, a toad-like mouth, a flat nose, and short legs, just looking at him made one want to vomit. "Hey, are you also taking the college entrance exam this year?" "How did you do?" asked the girl in the white short skirt. Yeah, maybe the 3 of us can attend the same university for supernatural abilities," said the girl in denim hot pants. Lin Xing smiled faintly and glanced at the 2 relatively good-looking girls, saying, "I didn't do well in the first 2 days of the exam. I guess you won't be able to attend the same supernatural university as me." Put. Huang Tao couldn't help but laugh out loud. You really know how to make excuses, brother. If your ability is not enough, just say it, no one will laugh at you." "Huang Tao, what are you talking about? Everyone can have a bad day. Yeah, don't think just because you did well that you can mock others." Seeing Huang Tao mock like this, the 2 girls started to defend Lin Xing. At this time, Lin Xing unusually waved his hand, revealing a gentle and refined expression. Hey, we can't blame Brother Huang. It's true that I didn't perform well in the first 2 days, which led to me being anxious in the following 5 days. Lin Xing's calm demeanor left the two girls stunned. This man is so charming, broad-minded, gentle and refined, and crucially, he is also very handsome. If they could have fun with him for a night, then being single for life would be worth it. All the way, the two girls chatted and laughed with Lin Xing. They even said they could let him touch their legs. However, Lin Xing knew the danger of too strong aversion, so he quickly rejected such jokes in a public setting. In less than 3 hours, the train had arrived at Kyoto High-Speed Rail Station. Outside the station, there was a sea of people. Many people held up signs, writing names of relatives and friends they were there to pick up. There were also many schools that sent people to pick up new students. Huang Tao had endured Lin Xing for the whole journey, nearly exploding with anger. Now that they had arrived at the station, he finally had the capital to show off again. As the four walked out of the exit, Huang Tao pointed at a luxury Mingjue car worth over 100,000 nearby and said, "Look, that's my second uncle's city SUV with a Kyoto license plate. About 10 years ago, rich second-generation kids on TV drove this." As he spoke, he led the others forward. "Do the two beautiful ladies want to ride in my second uncle's car?" Then, Huang Tao's gaze turned to Lin Xing. "Sorry, the car is full, you can take a taxi yourself." That look was so arrogant, as if it was written all over his face that he wanted to show off. Lin Xing was still graceful and polite, waving his hand. "No need, Brother Huang, you three go ahead. I believe someone will come to pick me up." "Haha, bro, don't brag. If nothing else, you can fit one in the trunk." "Oh, damn." Bang! As Huang Tao was making a fuss, a Maserati sports car struck him, sending him flying into a marble pillar. Zhao Lingyin, wearing sunglasses, a big gold chain, and a small watch, sat confidently in the sports car, looking like a rich girl. "Boss, get in the car. I'll take you for a good time." Huang Tao gritted his teeth, forcing himself out from the pillar. Though the ability shell protected him from injury, the pain still made him wince. But when he saw the Maserati and the rich girl Lingyin, he was completely stunned. Is this guy this rich? No, it can't be. He must be living off someone, practicing with steel wool every night. "Humph, brother, didn't expect you to be bad at studying but skilled in other ways." Bang! At that moment, a bulletproof car rushed over and knocked Huang Tao flying again, embedding him back into the pillar. A capable Special Forces soldier stepped out and respectfully said to Lin Xing, "Hello Lin Xing, I am Jiang Feng, captain of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces team, here to take you to the supernatural training camp." What? Chapter 54, College Roommates. Huang Tao was completely dazed. He had heard from his second uncle about the supernatural training camp. Only top 10 students from national universities could enter. Someone like him wouldn't even be able to get in by selling his backside. And the man in front of him was actually one of them. The two girls beside him were also stunned. A supercar earlier was already shocking enough, and now a Special Forces supernatural team had arrived. What kind of identity does Lin Xing have? But that wasn't all. Just as Huang Tao pried himself from the pillar, an Aichi Sonk administration version crashed into him heavily again. This time, the person getting out was none other than Zhang Changlin, the vice president of Daxia Supernatural Academy. A driver in a black suit and white gloves gently opened the back door and invited Lin Xing to get in. Zhang Changlin happily said, "Lin Xing, come take my car. Let's go check out Daxia Supernatural Academy. If you like it, you can stay." Huang Tao and his companions were startled simultaneously. Lin Xing? The Lin Xing who scored over 1,000,000 points on the college entrance exam? We actually rode along a train with the legendary top scorer and laughed together. Oh my, I watched his college entrance analysis. He didn't perform well in the first few days, but later wiped out all the beasts in the secret realm. Brother Lin Xing, can I get in the same car with you to see Daxia Supernatural Academy?" Me too, me too." The two girls instantly turned into fangirls. Even if Lin Xing took them to a hotel right then, they would probably pretend to be drunk on mineral water, waiting to be picked. But the next second, a huge wolf-tooth club was thrust into their faces. Lingyin, puffed up and wearing sunglasses, shouted angrily, "Dream on, if you want a ride, pay for it." Lin Xing ultimately refused the military and vice president's car, and plopped down into Lingyin's sports car. What car to sit in didn't matter, besides, Lingyin was his storage bag. He tossed all his luggage into the storage bag, avoiding the hassle of moving it back and forth. It felt simply fantastic. "Boss, let's go eat. My mom has a 5-star restaurant in Kyoto, let me take you to try it." Lin Xing waved his hand, "No hurry, no hurry. Grab your gear, let's do something big first." "Ah, boss, I knew you had something planned." 30 minutes later. Huang Tao and his second uncle's Mingjue were stopped by a wooling bread truck. 2 hooded bandits and 50 dogs jumped out of the Wuling van. They started punching and kicking Huang Tao, with the wolf tooth club wreaking havoc. While beating him, the person yelled, "You dog thing. Dare to show off in front of me? Don't you know who your ancestor is?" The beating lasted a solid 20 minutes. Finally, just before the authorities arrived, the two jumped into a van with their dog and sped away. Their movements were extremely skilled, clearly those of habitual criminals. As dusk began to settle in, Lin Xing had also arrived at the training camp for this summer's special forces. It was located in a mountain to the north of Kyoto. Legend has it that this place was once a frontier guarding against foreign tribes, with winding city walls standing tall atop the mountain. The mottled years have left their mark on the ancient bricks and stones, representing a once glorious era. Inside the walls, there was a small city left by ancient soldiers. Many makeshift soldier barracks were scattered on the small hills. After entering the barracks, Lin Xing parted ways with Ling Yin. The male and female dormitories were not together. The army does subtraction, not addition. They can't mix men and women so casually. An instructor led Lin Xing through a maze of paths to a shabby dormitory. It was drafty on all sides and leaked rain from 7 sides. The worst part was that in the scorching summer, there was no air conditioning, and mosquitoes buzzed incessantly. "Oh, damn, this shabby place is even worse than the dry toilet at my great-grandpa's house when I was a kid," Lin Xing complained. The instructor shot him a glare and said, "This is where you will live for the next month. Those 3 rookies will be your roommates and teammates. You guys better familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities and strengths, because there will be a very difficult task awaiting you tomorrow. Finally, I remind you all, do not attempt to escape or make any little moves. If caught, you will have a treat waiting for you." With that, the instructor turned and walked away, looking quite unfriendly. Lin Xing called after him, "Is the treat one that explodes? Can it come with a set of pancakes?" Instructor. Soon, there were only 4 people left in the dormitory. "Come on, let me introduce myself first." A student lying on a wooden bed jumped up, his brows carrying a hint of heroism, with a sharp face and sword-like eyebrows that met his hairline, resembling an ancient hero. His figure, due to years of martial arts training, appeared extremely strong, somewhat mismatched with his face. He stood up and said to Lin Xing, "Hello, I'm Su Jianchen, from an ancient martial arts family. My ability is mastery of martial arts, which you can understand as using my ability to exchange for martial skills." This person was very friendly and seemed to be the type that always took the lead in the dormitory. On the other side, a student with a somewhat feminine appearance, with excellent legs and a bit of an androgynous look spoke up. "I'm Lu Yun, my ability is SSS level wood type ability, wild growth. In the team, I can control and deal damage. If necessary, I have a bit of healing ability too, but I hope you won't rely too much on my healing." Lin Xing looked at Lu Yun. Honestly, his legs were really nice. After Lu Yun introduced himself, the 3 looked at a short, plump boy with an ordinary appearance. Round face, scruffy beard, small glasses, white socks. Lin Xing tensed up and quickly asked, "Brother, are you a beast transformation type ability user?" The chubby boy grinned foolishly, putting down the machine cat comic in his hand, and said, "Dude, you guessed wrong. I'm not one of those beastmen from the city universities." "Then what's your ability?" Lin Xing asked curiously. The other 2 were also very curious, as this chubby boy looked completely ordinary. If he got into this place, he should have a very strong ability. The boy scratched his head, smiling foolishly and said, "My ability is quite special, it's a very rare life and death type ability." The few of them gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Life and death type, that's the legendary bug ability. Is a big shot really next to me?" The plump boy smiled proudly, "Yes, my ability is the life and death ability, playing dead." The others, Suddenly I want to beat him. Shall we do it together? Just consider it our dorm's first team building activity? Agreed. Agreed +1. Agreed +2. Chapter 55, Beast Transformation is all gaze. Let's go, take him down. Lu Yun, hold down that fat guy. No, don't. Before long, the 4 guys in the dorm were playfully wrestling together, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. The friendship between boys can sometimes be this simple. Apart from wanting to be each other's dad, it's about piling on the bed and having fun like a family. However, none of them were actually fighting for real, nor did they want to engage in any activities that crossed the line of friendship, they were just deepening their bonds this way. The noise in the dorm was quite loud. The creaking of the bed quickly disturbed a few geniuses from the Beast Transformation Department at the neighboring Docheng University. Bang! A muscular, towering man appeared at the door, wearing a rather philosophical expression on his face. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Xing and the others holding down a beautifully plump guy, looking like something indecent was happening. "Hello, I'm Wang Zhe, from the neighboring dorm at Docheng University. I didn't expect your dorm to be filled with like-minded people, why not join us and have some fun? Upon hearing this, Lin Xing and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They were just playing around, but this muscular man clearly wanted to get serious. And no, it's fine, you should go back to your own dorm. Lin Xing quickly refused. He had heard plenty about the rumor that all beast transformations are gay. If things went wrong, he might lose his precious flower too. However, the muscular man showed a hint of regret and frankly said, "Really not joining us? In our dorm, we have a beast transformation goblin, he's really popular." Lin Xing was left speechless. Instinctively tightening his sphincter, the three roommates quietly stepped back, their hearts starting to feel uneasy as they looked at the philosophical muscular man in front of them. But following the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy for 100 battles, he couldn't help but curiously ask about the other guy's powers. "Apart from the goblin, what other beast transformation abilities does your dorm have?" Wang Zhe, hearing this, proudly shared important information about being an ability user with Lin Xing and the others. Besides the boss being a beast transformation goblin, there's also the beast transformation spear elephant and a teddy dog. You could say, we are the school beauties in Docheng University. Lin Xing's face darkened as he felt an electric surge in his hands, ready to charge forward and start a brawl. Fortunately, he was stopped by Lu Yun and Su Jianchen, preventing a dorm fight from breaking out. Lin Xing cleared his throat, suppressing the impulse to beat them up, and continued asking, "We know about their powers now, but what about your ability?" Upon hearing Lin Xing inquire about his ability, Wang Zhe's philosophical face turned slightly red with shyness, and he confidently activated his ability. Beast transformation, activate! With a loud shout, his body began to transform, a pair of pink cat ears sprouted from his head, his hands and feet turned into cute, soft paw pads, and a delicate tail emerged from behind. In an instant, a charming cat-eared muscular man appeared before everyone's eyes. Wang Zhe proudly exclaimed, "Of course, I am the most popular beast transformation little kitty, meow meow meow." Ugh! Lin Xing and the others gagged in disgust. Then they picked up their slippers and charged at the muscular cat-eared man, delivering a flurry of blows. Hit him! Oh my god, how disgusting! Don't hit the face, meow meow meow. Ugh! As they fought and gagged, they finally chased away the nauseating cat-eared muscular man. Breathing heavily, Lin Xing held his slipper, angrily scolding, "You sick pervert, next time you show up, I'll hit you." Su Jianchen and Lu Yun stood behind him, also feeling nauseated as they cursed. So disgusting, it's really too disgusting. However, the fat man lying in bed had a viewpoint and aesthetic different from the worldly norm. Is it really as disgusting as you all say? I think he's adorable. Damn, there's a mole. Beat him up, this guy is a spy sent by the beast faction. Protect the flower, eliminate the fat man. The three of them grabbed their slippers and rushed over to give the fat man another round of beating. The room was filled again with the creaking sounds of the bed shaking. But what surprised Lin Xing was that no matter how much they hit him, this guy didn't make a sound. It felt like they were hitting a dead body. Did he use the special ability, playing dead? Damn, is this ability really that bizarre? If I play dead, I won't feel pain, right? Then what if he really gets beaten to death? Lin Xing was very puzzled. How could such a useless ability be accepted into the Great Xia Ability Academy? Isn't this just pure masochism? But in the next second, something unbelievable happened. The fat man stretched lazily, woke up, and all his injuries vanished without a trace. Even the turtle drawn on his face by Lin Xing and his torn clothes had all returned to their original state. The scene was quite eerie. Seems like this playing dead ability is something after all, Lin Xing said. Fat man, tell us how your ability works. Is it some kind of law level? The fat man chuckled and proudly said, "My ability is to play dead for a period of time. During this time, any damage I take will disappear when I wake up, returning to the state before I played dead. Then what if I get torn to pieces and buried across the country? I will fully recover when I wake up." The corners of their mouths twitched. They felt this ability was a bit beyond their understanding. Seeing the atmosphere awkward, the fat man grabbed a few bags of chips from the bed and handed them to everyone, continuing, "Although my combat power is not that great, the academy has a purpose for recruiting me." Purpose? Everyone was puzzled. Of course. Because the Ability Association has predicted that the next major cataclysm will occur in a year. By then, everyone on Blue Star will die, and the world will turn into a wasteland. And I just need to find a place to play dead before the cataclysm, and once the disaster is over, I can become the only human after the cataclysm, thus taking on the responsibility of preserving the human race. Lin Xing was stunned, suddenly feeling a wave of confusion in his heart. Yes, this world is far from as simple as imagined. Danger is everywhere, I need to quickly increase my strength to protect myself. Fat man, please explain the major cataclysm. You said nobody can survive the next one, but how did humanity survive the last one? The fat man didn't speak. Lu Yun, beside him, answered the question first. Brother, it's obvious you haven't studied properly. The first lesson in high school teaches about this. About 300 years ago, after the revival of spiritual energy, abilities began to appear, and at the same time, beasts and abyssal secret realms also emerged. The major cataclysm refers to the outbreak of the beasts. Every 100 years, a beast king is born, and at that time, he leads all the beasts out of the abyss and secret realms to wreak havoc on Earth. Blue Star has nearly been destroyed by beasts twice. The beast king was unmatched. But each time, at the most critical moment, the door of the abyss of the gods would open, and the true god wielding a golden gatling would descend to the mortal world, annihilating the beast tide with a wave of his hand, making even the beast king seem like an ant. However, last time, after the true god resolved the cataclysm, the beast king did not completely die but used his last shred of power to shatter the door to the abyss where the true god descended. Since then, we have lost the protection of the true god, so we will have to bear the consequences of the next major cataclysm ourselves. Lin Xing listened, stunned. He never imagined that Blue Star had such a dark history. It seems that in the future, I really need to study hard. However, that golden gatling gun and the talk of God sound so eerie. Could it be that gods really exist in this world? Shaking his head, Lin Xing's gaze turned to the smug fat guy beside him. He felt a bit emotional in his heart. It seems he will be a dark pawn left behind by Blue Star. If truly everyone dies, then he could carry the hope and knowledge of an entire civilization to survive. What a lonely thing that would be. I must develop Ling Yin more when I turn back. If we really can't win, maybe we can create a little safe haven or something. Alright, those matters are for the big shots to consider. We are just a few students here. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall holding it up. Let's hurry up and sleep. I heard there are tasks waiting for us tomorrow. Sleep, sleep. Lin Xing sighed, tossed his sleeping bag onto the bed, and lay down. His eyes gazed at the stars in the sky, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Damn, this is an open-air dormitory. Of course, military training is all about willpower. Lu Yun, aren't you a wild growth of the wood element? Can't you create a 3-bedroom apartment or something? I'm afraid the beast transformation team next door will raid us in the middle of the night. Alright. Lu Yun stood up and clapped his hands. The trees in the mountains began to grow, soon wrapping up the shabby house completely. Though it was still very simple, it looked quite decent now. Alright, sleep. A silent night passed. The next day, before dawn, Lin Xing heard the sound of an urgent assembly. He sprung up from bed and quickly put on his clothes, rushing out. Damn, where's the door? Where's the door to my dorm? Sorry, when I was making the 3-bedroom, I forgot to leave a door. Crap, I need to practice more. Lin Xing kicked a wall and, amid the stunned eyes of the 3 others, was the first to dash out. The 3 of them looked at me. I looked at you. Didn't he say yesterday he was from the lightning element? How does he have such strength? More than 10 minutes later. The training ground was filled with people. Each of them was ragged, some had no buttons fastened, some weren't wearing hats, and others had their pants zippers undone. Even worse, there were those who hadn't even managed to put on pants, holding a basin to cover their important areas, that is, their faces, hurrying to the training ground. The team leader of the Wolf-Tooth Special Operations Team, Long Zhanya, looked at the lazy soldiers before him, his face almost bursting with black lines. The chaos at the scene made him feel a strong urge to scold. Hey, that student, why aren't you wearing pants? Long Zhanya reprimanded. Sorry, instructor, when I woke up this morning, I didn't know who took my pants, and the room only had one very small pair left. I couldn't wear it, so I grabbed a basin. Next to him, a short guy in baggy pants spoke up. Instructor, he's lying. We are all elites from Capital City University, it's impossible for us to make such a rookie mistake. Long Zhanya twitched his mouth. He walked over and kicked the guy back to the dormitory to change his pants. While everyone adjusted their military appearance, a rather arrogant guy approached Lin Xing and his friends, opening with a tone full of disdain. You are Lin Xing? Lin Xing, feeling quite annoyed, responded, Yeah, I'm your father Lin Xing, what do you want with me? The arrogant guy was taken aback, his face changing dramatically. His 3 teammates stepped forward with an exceptionally overbearing attitude, eager to fight. Lin Xing remained unfazed. Son, your teammates are about to hit your dad, you better take care of that. I'm not your son. The arrogant guy was extremely angry, coming over to yell, but hadn't even introduced himself before he lowered his own status. Lin Xing scratched his head, putting on a very sad face. Oh, although it was your mother who wronged me back then, secretly giving birth to you this wild child with someone else. But that is her problem. My love for your father remains like the endless rivers, surging without rest. Shut the hell up. The androgynous person almost fainted. He was the top scholar of Huai province, named Luokong. Before the college entrance examination, he boasted that he was the strongest talent in the nation, and deliberately spent money to hype himself through the media. As a result, when the scores came out, he was slapped in the face, left with nothing but bitter tea crushed by Lin Xing. He was also mocked online for a whole week. So on the first day of military training, he brought teammates who were also top scholars from several provinces to challenge Lin Xing, wanting to prove that he was the true top talent of Daxia. However, before the challenge was even issued, he was brutally beaten down instead. As both sides were about to fight, Long Zhanye walked over again and kicked each of them once. Dare to fight in front of me? If you have that energy, go train hard and see who is better. Luo Kong did not dare to act rashly and could only glare at Lin Xing fiercely. Fine, then we'll settle it on today's training task. Whoever loses will call the other dad. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Xing spread his hands. Everyone saw it, right? He just called me dad. 30 minutes later. The training task began. Everyone boarded a military transport plane, flying over the territorial waters of Daxia. The door of the transport plane was opened, and the blue sky and clouds rushed past, a howling wind making everyone's skin twitch. Several timid ones were already scared to the point of peeing their pants. Long Zhanye took out a parachute bag from behind and began explaining to everyone. Today is your first day of military training, and since you are not familiar with each other yet, we will play a game to enhance teamwork. The crowd was still confused, continuing to watch Long Zhanye explain. This training task should be very familiar to you. It's called real-life chicken eating. Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. The training rules are as follows. You will be in teams of 4, parachuting down to quickly gather weapons and supplies, as well as transportation for special operations. During this time, there will be a gradually shrinking random poisonous circle. Standing outside the poisonous circle for too long will result in elimination. You can use your special abilities for assistance, but causing harm to enemies using special abilities is strictly prohibited. To eliminate enemies, you can only use firearms, grenades, and melee weapons. You all have smart sensor devices on you that will collect the simulated damage you take. When your health reaches 0, or if your entire team is eliminated, you will be out. By the way, just a reminder, there are many dangerous exotic beasts on the island, and some special equipment is hidden on these beasts, but if you die at the hands of the beasts, I can only send your family death benefits. Well, soldiers, let the show begin. After saying that, Long Zhanye directly kicked a student out and arrogantly declared. Don't cower. What's so scary about parachuting? The crowd was speechless. Pointing at the unfortunate guy kicked out by Long Zhanye, they said, he just didn't have a parachute backpack. Ha! Vice Captain, go apply for death benefits. Chapter 57, The Chicken Eating Game, 3 Old Silver Coins. Seeing this, the students hurriedly strapped on their parachute bags. After observing the terrain, they jumped down without hesitation. There was no choice, the instructor really kicked them out. Lin Xing's team also strapped on their parachute bags, preparing to discuss their battle plan. But after searching for a long time, they could not find the fat guy. Where's the fat guy? Why can't we see him? I don't know. Did anyone see the fat guy? Did he go with those few from the capital? The one who was just kicked out by Long Zhanye seems to be the fat guy. Lin Xing twitched his mouth. Long Zhanye really knew how to kick. Kicking someone else would require paying compensation, but kicking the fat guy was basically a free kick. This guy must have investigated everyone's details long ago. This kick not only intimidated everyone but also established his authority. Moreover, it caused no casualties, a win-win situation. After a while, most people had jumped. Su Jianchen and Lu Yun also arrived at the cargo door. Let's go, Lin Xing. Many people have landed already. If we don't jump down soon, we'll probably lose our advantage. Right, the fatty has probably taken a nap by now. Lin Xing raised a hand to stop them. Wait a minute, I have a plan. Listen to me. The 3 didn't form a group and instead exclaimed, chirp chirp, chirp chirp. As everyone continued to parachute. The number of people in the transport plane's cabin gradually decreased until only Lin Xing, Su Jianchen, Lu Yun, and Long Zhanye remained. The 4 of them looked at each other, staring eyes wide in silence. What are you 3 waiting for? Do you want to have lunch on the plane? Long Zhanye asked in confusion. Lin Xing scratched his head. Instructor, it seems you don't understand the chicken dinner tactic very well. What do you mean? Long Zhanye was puzzled. He was a special forces captain, how dare anyone question his tactics? Lin Xing smiled slightly, pointing at the few red and blue boxes in the rear compartment of the transport plane. We want to hide in the airdrop and be dropped along with it. That way, we'll have equipment right from the start. The other 2 nodded in agreement. This tactic seemed very feasible, and no other students had seen it, making it a go. Each of the 3 found an airdrop box, opened the lid, and climbed inside. Long team, please drop us later. Long Zhanye was furious. You 3, just get the hell down. Swish, swish, swish. In midair, with clear skies stretching for miles. Three figures were thrown out from a large transport plane, looking aggrieved. The parachutes opened, and the three floated down toward the ground. Looks like the plan failed, we didn't manage to grab the airdrop. Damn, I told you this wouldn't work. How do you control this parachute? I'm being blown away. Luyan couldn't control his parachute and started drifting with the wind. As an experienced Special Forces soldier, Lin Xing immediately took on the captain's responsibility, inviting his teammates to form a team. You two, come over and grab the rope on my waist. I have unique swinging parachute skills. I'll take you to a resource-rich area. The two struggled and forced themselves to change direction, grabbing hold of the ropes on Lin Xing's parachute pack. Hold tight, watch my unique swinging parachute skills. 20 minutes later. In the vast ocean. The three drenched chickens swam slowly in the sea, gradually making their way to the shore. The speed was slow, and their faces were gloomy. Damn, didn't you say you could swing the parachute? How did we end up in the water? The wind was too strong, I couldn't help it. Stop complaining, we are still at least 10 kilometers from shore. Quickly check if our abilities can help us move in the water. As these words were spoken, the three fell silent. Su Jianchen practiced martial arts, meant for fighting. In the water, he was not as useful as the next-door beast-turned Teddy, who at least knew how to dog paddle. Luyan's ability was wild growth, and the only thing it could do in the water was provide some seaweed for everyone to taste. Lin Xing, not to mention, could directly release electricity. In that situation, it was likely his two teammates wouldn't survive while he could at least catch some fish and shrimp to avoid going hungry. Sai, let's swim. The three sighed and leisurely swam toward the shore. At this moment, on the island, intense battles had already begun. Everyone was the best of their respective schools, with supernatural abilities and combat skills that were top-notch. They were all proud and arrogant, refusing to back down. Once they landed, they quickly occupied advantageous terrain, scavenging weapons and using their supernatural advantages to assist each other. Although supernatural abilities were ineffective in attack, it didn't mean they couldn't be used to control the enemy. So abilities that offered control became highly sought after, and various displacement and reconnaissance abilities thrived on the battlefield. Although it looks like a chaotic gun battle, in reality, it is still a contest of extraordinary powers. In several main towns, gunfire rages, bullets flying everywhere. Extraordinary powers fill the sky, all kinds of gods showcasing their skills like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Right from the start, people are taking up arms. In less than an hour, a third of the people have already been eliminated. Inside the airport building, dozens of people occupy the main strongholds in various rooms, shooting wildly. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Grenades keep falling, kicking up dust all around. The war has entered a heated phase. The fat man hides alone in the bathroom, trembling as he holds his head, secretly cursing the entire family of Long Zhenya 100 times. I hope those three can fight well and don't get knocked out right away. Suddenly, two armed men burst into the bathroom, throwing a grenade directly inside. Boom! On the other side of the island. On the vast sea, the water is as calm as a mirror, with a few seagulls skimming over the surface, creating a peaceful scene. Three men are leisurely swimming, gazing at the distant mainland, humming a little tune. For thunder, hometown feelings. It's really nice to come to swim in the sea occasionally in the summer. Indeed, the seawater is cool and refreshing, just perfect to balance this hot weather. So comfortable. I wonder how the fat guy is doing right now. Don't worry, he can't be out. Come on, let's see who can hold their breath longer. Inside the airport building. Day. Boom. 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 Dozens of teams are wildly exchanging fire, explosions echoing one after another. The fat man wakes up from the bathroom, struggling to lift the toilet lid that has fallen on him, still trembling. Oh my god, it's a good thing I pretended to be dead earlier. If I had been hit by that grenade, would I have been considered eliminated by the system? Looking at how fiercely these people are fighting, it's possible those three have already been taken out. I might just be the last hope for the whole village. Sigh, if this family doesn't have me, it'll soon fall apart. Suddenly, the bathroom door swings open again, and four armed men rush inside together. Boss, there's a fat guy hiding here, kill him. Day. Boss, he seems dead, but there's no system alert. Don't worry about it, keep shooting until we get a kill message. Day. Chapter 58, Weapons in Hand, a naked man charges. On the other side of the island, 3 kilometers from the shore. 3 men are happily swimming. I am a little duck, quack, quack, quack. Hey, look. I caught a fish. Wow, it's a salmon. When we get ashore, I'll make sashimi for you. Wait a minute, while I was diving, I saw some sea urchins below, let me grab a few for you. While the fat man is being mercilessly tormented, his three teammates are enjoying a self-sufficient wilderness survival life. Meanwhile, a giant poisonous circle appears in the sky, slowly moving. But the three of them are still inside the circle, completely unaware. After enduring 2 hours of long swimming, Lin Xing and his companions finally crawl onto the shore, successfully landing on the island. Finding a hidden corner, the three take off their wet combat suits and hang them aside to dry. Taking this opportunity, they gut the seafood they caught. Lin Xing releases the divine thunder to roast the fish they caught. The salt in the seawater means they don't even need seasoning. Before long, a delicious aroma wafts up into the air. The three of them eat delightfully, as happy as if they were on vacation. Unfortunately, their dear teammate, the fat man, is still suffering under enemy fire, bearing the pain of being the last hope for the whole village. After eating and drinking their fill, the three finally stretch lazily and decide to start today's tasks. Oops, it's already noon, should we go do something serious? We should indeed get to work now. If the three of us primitive men reach the finals, we can only use our fists to fight against the enemy's powerful gear. Yeah, this is a chicken-eating game. Lons Haney said we can't use special abilities to hit people, but fists should still do some damage, right? The three decided to give it a try. However, at this desolate seaside, there were neither houses nor strange beasts. There wasn't a single shadow, they had no place to collect equipment. But if they recklessly entered the city, they would encounter fully equipped enemies, and three naked men wearing nothing but underwear would definitely end up running away. Suddenly, the three had their eyes light up. A clever one was riding a motorcycle, speeding towards them from afar. The sound of the roaring engine could be heard clearly from a distance. Enemy sighted, everyone hide. Lu Yun, quickly use your power to grow wildly. The three naked men immediately acted, crouching down in the dense grass, playing dead. Lu Yun unleashed his ability to grow wildly, quietly extending a vine onto the road, waiting for the motorcycle's arrival. On the road, Lu Chao was very happy. Twisting the throttle of the motorcycle, he hit 100 miles per hour. This military off-road motorcycle had plenty of horsepower and was quite impressive to ride. Especially with that roaring sound, it was truly every boy's dream. Haha, so exciting, I truly am the strongest special forces soldier. Just now in a town, Lu Chao stood out among 20 people, becoming the sole survivor with his powerful strength and marksmanship. He filled a backpack with the best weapons and ammunition and charged out on the coolest vehicle. His heart swelled with pride and joy. At this moment, he felt like the king of the world. Ah, so satisfying. Bang! The motorcycle was tripped by a sturdy vine. Lu Chao lost his grip and flew off, crashing heavily onto the beach, face first. What the hell, what happened? Before he could react, the three naked men had already surrounded him. Each with a lewd smile on their faces, they began to punch and kick Lu Chao. Hey, don't hit me, primitive big brothers, please don't hit me. Bang 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 bang. After hitting for a while, there was still no news of Lu Chao being eliminated. Lin Xing and the others were a bit disheartened. Why isn't he being eliminated? Is it possible that fists and abilities are not recognized by the rules? Lu Chao was extremely scared inside. If he hadn't seen Lin Xing's SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, he would have thought these three were cannibals living on an island. Three big brothers, please stop hitting me, I understand the game rules. Oh, tell us. This island seems to have some special game system, it can monitor and calculate damage. Hearing this, the three frowned slightly. It seems the military's high-tech has already been applied to training. Lu Chao saw them pondering and continued. Everyone's initial health is 100, wearing different bulletproof vests can increase defense, and medicines can restore health. Each weapon has different damage, some sniper rifles can even kill with a single shot. Normal punches only deal 1 point of damage, so even if you hit me hard, you will need at least 100 punches to eliminate me. Hearing this, Lin Xing and the others secretly complained about this bizarre rule. It's just like the real thing, they can't even exploit a bug. Lin Xing looked at his proud fist and shook his head. He picked up the frying pan from Lu Chao's waist and started to swing it at him. Bang 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 bang. Indeed, large amounts of green effects appeared, indicating high damage. Big brother, the frying pan hurts too much, and the damage isn't high enough. I have an AK here, just eliminate me directly. No, I can't hold back. Damn. Bang 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 bang. After a frantic barrage with the frying pan, Lu Chao was finally eliminated, and a large wooden box appeared right where he had been. Lin Xing was overjoyed. I didn't expect it to be this realistic. This game is fun. Before the words were finished, the other two teammates had already gone to loot the package. On the transport plane, a flash of light, Lu Chao's figure appeared in the cabin, but all the equipment had already disappeared. A look of confusion was on his face, utterly bewildered. Beside him, Long Zhanya pointed to a very fit female teammate and said, her special ability is swap technique. After you were deemed eliminated, she swapped you with the nearby wooden box. Lu Chao let out a long sigh. Being eliminated is fine, if he had stayed put, who knows what those three men would have done to him. Then, Lu Chao was tossed into the cabin for eliminated players. On the island, Lin Xing quickly looted the package. The three naked men finally changed into a brand new set of equipment. However, one person can only carry a limited amount of gear, so dividing it among three always felt a bit awkward. As for weapons, an AKM assault rifle went to Su Jianchen, a 98K sniper rifle and a pistol went to Lu Yun. Lin Xing was left waving a frying pan in place. In the hands of a true pro, the frying pan is the strongest weapon. Lin Xing didn't need any bullets, he gave them to the other two. Lin Xing only received some medical supplies, but the names of the supplies were truly bizarre. Tourniquet *2 restores 20 health points. Insulin *1 slowly restores 100 health points, increases toxin resistance. Sildenafil tablets *1. Good heavens, the designer of this game must be a real oddball. Alright, brothers, we got our gear, it's time for us to show our strength. Charge! The Wildman trio jumped on the smoking motorcycle, starting their wild ride. Behind them, a faint green light screen was gradually approaching. Su Jianchen was in charge of driving, Lu Yun was in charge of sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Xing was responsible for riding on their heads, blocking bullets for them. There was no choice, the motorcycle could only carry two people. The three had to squeeze together, Lin Xing resting on their shoulders, forming a pyramid shape. Charge, whirlwind charge. Hurry up, the poison circle is closing in, if we don't run, we will all be done for. Wait, it looks like there's a team ahead. In front of them, a team of 4 was running from the poison. But looking closely, the others were all fully equipped, each with 2 long guns and fully stocked bullets. Their helmets and bulletproof vests were top-notch, and even their backpacks were level 3 high-end. The 4 also spotted Lin Xing's trio. That bizarre formation, along with the smoking motorcycle, was quite hard to miss. Oh wow, you guys look, those 3 naked men are stacking up. Where's your focus? They have a motorcycle, shoot them. Be careful, I see that motorcycle is smoking. Don't blow it up, we will need it to escape later. Tat 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 tat. While running, the 4 opened fire at Lin Xing and the others. Their marksmanship was skilled, and their movements were swift. One could tell they had some professional training. However, after shooting for a while, even when they hit, the trio just wouldn't be eliminated, which seemed very strange. Something's not right, I should have hit them, are they really that tough? Impossible, my sniper rifle clearly hit the head of the one at the top, he not only didn't fall but is crazily waving that pan around. Maybe the system glitched, let's shoot again. Tat 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 tat. Another round of gunfire, the magazines emptied. On the motorcycle, Su Jianchen and Lu Yun were in shock. Just now, seeing that burst of bullets flying over, they thought it was the end. But Lin Xing, for some reason, had such fast hands. Waving the frying pan like crazy, he blocked all the bullets. Not only did the 3 remain unharmed, but even the motorcycle didn't have a single bullet hole. It was simply outrageous, like an outrageous wife opening a window for the neighbor Wang, completely absurd. However, they knew nothing, in their previous life, blocking bullets with a frying pan was simply a basic skill. Bang 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 bang. A stream of bullets hit the frying pan, sparking countless sparks. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were all shattered by the ricocheting bullets. Lin Xing stood directly on the motorcycle, wildly waving the frying pan, shouting into the wind. Look at my knight slashing 8 directions frying pan style. What an awkward name. Countless bullets came from all directions, but not a single bullet could get past the frying pan in Lin Xing's hands. A faint arc of electricity surged in his hands, 3,000 bolts of lightning filled his arms, and the speed had reached a terrifyingly shocking level. He was like a Durex safety umbrella, blocking all the enemies that dared to approach, firmly refusing to let a single bullet through. At this moment, everything in Lin Xing's eyes seemed to be in slow motion. The 3,000 bolts of lightning not only brought him extreme speed, but also enhanced his senses many times over. He now felt like the Flash, as if everything he looked at was moving in slow motion. Aha, block for me. Su Jianchen and Lu Yun's lips twitched, feeling like they were being swept away. Good guy, I said this fella doesn't need a gun, turns out the frying pan is the strongest weapon on the surface. At that moment, the motorcycle finally caught up with the 4 enemies. Once they were closer, the 4 clearly panicked. Because no matter how they shot their guns, the frying pan would block every shot. Moreover, the bullets that were deflected flew back towards them, and one of their brothers had already gone down. Dragon team, I report, he's opened fire. Open fire my ass, that's a real person, that guy must have some kind of speed superpower to block all our bullets. What do we do, just surrender like this? Don't think that only he has superpowers, we have them too. Yeah, my superpower is SSS level, transforming into 10 times bigger. Bro, that just makes you a live target, right? Hiss. Soon, Lin Xing's motorcycle charged forward, and the man known for his transformation was sent flying by a frying pan slap from Lin Xing. The other two were also taken out by Lu Yun with a gun, turning into boxes. However, Lin Xing had no time to loot. The poisonous circle behind them quickly closed in, forcing them to ride the motorcycle desperately. Ha ha ha, we are the strongest team. Charge! In this way, the three went insane with killing. Lin Xing, as the strongest shield, blocked every single bullet, resolving the fundamental issue of defense. And the three of them, with Su Jianqin's superb driving skills, continuously chased down the enemies. Once they caught up, Lin Xing would swing the frying pan, sending them flying, landing in the box. If they didn't die, they would also be poisoned by the toxic circle behind. Because with Lin Xing's frying pan blow, they would at least fly into the toxic circle by hundreds of meters. Barbarians charge. Bang 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 bang. Lin Xing waved the frying pan wildly, and wherever he passed, the enemies trembled in fear. Some lucky survivors spread this event far and wide. A terrifying legend spread across the entire island. What? 3 primitive men hijacked a motorcycle and are slaughtering students. What? Cannibals took away students to eat human flesh? My god, the terrifying upright apes invaded the island, claiming to take everyone back to be their wives. For a time, the people were in a panic. Even the chickens didn't want to be eaten, fearing they would be taken away by primitive men to do something indescribable. Only a group of people from Capital University showed great excitement. They were running around the map, searching for so-called primitive people, ready to draw their guns. Lin Xing and the others left a trail of sparks and lightning, finally running ahead of the toxic circle. The motorcycle ran out of gas at this moment and finally broke down completely. Damn, it ran out of gas so quickly, this is not very good. It's not bad, when Lu Yun toppled it with vines, it was already leaking a bit. As long as it got us ahead of the toxic circle, it is already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Alright, Lin Xing, what should we do next? The two turned their heads in unison, looking at Lin Xing. Although Lin Xing's plan was quite unreliable, the fact that the three of them had not been eliminated yet could be considered good leadership. Lin Xing rested his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment, his eyes shining with bright light. I have an idea. I just observed the general location of the poisonous circles, it should reach the port over there. And to get from the big island to the port, we need to pass through that elevated bridge. We've just made quite a haul, let's park a few cars on the elevated bridge, block the bridge, and collect some tolls. Chapter 60, Sister-in-law, it's sister-in-law. No time to waste, they got straight to it. The three of them immediately split up, finding several cars and motorcycles in a few towns. They parked them in the middle of the elevated bridge and even blew up the tires. As the senior member, Lin Xing even placed a few barrels of gasoline on the bridge. After everything was set up, the three of them were just about to find a place to hide. But then 4 unexpected guests arrived. In a bulletproof car, 4 men of different shapes and sizes had their eyes shining. Look quickly, aren't those 3 primitive people? They're not wearing any clothes, they must be primitive people. Now our city's 4 schoolflowers are lucky. He, let's go, charge and fight. The 4 were indeed the 4 from Lin Xing's neighboring dormitory. Goblin, Woolly Mammoth, Teddy Dog, and Little Kitty. Don't judge them by their silly names, their college entrance exam scores were top-notch. They were at least brilliant geniuses in the top 100 of their respective provinces. However, the Capital University had its own admission standards, these 4 were practically idol-like figures. Charge. Capture the primitive people alive. Bring them back to the dormitory and torture them. The 4 instantly turned on their beastly forms and charged towards Lin Xing. Lin Xing was taken aback. At first, he didn't recognize these 4 guys, but once he saw their beastly forms, it all clicked. Holy crap, isn't that the 4 great warriors from the neighboring dormitory? Su Jianqin picked up his AK and started shooting, I've never liked them. Lu Yun grabbed a frying pan and held it behind his backside, trembling. Lin Xing, hurry and fight them off, I'm afraid they might turn on me. Lin Xing turned, saw Lu Yun with nice legs, and his pale hairless skin, and shouted. Lu Yun is forever our dormitory's inseparable property, if you take him, it's like taking our girl. I'll fight you. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Both sides immediately exchanged fire, bullets flying everywhere, and chaos erupted. Even Lin Xing had to admire how useful the bulletproof car was. Bullets hit the bulletproof car, piercing through one small hole after another, and puffs of thick white smoke came out. It was really sturdy, but it didn't explode. Seeing the 4 schoolflowers getting closer and closer, Lin Xing was even a bit anxious. The large plate of chicken in his hands was crazily outputting, afraid they would rush over and snatch away the dorm flower, Lu Yun. Brothers, hold on, hit them hard. Protect Lu Yun, protect our dorm flower. Damn, why do I feel like it's not safe in our dorm either? Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Both sides had fierce firepower, but the opponent had the bulletproof car while their side had Lin Xing's frying pan. The damage from bullets was not very high for both sides. However, the distance between them kept getting closer and closer. Finally, just a second before the bulletproof car exploded, the two sides met. The four school flowers jumped out of the car and charged toward Lin Xing and the others. But the next second, they were stunned. They're not primitive people, they are from the neighboring dormitory. They're only wearing shorts, could they be kindred spirits? But the fattest guy with the best figure in their dorm isn't here. The other three, except for the electric kid who looks decent, the other two are too ugly, especially that sissy. Boring, just hit them. The four school beauties of the capital said a few words, and instantly made Lu Yun turn red with anger. He erupted, roaring with fury. What did you say? I've grown up, and no one has ever called me ugly. You all will pay the price. In the next second, countless vines and branches sprang up from all directions on the bridge, trapping the four beauties in an instant. Though the four turned into beasts and had immense strength, they couldn't break free from Lu Yun's power. The branches kept growing, and soon the four were wrapped up like big zongzi. In just a moment, they were finished off. Lin Xing's mouth twitched, almost dropping his gun. Wow, Lu Yun, you're actually this strong. Su Jianchen was also slightly taken aback. I heard he's the top student from Chung province, seems it's really true. But why did he suddenly go berserk? Probably because it's the first time someone called him ugly, and he was compared to a fat person. Lu Yun grabbed his rifle and opened fire on the four. Before long, the four were teleported away, replaced by four large wooden boxes. Lu Yun was still not satisfied and opened fire on the wooden boxes. If Lin Xing hadn't stopped him, he might have taken the bridge down. Wait, don't destroy the bridge. Lin Xing seemed to think of a good idea, silently noting it down in his mind. At the same time, on the transport plane, Long Zhanya stared at the four students who looked non-human, with a black line across his face. Your team ranked 38th out of 200 teams, pretty good ranking. Also, next time in training, don't easily reveal your beast forms, especially that little kitty, I almost want to vomit. The little kitty patted its muscular chest. Okay, Officer Lone, meow meow meow. Ugh. On the elevated bridge, Lin Xing and the others blocked the other end, preparing for battle, with several fully loaded rifles casually thrown on the ground. As soon as they ran out of bullets, they would immediately pick up the pre-reserved weapons on the ground, seamlessly transitioning. Of course, Lin Xing had an even better plan. That was to blow up the bridge right as the toxic circle approached. Let all the friends who love gaming enjoy the experience of soaking in the water. Hee, just thinking about it makes him a bit excited. Someone's coming. Su Jianchen shouted and was about to shoot. Lin Xing reached out to stop him. Wait, shoot them after they've gotten on the bridge, or they'll run away. Brother, how sly. Moments later, a bumpy car and a motorcycle came driving up. They were a four-person team, all well-equipped, hailing from various towns. But soon, they discovered a problem. The bridge was blocked by several vehicles. What's going on? Who blocked the bridge? All four, get out and move the cars blocking the bridge. Okay. At the moment the group relaxed their vigilance. Lin Xing and the others opened fire, instantly making the four of them scatter like rats. Sister-in-law, it's sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? That's called sister-in-law. What the hell, can't you understand human language? Bang bang bang. Two of them turned into wooden boxes at the same time. The remaining two were not much better off, forced to crouch behind a vehicle, trembling in fear. The toxic circle was coming quickly. Several other teams came over from the other side of the bridge, and intense gunfire erupted. Not just bullets, but also a lot of powers intertwined. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, forest, fire, mountain, flying, underground control, water spray. The scene was very lively. Lin Xing and the others felt a sudden increase in pressure. Not only the three of them had powers, but everyone did. Normal powers they could handle, just different elemental missiles and the like. But there were always some bizarre powers that left them at a loss. For example, one person was using poop as a propeller, flying straight up. At incredible speed, he charged towards the other side of the bridge. If it weren't for Lin Xing whipping him down with a flick of his whip, that poop would have probably fallen on their heads. Seeing more and more enemies, there were already 3 to 4 dozen of them. Lin Xing finally revealed his sharp fangs. Let's blow up the bridge. Chapter 61, Blow Up the Bridge, Blow Up the Bridge. The enemies had gathered in the middle of the bridge, barely taking cover behind a few scrapped vehicles. Lin Xing knew his opportunity had come. He reached out, grabbing his two teammates like little chicks. With all his strength, he threw them far into the grassy bushes. The two teammates hadn't even realized what was happening when they felt themselves taking flight. As the enemies turned their attention to the airborne people, Lin Xing's lips curled into a strange arc. Super electromagnetic cannon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Jianchen flew in the air, only seeing two electromagnetic cannons thicker than the bridge pillars shooting out, carrying unmatched power, destroying the bridge into 3 segments. This terrifying force made his heart tremble constantly, filled with fear. Boom boom! The hundreds of meters long bridge was hit head-on, instantly producing a shocking explosion sound. What's going on? It seems the bridge is being blown up. No way, we just graduated high school, it's tough enough to blow up a toilet, and you're telling me someone can blow up a bridge weighing thousands of tons? Shut up, who can swim? Hurry and take me alone. I can only dive, but diving and rescue timing are the same. Help! Splash, splash, splash. The enemies fell into the water like dumplings, each struggling to swim to the shore. Those who couldn't swim became boxes, sent back to the transport plane. Lin Xing also took the moment when the bridge was about to collapse to transform into a flash of lightning, catching the two teammates falling from the sky. Everything was done in one smooth motion, simply stylish. Wow, Lin Xing is really skillful. Do you want to learn martial arts with me? Su Jianchen's eyes sparkled. Forget it, I'm really interested in dance academy, but not in martial arts. Quick, they're all in the water, let's beat up the drowning dogs. As soon as this was said, the three immediately got excited. Picking up their weapons, they crazily attacked those swimming madly in the water. Tat 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 tat. Tat 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 tat. Their shooting accuracy was poor, but it was truly terrifying. Many people dared not show their heads, holding their breath and diving, desperately trying to swim to the opposite bank. Bullets whizzed past their ears, making them want to drop dead on the spot. Damn it, it's so annoying, we have no chance to fight back in the water. Phew, why does it smell foul in this water? One of our squad just sprayed feces flying into the air, and when he got shot, he fell into the water. Didn't you forget? Ew. Don't be afraid, my power is to freeze the world. Once I freeze all this water into ice, everyone will have a place to stand and retaliate. Good idea, wait. Before the words were finished, the water's surface began to freeze. Several people didn't have time to climb up and were half stuck in the ice on the water's surface. Even worse, some were still swimming underwater, directly frozen beneath the water's surface. Scared, they let out air and swallowed a mouthful of seawater. Lin Xing was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that someone would criticize his poor shooting skills and specifically make the target stationary for him to shoot. Wise thoughts can't compare to a fool's sudden inspiration. Hurry, shoot. They can't move. Wahahaha. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xing and the three beat the drowning dogs, bullets flying out like they were free. They rained bullets on their buddies trapped in the ice and unable to move. It felt like a scene from a Japanese movie, powerless like being stuck in a washing machine. On the transport plane, Long Zhanya helplessly watched the monitor and waved his hand. He ordered his men to teleport them all back. Alas, this bunch is really too weak. Thus, the bridge battle came to an end. Lin Xing's wave of obstruction gained a great victory, with the three of them annihilating over 50 enemies. This was called Lin's glorious victory in blowing up the bridge. What should we do next? It feels like the poison circle is getting smaller. There probably aren't any teams left. After a frantic output, people often feel a certain emptiness. At this time, several of them also lost their direction. The poison circle's area seemed to only have 1 kilometer left, half of which was in the water. Lin Xing thought for a moment but couldn't come up with a good idea. He could only decide to find a high spot to hide and ambush others. Just then, a messy and panting fat man ran over, covered in dirt and full of bullet holes. The skill of playing dead is on a level of its own, even the military system that determines bullet hits couldn't classify this as damage. So now the fat man was still alive. Extremely resilient. Behind him, a few people were chasing and shooting. Clearly, they had been at it for a while and their eyes were bloodshot. This fat guy is too sly, he actually stole our bag. Damn it, shoot him. Give it all you've got. Bullets immediately whizzed past the fat man from behind, extremely dangerous. Gritting his teeth, the fat man stomped his foot and activated his special move. He wrapped his arms around his legs and, in an incredibly flexible position, curled himself into a ball. He shouted loudly, "Invincible firewheel." Then he activated his special ability to play dead and rolled down the hillside, tumbling wildly. His speed was so fast that he left the pursuers several hundred meters behind. Lin Xing and the others' lips twitched, both startled and delighted. Startled that the fat man had not been eliminated, delighted that they had someone to bully again. The fat man rolled down the hillside like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to fall into the river, Lin Xing calmly stood up. He was going to use a move to stop the fat ball. "Ha, fat guy, don't be afraid, as the pride of the great Xiaomen's football team, I am here to save you." Swish! Lin Xing did a backflip on the spot and reached out as if to catch the air. The fat man predictably fell into the water. Snap! So awkward. Dude, with those smelly feet, you dare call yourself Great Xiao's football star? Don't act tough, the enemies are rushing down. This is bad, it's a huge crowd. Lin Xing's lips twitched. He saw a team of nearly 70 people charging toward the three of them. Leading the pack was Lin Xing's new adopted son from a few days ago. The old schemer, Luo Kong. Their team was organized, with 3 people in each group forming a triangle formation. They even formed another triangle with groups of 3, tightly interlinked. Even a professional combat team's tactical formation might not be as exquisite as theirs. Damn, they formed an illegal team. These birdmen are just too despicable. Hey, Long Zhonyi, are you going to do something? What now? If it were a battle of abilities, we could still fight them, but bullets will be considered damage, and we will be at a disadvantage. Lin Xing casually pulled out a frying pan, completely unfazed. Let's just fight, who's afraid of whom? The other 2 understood immediately, they could form a group of 3. Su Jianchen, go ride the motorcycle. Let's throw everything out of our bags and fill them with grenades. We'll become airborne bombers and prepare for a final battle. They acted without hesitation. The frozen river surface wasn't far away, and there were many boxes. The 3 immediately went to loot and filled their backpacks with grenades. The motorcycle roared, and the 3 formed a triangle formation again. Lin Xing's frying pan was ready. They didn't carry a single gun, but their bags were filled with all kinds of grenades, smoke bombs, and Molotov cocktails. Your tactical formation may be amazing, but I'm going to blow a hole in it. The motorcycle roared, producing a deafening sound, like a roaring tiger ready to charge out of the mountain. 3-person team, charge. Chapter 62, My Leader Dares to Eat. At this moment, Luo Kong was overjoyed and full of himself. From the beginning, he used an ability user from his team to organize everyone from Kyoto University. He formed an 80-person team illegally. Then he began to seize territory and attack collectively. They took out several schools, scattered students one by one. Seized control of the airport peninsula. After several battles, only a few people died, which can be said to be truly shameless. At this time on the island, besides their group of over 70 from Kyoto, there were only Lin Xing and his team of 4 left. Look, isn't that Lin Xing and his teammates? Ha, I really didn't expect that they are still alive. Now, I can enjoy torturing him well, Luo Kong exclaimed excitedly. As long as he eliminated Lin Xing, he would be the number 1 in the training team. This session belonged to him, Luo Kong. However, the next second, a loud voice came, attracting everyone's attention. Fusion. Several people turned their gaze and saw a motorcycle carrying 3 people speeding towards them. It looked extremely fierce. Shoot quickly. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Everyone saw this and immediately opened fire. However, all the bullets hit the motorcycle, but were all blocked by a frying pan. Not a single one managed to break through the defense. What? Luo Kong was shocked and directly unleashed his special ability, soaring into the sky. However, Lin Xing and the others' motorcycle also soared into the air. It went straight for Luo Kong. You 3 are seeking death, I am the king of the sky. Luo Kong waved his hand, and countless wind blades shot towards Lin Xing, sharp as can be, with a whistling sound of air being cut. He actually violated the rules by using his power to attack others. Lin Xing did not hold back, fiercely wielding the frying pan. Bang 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 bang. He blocked all the wind blades, and the 3 remained unscathed. While Luo Kong was in utter shock, Lin Xing directly launched his special move. He spun the frying pan in his hand 3 times in the air, then shot it straight towards Luo Kong. Watch my frying pan attack. Swish. Bang. The genius praised by Kyoto University, a provincial champion, was thus knocked away by a frying pan. Son, is Daddy's big iron pot tasty? Lin Xing laughed proudly. At this moment, the poison circle began to shrink rapidly, the last circle would shrink to nothing. So if they couldn't eliminate all enemies, they would only be poisoned to death, as they didn't bring any medkits. Quick, throw grenades, blow them up. The 3 of them didn't care about anything else, directly opening their backpacks and tossing with force. Hundreds of grenades, Molotov cocktails, and flashbangs poured down. Like an airplane bombing, it created countless craters on the ground. A rain of grenades fell from the sky. Everyone ducked for cover, completely unable to resist. Have they gone mad? So many grenades. Boom. Run. Boom. 2 grenades won't land in the same pit, I'm jumping. Boom 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 boom. In midair, Lin Xing deliberately threw several grenades into that crater to ensure he could eliminate successfully. Cool. Stop being cool, how do we not crash? Ah. The motorcycle had no power in the air and began to fall continuously. It was about to hit the ground. Hey, can you two fly? Lin Xing asked. I'm a martial artist, how would I know how to fly? I'm a healer, I can't. Lin Xing twitched his lips. His biggest weakness was also that he couldn't fly. Should he activate Platinum Thunder and have Gundam carry him? Fake flying was still flying. Just as he was pondering, the enemy rushed up. A gigantic white thunder giant slowly stood up, reaching out a massive hand to grasp the motorcycle. It looked as if they were truly flying. Bullets hitting the white thunder giant were all turned into ice shards. They couldn't get close to Lin Xing at all. This skill is a bit of a bug. Lin Xing, you brat, you are something, no wonder you scored 100 million points. Lin Xing grinned, his expression calm as if he had just watched a little film. Just sprinkle a little water, next, we just need to take them out. But we don't have any grenades left. At the last moment, everyone couldn't hold it anymore. They didn't care about any rules anymore. All unleashed their abilities and began the fight. In an instant, abilities flew everywhere, and people dashed around. The entire battlefield was in chaos, like a messy soup. The originally green grass had been trampled bare. Even the towering trees were uprooted, creating utter confusion. Long Zhanya stood on the transport plane, looking far and wide, seeing dozens of people surrounding a massive white lightning giant, attacking. It was like ancient humans battling an ancient demon king. It's so terrifying. Unfortunately, the lightning giant demon king was even stronger. With a wave of its hand and a stomp of its foot, countless lives were lost. If it weren't for the critical moment when they could be replaced with a wooden box, who knows how many would have been stomped to death by Lin Xing. Ha 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 ha, little brats, taste my big foot. Bang 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 bang. Lin Xing specifically chose Ice Lightning as the carrier for the Platinum Lightning person. Not only does it have high defense, but it also possesses greater power, just like a frost giant. I stomp, I stomp, I stomp stomp stomp. Lin Xing began to stomp on the students from Kyoto University as if they were ants. In no time, only a few were left unscathed. According to the rules, Lin Xing had violated and should be disqualified. But the enemy violated first, and Long Zhanya tacitly accepted this behavior. Being transported away before being stomped to death still counted as being eliminated. After all, if you lose your life, what does it matter? However, his gaze was sharp as he watched the poisonous circle shrink to 10 square meters. Lin Xing, you didn't bring any medicine, what will you do next? In the end, Lin Xing's last stomp finally crushed the last little Karami into a box. Great! All the enemies are eliminated, we won. At this moment, the poisonous circle completely shrank to a point, and everyone was exposed inside it. Wait, it's not over yet, could there be someone else? Lin Xing realized that the game had not ended at all. He started to glow green and lose health, with the rhythm of being eliminated. At this moment, in the sky, Luo Kong floated in the air, poking various medicine bottles and syringes into himself. What? Medical kits, insulin, Viagra. Ha ha ha, I have medicine, you few won't outlast me. The toxin in the final poisonous circle was immense, and Lin Xing's group had no medicine at all. In less than 20 seconds, they turned into boxes and were transported back to the transport plane. Rokong managed to endure for a minute thanks to the medicine before being transported back. As soon as he entered the transport plane, he couldn't help but mock Lin Xing. So, who won? You or me, ha ha ha. Lin Xing was unfazed, pointing to a monitor screen showing a fat guy playing dead at the bottom of the water. I think it should be me who won. What? Rokong was stunned, and so were the others. That fat guy wasn't dead and hadn't been transported back at all. This ability is truly unbelievable. Long Zhanya walked over and cleared his throat softly. Ahem, alright, the winners of this training are Zhang Yuan, Lin Xing, Su Jianchen, and Lu Yun. The three of them stared blankly, who was Zhang Yuan? 20 minutes later, the transport plane brought everyone back to the dormitory. During that time, Rokong shouted Dad 100 times. This made Lin Xing think this person wasn't bad, being willing to accept defeat. But looking at Rokong's bruised face, everyone seemed to understand something. After Lin Xing left, Rokong said fiercely, Lin Xing, remember today's humiliation, I will return it double. Ow, why do I feel a warm sensation in my lower abdomen, could that Viagra actually be real? Rokong was completely stunned, wondering what kind of training team was so unreliable. They actually got a bottle of real Viagra for training props, and that was a whole bottle. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. If I don't release this, I might die. At that moment, the four campus beauties of Capital University walked over, patted Rokong's shoulder, and spoke with deep, magnetic voices. Brother Luo, you are one of us, right? Come to our dorm to cool off, my beastly goblin won't let you down. Wait, don't pull me. Just like that, Luo Kong disappeared into the vast valley with the support of the four school beauties. At night, Lin Xing and the others finished dinner and felt bored. So they decided to sneak out to the girls' training area to find Ling Yin to play. To Lin Xing's surprise, Lu Yun actually had a twin sister, who was also at the girls' training area. Omega, Lu Yun, you look so handsome, isn't your sister? The three big men showed lewd expressions. Lu Yun had a helpless expression, get lost, don't think about my sister. Lin Xing, okay, big brother-in-law. Su Jianchen, okay, big brother-in-law. The fatty, okay, big brother-in-law. Lu Yun. Soon, the three of them stealthily crept into the girls' camp and found the dormitory of Ling Yin and Lu Yun's sister, Lu Yu. Inside the dormitory, it seemed they were arguing. It sounded like the voices of two little girls, Ling Yin and Lu Yu. My boss is the top scholar. My big brother is also the top scholar. My boss can fly and breathe fire. My big brother can fly too, and can spin in circles while pooping. My boss dares to eat poop, does your big brother dare? My big brother dares to eat 10 pounds of poop. My boss can eat 100 pounds. My big brother can eat 1,000 pounds. Chapter 63, actually, I'm a girl. In the dormitory. Ling Ying had her hands on her hips, overly confident, her two cute little tiger teeth chattering without end. In front of her was another relatively slim little girl, who seemed a bit younger than Ling Ying, but was extremely cute. My boss can eat 10,000 pounds of poop. You're just bragging, you can't finish eating 10,000 pounds of poop in 10 years. Humph, if you don't believe me, I'll call my boss to eat right now. Crack. The door was pushed open, revealing Lin Xing's furious face and trembling hands. Ling Yin. Boss, you're here. Hurry. I was just betting with this little girl. Bet my foot, I'll hit you right now. Nanny. Boss, nanny. On one side, Lin Xing was hitting Ling Yin's bottom, while on the other side, Lu Yu was also suffering. Her older brother Lu Yun imitated Lin Xing and pressed his sister down on his lap, starting to spank her. Smack. 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 My little brother won't feel pain even if he gets spanked 100 times. My sister can take 1,000 spanks without even crying. My little brother doesn't mind getting spanked naked. My sister not only gets spanked naked, but she also sings while getting spanked. Amidst the rising cries, the entire girls' dormitory was filled with noise. The echoes lingered endlessly. Soon, this much commotion was heard by the instructor from the girls' side. Captain Lu Nan rushed over with several female squad members, kicking open the dormitory door. Fighting is prohibited in the girls' dormitory. The moment the door opened, they were all dumbfounded. Two boys were each holding a little girl, spanking them. And it seemed they were competing over who spanked harder. Lu Nan instantly became furious, drawing her long knife and pressing it against Lin Xing's neck. You two men actually broke the rules and barged into the girls' dormitory, don't you want to live? For a moment, the atmosphere fell into an awkward scene. You should know, according to the management rules, men barging into the girls' dormitory is a huge crime, one that can't be cleared even by jumping into the Yellow River. Lin Xing was just about to give a pale and powerless explanation when Lu Yun spoke up first. Instructor, actually I'm a girl, I just happen to be a bit taller, if you don't believe me, look. Lu Yun flipped her hair, revealing her delicate face. Lu Nan was taken aback and looked at Lu Yun's long hair, which indeed framed a pretty face, with some feminine charm, then turned to look at Lin Xing. I'll temporarily believe she's a girl, then what do you have to say? Lin Xing's face immediately broke into a cold sweat, he didn't expect Lu Yun to have this trick up her sleeve. It seems looking a bit effeminate does have its small use. Lin Xing gritted his teeth, glancing at his own confident appearance through the window's reflection, and in a high-pitched voice said, Actually, I'm also a girl, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. He was all in, he was betting that the female instructor wouldn't dare to check personally. However, he was wrong. As soon as this sentence was finished, several female team members behind him became excited. Lin Xing was now wearing a short-sleeved training shirt, his solid chest muscles and 8-pack abs faintly visible, with sturdy arms that were very strong, especially that handsome face. While full of masculinity, he also had a delicate charm. Who could resist this guy? A female team member with short hair took the initiative and said, Captain, this guy clearly doesn't look like a good person. For your honor, let me confirm his identity. Lin Xing's lips twitched, instinctively shrinking back. Captain, Sister Qin has been in the team for too short a time. I'm afraid he will take advantage of her. How about I handle this instead, said a girl with a high ponytail. No way, I'm the newcomer. I should do this tough work. Newcomers, go to the side. Veterans give way to newcomers. Do you know how to obey orders? I, the captain, will personally confirm. Several spirited female team members quarreled as they rushed to Lin Xing's side, hands all over him. Even Ling Ying joined the crowd, showing a traitorous expression. These abs, this chest, clearly a man's disguise. My hands have never been wrong. Humph, you smelly man, look at that Adam's apple, still trying to fool me. This pert bottom has some substance. Seeing his last line of defense about to collapse, Lin Xing hurriedly struggled to get up, trying to defend his last bit of dignity. But who knew that this group of female team members was like wolves? When wolves see meat, they don't care about anything else. There's a saying, after being in the army for a long time, even pigs seem pleasing to the eye. It seems the saying applies not only to male soldiers but also to female soldiers. Long-term suppressed military training had left them thirsting for something, especially when it came to such a handsome guy. Lin Xing was completely stunned, with 7 or 8 soft hands touching him everywhere. The various scents filled his lungs, and his vision was all thunder. Sisters, I was wrong. I admit I lied. Don't, little brother, everything has to wait until after verification. Help me. On the side, Lu Yun watched Lin Xing's inhumane situation, his eyes twinkling with excitement. He looked at Lu Nan, with a pleading gaze in his eyes. Captain, I also request to verify identity. Lu Nan cast a disdainful glance at him. No need, you don't even have an Adam's apple, no one is more girly than you. Lu Yun. No words were spoken that night. The next day, under the streetlight of the special training team, 2 men were hanging there. Dressed in rags, their faces haggard. Lin Xing glanced at Lu Yun, and Lu Yun also looked at Lin Xing, with a sigh. Gather up, gather up. Beep 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 beep. The whistle sounded, and both male and female team members gathered together. Right under Lin Xing and Lu Yun's feet, they formed 2 squares. Long Zhanyue and Lu Nan stood in front of their respective teams, directing the troops. Everyone stood in line, their eyes constantly glancing towards the streetlight, their hearts guessing. Did these 2 actually break any serious rules? Soon, Long Zhanyue gave the answer. He pointed at Lin Xing and Lu Yun under the streetlight. These 2 openly violated military discipline the next day, going to the girls' dormitory at midnight and even spanking female classmates. This kind of behavior is shameful. Lu Nan echoed, not only shameful, but it is also a very serious disciplinary violation. We must all condemn them and put an end to such behavior. If they are caught again, it won't just be hanging under the streetlight, we will notify the school to expel them. However, the imagined thousands of disdainful looks did not appear. Instead, there was a look of envy on everyone's faces. The boys, what the hell, I'm jealous. Sneaking into the girls' dormitory at midnight? I would never dare. The girls, 2 handsome guys, why didn't they sneak into our dorm? Sigh, so sad. Long Zhanyue and Lu Nan were left dumbfounded. Are kids today this open? Not bothering with them anymore, Long Zhanyue began introducing today's training items. Newbies. Today, I specially invited the elite team of the Wolf Fong Special Forces, the Moonlit Night Werewolves, to be your practice partners. No matter if you go together or one by one, as long as you can tear off their identification tags from their chests, you pass the training. On the contrary, if they take off your hats, it means you are dead and lost your qualification. Chapter 64, I am a farmer. Everyone looked at Long Zhanya with blank expressions. Damn, you bring out such a boring trick to play. It's just an ability team, can they beat us, the more than 1,000 talents from both sides? Ha, Long Zhanya really underestimates our strength. Later, the ability team will be left searching for their teeth. The students below were discussing endlessly. With youthful arrogance, they all had the demeanor of being number 1 in the world. They completely did not take the so-called ability team seriously. Only Lin Xing, who was hanging from the street lamp, was deep in thought, her expression very serious. Lin Xing, what are you thinking about? Lu Yun asked. I was thinking, if I use Tam's main Q against Nami, if Nami ults at close range, is it a gain or a loss? I think it's a gain. Lu Yun was speechless when suddenly the sky darkened. And it was the kind of darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, pure darkness. Everyone was shocked, it was still morning, how did it suddenly go dark? Did they sleep in? Suddenly, several dark shadows rushed by, crimson eyes flickering in the night, drawing streaks of blood-red light. When everyone reacted, the sky suddenly brightened. 3 men and 1 woman in combat suits were standing in front of everyone. They posed in strange and awkward postures, fully displaying what it means to be overly dramatic. The 4 shouted in unison, Moonlit Night Werewolf Team, assembly complete. Long Zhanya froze for a moment, a black line appearing on his forehead. When will these ability teams' quirks ever change? Ahem. Long Zhanye awkwardly cleared his throat and said, alright, the people in front of you are the Moonlit Night Werewolf Special Team. To be fair, I will tell you all of their abilities, so they won't bully you. Everyone was unconcerned. No matter how strong they are, they can't escape from so many of us. Exactly, everyone is human, do they have 2 more legs than us? Long Zhanye was stunned, silently cursing in his heart. You will see how you fare soon. He pointed to the tall and strong man in the middle and said, his name is Wolfdi, incredibly strong, with a body as hard as steel. Wolfdi extended his arm, which was as sturdy as rebar, and cupped his hands in front of everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Wolfdi, with steel bones. No matter how hard you hit, it won't hurt. If anyone disagrees, you can come up and try. As soon as he said this, some students wouldn't back down, and 2 students of the strength type foolishly walked over. They swung their fists with all their might and slammed them onto Wolfda's chest. Duong! Duong, the sound echoed like ringing bells, and the 2 students almost broke their bones, holding their hands and howling. In contrast, Wolfda looked quite pleased, relishing the feeling of having successfully shown off. How about it? Is there anyone else who wants to try? Hearing this, the students looked at each other, feeling a bit scared. After all, even the 2 top strength geniuses couldn't do it, they certainly couldn't either. I want to try. Hanging from the street lamp, Lin Xing weakly raised her hand. Damn, why don't you stay hanging from the street lamp instead of acting tough? Wolfda laughed heartily, alright, this little friend has courage, I will give you this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing slowly climbed down from the lamppost and cautiously walked in front of Wolfda, scratching her head and saying, I have little strength, please forgive me. No problem, just come at me. Lin Xing gently clenched her fist and, with the posture of an amateur, put all her strength into a punch. Bang! Puff, Wolfda nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. If it weren't for someone pushing from behind, I would probably have flown out backward. This punch was incredibly powerful, almost throwing my internal organs out of place, instantly breaking my defense. Struggling to swallow a mouthful of old blood, Wolfda opened his mouth, revealing bloodstained teeth, and said, who are you? Lin Xing scratched his head and replied, I'm a farmer. Are you okay? I'm fine. Your strength is still not enough, you can't break my defense, hee. Oh, really? Can I take another punch? No, it's almost time. Quickly introduce the others to Team Lone. Turning around, Wolfda limped back towards the crowd, secretly pulling out a bottle of potion to drink, and finally recovered. Lin Xing climbed up the lamppost, using hands and feet to secure himself again. Everything returned to calm. Long Zhanye awkwardly smiled, brushing off this little episode. He pointed to a short man with claws on his hands and said, this is Wolf Air, the fastest. Wolf Air humbly gave a military salute to everyone, not mentioning anything else. Long Zhanye's finger moved again, pointing to the 3rd man with a mohawk hairstyle, this is Wolf-san, he can unleash a field of darkness, the Dark Knight just now was released by him. Finally, Long Zhanye's finger pointed to the last woman with an alluring figure. Her name is... Before he could finish, a student interrupted. She's Wolf C, we saw her on the plane yesterday. No, her name is Wolf Beauty. Her ability is object exchange, you all saw yesterday that she can swap positions of any object. Everyone. Alright, I've introduced the basics. If you haven't completed your tasks by noon, you'll not only face punishment, but also miss dinner. Now, training begins. With Long Zhanye's command, the entire scene suddenly turned into darkness. Wolf-san directly unleashed the field of darkness, turning off all the lights. You couldn't see your own hand in front of you, just like being locked in a box. Once humans lose their vision, fear and anxiety begin to rise within, even this so-called group of geniuses is no exception. But for the ability team, even without sight, they could still perform at 80% capacity based on other senses. Moreover, Wolf-san, with his field, enjoyed additional benefits in his domain. Damn, I can't see. How do we fight? Don't be scared, with so many of us, we can drown them with our spit. Hey! You just spit on my face. Sorry, I can't see. Oh no, someone took off my hat. On the lamppost, Lin Xing saw everything clearly, his eyes flickering with lightning. This was one of the small abilities he strengthened with his lightning power. He charged electricity in his eyes, creating a night vision effect. Before him, the Moonlight Werewolf team moved swiftly, weaving in and out among the students. They almost used the fastest methods to snatch off the students' hats. Lin Xing knew that in training, taking off hats was one thing, but in battle, it meant losing heads. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of rushing wind, dozens of people had already been eliminated. Everyone don't panic, I'll give off light. A boy shouted. Once they realized the situation, everyone began to think of strategies. Many students with light abilities immediately activated their powers. Some released light-based abilities, some launched fireballs, and others simply used their bald heads to shine light. The scene was instantly bright as day. But the next second. Swish, swish, swish. Those who lit up their abilities were all beheaded. Hats were snatched away, or they were knocked out with a hand chop, losing the qualifications to train. The scene fell into darkness again. What to do? These werewolves are too sneaky. Chapter 65, Watching the Tigers Fight from the Mountain. Next up is a sneak attack. The battlefield was thrown into chaos in an instant. The night enveloped everyone like a curtain. As long as someone releases light, there will only be one consequence. They will be eliminated in an instant. The wolf team under the moonlight moved like a reaper in the night, effortlessly snatching the hats from everyone in the crowd. With an average level of 60, fighting against this group of students was like a gunman brutally killing kindergarten kids. It was just too easy. This led to no one daring to use any abilities that could light up the battlefield anymore. The scene was dark and chaotic, with many people getting hurt by their own teammates. There were also some who took the chance to retaliate, harming their teammates. Especially the two groups from Dasha and Kyoto, who used underhanded tactics against each other, causing plenty of backstabbing. At the very core of the battlefield, Wolf was like a war machine, executing powerful moves that knocked the surrounding students to the ground. He even grabbed one student and started hammering them down, making it quite a brutal scene. The earlier strike to his abdomen had embarrassed him, now he needed to reclaim his pride. "Ah, you little noobs, watch me crush you." The students gradually grew angry. They were all geniuses from various schools, the prized favorites of their circles. Why should they be bullied like this here? Kill them, take them down. I refuse to believe this. A group of students surged forward, and the battlefield began to heat up. On a streetlight, Lin Xing watched the battle below with joy, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "Ah, Lu Yun, look at those fools, they've been eliminated by dozens, haha." Suddenly, the streetlight shook. Lin Xing looked down and saw that little Ling Yin was climbing up the streetlight pole using both hands and feet. From above, he could catch a glimpse of her little white dumpling peeking out from her collar. "Haven't seen you in a few days, have you grown? Boss, hurry and create some space for me, they want to hit me." While speaking, Ling Yin had already climbed to the top of the pole and tied a rope to hang herself up. The two of them hung back to back, looking quite ridiculous. "Little sister, why don't you find another streetlight? We're too crowded this way." Ling Yin crossed her arms. "I don't want to, I want to hang on the same streetlight as the boss for a sense of security." Alright." Not paying attention to Ling Yin, Lin Xing's gaze shifted to the shadow that soared into the air before him. It was his newly recruited son, Luo Kong. He looked majestic, floating in midair, one hand covering his rear, his facial expression twisted in pain, likely from a severe breach due to vigorous movement. Hiss. "Lin Xing, I'm going to hold you accountable for yesterday's grudge, ouch, it hurts." Although he couldn't see well, as an elite with wind abilities, he could dodge the chaos below by flying. Luo Kong floated in the air, gritting his teeth for a while before his expression eased up slightly. He looked around, seemingly trying to sense Lin Xing's location through the slightest movements. What he didn't know was that, when he couldn't see, Lin Xing had already locked onto him. "Little brother, hurry and take off your shoes." "Boss, are you finally ready to take action against me? But our position is not very convenient right now." Thud. Lin Xing landed a crisp slap on his head. "What nonsense are you thinking? Hand it over, it's useful to me." Ignoring Ling Yin's filthy thoughts, Lin Xing directly took off her shoes, revealing her little feet in pink striped socks. Lin Xing paused for a moment before quickly turning to aim at the bewildered Luo Kong in the air. The shoe shot out like a bullet. Whoosh! Smack! Luo Kong lost his balance and was hit hard on the butt by the shoe. A tearing pain shot through him, causing him to lose control of his abilities and fall down. "Ah! Can someone catch me?" Bang! Just when Luo Kong thought he was about to crash to the ground, a strong, powerful pair of arms caught him in a princess carry, safely holding him up. The wide and sturdy chest made him feel a touch of warmth. Luo Kong was stunned, and a warm current rose in his heart. Is this the bond of friendship? No, this is a knee strike to the waist. Wait a minute. Crack. Oh. Luo Kong was suddenly pressed down by Wolfdi, crashing heavily against his iron-like knee. But due to the darkness, Wolfdi misjudged the position, and his knee hit right on the spot of Luo Kong's anal fissure. In an instant, his tailbone broke. Luo Kong spat white foam and was eliminated. In the air, Lin Xing witnessed the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, what a man who's torn." 20 minutes passed in a flash. Hundreds of students had already been eliminated, lying on the ground in various positions, unconscious. A large part of them, having their hats taken off, could only resentfully retreat to the distance, waiting for the fate of missing dinner. Seeing that things had developed to this point, and the werewolf's strength had also diminished quite a bit, it was time for him to take action. Quietly, Lin Xing slid down the lamppost to the ground. Following the chaotic army of students, he sneakily began his ambush. His first target was Wolfde, who was being attacked by a group of students. This wolf had a body as hard as iron, and everyone's attacks couldn't break his defense at all. Ding 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 ding. The attacks hitting him sounded like they were striking a steel bell, echoing with buzzing sounds. Ha, you can't break my defenses. Wolfde began to show off arrogantly again, even putting his hands on his hips and proudly standing still, letting the students attack him. All to showcase his incredibly strong defense. Lin Xing's lips curled into a faint smile as he quietly approached from behind. He gathered power in his right fist, and the red lightning flashed away, suddenly smashing into his kidneys. Bang! Ouch! Wolfde was hit in the waist by a great force, and a scorching current surged into his body, almost making him spit out old blood. He suddenly turned around and swung a fist. Who is sneaking up on me? However, Lin Xing had already left the spot, and a few unlucky ones were sent flying. Lin Xing took the opportunity to hide in the crowd and shouted, "Luokong, good job, hit him hard." Taking advantage of Wolfda's moment of turning, Lin Xing arrived at his left side. A flash of cold white lightning struck fiercely at Wolfda's left rib. Bang! What the hell? Wolfde cursed, as the bone-chilling lightning surged into his body. Now inside him, it was a clash of ice and fire, causing him to grimace in pain. Damn it! Wolfde was furious, having realized that it was Lin Xing, that farmer again. But in the darkness, the students all wore the same combat uniforms, making it impossible to tell who was who. Roar! He could only furiously swing his fists and feet, knocking all surrounding students away. However, there were too many students. Every time he knocked one wave away, another wave came in. No matter how he fought, it seemed endless. Lin Xing occasionally attacked from tricky angles, all the while boosting his own morale. "Luokong, you're amazing," hit him in the lower part. Bang! 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 After more than 10 punches, Wolfda's body was riddled with holes, no longer able to maintain his invincible strength. He began to turn back into the skin of an ordinary strong man. Lin Xing's lips lifted slightly, effortlessly removing his badge and disappearing into the vast darkness. Other students rushed up, starting to beat Wolfde violently. He broke down. Let's smack him. Chapter 66, I, Lin Xing, acknowledge your strength. On a nearby hilltop. Long Zhanyi and Lu Nan watched Lin Xing's sneaky actions, their lips twitching constantly. This kid is really too sinister. The key is, with his strength so high, he shows no pride of a strong man, even if he doesn't become great. It was destined for the dog to make a remarkable move. Wait, what is he doing now? Lin Xing quietly approached Wolf 2 in the darkness. After observing Wolf 2's fighting style, he already had the answer to defeat him in his heart. No matter how fast you are, if your legs are tied, can you still get up quickly? The corner of Lin Xing's mouth lifted slightly as his right hand quietly gathered energy to form a lightning whip. He knew that he had to act quickly. Otherwise, the prolonged light would attract the other 2 Moon Knight werewolves, and if it became 3 against 1, his winning chance would drop to only 80%. After all, if the wolf beauty directly swapped out his hat, it would be game over. The space powers are so strong. Lin Xing secretly sighed and suddenly remembered his useless little brother still hanging on the streetlight, a cold sweat dropping from his forehead. Not completely useless, there was still a useless guy hanging there, right? Suddenly, Wolf 2 transformed into a shadow and charged at Lin Xing with lightning speed. As a Moon Knight werewolf, he instinctively sensed Lin Xing's strength, and a faint sense of fear crept into his heart. He decided he had to take down Lin Xing quickly. Swish! Just as the words were spoken, the 2 crossed paths, and Lin Xing activated 3,000 thunder movements, shifting half a meter to narrowly evade Wolf 2's rapid attack. With a casual wave of his right hand, the lightning whip shot out, wrapping around Wolf 2's thigh at an extremely tricky angle. Lin Xing suddenly pulled with all his might, and Wolf 2 could no longer advance, smashing straight to the ground. Taking advantage of the light from Lin Xing's lightning whip, a group of students finally spotted Wolf 2's figure and rushed in like a swarm of zombies, pummeling him mercilessly. Anger, bloodshed, combined with a thirst for victory, unleashed an endless power from these students who had been spoiled since childhood. All their strength focused on Wolf 2. Ouch, what the hell is this broken whip? Why is it so tough? Don't hit me anymore, I give up, ouch ouch. Most of Wolf 2's strength was in his legs. With his legs restrained, his speed advantage disappeared, and he naturally couldn't compete with the crowd of students. He was soon beaten until his face was bruised and battered, losing all fighting capability. If it weren't for the wolf beauty randomly swapping him out with a student, Wolf 2 would probably be lying in bed for months. Lin Xing had already seized the second badge in the chaos, feeling very pleased. This broken supernatural team was simply too easy. Suddenly, he felt 2 glances focus on them. The bone-chilling cold, like a ghost in the night, made it hard for him to move. "What's happening?" Lin Xing exclaimed. "I have been watching you for a long time." From the shadows, Wolf 3 slowly emerged, standing directly in front of Lin Xing, his chin sharp like a dagger, looking particularly sinister. "You actually managed to silently defeat my two teammates, not bad. You deserve the title of the strongest talent in this session. But you are now under my dark binding control, your legs can't move at all, right?" Lin Xing looked down and saw a pair of pitch-black shadow hands gripping his legs tightly, unable to move at all. Really impressive, but why didn't you also control my hands?" Lin Xing scratched his head, revealing a big white smile. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to pretend anymore. Electricity surged throughout his body, forming a layer of faint lightning armor, followed by a lightning skeleton, and then a lightning giant. In an instant, he unleashed his electric power to the extreme. Countless bolts of lightning surged, shooting out in all directions. A sudden surge of fear rose in Wolf 3's heart, wanting to transform into black mist and blend back into the darkness. But in the next second, the endless thunder in Lin Xing's hand tore through the sky. The entire dark domain was shattered by thunder. Light once again reclaimed the earth. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Xing standing alone in the sky. He was battling two great werewolves alone. Thunder roared like a giant dragon. In the clear sky, bolts of heavenly lightning continually fell. Wolf 3 and Wolf Beauty could only flicker and flee, with no strength left to fight. "No more pretending, let's lay it all out. In front of me, you are all little Karami." Boom! 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 Heavenly thunder kept falling from the sky, striking the ground and splattering stones. The students looked up, their expressions full of shock. They never expected that just moments ago they were being beaten down by 4 people. How could it suddenly turn so fast? It seems Lin Xing's million points are not fake, he truly has this strength. "Stop staring, hurry and run. Do you want to be struck dead?" The boys were all running away, holding their heads, utterly shocked. However, the girls had a different reaction. "He is so strong, I really like him. I've decided, after this battle, I will ask for his contact information." "You don't deserve it." Boom! 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 In the arena, only Lin Xing and the 2 werewolves were left fighting. Everyone else hid far away, fearing even a little splash might cost them their lives. Lin Xing, in giant form, fired electromagnetic cannon blasts, targeting Wolf 3. Wolf 3 constantly morphed into shadows, barely dodging each attack. Wolf Beauty was not doing any better, divine lightning was everywhere. She could only keep using her special power to swap places with various stones in the arena. Her fit figure flickered under the lightning, sweat soaking her hair and sticking to her face, making her look even more stunning. She also attempted to use her special power to take Lin Xing's cap, but her power couldn't break through the layer of lightning giant armor. Moreover, Lin Xing had a bad habit when fighting. He always shook his head left and right, making it hard to aim. According to Lin Xing himself, he learned this from a big boss. Swaying makes it difficult to be headshot. Boom! 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 Lin Xing was like a big boss, crazily slaughtering the 2 werewolves, completely unrecognizable as a small fry. While fighting, he kept praising, as expected of the members of the Moonlit Wolf Special Power Team, "You can actually last so long under me. I, Lin Xing, recognize your training results." Not far away, Long Zhanya's mouth twitched wildly, his face dark as coal. Lu Nan was also shocked, sitting on the ground with trembling legs. A student fighting an instructor, what in the world is happening? It's too embarrassing, let's move on to the next match. Chapter 67, Shock the Military, Marshal Gets a Blow. Demon Suppressing Army, Special Power Command Center. Marshal Long Qi was holding a meeting with 12 generals. They basically represented the most elite core strength of the Daxia military. They were also the pillars that allowed Daxia to stand tall at the top of the world. Long Qi sighed, "The great disaster is getting closer, yet Daxia is running low on talent. In the end, we still have to rely on us old guys, so you all must be prepared." "Yes, Marshal." "Marshal, I heard that Long Zhanya is training this year's top batch of university freshmen. He even specially moved a special power team to practice with them." Upon hearing this, Long Qi showed a hint of interest. That kid Long Zhanya actually chose a powerful special power team to accompany the freshmen. These freshmen are probably going to have a tough time. Shaking his head, Marshal Long Qi remembered when he was a small fry, he too was badly beaten by the special power team of that time. After countless hardships, he finally made it to where he was today. "Bring up the surveillance, let me see if there are any promising freshmen today, and try to recruit them into the military." "Yes, Marshal." Immediately, logistics personnel activated the holographic projection on the conference table. after connecting to the communication device of the military training team where Long Zhenya was located. The scene of the new recruits' training appeared before the eyes of the military high officials. In the holographic projection, a giant thunderstorm giant stood tall, with a lightning whip in its left hand and an electromagnetic cannon in its right hand, continuously attacking two struggling figures. In the sky, thunderbolts fell continuously, making the two exhausted men flee like defeated dogs, running for their lives. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces instantly stiffened, all showing expressions of disbelief. At the scene, only Marshal Long Chiyuan, who had seen the world, remained calm. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. Well, these two really deserve to be called geniuses of our great Xia. They managed to survive so long against the powerful electric special warfare team. I acknowledge them. By the way, which special abilities team does this electric special warfare member belong to? With this strength, he probably isn't much weaker than Long Zhenya. He should be promoted. Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on everyone's faces. You look at me, I look at you, no one knew how to speak. After a long time, it was still General Meng Chen, the direct leader of Long Zhenya's faction, who opened his mouth to hint. Marshal, those two being attacked are from our special abilities team, and the ones doing the attacking are students. Long Chiyuan, what? New recruit training camp. After 20 minutes of brutal combat, Lin Xing finally pinned the two strangely capable members of the special abilities team down to the ground. Looking at the two exhausted men lying on the ground, their faces blackened, gasping for breath. Lin Xing withdrew his powers, walked up to them, and easily took their ability badges in hand. He raised the badges high and showed off to Long Zhenya, who had a face full of black lines, saying repeatedly, "Team Long, look, I got 4 badges. Can I order food tonight?" Long Zhenya, with a dark face, slowly walked over, took the badges from Lin Xing's hand, and said, "Of course, what do you want to eat?" Lin Xing scratched his head, revealing a big white smile, and said, "Tonight, I want to treat my classmates to 9 turn intestines, the original flavor." In any case, no matter what, Lin Xing completed this task remarkably well. Not only did he seize the Moonlit Werewolf Special Abilities team's badges, but he also wiped them out effortlessly. He successfully sent the Moonlit Werewolf Special Abilities team to the hospital for treatment. After this battle, Lin Xing's name became godlike in the eyes of these freshmen. No one dared to doubt that his 1 million points were obtained through cheating anymore. However, another rumor began to circulate among the crowd. Hey, did you know? Lin Xing is the reincarnation of an old monster. What? Lin Xing is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years? Lin Xing is a furnace of some old monster. He ended up killing the old monster and accidentally obtained part of its inheritance. The rumors became more absurd and bizarre with each retelling. A week passed in the blink of an eye. At noon, Ling Yin came to the boys' dormitory with her friend Liu to play and brought surprising news. "Boss, I heard them say you are a destroyer sent from Vegeta planet to Blue Star, but when the spaceship landed, you hit your head and became dumb, is that true?" Lin Xing twitched his mouth, grabbed Ling Yin under his arm, and bent his middle finger, starting to poke at her head, which seemed to be filled with some blue. "Can you listen to something useful?" "Ouch, boss, I was wrong. I won't listen anymore." Seeing Lin Xing start to bully his little brother, Lu Yun, who had already crossed to the dark side, was not to be outdone. He pulled his little sister over and imitated Lin Xing to start bullying her. Lu Yu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly, "Brother, if you keep this up, I'll tell Dad you have ill intentions towards me." Lu Yun. After a while of torment, Lin Xing finally put Ling Ying down and tousled his hair that he had messed up. "Put the lowly on the only chair in the whole house. Ling Ying, this isn't break time. Why did you all come here?" Lin Xing asked with curiosity. Ling Ying pouted, crossed her arms, and said unhappily, "Of course, I came to deliver information to you, but how could you treat me like this?" "What information?" "I don't want to say any more." "Then don't say it." "No, I will say it, I will say it." Lin Xing had already grasped this little trick of Ling Yin's tightly. She didn't really have anything to hide. Whoever tells her a secret, the next day the whole world would know. Otherwise, she would suffocate herself. Of course, except for the secrets they had fought together. Ling Yin showed a mysterious expression, saying, "Boss, we will soon be able to leave this hellish place." Lin Xing was puzzled. Didn't they say the military training would last a month? Why is it about to end so soon? I have insider information. The battle situation ahead is urgent, and the military wants us to be incorporated into the various units of the Demon Slayer army for training. "Huh? We are going to fight?" Lin Xing was shocked. "I'm just a child still in need of care. How can I go to such a dangerous place on the front lines?" "No way, I'm not going, and Ling Yin, you aren't allowed to go either." Upon hearing this, the others looked at him with black lines on their faces. "You're already so powerful, yet you still have the nerve to call yourself a child in need of care." However, after hearing this news, his 3 roommates were all eager to try it out. Su Genshin was the most excited. A martial artist had the genetics of fighting in their bones. Great. I didn't expect to go to the front lines. This military training is worth it. Luyan also felt quite pleased, putting his hands on his hips and extending his pinky finger, saying, if it weren't for my family holding me back, I wouldn't choose university, I would have gone straight to the army. Even the normally most cowardly fat guy stood up, puffing out his proud chest. Don't look at me like I usually fear for my life. At a critical moment, I am also a man, going to the front line. Lin Xing looked speechless at these three sickly boys, a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Enough, just you three. At this moment, a whistle blew outside the military camp. All gather. Chapter 68, The Little Thief and the Cooking Team. After a while, everyone was sent to the battlefield of the Demon Slayer army. This was also considered a large secret realm, but the other side of the secret realm was a different world filled with exotic beasts. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the two worlds were connected. Countless exotic beasts surged into the Great Xia, causing irreplaceable casualties among the people of Great Xia. But just when humanity was in a precarious situation, a powerful army was formed. They guard the demon pass day and night, fighting valiantly. With the flesh and blood of generations, they defended the peace and prosperity within Great Xia. This army was the predecessor of the Demon Slayer army. After hundreds of years of development, today's Demon Slayer army system has gradually taken shape. Lin Xing and the others had come to the North Song Demon Pass, one of the 5 major demon passes of Great Xia. What greeted their eyes were countless corpses of exotic beasts and remnants of soldiers. This horrifying scene made everyone start to tremble, their legs shook, and their lips turned blue. Shouldn't we finish college before coming to the battlefield? Yeah, others say I'm a wimp, not suited for the battlefield. It's better to go back and study hard. Oh my, I want to go home. I swear, if you let me go home, I will diet well and never binge eat again. Lin Xing looked speechless at his 3 teammates, his eyes filled with disdain. Didn't they just insist on going to the battlefield? Now, one is more cowardly than the other. Long Zhanya stood in front of everyone, with his back to the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, and began to deliver a motivational speech. I know you are the treasures of your families, cherished by your parents. But if we give up the safety of the whole for the happiness of the little, then the country will not be a country, and the family will not be a family. Without these Demon Slayer soldiers guarding the border for you. Where does such an easy life come from, and how have you grown to this point? So, the higher-ups have issued an order that requires all of you to participate in a battle before going to college, just to let you experience the cruel battlefield and transform. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can apply now. A few timid students were eager to try, ready to raise their hands. But Long Zhanya's next sentence suddenly came out. Those who withdraw, I will write a report to your school, and you might as well give up on college altogether, don't waste the country's resources. Everyone was speechless. Wasn't this forcing them to a darker path? However, most students still had a lot of spirit. Seeing so many companions die tragically on the battlefield, their inner wild instincts stirred, and the determination to fight against the beasts also began to rise. We want to go to the battlefield. We want to kill enemies. Even if I die, I will fight for the Great Xia. In an instant, emotions ran high, and blood rushed to their heads. Even Lin Xing couldn't help but feel restless inside. He also wanted to experience a real battlefield. Not hide in the back playing that kind of chicken game. At that moment, the long-lost system voice in Lin Xing's mind sounded again. Ding, detecting that the host is undergoing military training, starting system task, National Merit. National Merit, achieve a first-class merit in Demon Subduing Army. Task reward, intermediate skill book Wings of Thunder. Wings of Thunder can conjure a pair of wings with lightning, allowing the user to fly rapidly, while enhancing all of their powers. The stronger the user's lightning power, the more wings they can have, up to a maximum of 12 wings. Lin Xing was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the silent system would issue a task at this time. This Wings of Thunder perfectly made up for his inability to fly. If he could use it together with the 3,000 Thunders, he would no longer need to take flights or high-speed trains, he could just fly himself, how convenient. With determination, Lin Xing began to think about the conditions for completing the task. First-class merit. This difficulty was quite high, it's really rare to get this while still being alive. As everyone knows, first-class merit is exchanged with lives, second-class merit comes with injuries, and third-class merit requires great sweat. Compared to previous tasks with numerical targets, this vague concept was really too unclear. Moreover, he wasn't even a formal member of the Demon Subduing Army now, how could he get first-class merit? Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Lin Xing poked Long Zhanya, who was chattering in front. Team Long, I have something I want to ask you. Long Zhanya was slightly taken aback, he had never seen Lin Xing so humble. This question probably wasn't a good one. Ask away. Lin Xing fidgeted a bit and tried cautiously, "Can you give me a first-class merit?" "What?" Long Zhanye was stunned. It was the first time he'd heard such a thing. The battle hadn't even started, and he was already asking for merit. "I don't have the authority to award first-class merit, but if you have significant achievements in battle, I can try to apply to the higher-ups. However, you can't be impatient. Many excellent officers have fought on the battlefield their whole lives without ever receiving a first-class merit. Some heroes who sacrificed themselves for the country have earned a few." Lin Xing's lips twitched. Indeed, it was hard to get this while still alive. After pondering for a moment, he still wanted to give it a try. "So, how many beasts do I need to kill to receive first-class merit within a month?" Long Zhanye's mouth twitched. "A month? Forget it, 10 years. I think with your ability, you can achieve great things within 10 years. No, it must be within a month, preferably within a week. Stop messing around. If you keep asking for these impossible things, I'll assign you to the easiest logistics team. Can I get first-class merit by being a chef? Get lost." After some haggling, Lin Xing was successfully assigned to the logistics team. In contrast, Su Jianchen, Lu Yun, and the others were all assigned to the combat units. Even the chubby guy was placed in a scout squad responsible for reconnaissance. Lin Xing looked at the trucks carrying strategic supplies and the guys cooking over a fire in front of him, feeling utterly defeated. I, the strongest talent, the top student in the college entrance examination, have been assigned to the logistics cooking team. What a joke. "Hey, kid, stop daydreaming and come wash some fruit," shouted a fat cook. "Coming." Lin Xing ran over happily, beginning to wash fruit while showing off and enjoying himself. "Lin Xing, come help me carry this bowl of braised chicken legs over." "Coming." Lin Xing swapped the apple for a chicken leg and started nibbling on it. "Lin Xing, help me bring 2 boxes of drinks over, we'll have a feast tonight." "Coming." In the command center, a group of high-ranking commanders were busy directing the combat missions. Various high-tech communication and command equipment were emerging endlessly. Everyone was busy to the point of distraction. In a corner, Lu Nan looked at Long Zhanye in confusion and asked, "Why did you assign Lin Xing to the logistics team, and to cook at that?" Long Zhanye frowned slightly and sighed, saying, "Don't worry, gold will shine anywhere. I just want to toughen his character a bit. After all, if a person's life goes too smoothly, it doesn't suit their growth. Let him wash vegetables in the cooking team for a few days, it's the best choice to suppress his wild nature." Alright, let's open the cooking team's surveillance video and see what Lin Xing is up to right now. Chapter 69, Catch a Tongue and Ask a Question. Long Zhanye smiled as he opened the surveillance footage. Thinking about how he would see Lin Xing getting humbled soon made him unable to hold back his laughter. Lin Xing, even if you are a peerless talent, you must completely submit in the face of my small authority." The surveillance was opened. On the screen, Lin Xing was happily eating with a chicken leg in his left hand and a banana in his right. In the bowl next to him was a large piece of braised pork, and he was showing off his feast. Choking on his food, he chugged down some drinks to clear his throat. He even kept patting his chest to ease the choking. Wow, this demon-suppressing army's food is pretty good. Long Zhanye's mouth twitched, and he silently exited the surveillance. To be sent to the cooking team, and still eat well? In the end, he helplessly concluded with 4 words, "This kid must be punished." Lin Xing continued to eat, soon getting grease all over his mouth. At this moment, the fat cook brought out a special dish with a kind smile. "Lin Xing, come try my braised exploding bear paw. This is a very rare delicacy from extraordinary beasts. Even the chief loves to eat it." Coming. There's an old saying, no one goes hungry while helping in the kitchen. Before all the dishes were served, Lin Xing was already full to the brim. Although the demon-suppressing army's food didn't include abalone or lobster, every dish was delicious and perfect for rice. The aroma quickly filled the entire dining tent. After a while, various combat teams returned from the battlefield. At this point, there were no large-scale battles, the demon-suppressing army was guarding the demon pass in small patrols. Su Jianchen and Lu Yun looked quite disheveled and covered in blood. They had visible wounds, looking as if they had fought with extraordinary beasts since the morning. Seeing his 2 roommates, Lin Xing went over to greet them enthusiastically. "Hey, how's the feeling in the combat team?" Su Jianchen sighed and said, "Not great. The extraordinary beasts here are really vicious and quite intelligent. If it weren't for our captain saving us, we might have been in trouble. It's completely different from what I imagined the battlefield would be. I heard that over 100 people died this morning alone." Lu Yun also sighed. The entire North Warehouse Demon Pass has a total of 100,000 demon suppression army, with over 100 casualties, which is within reason. Before long, the fat man returned. He looked full of energy, smiling at everyone, and although his clothes were covered in the blood of strange beasts, it did not affect his looks at all. Oh, everyone is here. The fat man grabbed some food and plopped down next to a few buddies. Let me tell you, have you ever seen a talking strange beast? Many of them can speak human language, way beyond the level of the ones we used to kill. This morning, there was a strange beast called Flying Eagle that killed 2 of our reconnaissance team members. Fortunately, I played dead quickly, otherwise, I would have been killed too. As the fat man described the dangers and cruelties of today's battle, he scrambled to eat. Hey, Lin Xing, why aren't you eating? Soon, the 3 noticed this issue. Lin Xingguang stood by, not eating a bite, nor did he seem interested in eating. Although the food for the demon suppression army was not delicacies, it was good enough, making the 3 somewhat suspicious. Lin Xing's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. This. As a logistics personnel, I inherently don't work as hard as you, so we eat last, haha. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 lit up with admiration. Unexpectedly, even a small cooking team could be so great. In the afternoon, I will definitely strive to kill enemies. Right, cheers to the great logistics personnel. The few exchanged small talk. After sharing some details about their battles against strange beasts and boasting a bit, they dispersed. The afternoon battle task was still heavy. Recently, the activity of strange beasts at the Demon Pass had become more frequent and more aggressive. It seemed to be brewing some significant action. While feeling bored in the afternoon, Lin Xing sat alone on the grassland, eating fruits and drinking beverages. The vegetables were basically chopped, and the afternoon was just about stir-frying. Lin Xing didn't know how to stir-fry, so he just sat on the grassland fishing. Moreover, after hearing he was a student from the Great Xia Ability Academy, the few in the cooking team respected him greatly. They hardly made him do any work, and gave him all the good food. Lin Xing was almost getting fat. A gentle breeze blew, the grass swayed, and it felt particularly cool. This military life isn't bad. But how can I earn that first-class merit? At this moment, a noisy sound reached Lin Xing's ears. His physique was high, able to hear farther than ordinary people. Boss, can our surprise attack really succeed this time? Of course, humans are different from us, their food sources mainly rely on a few specific personnel to prepare food, then everyone eats together. I understand, as long as we destroy their food supplies, their combat power will greatly diminish. Not only that, their food preparation personnel have very low combat power, as long as we successfully break into their rear, we can attack however we want. Boss is wise, we will have delicious food. Following the direction of the voice, Lin Xing saw a few sneaky strange beasts discussing something. The term strange beasts seemed a bit forced. They looked more like the monsters from ancient mythologies. Bull-headed people, tiger-headed people, wolf-headed people. So this is a high-intelligence strange beast? Indeed, looking at those eyes full of wisdom, they shouldn't be low. Lin Xing crawled forward, quietly sneaking closer. A few strange beasts were searching the grassland but could not find where the cooking team was. Why can't we find it? Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? Impossible, it was personally checked by 100 beasts long Flying Eagle from the high sky, it's in this area. I just hope there will be good food. The several strange beasts searched for a long time but didn't see where the cooking tent was. Of course, they couldn't find it. Because the tent was camouflaged. From a distance, it looked like a green patch and could not be seen at all. The bull-headed man had a sudden idea, why don't we catch a tongue like humans do and ask? Tongue? Where can we find a lone human? Isn't there one right here? The bull-headed man pointed at Lin Xing, who was crawling clumsily through the grass. The other beasts' eyes brightened at once, and they rushed over to capture Lin Xing. The tiger-headed man, as the leader of the beasts, immediately interrogated, "Hey, human kid, if you don't want to die, tell me where your food is hidden." Lin Xing was taken aback, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. And looking at the current situation, it seemed he had been captured. These big guys looked just like the group from the Beast Transformation Department at Capital University. Especially this tiger-headed man, who reminded him of Tang Hu. Lin Xing instinctively covered his back. Boss, he's scared. Could he be scared silly? He looks like a rookie human. Let's scare him a few more times, he won't be able to take it. The tiger-headed man gathered his thoughts again, opened his huge mouth, and roared, "Human, if you don't tell me where the food is, I'll eat you." Lin Xing was speechless and could only shrug, "Isn't the food right in front of me?" The next second. Put. Chapter 70, Lone Soldier Deep Inside, Slaying Beasts. The other beasts were dumbfounded. The tiger-headed man was a top beast leader, at level 31. On the battlefield, he was considered quite brave. Yet in front of this human soldier, he couldn't withstand even one hit. Lin Xing's right hand became a blade, faint arcs of electricity flickering on his hand. This wasn't really a skill, it was just gathering lightning in his hand, increasing attack power and speed. Lin Xing felt that calling it a normal attack was a bit plain. He named it Thunderplow Hotblade to satisfy a small quirk from his past life. Lin Xing slowly raised his head, looking at the few mixed-breed beasts. Alright, now it's your turn to be the tongue. No. Pft, pft, pft. Several beasts immediately burst with blood, their heads flying off, one after another collapsing in the vast grassland. The remaining beasts were terrified, all retreating, unable to control their trembling legs. Didn't you say it was our turn to be the tongue? Ask away. Lin Xing scratched his head. I haven't thought of a question yet. Put. The bull-headed man's huge body slowly fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. Lin Xing, like a bloodthirsty fiend, didn't care about anything else and just went in for the kill. He was too lazy to think of questions, directly attacking instead. Pft, pft, pft. Just one left, move by yourself, stretch out your neck, don't make me work hard. The remaining rat-headed man showed a fearful expression, scared to the point of sitting on the ground, his legs constantly kicking back, trying to move away. Don't kill me, I can tell you everything. But I haven't thought of a question yet. I can confess myself, yes, I'll say it myself. Lin Xing thought about it, that was actually a good idea. After all, this was not a spy war, and he had no idea what secrets these beasts might have. Let's hear it, if I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Okay, I'll say it right away. The rat-headed man immediately nodded vigorously, starting to spill all the secrets of the beasts. My name is Rat 357, I am the 357th warrior of the rat-headed tribe, currently working under the Eagle General of the Beast Leaders, and our base is just behind that mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Xing's heart filled with joy. Eagle? This afternoon, Fatty said he killed 2 demon-suppressing soldiers. Why not quietly eliminate it? Take me to your camp. Lin Xing said coldly. The mouse-headed man thought he misheard and quickly asked, you mean let me take you to our camp? Of course, if you try to play tricks, I'll kill you. Yes, yes, yes. The mouse-headed man was instantly overjoyed. Unexpectedly, this human only had fighting power, not brains. Going alone to our territory? Isn't he asking for death? The mouse-headed man immediately acted, leading Lin Xing to the tunnel they had dug through. It's right here, the other side of the tunnel leads to our camp. Lin Xing didn't hesitate, he jumped down on his own. The mouse-headed man followed suit. After crawling together for more than 20 minutes in the tunnel, light began to shine from the entrance. Lin Xing emerged, realizing he was in another space. Is this inside the Azure Blue Demon Gate? The scenery before him was very strange, mountains and rocks stood tall, surrounded by grey mist. The sky was dark, a mix of day and night. The essence of the beast tide is an alien beast's secret realm, but this realm is much larger, with too many alien beasts, and the terrain is complicated, much like the ancient Huns that are hard to eradicate completely. What was most difficult was that the entrance to the secret realm connected to the Blue Star was large, stretching for dozens of kilometers, making it impossible for a single person to hold the line. Behind him, the mouse-headed man's lips curled into a wicked smile as he crawled out. It was as if they had written the smug look of a small man succeeding all over his mouse face. Fool, you dared to enter the secret realm alone. You should know that your 100,000 demon-subduing army only guards the periphery, you're doomed. Then, the mouse-headed man let out a sharp cry. To Lin Xing, it resembled a cloud-piercing arrow. In less than a minute, dozens of alien beasts rushed in from all directions. Mouse, did you succeed in the ambush? A winged eagle man questioned. Lord Flying Eagle, this person killed many of our brothers. Oh, in that case, let's tear him apart and eat him. The Flying Eagle's gaze was fierce, staring intently at Lin Xing as if wanting to find something on him. But before he could finish his inspection, several of his subordinates had already dropped dead. Puff. Puff. Lin Xing continued using his hand blade, knocking down the nearest alien beasts to him. He looked as casual as cutting vegetables. You, looking for death. The Flying Eagle was enraged, extending its sharp claws toward Lin Xing's skull at high speed. This morning, 2 demon-subduing army soldiers had their heads crushed by the Flying Eagle's claw and died on the spot. But the next second. Swish! A flash of lightning streaked through. The Flying Eagle's right hand was severed at the root, blood splattering immediately. Had he not reacted quickly enough, his head would have probably been kicked like a ball by Lin Xing. Releasing red lightning turned the Flying Eagle's right arm to ashes as Lin Xing began his killing spree. Today, no one leaves, stay and join in the beheading. Swish swish. Lin Xing's hands crackled with lightning, and 2 crimson lightning whips had already appeared. Seemingly casually swinging a few times, he decapitated 2 alien beasts, instantly turning them to ashes. So refreshing, bring it on. Lin Xing wielded the lightning whips with both hands, continuously striking at the surrounding alien beasts. The red whips cut through the air, the heat generated creating a slight distortion in the space. Swish swish. With every whip that flew down, it could reliably take away one alien beast and turn it to ashes on the spot. The alien beasts were dumbfounded, running away while keeping a close eye on the mouse-headed man.
Damn it, why did you bring him here? Are you trying to wipe us out?
No, you listen to me, he forced me to bring him, otherwise, he would kill me.
So what if you let him kill you?
Lin Xing chased behind him with the whips, easily taking down one alien beast with each strike. To him, it seemed as simple as eating and drinking.
Puff 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 puff. Dozens of alien beasts couldn't even last 5 minutes at his hands, they had all disappeared.
Only the Centurion Flying Eagle had flown away at the first opportunity.
A surge of experience flooded into Lin Xing's body.
However, since his level had already reached 33, he had not yet met the conditions for leveling up.
Killing this little bit doesn't seem enough, right? Don't you think so, little mouse?
Lin Xing lifted his foot and kicked the only surviving rat-headed man to the ground.
Then, stepping on his head, he asked, "Are there any of your bases around here? Take me there."
Chapter 71, Slaughter, Crazy Slaughter. The rat-headed man was left speechless. They originally thought of bringing him over to beat him to death. But the result was not only that they failed to kill him, but instead, their side was completely wiped out. Looking at the bodies of his brothers all over the ground, the rat-headed man suddenly remembered a famous human saying, "A soldier can be killed, but cannot be humiliated." He gritted his teeth and immediately put on a determined expression, saying, "Sir, I will take you there right now." Lin Xing happily kicked the rat-headed man twice.
"Wait for me a moment, I need to put on some makeup first."
Lin Xing found the beast camp and picked a large watermelon. After eating it out, he dug out eye and mouth holes and put it on his head. After all, many beasts here had human bodies and animal heads, disguising himself a bit would help him blend in. Once prepared, Lin Xing kicked the rat-headed man again.
"Rat of Jiangdong, lead the way."
Thus, they crossed over a hill and quietly approached another nest of nearly 1,000 beasts. Various beast-headed beings patrolled back and forth, the guards were tight. Lin Xing patted the watermelon head and had the rat-headed man lead the way. A rat and a watermelon head walked back and forth among the beast army without being discovered. Soon, they arrived at the lair of the main leader of the beasts.
Inside the lair, the 1,000-beast leader, a lion's head, and a group of 100 beast leaders were listening to the Flying Eagle speak.
"Boss Lion, a human kid came to our camp, very powerful, and he didn't even talk, he just started fighting. Now our Flying Eagle camp has been completely wiped out." After Flying Eagle finished speaking, he showed the other beast leaders his broken arm. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, slightly charred, and even had a hint of meaty aroma. The tiger-headed man beside him couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "Brother, you smell good." The lion-headed leader sniffed and frowned. How could a human dare to break into the demon's gates?
"Are you perhaps lying?"
No, Boss Lion, there really is a human who broke in and killed all our kin in the camp."
"You have to believe me,"
Flying Eagle urgently explained. The Lionhead looked doubtful and turned to the other 100 beast leaders. "Oh, what do you all think?"
"I don't believe it. We have fought the demon suppression army for many years, we know their strong members well. But Flying Eagle says it's a young human. I think it's fake," the wolf-headed leader said. "I also think it's fake," the wolf-headed leader added. "I think it's fake too, Flying Eagle is lying," the chicken-headed leader stated. "I think it's real," the watermelon head said.
"Ha!" All the beasts' gazes were drawn to the watermelon head, looking puzzled. The lion head growled viciously, "Since you think it's real, then where's the evidence? If you can't provide evidence, we'll kill you along with your watermelon head."
"Ha? Watermelon head?"
The watermelon head scratched his head.
Evidence, actually."
Lin Xing decided to stop pretending and directly entered electric mode. Terrifying thunder instantly filled the cave, and the watermelon was blasted to pieces by the power.
"I am the evidence, ha ha ha." Boom!
Lin Xing raised his hand and fired a super electromagnetic cannon towards the 1,000-beast leader, the Lionhead. He knew that the beast's revered strength.
To become a 1,000-beast leader, one must possess power that could rival the wolf from the Moonlight Wolf team.
He had to use full strength to kill him from the start, otherwise, there might be some tricks up his sleeve. The furious power of thunder shot out along with a coin and directly hit the lion head right between the eyes.
Puff! The lion head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered, covering the ground.
Lin Xing's strike was very sudden, the beast leaders didn't realize their boss had already fallen. They wanted to move, but it was already too late. Lin Xing was extremely fast, having activated the 3,000 thunder moves. In the cave, a flash of lightning raced by, and several beast leaders' heads fell to the ground.
Even the Quicksilver Eagle couldn't dodge Lin Xing's hand strike and directly became a headless beastman.
It seems that my speed has increased since joining the military, just as I expected. Lin Xing patted himself on the back and turned to leave the cave.
Looking at the thousand strange beasts ahead, his mouth couldn't help but curl up in a grin. He, this is all my achievement. Stepping forward, Lin Xing transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged into the crowd of strange beasts. Thud 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 thud. Lin Xing struck as if aided by the gods. Wherever the lightning passed, the heads of strange beasts dropped like ripe fruit, so simple and effortless. Many strange beasts didn't even realize what was happening before their heads hit the ground. With one lethal strike, there was no pain. Good teammates must die in a neat manner, leaving behind a partner below. Lin Xing mercilessly brought down his hand, again and again, as if chopping vegetables. In less than 3 minutes, the entire 1,000-strong beast team had been cut down to nearly nothing. Moreover, Lin Xing felt no psychological burden while slaying these strange beasts. It was as easy as fighting monsters in a game, and he even felt a bit of thrill. After all, when these strange beasts slaughtered humans, they felt no remorse. If someone still wanted to play the saint, they might as well be dead. Thud. After casually killing a pig-headed beast, blood flowed like a river, and heads lay all around. 5 minutes, 19 seconds, that's still too long. Next time, I must act faster. Looking at the mountain of corpses, Lin Xing returned to the cave and found a tied-up rat-headed beast in a corner. Gently, he untied the lightning whip from it and softly stroked its beastly head. Ratsy, be good, and tell me where there are other strange beast teams nearby. The rat-headed beast twitched at the corners of its mouth, wishing it could smash its head against the wall. Oh my, what kind of monster is this? In less than a few minutes, did it wipe out the whole 1,000-strong strange beast force? If I had known such a monster would come, I wouldn't have attempted today's ambush. Hey, human big brother, please let me go, I really don't know where the other teams are. Lin Xing grinned and squatted down, looking at the rat-headed beast. Ratsy, if you don't know about the other teams, I might just have to kill you. No, I know. Big brother, follow me. Oh, really good. Lin Xing stepped forward, taking the rat-headed beast along on a new journey to slay strange beasts. Outside the Demon Pass. In a green off-road vehicle. Su Jianchen and Lu Yu were patrolling with the combat team. It's strange this afternoon, why are there noticeably fewer strange beasts? Maybe they are planning something, we need to be careful. The driver, the squad leader, was also very puzzled. Yeah, what's going on? In the past few months, this is the least number of strange beasts we've seen, and just now I saw a few strange beasts hurriedly heading back. Is something happening at their lair? Impossible, if there was a major offensive, we would have received notification. Forget it, everyone stay alert and continue patrolling. Chapter 72, Nuclear Fury Thunder Lotus. Lin Xing was going crazy alone in the strange beast lair. In one afternoon, he wiped out 7,000-strong strange beast teams and more than 3,000-strong teams. Of course, his actions caught the attention of the higher-ups among the strange beasts. They thought humanity had some new invasion plan, so they called back all the strange beasts that were invading from outside. And ordered all strange beast teams to gather around the Beast King. Strengthening patrols, we absolutely cannot let the human strong survive and walk out of the Beast Gate. For a moment, the hearts of the beasts were filled with anxiety. At this moment, inside a luxurious cave, the Beast King, Bear 17, was holding a meeting with all the 1,100 beast leaders, his deep voice echoing throughout the venue. The expert from the demon-suppressing army who infiltrated the beast's lair must be a high-ranking military official, at least the captain of an ability team. Although he has killed many of our brothers, if we manage to kill him, the enemy's loss will surely be greater than ours. After all, each captain-level figure is a treasure of the demon-suppressing army. He actually chose to enter the Demon Gate to launch a surprise attack on the alien beasts instead of commanding his troops in battle. He truly must be out of his mind. Other 1,000 beast leaders nodded in agreement and offered flattery. What Bear Boss said is right, let's kill that bastard. Bear Boss is the strongest, humans are nothing, let's tear him apart and turn him into meat sauce. Bear Boss's words hit the mark. I admire you so much I could spill my guts, like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, like the Yellow River flooding uncontrollably. Ah, you really have culture, wait. Bear 17 suddenly paused, as if he had discovered something. Damn it, our alien beasts aren't this cultured, who the hell are you? Lin Xing was stunned, confused. Every day, he spoke with curses, and today he had finally tried to use refined language but ended up exposing himself, truly unlucky. Simply dropping the act, he removed his disguise mask and stood up proudly saying, I am your father. As soon as these words came out, the entire place was shocked. Now this is the style our alien beasts should have. Brother, don't learn from humans, just because you recite a few cheesy poems doesn't mean you can lose your way. Bear 17's expression gradually improved. Alright, sit down, you are indeed one of us. Lin Xing was completely speechless. Beasts are indeed beasts. But since it had come to this, he might as well go all out. I've already said, I am your father, and today I'm here to take your life. Boom.
Lin Xing fired an electromagnetic cannon at Bear 17, hitting him squarely in the forehead. But the predicted outcome did not occur. The electromagnetic cannon hit Bear 17's head and only left a cut on his forehead, failing to harm his core.
Ah? So tough? Lin Xing was taken aback, feeling shocked.
Bear 17 was the Beast King, corresponding to a human major general. His strength was comparable to Long Zhanya. However, since he was an alien beast without special abilities, relying solely on physical strength for battle, his defense and stats were slightly higher than Long Zhanya's.
To take Lin Xing's electromagnetic cannon with mere fleshly strength was entirely reasonable. Roar! Bear 17 finally reacted, roaring loudly, making the whole cave tremble.
Human, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant, daring to infiltrate my alien beast army alone. You're simply seeking death. Today, I will tear you into pieces, to honor our fallen warriors. Lin Xing pointed at Bear 17, look, he can string words together pretty well, why don't you all doubt him? Before he could finish speaking, a huge bear paw swiped down. Lin Xing immediately activated Thunderbolt and dodged to the side. Boom! The entire stone table was smashed to pieces by the bear paw, dust filled the cave. What a powerful bear paw, I'll take it back tonight for the fat chef to braise. Lin Xing shouted loudly, his body flickering with lightning. Faced with a beast of this level, he had to take it seriously. With his full-body lightning armor on, he rushed forward and engaged Bear 17 in hand-to-hand combat.
Bang 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 bang!
Lightning clashed with the bear paw, producing deafening sounds. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves.
The whole cave shook from the battle, and debris continuously fell.
And neither side showed any sign of stopping.
Boom!
Both sides collided with another punch.
Each took a dozen steps back before stabilizing their positions.
Xiong Shiqi was greatly shocked. As the 17th ranked warrior of the explosive bear clan, he actually fought to a standstill against a human in close combat.
How strong is the physical strength of this human before me?
Lin Xing was also not feeling well. This big bear has astonishing defense, and its power is immense. Despite taking so many of his attacks, it hasn't died. And in this cave, there's no way to unleash lightning to strike them down. Using Platinum Thunder to activate Giant Mode is also impossible. The battlefield is very passive. Several Beast Lords and 100 Beast Lords around him are already eager to move, surrounding him. Although with Lin Xing's speed, he would never be caught by them. If he missed this opportunity, it would be hard to find another one.
Alright, it's you who forced me to use this move.
Lin Xing's mouth curled slightly, quietly gathering two types of Divine Thunder in his left and right hands. The left hand surged with crimson, the blazing Divine Thunder, while the right hand revealed chilling white, the extreme Ice Thunder. He slowly brought his hands closer. The two types of Divine Thunder repelled each other, constantly intertwining, producing deafening sounds. Since Lin Xing saw the Divine Thunder ranking, he had thought of merging this move, which is also known as the nuclear bomb of the online literature world. When two different natural forces repel and release an explosion, it must be a super heavy bomb. 1 + 1 is equal to 200.
I'll temporarily name it Nuclear Wrath Lotus.
Hiss, this is the fusion of lightning. Should I call it Nuclear Wrath Thunder Lotus?
ZZ.
The two types of Divine Thunder merged, causing energy waves to collide continuously. The entire cave, and even the mountain itself, trembled because of this energy collision. That terrifying energy made all the extraordinary beasts' faces change drastically, their hearts filled with fear.
What do you want to do? Are you seeking death? No, don't. If you don't want to live, we still want to.
Hurry, stop. Brother, you are still very young, don't walk down the path of crime. This was Xiong Shiqi's first experience of the threat of death since birth, and he couldn't help but want to escape. But the exit had long been blocked by Lin Xing. There was no way to get out.
Hey, human, let's stop here.
With such strong lightning explosions, you won't survive either. I can let you go, please stop. Lin Xing grinned, a strange curve forming at the corner of his mouth. No, whether I live or die doesn't matter to me, it's enough that you die. His eyes were filled with killing intent, even carrying a sense of glee and delight at the thought of success.
I don't know if you can withstand it or not. My brother here has maxed out lightning resistance. Moments later,
a lotus formed from the intertwining of two types of thunder quietly appeared in Lin Xing's hand. Its terrifying energy overflowed like a vast ocean. Lin Xing let out a long breath, slowly raising his head to look at them. Sorry, little treasure. Chapter 73, The Lotus Blooms, Destroying Heaven and Earth.
Lin Xing slammed the Nuclear Wrath Thunder Lotus fiercely into Xiong Shiqi's face. Boom!
A violet energy exploded, a magnetic storm generated by the repulsion of ice and fire energies, consuming the entire cave like a collapsing star. After that, the energy did not diminish in the slightest, continuing to expand and grow. In just 1 second, the entire camp, even the entire peak, was devoured by the explosive electromagnetic disturbances.
A massive, transparent lotus, resembling a mountain, slowly rose, spanning between heaven and earth, quietly blooming.
The extraordinary beasts in the mountain had their pupils constrict. They finally experienced this extraordinary scene of the human world in their last moments of life. Then they completely vanished, turning into a wisp of dust, disappearing between heaven and earth.
Silence, an eerie silence. After the explosion, the world seemed to have been vacuumed. Only the phantom of the lotus continued to bloom as before. After a long while, the lotus gradually dimmed and faded away.
Where the mountain once stood has now become a wasteland. The place where the thousands of beasts once gathered was now devoid of any signs of life.
In a heap of scattered stones, a desolate ruin lay.
Amid the messy pile of stones, suddenly, a stone moved slightly. Then, Lin Xing's dark face quietly emerged, looking around. After confirming there were no other signs of life, he fully pulled himself out. At the same time, beneath him lay a pair of bare paws as big as wheels. Luckily I frantically absorbed the lightning with my body at the last moment, preventing this pair of bare paws from being damaged. It seems like only the fur is singed a bit, it shouldn't affect the taste. Lin Xing was very pleased with his cleverness at the end. At the moment of the explosion, he used all his strength to embrace the two bare paws, wrapping them in lightning armor and desperately collecting the lightning. As expected, this pair of large bare paws was saved.
There's even a bead here. This thing seems to be called a beast core, let me take it. Your level has risen to LV39.
Lin Xing was stunned. He had taken down nearly 20,000 beasts in one afternoon, yet only leveled up 6 times, which felt too slow. But what Lin Xing didn't know was that beyond level 30, every level up was extremely difficult. For instance, the Moonlit Night Werewolf team around level 60, many were nearly 30 years old, elite among elites, having enjoyed countless heavenly treasures and undergone 10 years of military training, still could not surpass their level. Average warriors in the Demon Suppression Army were at level 25, and this was still the frontline combat units, with logistics being lower. Lin Xing, at 18 years old and not yet in college, had already surpassed countless prodigies by reaching level 39. However, most of Lin Xing's strength came from charging. His true power was far greater than that. Let's go back and have Fat Chef make his specialty, explosive bare paws. Lin Xing didn't think about the level issue anymore. He happily picked up the bare paws and was ready to leave. Just then, he suddenly sensed 3 terrible auras rapidly approaching him, moving at incredible speed. That was a force he could not confront. If he engaged, he would suffer greatly. Lin Xing instantly activated Thunder Motion, transforming into a streak of lightning and swiftly fleeing the scene. Moments later, 3 beast kings flew over. A gigantic white elephant, standing 100 meters tall. A fierce red-haired giant bear, vicious in nature. A small, cunning mouse with treacherous eyes. These 3 beast kings were the pillars of Baitsong Demon Pass, each commanding an army of 100,000 beasts. Each of their subordinates held thousands of human lives, and their nature was inherently brutal. The red-haired giant bear said, "You felt that terrifying explosion just now too, right? Could it be the 12 generals of humanity?" Impossible. Each of the 12 generals has their own tasks. Even Meng Chen, who oversees the North Song Demon Pass, wouldn't come down personally.
If he did, the Beast Emperor wouldn't sit idly by.
Exactly, although the explosion was powerful, it wouldn't match the strength of the 12 generals, at most like us high-ups, but we all know each other. It's hard to think of which military senior did it. It looks like that person has already escaped. Never mind, notify all beasts to gather. This factory must be reclaimed from humanity. Suddenly, faint sounds came from beneath the ground.
A mouse-headed man, barely alive, crawled out from underground.
It was Lin Xing's good guide, the cunning beast Mouse Sanwiki. Previously, he had reported himself as Mouse Sanwiki, but actually, he told a little lie. His real name was Mouse Sanwiki Jiao.
"Great Beast Kings, you have finally arrived, woo woo woo."
The 3 Beast Kings were slightly taken aback. Under such a powerful explosion, there's still a survivor. Quickly tell us which big shot did all this. Mouse Sanwiki was in tears, feeling wronged like a child who had lost their lollipop. He spoke with a sharp voice like that of a human eunuch. Everything here was done by a little soldier in the cooking class.
What?
That night, the gentle breeze was light.
Outside the demon gate.
From a hole in the grass, a black head crept out, looking around and, finding no one, crawled back in.
Bang! Bang!
2 giant black bear paws were thrown out of the hole once again. Lin Xing's body crawled out of the hole behind them. Feeling it was unsafe, Lin Xing found a large rock to block the hole. He did not choose to blow up the hole. After all, he still wanted to sneak over and have some fun later. Keeping it was definitely useful.
It looks like it has already gotten dark. I guess I took too long. I wonder if I caused any trouble for my comrades in the cooking class.
Lin Xing happily returned to the tent, holding 2 bear paws as big as car wheels.
At that time, an officer with 3 stars on 1 stripe was scolding in his dormitory. "Fat cook, tell me, how can you not keep an eye on a new recruit? You've wasted so many years of service. Do you know how serious the consequences would be if he became a deserter? Not only you would be severely punished, but even my position as a captain would be affected. I think you guys shouldn't sleep tonight, everyone go out and find him. If you can't find him, you all get discharged by the end of the year. A few soldiers from the cooking class looked at each other, utterly speechless. This newly arrived Captain Lu graduated from a university, relying on some connections in his family to get the golden opportunity. He didn't climb up from the grassroots but only knew how to show off his authority. When it came to actual combat, he had more than anyone else. A little soldier unwilling to back down muttered, Lin Xing had the ability to get lost this time, but where was your bravado during the real fight? What did you say? Captain Lu grabbed his collar viciously. The others hurriedly came up to stop him. Captain Lu, he's new and doesn't understand the rules. Little Zhao, hurry and apologize to Captain Lu. After a group's persuasion, the matter was finally put to rest. Captain Lu also made a harsh remark, this detestable deserter, don't think just because you are a student sent by the Dragon Team for special training that I can't deal with you. If I catch you, I will definitely write a request to let the Dragon Team handle you. Bang! The door was opened from the outside. Lin Xing happily trudged in, carrying 2 giant bear paws. Sorry, brothers, I went out for a little hunting and came back late. These 2 big bear paws are delicacies, great supplements. Eating them should enhance our strength. Why don't we try them tonight? Everyone looked astonished. They never expected Lin Xing to return, and with 2 such huge bear paws. They had never even seen such things before. Lin Xing, you're back. That's wonderful. Fat Cook rushed over and grabbed Lin Xing's arm. Captain Lu, look, Lin Xing was actually out gathering ingredients as per my orders, don't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Captain Lu's face turned ashen, feeling insulted. I'll deal with you both, but these bear paws look good. Fat Cook, hurry and steam them, then send them to the commander. This. Why aren't you going yet? Helplessly, since Lin Xing had first violated the discipline by leaving. And only Captain Lu knew about this matter, it hadn't been reported yet. At this moment, things could go either way, so he had to use these bear paws as a leverage to appease the situation. Captain Lu felt pleased after Fat Cook left. This is the feeling of power, whatever I ask you to do, you must do it. Moreover, these bear paws clearly were extraordinary items, if offered to the commander, my status in his eyes would definitely change. Ha ha. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Xing, who had no idea what was happening. You are Lin Xing, right? Come with me to the military law office, I want to take good care of you. Lin Xing spread his hands, then let's go, and see who takes care of whom. Chapter 74, Did you stew bear 17? At the same time, the military command center received the news immediately and held a meeting overnight. All the high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Army gathered. The highest commander on site, General Long Fong, was overjoyed, slamming the table and loudly announcing. Great! The so-called one-man army, Bear 17, has been assassinated by our personnel, and the entire beast army has been taken away. Quickly, tell me who dealt such a beautiful attack. Bear 17, as an old-fashioned beast leader, had caused the Demon Suppression Army a lot of headaches. His astonishing level 73 and his unique physical capabilities made several assassination attempts by the military fail. 10 years ago, when General Long Fong was still the Special Operations Commander, he had clashed with him. He only managed to inflict a huge V-shaped wound on Bear 17's paw, without taking his life. His combat power was evident. Similarly, the beast army he belonged to was also a very strong force of alien beasts, fierce in battle with great power. They had been longtime rivals of the Demon Suppression Army. But unexpectedly, within just one afternoon, Bear 17 along with his beast army was completely wiped out. Although this large-scale operation had not notified the highest commander in advance. This credit, he would absolutely not downplay. General Long's gaze swept through the mid to high-ranking officials, finally landing on Long Zhanya. Long Zhanya, this was done by your Wolf Fong team, right? It's just that your special operations team doesn't need to report in advance. I must say, this was a beautiful job, and I want to give you a huge credit. But I am also puzzled, how did you quietly get into the Demon's Gate and make such a big noise without external assistance? Long Zhanya's mouth twitched, he could only awkwardly shake his head. Well, actually, this wasn't done by us. Ha! General Long was taken aback, such a beautiful victory was actually not done by Long Zhanya. Doubt began to fill his heart as he continuously scanned the faces in front of him. Zhao Kaming, if it wasn't done by them, then was it done by your Black Panther ability team? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kaming quickly shook his head like a rattle, indicating that it wasn't done by himself either. One after another, General Long asked the most likely suspects, but they all denied having done it. Moreover, they expressed that they hadn't even heard about it before this. A heavy cloud of suspicion settled over the gathered military big shots. How could a force capable of taking down a beast leader and an army of alien beasts go unnoticed? General Long considered whether it was done by outsiders or an association, but thought that was even more impossible. First of all, such a strong force attempting to enter the Demon's Gate would have certainly alerted the Demon Suppression Army. Besides, there would be no benefit for others to do this. Could it be done purely out of patriotic sentiment by some reclusive expert? Hiss, this doesn't make sense. Just as General Long and the military high-ups were filled with confusion and mutual suspicion. Two soldiers from the basic cooking team walked in carrying a huge iron pot. One of them, responsible for delivering messages, said, "Commander, Lieutenant Liu just called and said he got a large explosive bear paw, knowing you were working hard in the meeting, especially had the best chef make it for you all to enjoy." General Long's expression turned displeased. "Humph, you all know how to flatter me. I'm working hard, isn't the soldier below also working hard? In the middle of the night, calling me to take the lead in special treatment, go back and tell Lieutenant Liu that if he wants a promotion, he should fight honestly on the battlefield, not pull these small tricks." Suddenly, a rich aroma surged, filling the entire conference hall. Everyone's gaze converged on the bear paw. Long Fong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, put down the bear paw. "You all can leave." "Yes." The fat chef and the others hurried out of the conference hall. Long Fong wanted to continue the meeting, but his stomach wouldn't cooperate. And this bear paw was just too damn tempting. Crystal clear and full of meat, it contained a massive essence of energy. Plus, with the fat chef's family recipe, who could resist? "Forget it, everyone eat first. After we finish eating, we'll find the one who killed Bear 17. As soon as the crowd heard this, they instantly became happy. They rushed over, holding bowls and chopsticks, surrounding the large iron basin that held the bear paw, waiting for the leader to eat first. Long Fong had been craving this dish for a long time and was just about to dig in when he suddenly noticed a huge V-shaped knife scar on the bear paw. His pupils shrank suddenly, feeling a chill creeping up his back, almost speechless in shock. This, bear paw, Bear 17. Others might not recognize it, but Long Fong knew it well. He was the one who had cut it back then. How could it be so casually stewed like this? "What's wrong, Chief? Are you a vegetarian and don't like to eat? How about we taste it for you? Nobody touch it." Long Fong shouted, desperate. Wasn't this a treasure that came without effort? "Quick, go find that fat chef from earlier and ask about the origin of the bear paw." A few minutes later. Everyone was shocked and at a loss when they learned that a university student soldier, currently in military training, had brought the bear paw back. That night, the sentry on duty noticed the chief leading all the mid and high-level officers, in a frenzy, rushing out of the command center. Holding a basin of bear paw, they were hurriedly running outside. Looking at their expressions, each face radiated joy and urgency, serious yet filled with energy. The veteran on guard was explaining to the new recruits. "Look at how hard the leaders are working, running outside for training in the middle of the night. How can we slack off?" The new recruits were glowing with excitement. What the squad leader said is right. Military Law Department. This is the place where mistakes of the Demon Suppression Army are dealt with, equipped with holding cells and interrogation rooms. At this moment, everyone in the Military Law Department was asleep and had no time to deal with Captain Liu. He took the key, opened an interrogation room. He placed Lin Xing in the interrogation spot and sat at the questioning position. "Lin Xing, confess honestly, why did you become a deserter?" Lin Xing didn't give him any face. "You are the deserter, your whole family are deserters. If you don't let me go back to sleep, do you believe I will throw you into the monster prison to feed the beasts?" Captain Liu was dumbfounded. He thought he would show off his authority in front of Lin Xing. Instead, he got backtalk from a new recruit. "Damn it, you brat, you're looking for death, daring to talk to me like that. You really don't know what the Military Law Department does, do you?" Captain Liu stood up, one foot on the chair, angrily ready to assert his power. The next second. Bang! The door burst open. Long Fong kicked Captain Liu out, rushing forward to shake Lin Xing's hand and kindly said, "I'm late." Then he coldly turned around and said in a commanding voice, "Take Captain Liu down." Chapter 75, Beast Riot. Two soldiers from the Demon Suppression Army immediately rushed over and quickly pinned Captain Liu to the ground. They had actually been unhappy with Captain Liu for a long time. This guy leveraged his minor connections, bullying the weak while fawning over the strong, always thinking about promotions and wealth. But when it came time to fight, he shrank back more than anyone else. Even while overpowering him, the two soldiers secretly hit him several times. Long Fong coldly snorted, "Lu Nang, as the commander, you have repeatedly violated discipline, feared the battlefield, set up a private court, lied about your education, and abused power for personal gain. Many people have reported this to me. Others may fear the connections behind you, but I am not afraid. Today, I will first remove you from your position. Go to the cooking class and carry iron pots to train." Captain Liu was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand. Why did teaching a little soldier who stayed out all night provoke such great anger in Long Fong? Is this reasonable? But in the next second, he realized that his death was not unjust. He saw Long Fong warmly grip Lin Xing's hands, his face nearly overflowing with admiration for talent. Lin Xing, right? Quickly tell me, how did you kill Bear 17? At first, Long Fong didn't believe it, but according to the intel, a powerful lightning ability had erupted at the scene, and after hearing from Long Zhanya about Lin Xing's abilities and achievements, he had to believe that it was another miracle created by Lin Xing. Lin Xing scratched his head, not thinking too much. Oh, this story is long. Ever since I was 3, my father told me that we must exterminate the beasts, we cannot leave them be. Just think, you're enjoying hot pot, singing songs, and suddenly a beast interrupts. Long Fong was speechless and quickly interrupted him, saying, why not make it short? Okay. Lin Xing adjusted his emotions and said, with one big move, I took down this blind bear and all his little brothers. This time, not only Long Fong was speechless, but everyone else was too. But the fact proved that all this was indeed done by Lin Xing. The credit couldn't be stolen by others. Long Fong paused, then continued to ask, okay, since that's the case, I've decided to reward you well. Tell me, what do you want? Whether it's heavenly materials, earthly treasures, divine weapons, or wealth, my demon suppression army can give you anything. Long Fong had this confidence because the foundation of the demon suppression army was unimaginably thick. Rewarding Lin Xing was also setting an example for everyone to work hard and improve, a win-win situation. Lin Xing thought for a moment and said, I'm not greedy, so just give me 100 trillion, okay? Put. Long Fong had just taken a sip of water and spat it all out. Isn't this called being greedy? The entire military budget of the demon suppression army is only 20 trillion a year. Lin Xing, why don't we be practical? Are you joking with me about 100 trillion? Lin Xing laughed heartily. People from Daxia know the value of compromise well. First, propose an unreasonable demand, and then the real idea can be realized. I was joking with you, I actually only want 20 trillion, which is the annual military budget of Daxia. Long Fong's face darkened, what are you even thinking? Say something practical. Seeing Long Fong getting serious, Lin Xing guessed he was about to explode. Taking a serious attitude, he could only backtrack and say, I don't want money anymore, just give me a first-class merit. Upon hearing this, Long Fong finally relaxed. Finally, this is a normal request. However, he was also a veteran general seasoned in battle. His mind was sharper than anyone else's. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a troublesome expression as he said, Sai, originally a first-class merit was no problem for your achievement, but since you're not a member of my demon suppression army, I'm afraid that some in the military won't accept it. How about this, you go to Long Zhanya and get a recruitment application form, I'll approve it, and you can join the army as a special recruit. Lin Xing. Reluctantly, Lin Xing, in order to complete the system mission, still signed an unequal treaty with tears. Lin Xing joined the military ranks. During his university years, any achievements Lin Xing made would be credited to the demon suppression army. In other words, no matter what competition Lin Xing enters or records he breaks in the future, the demon suppression army could shamelessly stand up and say, our demon suppression army really produces talent. Ha ha ha. As a price, Lin Xing would receive an annual allowance and training resources from the demon suppression army, distributed according to Long Zhanya's standards. This made the people nearby's eyes turn red. One by one, they were so envious that they could burst with jealousy. Lin Xing still reluctantly mumbled, Sigh, I always feel like I've been taken advantage of. After everything was completed, only the procedures remained. Since it was a special first-class merit approved by Long Fong, it only needed to be filed, and at most by tomorrow night, Lin Xing would receive the medal, and it would be made public. Other people did their patrols, and those who needed sleep went to bed. Captain Liu also struggled to get up from the ground, preparing to return to his big bed for sleep. However, at this moment, a pair of chubby hands suddenly placed themselves on his shoulders. Captain Liu, no, little Liu, come on, let's go back to sleep. There's an empty spot on the upper bunk of Guodazhuang. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Dazhuang's ability is beast transformation. No way. A night passed without words, and the sky was just dimly lit. At a little past 5 in the morning, there was still an hour until waking up. At this moment, people were sleeping the soundest. Many had tossed and turned all night, and now they were deep in sleep. Suddenly, the entire camp was filled with alarm sounds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Signal 996, signal 996. The sound was sharp, and everyone jumped up immediately, quickly putting on clothes and grabbing equipment. Anxious but calm, it was clear they were well trained. They were much better than the previous group that wore their pants wrong. Lin Xing also jumped up from his bed and started getting dressed with everyone. What's going on? Why the rush? Is there a meal meeting? There's probably been an incident. 996 is the signal for the Beast Army's invasion, and it's the most serious level. Lin Xing was stunned, then quickly realized. It was likely because he killed Bear 17 yesterday that the entire beast tide was stirred up, and now the beasts were gathering to take revenge. So, was his behavior from yesterday good or bad? Indeed, one thread pulled, and the whole body moves. Quickly donning his clothes, Lin Xing picked up an iron pot and strapped it to his back. This was his equipment from earlier drills. Captain Lu, covering his rear with a tired expression, also grabbed an iron pot and followed the crowd outside. When they gathered, they discovered that the entire beast tide had reached just a few hundred meters from them. Gunfire erupted, and the sounds of shouting shook the sky. Clearly, a great battle was about to unfold. Moments later, their direct leader approached and assigned combat tasks to Lin Xing and the cooking squad. Everyone quickly enter combat readiness, start cooking, and ensure food supply. Yes. Chapter 76, alright, now the battlefield is under my control. Ding ding dang dang, ding ding dang dang. The entire cooking squad of over 30 people began to get busy, some kindling fires, others chopping vegetables. They had to ensure meals for 500 people, with a supply ratio of about 15:1 to combat personnel. The scene was ablaze with fire, bustling and hectic. Only Lin Xing and Captain Lu, carrying a big pot, sat idly. Because neither of them could cook. Fat squad leader, is there anything I can help you with? Captain Lu said with a smile, licking his face to ask. It's no wonder Lu, despite being demoted to a small soldier, was quick to present himself. The chubby chef thought for a moment and pointed at Lin Xing, who was watching the fun. Although this is the rear, I'm afraid some beasts might sneak in. You go protect Lin Xing. Huh? I protect him? 10 minutes later. The two sat on a large rock, each leaning against the big pot, staring blankly side by side. Claimed to be protecting Lin Xing, they were actually there to oversee the entire cooking squad, allowing them to focus on cooking. From time to time, one or two beasts would break through the front line and rush to the rear. Lin Xing would directly raise his hand and take them out in an instant, proving to be very effective. It truly illustrated that every stone and every screw on the battlefield has its purpose. General Headquarters. Long Fong looked at the situation on the battlefield, his serious face showing some joy. Good, we are now strong and have wanted to engage in such a large-scale attack for a long time. It's a shame that over the years, the beasts have only aimed to harass our borders, rarely launching large-scale assaults. Notify the front lines to hit them hard. And I have already reported to higher-ups, reinforcements will arrive soon. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. On a surveillance screen, many strange beasts suddenly appeared behind them, as if they had materialized out of thin air. What's going on? Quick, send someone to check which unit is at that position. There are over 1,000 strange beasts ambushing me from behind. Report, sir, that's a cooking team position. The squad leader is the fat chef who often makes you bare paws. Oh, Lin Xing is there, that's fine then. The scene shifted. 1,000 strange beasts suddenly burrowed up from underground. Fully armed, they came to destroy the logistics supply of the demon-suppressing army on the orders of the red-haired Bear King. The beast leader, Bear 96, surveyed the surroundings and immediately made a very wise decision. Look, there's smoke over there, it must be the human army cooking. Let's go over and attack this team first and grab some food. Great King, ever since I had the fortune of tasting braised pork canned food last time, I've totally fallen in love with human food, said beast leader Pighead. Alright, this human base is up to you. Let's see if there are any other teams. Sure thing. Pighead led his 100 subordinates toward the place where Lin Xing was cooking. Meanwhile, Bear 96 took the other strange beasts to search for other human teams to cause destruction. In no time, the strange beasts were already in front of Lin Xing. Seeing the group, Pighead laughed heartily. Great. I can eat human braised pork again. Seeing Pighead and his team, Lin Xing kicked Lieutenant Lu. Hey, it's your turn, it's time for you to earn your merit and make up for your mistakes. Lieutenant Lu's lips twitched, and he shrank back. Why don't you go instead? I might not be able to beat them. Come on, you're a lieutenant, a proper graduate from a prestigious school, go ahead. Seeing the two pushing each other, neither dared to step forward. Pighead felt quite pleased. He looked at the two in front of him. One was a nameless soldier without rank, and the other was a lieutenant with 3 stripes, and he immediately understood what was going on. Ha, there's even a human lieutenant. I heard you are almost a beast leader on your side, why don't we have a little match? As he spoke, Pighead reached out with his great hoof and grabbed Lieutenant Lu. Lieutenant Lu was stunned and turned back, pleading to Lin Xing. Lin Xing, save me. Hey, let the brothers of the strange beasts here, you're the officer, I'm just a soldier without rank. It's too embarrassing for you to ask me for help. Upon hearing this, a group of strange beasts nodded. Well, this little soldier has a point. Why do you still have the face to be an officer? It's too embarrassing. If I were you, I'd just slam my head to die right here. I heard humans like to wear white underwear. Is it for surrender during urgent moments? Lieutenant Lu trembled all over. Hearing these words ignited the blood in his bones. He pushed open Pighead's hand, his face filled with anger. Humph, don't look down on our great Xia demon-suppressing army. Come on, let's duel. The demon-suppressing army is not cowardly. Bang! Lieutenant Lu was sent flying several meters by a pig hoof, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and struggled to rise. I tried my best. After saying that, he directly fainted, losing consciousness. Lin Xing was completely speechless. With Lieutenant Lu's combat power, how did he ever earn this position? Lin Xing whispered, alas, it seems I have to step in after all. Pighead laughed heartily, and the other strange beasts began to roar with laughter. Ha, you're not going to live, your highest officer has been taken down by me, and you a little soldier are still acting all tough. Forget him, let's quickly kill these humans and grab the food. Get out of the way, don't block the path. Pighead stretched out his hoof, just about to touch Lin Xing's face. But the next second, a flash of lightning zipped by, and Pighead tumbled down. He rolled several times on the grass before landing beside Lu. Oh, you look down on the little soldier, huh? Lin Xing slowly raised his head, his gaze as deep as a black hole, filled with killing intent. Big Pig died? The strange beasts retreated a few steps, unable to accept this result. But some battle-hungry strange beasts stood up. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe this little soldier can kill us all. Alright, let's all go. 3 minutes later. Lin Xing looked at the 100 strange beast heads lying on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, why must it come to this, why force me to act? Then his gaze turned sharp, looking at the group of Bear 96 looting other logistics teams not far away, as well as the continuous tide of beasts coming from further away, his lips unconsciously curling up. Alright, the battlefield is now under my control. Chapter 77, Ling Yin's Little Warehouse. Lin Xing activated 3,000 lightning bolts, turning directly into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the friendly troops being invaded not far away. Swish! At this moment, among a friendly cooking team being looted by strange beasts. Dozens of strange beasts were snatching the breakfast just made by the soldiers, while some remaining strange beasts were fiercely attacking. And more than 10 members of the cooking team were hiding in front of a truck carrying vegetables, fighting desperately. The soldiers all wore expressions of despair. Even a few newly enlisted young soldiers were about to cry. They did not fear death, since the moment they enlisted, they had already put life and death aside. What saddened them the most at this moment was that they couldn't protect the soldiers' breakfast, which would mean that hundreds of demon suppression army soldiers couldn't ensure their energy supply, leading to greater danger. Damn it, how did these guys break through the defense line? Reinforcements, where are the reinforcements? Everyone gritted their teeth, desperately fighting back against the strange beasts with their weapons, but due to their low fighting power, they already showed signs of defeat. At this critical moment, swish, a lightning figure suddenly flashed and appeared. Then came the sound of slicing through flesh. Before a few of them could react, a group of strange beasts' heads had already rolled away, rolling on the ground. Ah, this. Everyone was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. When Lin Xing stopped and stood there with a broad smile, they finally saw who had arrived. Great, reinforcements have arrived. A young soldier exclaimed. May I ask, sir, which unit are you from? After the battle, we wish to commend you. Lin Xing scratched his head, pointing at the cooking team not far away and said, I'm just a little soldier from the adjacent cooking team, I have things to do, goodbye. Swish, Lin Xing turned into lightning and disappeared from the spot. Only a group of cooking team soldiers were left dumbfounded standing there. Why doesn't our team have such a strong little soldier? The higher-ups are unfair with their distributions. Lin Xing single-handedly killed his way through several logistics team territories, chopping off the heads of all the strange beasts that came to cause trouble. As for why he didn't directly unleash his full power, there were two main reasons. One was that Lin Xing was afraid of hurting the friendly troops, and the other was that after he launched the nuclear bomb yesterday, although he recovered a portion of it in time, he still only had 37% of his power left. Today's battle scale was obviously larger than yesterday's, the first-class merit had yet to be approved, and the lightning wing reward was not issued. He had no place to recharge now. Boom, Lin Xing shot down more than 10 strange beasts that were looting supplies with a powerful electromagnetic cannon, then approached a truck transporting supplies. He opened the truck's compartment, wanting to see if there were any generators or other charging devices. Suddenly, he heard a voice that was so familiar it couldn't be more familiar. Boss, you made me look for you everywhere, hee hee. It was the voice of that little robe loli, Ling Ying. Lin Xing immediately perked up, rushing to the front of the truck and hugging Ling Ying down from the driver's seat. He excitedly rubbed his hands, looking at Ling Yin's small face and said, Little brother.
Hurry up and put down the electric dog and thunder monkey, I need to recharge my energy. Ling Ying pouted her lips and said a bit jealously, I thought you were excited because you missed me. Although she was unhappy, Ling Ying still opened her storage space. The fiery electric wolf king and the ice electric giant ape suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This scene left several demon-suppressing army warriors, who were transporting supplies, stunned. I know she can store supplies, but she can store living creatures too? Seeing the two little pets, Lin Xing was also incredibly happy and immediately started charging with them. The divine lightning of ice and fire surged into Lin Xing's body from both hands, and he immediately felt the joy of being recharged. So refreshing, so refreshing. Ling Yin's mouth twitched as she watched her embarrassing boss, and she couldn't help but take out her phone to record a little video. The two beast leaders, the fiery electric wolf king and the ice thunder giant ape, were all left with Ling Yin in her little storage after being tamed by Lin Xing. Over time, these once ferocious beast bosses, after enjoying a few days of being well-fed and housed, voluntarily surrendered their beastly nature, turning into obedient little pets. As for why they didn't attack the weaker Ling Yin to regain their freedom, that was because they clearly knew the joy of being fed by a two-legged beast. They certainly understood well the difference between being well-fed and starving. In the past, they didn't understand and became the boss of beasts. Now they know the joy of lying down and being fed by a two-legged creature. Buzzing noises filled the air. Lin Xing's energy was rapidly replenished as the two kinds of divine lightning gathered around him, and it charged surprisingly fast. 38%. 41%. 44%. 46%. Finally, when the charge reached 46%, the two little pets were completely drained and collapsed on the ground. Lin Xing's capacity was too vast, and even after the two beast bosses had taken care of themselves for so many days, they could only provide him with less than 10% of his total energy. This was still under the condition of having the source of divine lightning. Damn, it's out of power already. I might as well dig out your source of divine lightning and store it in myself. The two little pets shivered and managed to provide around 5% more energy. Lin Xing sighed, this is still not enough. I wonder if there's any power station nearby. Lin Xing could restore energy by resting. But to fully recharge would take at least a week, and he couldn't wait that long now. At this point, he had no choice but to take this step. Hearing this, Ling Yin slapped her thigh, boss, just now when I was storing supplies, I happened to pass by a power plant. Lin Xing's eyes lit up. This little brother was definitely worth raising. When it mattered, he provided just what was needed. Let's go. Lin Xing grabbed Ling Yin by the scruff of her neck, like lifting a little kitten, and charged out. A flash of lightning crossed, and they completely vanished from the spot. Only a few demon-suppressing army soldiers responsible for transporting supplies looked utterly confused. Wait, our supplies are still with that little girl. Lin Xing raced through the air and soon arrived near a huge thermal power plant. In this world, nuclear energy had not been invented, and they could only generate power using thermal and wind energy. If they had nuclear energy, they could just throw a few megaton bombs into the secret realm. Although it wouldn't be as invincible as the Great Xia Emperor, such energy-producing weapons could still turn the tide of battle at critical moments. Lin Xing was a traveler from another world, and although he understood E equals mc squared, he could never just conjure a nuclear bomb out of thin air. Whoosh! Lin Xing's feet left a deep mark on the ground as he stopped near the power plant. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise as he wanted to rush in and recharge. Ling Ying crouched in the flowers, gagging a bit and asking, Boss, the defenses here are tight. How are you going to sneak in and steal the electricity? Lin Xing wasn't sure. He initially thought about going straight in, but seeing the armed soldiers at the power plant entrance made him hesitate. How could he get in without alerting the guards? But at that moment, an unpleasant voice rang in his ears. Ah, humans are truly ignorant, thinking that our beast tribe is still stuck in the barbaric era of recklessness decades ago. But what do they know? We no longer look at recipes, we only look at military strategy now. Chapter 78, The Battle Begins. Lin Xing casually tossed the mixed roots Ling Yin into the grass, causing her to fall sprawled out. He tiptoed over to investigate. Just in time, he spotted a dozen beast-like creatures resembling humans, dressed in power plant worker uniforms, conspiring about something. Lin Xing's eyes brightened. If he could save the power plant, that would be a great achievement. A beast with a crocodile mouth said, Listen up, little ones, you must know how important this mission is. As the leader of the Beast Legion, I'm personally in charge. Once we destroy this power plant, the entire army's power supply will be cut off. At that time, perhaps we could receive blessings from the Beast Emperor and grow to become the Great Beast Commander. The crocodile mouth was excitedly fantasizing about promotions and pay raises. Suddenly, someone from below asked a question. Great Beast Commander, may I ask how we can get in, given the tight security here? Hearing the title Great Beast Commander, the crocodile mouth was quite pleased and nodded with satisfaction. Hee hee,
it seems you are new to the beast army. You don't know that we dug a tunnel in advance. That's not your fault, just learn well in the future. As he spoke, the crocodile mouth pointed to a barely visible hole covered with grass under a nearby big tree. Do you see that? That hole goes straight to the core of the power plant. We'll sneak in through there to cause some damage. Hey, who was talking to me? The crocodile mouth was taken aback, noticing that the beasts before him hadn't spoken. He suddenly turned around and saw Lin Xing, dressed in Monster Suppression Army uniform, quietly moving towards the tunnel. Damn it, Monster Suppression Army, what are you doing? I'm going in to cause damage, what else would I be doing? Lin Xing replied sincerely. The crocodile mouth's mouth twitched, unable to figure out Lin Xing's intentions, and could only give the order to capture him first. But in the next second, Lin Xing gathered all his strength and shouted, "Hey, there's a beast destroying the power plant." This shout was incredibly loud. The guards from the Monster Suppression Army immediately set off the alarm. The power plant was an important military stronghold, guarded by a powerful team of extraordinary abilities in heavy troops. Within seconds, the crocodile mouth and his group of beasts were surrounded. The battle erupted immediately. Lin Xing seized the opportunity to dive into the tunnel and began to steal electricity. Ling Ying lay sprawled in the grass, munching on supplies, waiting for her boss to return, while the scene was in chaos. At the beast's prison, the heart of the battlefield, 300,000 beast troops engaged in a massive battle against 100,000 Monster Suppression Army soldiers. The beast prison, stretching for tens of kilometers, was packed with humans and beasts. Various firearms and powers flew haphazardly. The battlefield was as chaotic and bloody as the end of the world. Countless Monster Suppression Army soldiers clashed with beasts, turning the once light green grassland into a sea of red. Although the number of beasts was 3 times that of the Monster Suppression Army, they couldn't gain much ground against the well-trained soldiers. Only in the rear, the 3 Beast Kings were the most feared nightmare for everyone. In the command center, Major General Long Fong was focused on directing the battle. Independent Battalion, I command you to exert all your strength to block the beasts at the beast prison, not allowing a single one to escape. The northern position is about to fall, Wolf Fong Brigade, go reinforce them immediately. A large number of beasts have appeared at position 129, Black Panther, send 3 ability teams to cut off their retreat. Comrades, hold on, reinforcements are on the way. Crack. Before he finished speaking, the power went out. Due to some special beasts among them capable of releasing special electromagnetic waves, interfering with wireless signals, they could only use wired communication. In an instant, the power plant went dark. The entire command center's power flickered for a moment, and the call was cut off. What happened? Report, Commander, the power plant is under attack by strange beasts, and the power supply is unstable. We have activated the backup power, but it can only last half an hour. Alright, send a small team to reinforce the power plant. Long Fong paused, and the corner of his mouth began to rise unconsciously. Since there's no power, I don't need to sit here and chatter in the command center. Someone, bring me my Fongtian painted halberd. I want to fight in person. Commander, you can't leave. The battlefield still needs your command. Long Fong's face immediately fell. What do you mean? If I keep occupying this position, how will the young people train and grow? Chief of Staff, you command? I want to fight personally to boost everyone's morale, ha 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 ha. In the next second, a gust of wind arose, and Major General Long Fong had already vanished from the spot. At the scene, only the Chief of Staff stood at the door, holding a giant sword and stomping his feet in anger. Damn, I was so close to sneaking out to fight, but that old man beat me to it. 77-81-85. On the battlefield, Su Jianjun and Lu Yun were covered in blood, fighting fiercely. With powerful physical techniques and martial arts, Su Jianjun clearly became the core of the team. Even the battle-hardened squad leader looked at him with new respect. Meanwhile, Lu Yun controlled the situation while also providing support for Su Jianjun. Under the SSS-level wild growth effect, Su Jianjun became more than twice as powerful, his combat strength raging. The two fought bloodily, repelling several waves of attacks from the strange beasts. Luo Kongfei soared in the sky, leading a group of outstanding students from Kyoto University to kill enemies wildly. A group of beastification students from the capital university also revealed their true bloodthirsty and violent nature as they fought bloodily. And not far away, among the strange beast army, a fat man pulled the pin on the last high-explosive grenade, taking down dozens of strange beasts with him. All the military training students were united in hatred, bravely fighting the enemy. They fought so hard, just for that one goal in their hearts: to surpass Lin Xing. Humph, Lin Xing, you're in the cooking class, you definitely don't have as much merit as we have built here. Watch how we surpass you. As everyone fought desperately against the enemy,
Suddenly, a loud trumpet sound rang out, and a giant white elephant, standing hundreds of meters tall, charged into the beast suppression army. In an instant, it crushed a small team of the beast suppression army into meat patties.
Humans, I want you to pay the price.
The beast was one of the three beast kings, the White Elephant King.
Its massive size was like a mountain, much larger than Lin Xing's fully grown ice thunder giant ape.
As this battle power emerged, the beast suppression army immediately broke through a gap, and the morale of the strange beast surged.
However, at that moment, a Fangtian painted halberd fell from the sky, slashing with terrifying force. Boom!
100-meter-tall white elephant was actually knocked back thousands of meters by this halberd's power, barely stabilizing itself.
The terrifying strength made the earth tremble. Then, Long Fang's figure floated between the two armies, like a war god. Ha 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 ha, how many years has it been since I've fought? This feels good, feels good.
The White Elephant King roared, shaking its gigantic body and charging towards Long Fang.
At the same time, another red-haired giant bear joined the battlefield. Facing two opponents, it fought alongside Long Fang.
For a moment, the sky darkened and the ground cracked. The power generated from their collisions caused many soldiers and strange beasts nearby to die from the shock, revealing the terror of war.
In a corner that no one noticed,
a third beast king had also appeared. A short old mouse quietly appeared on the other side of the battlefield.
Oof, Long Fang, you didn't expect it, did you?
I, the Rat King, have secretly mixed into the crowd, specifically to ambush your important command officers. Even if your combat power is sky high, you will be unable to turn the tide alone.
At the same time, in the power plant,
a handsome guy was being shocked by the violent electric current, screaming wildly.
100% charging completed. Expanding total power. Chapter 79, The Big Black Rat.
At the power plant, a huge energy storage station has a figure hugging the positive and negative levels, howling loudly.
I can't take it anymore. Damn it, I'm drowning. Slow down, slow down. Ah, so good. Countless electric energies transformed into currents, rushing into Lin Xing's body, wildly expanding his total electric capacity and enhancing his physical attributes.
Behind him, a whole energy storage battery was operating frantically, seemingly with endless power.
Not far from Lin Xing's charging point, in a control room, several power plant leaders were anxiously discussing something. Report, the electric energy is rapidly draining, what should we do? What is going on?
Even if the beast destroys the power supply system, the battery's energy shouldn't drain so quickly.
Has anyone gone to check?
No, the battery is discharging rapidly, it's too dangerous to go over carelessly.
But we have to check. This is the power supply for the entire demon suppression army and a city.
If it goes down, we can wait for unemployment.
Since you're so concerned about your job, why don't you go? This. Half an hour later.
Lin Xing finally charged enough, the remaining bit was sufficient for the demon suppression army for a day or two. Only then did he quietly transform into a stream of electricity, disappearing inside the power plant.
Outside the door, the beasts responsible for the ambush were almost dead.
The only survivor, Crocodile Mouth, had already been taken down by several members of the demon suppression army.
Humph, with your strength, how dare you ambush my power plant? You've really run out of patience.
Take him back, we'll use the great memory restoration technique on him. Seeing Crocodile Mouth being captured, Lin Xing finally crawled out from the ground. At this moment, he felt refreshed and full of power. The electric energy coursing through him was itching to be unleashed, feeling like a magazine full of bullets, ready to fire at any moment.
Although not as great as the enhancement from the Divine Thunder, absorbing this entire power plant also gave me a considerable boost.
But in the future, I still need to focus on the Divine Thunder.
This ordinary electricity can only win by quantity, and the cost effectiveness is too low.
Lin Xing slapped away the dust on his body and fixed his spiky hair. He walked over to the flower bushes and found Ling Yin lying sprawled out, nibbling on compressed biscuits, snatching them for himself.
Little brother, stop eating, it's time to fight.
Boss, are you done charging?
I charged, what did you say? That sounded so awkward, forget it.
Lin Xing carried Ling Yin on his back and turned on the 3000 Thunder movement, rushing towards the battlefield.
The ultimate weapon of the battlefield is about to arrive. Puff.
You little rat, as a beast king with a much higher level than me, how could you resort to sneak attacks?
It's just so rude. Hee hee, what sneak attack? This is called strategy, I learned it from you humans.
The Rat King looked at Zhao Mingkai bleeding on the ground, ready to end his life. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, and an iron spear with a dragon's shadow surged in.
Its power was so great that even the Rat King dared not take it head-on and had to dodge quickly. He gazed deeply at the person in front of him. What a dragon, Zhanya, your strength has improved a lot.
There stood Long Zhanya, holding a large spear, and on that spear, a shadow of an eastern dragon spirit was continuously moving.
This is Long Zhanya's ability, Ancient Dragon Spirit.
In battle, the dragon spirit could cooperate with him, unleashing unexpected combat power. Long Zhanya could also control the dragon spirit to act independently or let the spirit merge with him to become a true dragon form. With this powerful ability and combat talent, he entered the top 100 of the military. You little rat, you frequently sneak attacked, killing over a dozen officers from my demon suppression army.
Now, let me show you the might of my spear.
Long Zhanya roared, and the dragon spirit merged into his body. He directly activated his strongest form, countless dragon scales bursting from the body of Long Zhanya. His body began to swell and change, bones cracking loudly. In no time, he had transformed into a humanoid giant dragon. Roar! Long Zhanya exerted force with his legs and shot out towards the Rat King. The Rat King did not dare to underestimate him, immediately activating his form to fight together.
Bang, 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 bang.
The sound of their bodies colliding echoed through heaven and earth. A man and a mouse fought from the sky to the ground, and from inside the pass to outside. Others who were faster could hardly see them.
In just a moment, they had already exchanged thousands of blows.
Many unfortunate souls around could not dodge in time and were turned into minced meat by the shockwaves of their battle. The fight continued for over 20 minutes. In the end, Long Zhanya was overwhelmed, kneeling on both knees and spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Damn it, in the end, I still lost.
Humph, you lasting 20 minutes under my Rat King's hands has proven your strength and talent, but I must kill you. If you develop for another 10 years, you will surely be a great threat to my beast clan. Saying this, the Rat King extended his sharp, withered mouse claws, stepping forward.
Long Zhanya gently closed his eyes, seemingly giving up resistance.
A good man can die on the battlefield, this life has been worth it.
Just at this critical moment,
a blue glowing coin shot in from the distance.
Little Jerry, die. Boom.
Before the Rat King could make a move to kill Long Zhanya and eliminate a major threat, he was blasted away by a coin. Then, Lin Xing slowly appeared on the battlefield, lightning coursing through his body, his hair standing on end, and his eyes shining with white light.
Dragon Team, I'm sorry I missed. Lin Xing rushed to embrace Long Zhanya, who had been blown away by the electromagnetic cannon shockwave, shaking him back and forth. You can't die. What will I do if you die?
Long Zhanya spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise, saying, I suspect you did this on purpose, but I have no evidence.
Slander. You slander me. Alright, hurry and help me up. This rat is too powerful, I'll cover you, you hurry and report.
Long Zhanya gripped his large gun tightly, gathering his breath again. Lin Xing coming to save him moved him deeply, but Lin Xing was the hope for all of Dasha's future. He absolutely could not allow Lin Xing to die here. But before he could react, he was already swept up in a princess carry.
Hey, what are you doing?
The sights before him flew back rapidly, and the wind roared past his ears.
Old dragon, how could I possibly leave you behind? Seriously.
Lin Xing knew the strength of the Beast King level. In a fight, he probably wouldn't be a match.
But if it came to running away, he was a master.
Swish, swish, swish. 3,000 thunder movement activated, allowing him to roam freely on the battlefield. A mere little mouse dares to compare speed with me.
However, the next second,
Lin Xing knew he was wrong. Behind him, a humanoid giant black rat was using hands and feet, its whole body like a shadow, rapidly chasing him. And while chasing, it was also letting out beast-like roars.
Squeak, squeak, kid, don't run. Crap, a big black rat, 3,000 thunder movement, accelerate. Chapter 80, The Living Yama on the Battlefield. On the battlefield, two figures, one blue and one black, raced swiftly, stirring up a whirlwind wherever they went.
Many were blown off their horses by this wind, it was terrifying. Lin Xing held Long Zhanya, accelerating crazily. 3,000 thunder movement had reached its peak, with lightning crackling and roaring.
Behind them, the big black rat used its hands and feet, desperately chasing after them.
Though fast enough, it couldn't catch up to Lin Xing.
Ha, you can't hit me, you little trash.
Lin Xing looked back, not forgetting to mock.
You're seeking death.
The Rat King roared, squeezing out a bit more speed, panting heavily like a dog. He had never suffered such humiliation, and the one who humiliated him was just a small soldier from the demon-subduing army with no rank at all. Lin Xing, on the other hand, was relaxed and unhurried, with plenty of electricity left. Even able to dig out a few coins from Long Zhanya's body, he turned around to shoot at the rats.
Ha, Long team, didn't expect you had quite a few coins on you. Long Zhanya, frothing at the mouth, forced a smile. That's my military merit badge.
Lin Xing ran for a while, arriving next to a cave, moving a large stone to stuff the nearly unconscious Long Zhanya inside. In a flash, he transformed into lightning, madly accelerating to dodge the Rat King. The best tactic now was to hold this guy back, not giving him time to kill their commanders, waiting for reinforcements. Come on, hit me, come and hit me. Lin Xing patted his butt while fleeing for his life. The Rat King was furious, feeling his beast dignity had been insulted. You. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, stopping in place. Almost fell for this kid's trick. Why should I care about him? He can't catch up anyway. As long as I keep slaughtering the elite forces of the demon exorcising army, I will surely win. The Rat King turned around and walked toward an ability team leader. Lin Xing saw this old rat not falling for his trick and quickly turned to block the Rat King. Hey, why aren't you chasing anymore? The Rat King showed a sly look. Junior, you think you can hold me back? Don't dream. As long as I keep killing your middle-ranking officers, you guys will collapse eventually. Saying this, he directly grabbed a middle-ranking officer of the demon exorcising army, killing him on the spot. Lin Xing's fury boiled over, unable to hold back his roar. You dare kill my middle-ranking officers? I will also kill your middle-ranking beast. He shot out a coin, instantly killing a bewildered beast commander. The Rat King furiously charged over, directly piercing a commander with his claw. Heh, come on, I want to see who's tougher. Lin Xing spat, waving a lightning whip with one hand, slicing 100 beasts in half. The Rat King snorted coldly and killed another officer with a raise of his hand. Oomph, Junior, I don't believe you're tougher than me? A person and a rat seemed to be in a rivalry, constantly slaughtering each other's middle ranks on the battlefield. Each strike was fiercer than the last, more brutal than the previous one. Seeing a middle rank was an instant kill, showing no mercy. Yet, inside, they both felt pain, as if their beloved friends were being killed. Eventually, everyone and every beast stayed far away from the two. These two truly didn't treat their teammates as human. Puff. Puff. After each killing a middle rank from the other side, they locked eyes again, then turned their heads in pride. Humph. Humph. It's over, these two are even comparing themselves. Not good, they're coming towards us. A team of demon exorcising army captains and the rat-head beast commander saw two living kings of hell approaching, immediately stopping their fight. They embraced each other, trembling, their eyes filled with despair. The Rat King spoke first. Rat 7779, why are you crying? Do we rats have men afraid of death? Lin Xing angrily stepped forward, blood flooding his eyes. Captain, don't tremble, we, the demon exorcising army, cannot be underestimated by these beasts. Puff. Puff. A person and a rat attacked again, killing the other's middle ranks, weakening their power. However, ultimately, Lin Xing felt compassion first, immediately raising a hand to signal to stop. Hey, Jerry, we can't keep killing like this. Oh, are you getting scared? If you are scared, come over and let me kill you, ha ha ha. The Rat King was very pleased. Humans are emotional creatures, they simply can't compare with the beasts. I can give birth to 100 at a time, what can you compare? Lin Xing shook his head. No, I'm not scared, I just think this killing is too slow. I want to kill your little soldiers together. The Rat King was instantly dumbfounded. Before he could react, Lin Xing had already rushed out first. The air still held his faint echoes. I'll show you how it's done. Wait a moment. While the Rat King dazedly paused, a giant lightning figure over 100 meters tall wielding two whips plunged into the tide of beasts. The lightning whip swung back and forth, like a mower, harvesting all the beasts. In just a second, hundreds of strange beasts met their end here. The Rat King twitched at the corner of his mouth. Not only was this creature fast, but it was also an AoE master. The speed of clearing the minions was simply too quick. Swish, swish, swish. Another few electromagnetic cannons were fired, and hundreds and thousands of strange beasts perished in the beast tide. Immediately, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and hundreds of lightning bolts rained down, striking the areas where the strange beasts gathered. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the scent of meat, and the strange beasts fell one after another. Lin Xing alone was worth 1,000 troops, cutting into the tide of beasts as easily as slicing vegetables. You could say all his skills were focused on clearing minions. Competing with the Rat King for single-target kills simply felt like a waste of time. Soon, Lin Xing created a vacuum area filled with corpses. The noise he made attracted everyone's attention on the field. Wow, isn't that Lin Xing? Why is he here instead of in the kitchen brigade? This minion clearing speed is too fast. I've been at it for 3 hours and only managed to kill a few dozen strange beasts, but he did it in just 1 second. I have a feeling we can retreat, just leaving him here is enough. In the sky. Long Fong sent the white elephant beast king flying with his spear, feeling great joy in his heart. This young man is indeed suitable for our army. I need to think of a way to keep him, going to college is just so dull. Meanwhile, the white elephant beast king and the red-haired giant bear were horrified, their gazes fixed firmly on Lin Xing's position. Rat, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill him, at this rate, he will finish us off. Quickly, our ambushed second wave of 100,000 reserve troops is about to break out, don't let him take advantage. The Rat King trembled all over and charged towards Lin Xing. Don't rush, I'm going to kill him right now. Long Fong was furious and wanted to help but was firmly entangled by the two Beast Kings.
Long Fong, your opponent is us.
Lin Xing was happily slaughtering in the tide of beasts. Such a dense gathering of strange beasts was perfect for him, a strategic killing machine.
If every day had such dense strange beasts standing in line for me to hit, wouldn't I be leveling up really fast?
Just as Lin Xing was thinking this, the Rat King charged up, baring its teeth and claws.
Stop attacking, let's talk.
Humph, what were you doing earlier?
It's too late now.
Lin Xing turned to face the 100,000 strange beasts that had just surged out of the demon gate, a wicked smile playing on his lips.
It's time to showcase my self-created nuclear bomb. Nuclear Rage Thunder Lotus. Chapter 81, Slaughtering 100,000 Strange Beasts, a Great Victory.
Lin Xing looked at the 100,000 strange beasts that had just poked their heads out, slowly raising both hands. His right hand crackled with red lightning, while his left hand sparked with white ice thunder. Then, the two hands slowly fused together, while violent energy gathered once again, a bead of cold sweat gently beating on Lin Xing's forehead. Like the last time he fused two divine thunders, the chaotic energy repelled each other, causing Lin Xing great pain. However, this time he was familiar with the process. In less than 3 breaths, the two divine thunders had fused completed. A red and white lightning lotus silently floated in his hands. Lin Xing shouted, "Demon subduing army, all retreat, I'm about to unleash my big move." Saying this, he darted forward, charging solo into the sea of 100,000 strange beasts. The Beast Kings were terrified, clearly sensing the terrifying energy in the lotus Lin Xing held.
Recalling the huge explosion they saw yesterday, they instantly understood.
It turned out that it wasn't a powerful figure from the demon subduing army launching a sneak attack, but this little soldier in front of them.
"Quick, scatter," the Rat King bellowed.
But it was too late. Lin Xing had already charged into the middle of the beast tide, finding an old acquaintance.
"Oh, Rat, so you didn't die. Looks like today you're in for it." Bang!
As Lin Xing spoke, he smashed the bomb lotus onto the face of Rat 3579.
The poor rat hadn't even had time to react. In the next second. Boom!
A world-destroying explosion spread out, instantly engulfing the 100,000 strange beasts.
A blooming thunder lotus slowly rose into the air, shining between heaven and earth.
On the edge of the explosion, the shockwave turned into a raging wind. Both sides in battle stopped fighting, staring blankly at the lotus flower before them.
"Get down!" Someone shouted, and everyone immediately reacted. Without caring about anything else, they dropped to the ground.
Those who didn't manage to lie down in time, or those weak in strength, were all swept away by the wild wind mixed with sand and stones. The scene was already a mess. Long Fong's gaze was fixed on Lin Xing's position, his heart twisted in pain. Lin Xing can actually use such a powerful skill, it must be a self-detonation burning his life essence.
Damn, the future of my demon suppression army is hastily sacrificed on the battlefield.
I must apply for a special honor for him, for the whole country to remember. Hearing Long Fong's mutterings, the White Elephant Beast King snorted coldly, "Stop overthinking, he won't die from releasing this skill."
Long Fong was taken aback, looking at the White Elephant. "How do you know?" "Don't pretend, you know very well how the bear paw was handled yesterday, don't you?"
"Ha!"
After a long while, the lightning lotus flower slowly dissipated.
In its explosion range, everything was desolate. Forget about the shadow of the strange beasts, not even a hair remained.
All crushed into powder by this terrifying electric energy.
The 100,000 strange beast army, which had just emerged for a surprise attack, turned to ashes in an instant.
No more than 1% survived.
In the exact center of the explosion, a charred figure crawled out from the ruins. Everyone paused, all looking incredulously at Lin Xing.
Damn, he's actually still alive?
This is cheating. Not only can he unleash such a strong move, but he can still jump around. Great, with such a powerful person in Daxia, I can rest easy in the future. The demon suppression army cheered loudly, while the strange beasts were filled with fear. One by one, they wore sad faces, with no fighting spirit left. They were not sad because their comrades died, but because of the presence of such a strong war god opposite them, their lives were at risk.
Run! Yes, hurry up and run, I want to go back to the cave to find Mom.
The Grim Reaper is here, we can't win. The morale of the strange beasts instantly collapsed, desperately running towards the demon gate, fearing they would lose their lives if they were even a moment late. In battle, besides competing in hard strength, there is another especially important thing, and that is morale. Once morale is lost, even if one's hard strength is 3 points stronger than the enemy, it will still result in a collapse. Lin Xing's move not only wiped out the enemy's living forces but also shattered the enemy's morale.
In an instant, the situation on the battlefield turned upside down.
The strange beast army fled like dogs with their homes burned,
collapsing like a landslide, disintegrating immediately. The morale of the demon suppression army soared, and they began to beat down the drowning dogs. Kill. They are done for, hit them hard. Lin Xing is awesome. In the sky, Long Fong coldly laughed, his entire body radiated light as with one spear he sent the red-haired giant bear flying away, smashing into the ground, creating a big pit. Even the powerful Long Fong was affected by Lin Xing's morale and became extremely excited. All demon suppression army, follow me to slay the strange beasts and protect our homeland. Kill. For a moment, everyone was passionate, and the battle cries shook the sky. All soldiers of the demon suppression army fought as if their lives depended on it, beating the strange beasts into a disorganized mob, causing countless deaths and injuries. The white elephant beast king felt his hair stand on end. Seeing the situation had gone, he could only roar. Withdraw. Then, he was the first to disappear from the scene. The other two beast kings saw this, helplessly shook their heads inside. The battle had reached this point, they were already powerless to turn the tide. Even if they persisted, it would only waste their living forces. It would be better to retreat, recuperate, and talk again in the future. The Beast Emperor is in the transformation period, we are severely damaged, and we cannot resolve this. Wait. The Mouse King's eyes darkened as he looked at Lin Xing, who was crazily slaughtering strange beasts not far away. This kid is too terrifying. If we give him time to grow, he will surely become a grave threat to our race. You all withdraw, I must kill him today. The Mouse King stretched out his sharp claws, gathering all his strength. A faint purple poison gently emerged. He knew that Lin Xing's power was too strange. It felt like he was not at a high level, but that endless lightning ability made him feel deep like an ocean. Even if he attacked with all his might, he couldn't kill him in a short time. Hee, I haven't used this rat poison in a long time, die. Swish. The Mouse King arrived in an instant. Lin Xing was in the midst of beating up a drowning dog when he was suddenly ambushed by the Mouse King. It felt like being bitten by a mosquito, neither painful nor itchy. Before Lin Xing could react, the Mouse King had already fled alongside the beast army, looking back to check the situation as he escaped. This left him somewhat baffled, scratching his head. Isn't this guy sick? Why must he take advantage of me? Is it fun? It's just like scratching an itch. Lin Xing scratched his head, his entire body entwined with blazing red lightning. The pure masculine power instantly crushed the Mouse King's poisonous blood into steam, completely disappearing. Humph, little brats, eat a grand whip from grandpa. Wielding the lightning whip, Lin Xing once again joined the ranks of beating up drowning dogs, killing the beasts as thoroughly as possible. At the gate of the monster control, the Mouse King was anxiously waiting. Wait a minute, as long as they get contaminated by my poison, they will definitely die within 3 seconds. Why is he still so lively? Damn it, stop looking. If we keep watching, we won't be able to leave. Chapter 82, Black Rose Special Team. In this battle, the Monster Control Army won a great victory. They killed over 200,000 beasts, with Lin Xing accounting for 100,000 and the rest adding up to another 100,000. As a result, Lin Xing received a title, Lin 100,000. This devastating blow was something the beasts could not withstand. They would likely take 5 years to recover, unable to pose a threat to the monster control. At the commendation meeting, Long Fong insisted on changing Lin Xing's unreleased first-class merit to a special-class merit that hardly anyone lived to receive. In the end, he was stopped by Lin Xing, who firmly insisted that the first-class merit could not be changed. He settled for a cash equivalent of 1 million and the position of captain of a special powers team, and that was that. However, Lin Xing was puzzled. This girl, Ling Yin, had actually also received a third-class merit. This made Lin Xing extremely frustrated. Why did she deserve it when he fought so hard? Later, Lin Xing learned that Ling Yin was worth a whole transport team by herself, with hundreds of trucks. Wow, it turned out they were stealing power while bringing supplies for the entire monster control army that day. If I had known earlier, I would have kept some for myself. Not taking it felt like a loss. The victory banquet lasted for 7 days. Various delicacies, technology, and hard work were enjoyed to the fullest. The cultural troupe and dance group showcased their long legs with vigor. During this time, the cooking team was overwhelmed. As a hero, Lin Xing naturally could not do any work, so all tasks were thrown completely onto Lieutenant Lu. Washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, frying, scrubbing pots, washing dishes, even serving Lin Xing foot baths, all of it exhausted him to the point of nearly vomiting blood. However, there was a benefit. Lieutenant Lu became known as Chef Lu from then on, and it was said that 2 dishes even received good reviews. He managed to fatten all the students coming to military training, and thus it came to an end. After resting for a few more days, Long Zhanya was also discharged from the hospital. He looked at the energetic, upright students before him with great satisfaction. Students, I know this military training was somewhat dangerous, with 10 students unfortunately sacrificing. However, without their sacrifice, how could we gain peace for the people?
Strength is also a form of responsibility, since you all are extraordinarily gifted, you must carry the flag of guarding humanity. I have seen all your performances on the battlefield, I was very moved. I will report all of your achievements to your school for rewards. Alright, the military training ends here, next, a special vehicle will take you to school. As he finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. They applauded for themselves and also for the instructor. Dragon Team speaks well. Dragon Team, we can't bear to part with you. Dragon Team, will we see you again? After I graduate, I want to join the demon-suppressing army and guard the border once more. For a moment, many people's eyes turned red, and some girls had already started to cry. 2 weeks of summer camp, a lifetime of military bonds, it really isn't just talk. However, while everyone was reluctant to leave, Lin Xing had difficulties. Inside Long Feng's private office, Lin Xing and Long Feng were face to face, seemingly arguing about something. Chief, you promised to promote me to the team leader of the ability squad. Why haven't you assigned me any subordinates? Lin Xing questioned. Long Feng's face darkened, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Lin Xing really had gotten carried away. He originally thought of giving Lin Xing a nominal title to satisfy his vanity, just to make him feel important. Unexpectedly, this guy actually came to ask him for soldiers. Every ability squad is extremely precious, and they all have very important tasks, they are very busy. How could he casually assign a student as a subordinate to him? Lin Xing, I promise that once you graduate, I will definitely make you the team leader of an ability squad. For these years, focus on your studies and improve your strength. No way. What if I don't have any strength after I graduate? You have to give me an ability squad now. But ability squads all have tasks and leaders. There's no position for you, don't believe me? Look. Long Feng showed Lin Xing all the information on the ability squads to prove his point. Although this was confidential, he wasn't afraid of Lin Xing leaking it. After all, Lin Xing was one of his own now. Really? Let me see. Lin Xing snatched the information and carefully scanned through it. He found that every ability squad was indeed carrying out very important tasks, and each had its leader. It was indeed not good to just parachute in and snatch someone else's position. Suddenly, Lin Xing's eyes lit up, and he began to tremble with excitement, his heart blooming with joy. Great! It was simply heavenly help. Ah! Chief, look. The main task of this squad is to protect important personnel, and their last mission has just been completed, so they are currently in a gap period. The leader's position is only temporary and has not been officially appointed. You can directly order them to protect me for the next mission. I think it shouldn't be a problem for our military to send a few people to protect the future hope of Daxia. Long Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Lin Xing to find a loophole. Indeed, a super genius needs military protection. When Long Zhanyi went to school back then, there was also a special ability squad that protected him for 4 years. But this guy in front of him. You still need an ability squad to protect you? Now, in the entire camp of the 100,000 demon-suppressing army, besides me and the chief of staff, I guess no one else can definitely beat you, right? Lin Xing scratched his head. Hey, you can't say that. I need to eat and sleep too. I can't always be on edge. What if one day I get depressed? I declare that this ability squad will be mine from now on. For the next 4 years, their task will be to protect Daxia's proud son. If you don't agree, I'll retire on the spot and never soldier again. Long Feng's facial muscles twitched. He had seen Lin Xing's shamelessness before. Who would get depressed? He certainly wouldn't. After a long time of thinking, Long Feng sighed. Alright, actually I had thought about sending an ability squad to protect you closely. Since that's the case, the squad you just mentioned will be assigned to you. As for how you command them, do as you wish. Lin Xing was overjoyed, handing over the list of the ability squad he selected and gave Long Feng a big hug, making the military big shot's face flush red with embarrassment. Look at you, it's just an ability squad. Why are you so excited? Can't you have a bit of composure like a strong person? Saying this, Long Feng picked up the list Lin Xing handed him and looked at it closely. The next second, Long Feng was completely stunned. Damn it, the Black Rose Special Ability Team. They are specifically tasked with protecting big leaders in politics and business. You really know how to choose. Lin Xing shrugged his shoulders. It's all protection, isn't it? The Wild Beastman ability team is also protecting leaders, and those people are all beast-like. Maybe the leaders would actually like that. Stop talking, please, just stop. Long Feng's face was as dark as a boiler, and he gritted his teeth to stamp the authorization document. Lin Xing was overjoyed. He grabbed the document and rushed out of the room without even looking at Long Feng's resentful face. He couldn't wait to train the little soldiers under him. The Black Rose Special Ability Team, your new captain has arrived. Chapter 83, Enrollment.
A week later, Lin Xing boarded the plane back to the capital. Due to issues with his records and first-class rewards, Lin Xing delayed his departure for several days. The other students had already returned to their respective schools a week earlier. On the first-class seat of the airplane, Lin Xing sighed. This broken school doesn't even let me enjoy a proper summer vacation, don't you think? Hearing Lin Xing's words, the four beautiful women around him remained still. That's right, on Lin Xing's front, back, left, and right, sat four stunning beauties. All of them were dressed in tough leather outfits, tall and slender, looking about 20 years old. Years of military training made their body lines appear more full and three-dimensional than the flight attendants nearby. Their looks were even more breathtaking. With black sunglasses on their faces, they looked both beautiful and dashing. They were Lin Xing's direct subordinates, the Black Rose Special Ability Team. Since the moment they got on the plane, people around couldn't help but stare at the four of them, shocked by their charm and beauty. But everyone was even more astonished by Lin Xing's identity. Could he be a prince from some country? Otherwise, how could there be such a grand arrangement? Those few beauties were definitely top-notch. As a special ability team dedicated to protecting important people, members of the Black Rose not only need to fight but more importantly, have a good presence. They can follow the protected individuals into various high society parties, upscale balls, and other places. Their beauty and presence surely rival that of popular stars and supermodels. Sitting among the four beauties, Lin Xing felt a bit awkward. Come on, let's raise our glasses and drink together, to celebrate our joyous union. Lin Xing raised a cup of cola. Upon hearing this, the four beauties showed a face full of black lines. One tall beauty with a high ponytail said, "Captain, during missions, we do not eat anything of unknown origin, it is our duty." Lin Xing was taken aback, not expecting them to be so professional. Although the four beauties each looked different, Lin Xing usually preferred to distinguish them by their hairstyles. The one with the high ponytail was called Aisha. She excelled in swordsmanship, skillfully wielding a long sword and having a tall and slender figure. The one with the short bob was named Lychee. She mainly used firearms, and Lin Xing guessed she might be named Lychee because her pair of ample breasts underneath were as tender and smooth as lychee. The one with double ponytails was named Cappuccino. She was cute and responsible for close protection, and her personality was the best among the group. Her ability was Shadow Messenger, allowing her to hide in her own shadow for 24-hour close protection. Lastly, the one with her hair tied up was named Blood Rose. She was their leader and the previous acting captain. Her personality was the coldest, just like a thorny rose, but her queenly face made one feel an urge to submit. Lin Xing put on a friendly expression. Alright, from now on, we'll all be in this together, so stop with the cold faces. Let me personally pour you some drinks. Lin Xing poured a cup of ice-cold soda for each of them and kindly handed it over. Captain, we have rules. Forget about rules, you are my soldiers from now on, you all have to listen to me. Come on, cheers. The four girls were stunned. Feeling that Lin Xing was completely different from the serious figures they had protected before, who played more than anyone else behind the scenes, they had a favorable impression in their hearts. Moreover, Lin Xiwan's reputation had already spread in the Demon Suppression Army. They were very gratified to be able to protect such a genius hero. Most importantly, Lin Xing was much more handsome than those greasy bald men. Alright, Captain, let's finish this drink. Smack. The five clinked their glasses. Each took a large gulp. The plane soon arrived at Kyoto Airport. The military sent a special car to pick them up. However, Lin Xing gave the driver $2, telling him to take a taxi back, and the group directly drove away in the armored vehicle. The driver stood there in a daze. Damn, for stunning beauties protecting him, this guy is really impressive. Looking at the $2 in his hand, he shook his head helplessly, feeling his heart damaged. With four beauties by his side, Lin Xing made his way from Kyoto Airport to the Great Summer Ability Academy. Above a grand, towering stone gate, a few gilded characters appeared very high-end. Lin Xing waved his hand to the four bodyguards. Alright, I've booked a suite in a high-end hotel next to the school, you three go stay there first. Order whatever you want to eat, buy whatever you want, and remember to ask for the invoice. I've talked to Long Fong, all your expenses can be reimbursed. Cappuccino will stay with me, you three can go rest at the hotel and have fun, don't worry about saving money for Long Fong. As he spoke, Lin Xing entered the school amid the reluctant gazes of his three subordinates. Cappuccino blended into Lin Xing's shadow to provide close protection. This scene was witnessed by several students around, and the shock in their hearts was no less than that of the driver. For beautiful bodyguards escorting him to school, could he be a young master from some big family? This is way too flashy. This year the school is gonna produce another prominent figure. I thought being the top of my village to get into the Great Summer Ability Academy made me the main character, but I didn't expect to be seen as an NPC by others. Lin Xing ignored the strange looks and strode into the school carrying a small suitcase filled with stones. Unlike what Lin Xing imagined, the Great Summer Ability Academy was simply too vast. It far exceeded his impression of a university. Its area was almost comparable to that of a county town. Each major and each school occupied its own section. Many students graduated without ever seeing each other. Before long, Lin Xing got lost. The buildings here looked quite similar, and he quickly lost his sense of direction. Damn it, I can't believe I'm Lin Xing getting lost. There must be some special array in the school interfering with my magnetic field. Yeah, it must be, there's no way I'm bad with directions. As Lin Xing was talking to himself, a boy and a girl approached him. The boy had an ordinary appearance, wearing small glasses, the kind of person who could be easily overlooked in a crowd. The girl was quite attractive. While she wasn't a bombshell, she was easy on the eyes, wearing denim shorts and showing off her chubby white legs, attracting quite a few looks. Hello, are you a new student? I'm Chen Feng, a sophomore and a volunteer for orientation. May I ask which department you are in? I can take you there. The boy said with an unwilling expression. Yes, classmate, I'm Sunning. If you need any help, just let us know. The girl blushed a little, being quite proactive. Lin Xing immediately smiled and responded, Senior, I really need help. Anything, just tell us. Can you lend me some money? I want to eat something good tonight. The two were speechless. How could there be such a shameless new student this year? How about we take you to the dormitory first? Chen Feng said awkwardly. That sounds good. Lin Xing agreed, and the boy took Lin Xing's suitcase. The girl was very enthusiastic as she led Lin Xing, introducing the customs and culture of the school as they walked. From cultivation resources to teacher-student gossip, they chatted happily. Only Chen Feng, dragging the heavy suitcase behind, suffered miserably. He couldn't understand why such a small suitcase could be so incredibly heavy. Chapter 84, Pillar of Shame. The welcome volunteers were mainly older students who guided newcomers to find their dormitories and handle enrollment procedures. The purpose of doing this job was simply twofold. One was to earn credits, and the other was to find romantic connections. Those second and third year students fought to help the younger girls move their luggage, seizing the chance to obtain contact information and then striking quickly. They aimed to capture the innocent newcomers and secure resources for dating among first-year students. Of course, Chen Feng didn't think this way. His main goal was to engage with Sunning. But who knew that just as he made Sunning laugh with his clever jokes, a new student suddenly appeared and took his leading role. Seeing his goddess Sunning energetically explaining the school details to Lin Xing, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel jealous. Damn it, does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Before long, they arrived at the boys' dormitory. Chen Feng carried Lin Xing's luggage upstairs while Sunning waited downstairs, looking a bit anxious. In the hallway, Chen Feng asked while hauling the super heavy suitcase, Buddy, what's in this suitcase? Why is it so heavy? Oh, those are stones I picked up near the Demon Pass. I thought they looked nice, so I collected a few as souvenirs. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Stones? You actually brought a suitcase full of stones to school. Lin Xing scratched her head. What's wrong, senior? You don't look so good, is it kidney deficiency? No, I'm just hot. I take good care of my kidneys. Suddenly, Chen Feng had a bright idea and a sly smile appeared on his face. Lin Xing, right? I see you carrying that suitcase with no effort, you must be from the strength department. What's it to you? Lin Xing replied. He didn't want to casually reveal his abilities, although many people already knew. Chen Feng chuckled, nothing much. It's just that there's an unspoken rule at school that every new student from the combat department must go to the martial arts gym to complete a strength challenge. As long as you finish the test, you'll receive rewards. How about I take you there later? He snickered inwardly. Every new student participating in the strength challenge would lose face, and soon he would see Lin Xing embarrass herself in front of the girls. 4 years of lost dating rights. Lin Xing was very excited, grabbing Chen Feng's hand. Senior, you are such a helpful person. It's my duty, it's my duty. Soon, the two finished putting their luggage down and exited the dormitory building. Sunning seemed a bit anxious waiting and hurriedly approached them. Why did it take so long? This junior, let me take you to the freshman registration area. Lin Xing waved her hand. Senior, there's no rush. I want to test my strength with Senior Chen Feng first, I heard there are rewards. Sunning was taken aback, clearly a little anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed Lin Xing's hand, concerned. No, you shouldn't listen to Chen Feng. The strength test is the pillar of shame for newcomers. Chen Feng was stunned, he didn't expect Sunning to care so much. Just as he was about to awkwardly explain, Lin Xing suddenly shook off Sun Ying's hand. Senior, this is where you are wrong. If there's a reward and you don't want me to take it, are you jealous of me? Lin Xing turned back to Chen Feng and clasped her hands together. Senior, you're the one who treats me well, let's go. Ha! In a moment of distraction, Lin Xing had already pulled Chen Feng in the direction of the martial arts gym.
Sun Ying gritted her teeth, scolding Chen Feng 1,000 times in her heart, and also moved her legs to follow them.
Turning the corner,
they arrived at the martial arts school provided by the school.
After registering, several people quickly entered a huge training hall.
The hall covers an area of over 10,000 square meters, with all kinds of training equipment available. The students are diverse, some are fighting dummies, and some are sparring in the ring.
Others pose in front of a mirror, showing off their muscles while taking pictures. Done, haha, my combat technique, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, is complete. Beautiful girl, you're doing well. Do you mind if I touch your leg muscles?
Beast transformation is the strongest superpower, come and argue if you're not convinced.
The loud voices immediately entered Lin Xing's ears. What caught his attention was a huge pillar standing in the middle of the hall.
The pillar was covered with names, especially the few at the top were exceptionally eye-catching. However, the shape of this pillar is really hard to describe, it looks just like a mushroom, with a round head on top.
It's just like a man's. Is this the power rankings?
Lin Xing looked up and felt extremely speechless. No wonder Sun Ying said that was the pillar of shame, it really is shameful. He even saw Lu Yun's name on it, and it was very high up. Directly at the topmost round head position of the pillar.
Lin Xing's mouth corner twitched wildly, was Lu Yun nailed to the pillar of shame?
Chen Feng walked over to explain very cooperatively, yes, this is the power rankings, a simple power test, as long as you participate, you can get rewards.
As for the names at the top, those are the last rankings. Did you see Lu Yun at the top?
That's the last place, as long as you exceed the bottom 200, you won't appear on the pillar of shame. Don't worry, Junior, this is 100 years worth of rankings, just think about how many students the school has accepted in 100 years.
Exceeding the bottom 200 is completely pressure-free.
At this time, Sun Ying also ran over. Junior, don't go, there's something wrong in here, Chen Feng is lying to you, this challenge is actually. Lin Xing coldly snorted and directly interrupted Sun Ying. Humph, woman, you keep interrupting me from getting rewards.
Are you sincere?
Senior Chen treats me so well, yet you block me at every turn, I think you have ulterior motives. Saying this, Lin Xing walked to stand under the pillar facing the first-year students. Sun Ying's inner thighs were flushed red with anger, almost stomping her feet. Detected that someone has started the power challenge. A mechanical voice resounded throughout the hall, and a bright light shone down on Lin Xing. Everyone immediately stopped their training and turned to look at Lin Xing.
Their hearts filled with disbelief and glee at someone else's misfortune. Someone has started the power challenge, an unlucky one is about to appear?
It's a freshman, seems kind of dull, not very clever. He must have been fooled here, he probably doesn't know how terrifying this pillar is, even a top scholar would be nailed to the pillar of shame. More and more people gathered to watch, many were taking pictures with their phones. Someone testing the pillar of shame is big news for the whole school. Since the pillar of shame was established 100 years ago, not more than 300 people have dared to challenge it. And all these people are unmatched talents, oozing with confidence. To avoid staying on the pillar of shame, they crazily trained for 4 years, refreshing the records countless times. It can be said that this ranking list has reached the point where it can't be rolled anymore. Even today's number one senior in power would have to weigh whether he can surpass the seniors of the past century to escape the pillar of shame. So Chen Feng was convinced that Lin Xing would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame, and it was highly likely he would be at the top. Just a few days ago, a guy named Lu Yun, though not from the power system, was also among the best among freshmen. He ended up with a punch and was directly nailed to the top of the pillar of shame, losing his dating rights for 4 years.
The mechanical voice sounded again.
Please test subject, attack the testing platform with all your strength. The testing platform will display your power and ranking.
Boom!
Lin Xing looked at a long rectangular strength testing machine in front of him, slightly stunned. This thing looks very familiar.
Is it a must-have tool for humiliating the protagonist in the story?
But the ranking is simply too strange, only those at the bottom can make the list, nailed at the top of the shame column. While Lin Xing was lost in thought, Chen Feng couldn't hold back any longer.
Junior, hurry up and hit it.
The school says that as long as you hit it, you get 10 credits, and the higher your rank, the more credits you can earn.
Oh, really?
Yes, just give it your all. You can't use your powers, if you do, it won't count. It's all based on physical strength. Chen Feng kindly explained to Lin Xing, afraid that he couldn't nail himself on the shame column. Lin Xing nodded, stepped forward, and lightly tapped it with less than 30% of his strength.
Tap. This hit was quick, many people didn't even catch the action he took. Ha! Is that it? It feels like he didn't use any strength at all. He's probably afraid he won't rank at the top.
Now that guy named Lu Yun can move down the ranks.
A moment later,
the machine made a series of numbers roll out.
Test complete, your strength is 8,671 kilograms. Your rank is 88th. Congratulations, you did not make the list. Reward credits, 300 points. What? Seeing Lin Xing's score and rank, everyone was stunned. They stood there blankly, their heads buzzing. A wave of gasps rose and fell, echoing through the venue. No way, he hardly used any effort, just 8,000 kilograms, and he isn't on the shame column. Is this testing machine broken? If so, I should have gone up and hit it. 300 credits? I only got 200 all last year, this punch is worth my entire year's effort? Sunning stood among the crowd, her mouth wide open, big enough to fit a fried dough stick inside. She was just worried about Lin Xing earlier, now she was completely stunned. Her admiration for this handsome junior was also rising rapidly. Without a doubt, the most shocked was Chen Feng. He set up the trap, he tried to trick someone, but instead, he was backfired upon. Seeing the goddess's expression, it was likely she had already fallen. It must be that the testing machine was broken, it had to be that way. Chen Feng firmly believed in his judgment, just now, Lin Xing really didn't exert himself, and everyone could see that clearly. 8,000 kilograms, even with an extra 8 kilograms, was equivalent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If the testing machine was broken, then I should hit it too. Not only could I earn credits, maybe I could win the goddess's heart. The opportunity was right in front of me. Wait, I can't be too hasty, let me ask first. Lin Xing, did you exert any force just now? Lin Xing scratched his head, honestly replying, not really, just used about 30% of my strength. Chen Feng was overjoyed, haha, that's perfect. Let me have a go. Saying this, he rushed up, pushing Lin Xing aside and standing at the testing machine's position. A few students nearby shouted badly, surprised that this guy jumped the queue. The testing machine made noise. Detected someone starting the strength test. Please attack the testing machine with all your strength. Chen Feng laughed maniacally, stepping back a leg while simultaneously pulling his right arm back with full power, his body like a drawn bow. Then he suddenly exerted force, channeling strength from his ankles to his calves, from his calves to his thighs, twisting his waist and sending his hips, then to his arms. Using every muscle cell's strength to the extreme, his fist suddenly struck towards the testing machine. At the same time, he shouted with full confidence, "Today, I, Chen Feng, will embarrass myself." Bang! Test complete, your strength is 128 kilograms. Rank 298. Last place, leaderboard updated. The next second. On the rounded top of the shame column, two gilded characters suddenly appeared, pushing Lu Yun down. Ha! The crowd erupted in surprise. This sudden twist caught them off guard. Damn, he really did embarrass himself. Brother Chen entered the game today, proving whether the testing machine was faulty. I, Zheng Zilin, genuinely admire you. Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I would have gone up to fight just now. Beside him, Sunning wore a face full of disdain, her eyes toward Chen Feng filled with contempt. She decided to go back and tell her sisters about this, that they should not contact this person anymore. So humiliating. At this moment, Chen Feng felt as if the sky had fallen. His expression was as stiff as if he had eaten fly droppings and accidentally ingested them again. Every cell in his body was filled with two words. Shame. This pillar of shame that everyone avoided, today he had actually experienced it personally, and he was nailed to the top position. He had completely lost his right to choose a partner. After some time, he might trick a few new students into the bathroom, maybe he could save a bit of face. But the inevitable blow from Lin Xing completely shattered him. Lin Xing walked over and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Oh, senior, you're impressive. Ranked first. He. But just now I didn't use my full strength, I want to test again. Lin Xing reached out, pushing Chen Feng aside. He stood back in front of the testing machine. Previously, he was just probing, this time, Lin Xing was going to go all out. It didn't matter if he didn't use his special abilities. Lin Xing's light attribute was already over 3,000. He would easily crush everything, overpowering everyone. Come on. Lin Xing shouted, and the light aura sent the already disheartened Chen Feng flying several meters away. He clenched his fists, muscles suddenly tensing, and a punch landed on the testing machine like a cannonball. The next second. Boom! A huge crash echoed throughout the hall. The testing machine exploded suddenly, metal fragments flying everywhere. The largest chunk of iron shot out, smashing into a man lifting weights, sending him flying. The place fell silent. Only the mechanical reporting voice echoed through the hall again. Test complete, your strength is 99,999 kilograms. Ranked tied for first, testing machine damaged, unable to detect upper limit. Previous rewards voided, your new reward is 1,500 credits. This shocking voice filled everyone's hearts, causing their hearts to race wildly. They had initially thought Lin Xing's 8,000 kilograms was already the top spot for new students.
But unexpectedly, he shattered the testing machine with one punch, achieving 99999. Directly hitting the testing machine's limit.
Wow, he broke the testing machine.
This dude is a freshman, way too impressive. Sigh, people are born different. My boyfriend struggles to climb stairs while this guy is on another level. No worries, at least he's better than that Chen Feng who got himself nailed to the pillar of shame.
PFF.
Just as Chen Feng was getting up, hearing this he spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted, losing consciousness. Lin Xing quickly ran over, grabbing him and pinching his acupressure point.
Senior, you can't die.
If you die, who will take the last place on the shame pillar? Hurry, who has a virgin urine, come and use it to wake him up.
Chapter 86, Zheng Biao, Minister of Life and Labor.
The news of Lin Xing breaking the record quickly caused a huge stir. Within the school, the rumor spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, instantly becoming a hot topic. Many people took videos with their phones and crazily reposted them in various school groups. The whole school erupted because of this incident. Many girls and school clubs immediately set their sights on Lin Xing, ready to take action. Many well-known professors also decided to act first, reaching out to recruit Lin Xing. However, with the good came the bad. Many malicious and petty people were unhappy and decided to take action against Lin Xing.
As for the reasons, they had already thought of them.
They would not allow such an outstanding new student to exist in the academy.
Of course, all this was just a current undercurrent, not yet affecting Lin Xing's personal life.
After the test, Lin Xing returned to his dorm with Sun Ying's company. It was already late, and he decided to report to the academic office tomorrow. Chen Feng was taken away by the school doctor team and sent to the treatment room for rescue.
Downstairs of the dormitory building.
Senior sister, there's really no need for you to send me anymore, or else we'll reach the room. Feeling like she had gone a bit too far, Sun Ying's face turned red.
Junior, how about I take you to the academic affairs office to report tomorrow? I'm afraid you won't recognize it.
Sure, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
I want to go back to the dormitory now.
Lin Xing sent off the clingy band-aid and walked upstairs. Their dormitory was quite upscale, though it was a 4-person room. The space was large enough, with a living area, study area, and a bathroom. It completely compared to the living environment of a high-end hotel. The beds were also single large beds, while desks and personal items were in other areas, with an average area of 30 square meters per person, totally sufficient.
This is also a difference between good schools and bad schools. Opening the door,
Lin Xing saw a few familiar figures. It was still his good roommates.
Oh, everyone is here.
Seeing Lin Xing return, Su Jianchen immediately stepped forward to greet him, conveniently picking up snacks from the chubby guy's bed to hand over.
Here, you must be hungry, have some to eat first.
The chubby guy was startled, and also stood up to welcome Lin Xing, pouring tea for him. Only Lu Yun sat alone on his bed, burying his head deep in his knees, looking full of sorrow.
Lu Yun, is this heartbreak?
Lin Xing asked curiously.
Su Jianchen waved his hand. Nah, it's not heartbreak.
A few days ago he got tricked, punched the humiliation pillar, and ended up at the top of the ranking board. He hasn't recovered yet.
The chubby guy followed up. That volunteer senior guiding him was really too much.
But with Lu Yun's shameful selection rights gone, I'm afraid I also have a chance to be single.
The three turned their heads simultaneously. Dream on.
The chubby guy smiled awkwardly and turned his head to secretly shed tears. At this moment, Su Jianchen suddenly yelled while holding his phone, Lu Yun, your last place ranking was overtaken by someone.
Really? Hurry, let me see.
Lu Yun grabbed the phone and just in time saw Lin Xing's punch-smashing machines, and Chen Feng humiliating himself against the odds. The three stood there stunned, stiffly turning their heads to look at Lin Xing.
Lin Xing, you broke the long-standing punching power record? Aren't you still a freshman? Why not apply to be a university teacher instead?
Lin Xing calmly waved his hand. Stay low-key, I think I could just go straight for principal. The three were speechless. Lin Xing then asked about credits.
Do you guys know what credits are? Can they exchange for resources?
Credits? Of course. In Daxia Ability Academy, credits are the most important thing. They can not only exchange for resources, practice combat skills, and redeem equipment, but even treat others to meals or buy snacks with credits. In short, whatever is available in the market can be bought with them, and even what isn't available can be purchased. Lin Xing's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that from just casually throwing a couple of punches, he would receive such an amazing reward. He really had to thank Senior Chen Feng for that. By the way, Lin Xing, there's a club recruitment tomorrow.
Do you want to go take a look? Maybe you can join a good club and enjoy some resources.
Lin Xing shook his head. Forget it, I'm used to being free and easy, and I don't want to join any clubs. But creating a club of my own later for fun wouldn't be impossible. I've even thought of a name, calling it Goblin Society, and I'll bring you guys over.
Goblin Society? Wow, that name is really weird. The others all shook their heads, none of them optimistic about Lin Xing's club. In terms of strength, Lin Xing could, but when it came to playing interpersonal relationships and management skills, he seemed to be a bit lacking. While the few were chatting, suddenly, there was a noisy commotion in the boys' dormitory corridor. What's going on? It's probably that group of student council goons here to make trouble again. Quickly, tidy up the snacks, don't let them steal them. In a moment, several men dressed in black suits and white shirts walked in. In an orderly manner, exuding a powerful aura, they appeared quite arrogant, giving off a feeling of small people gaining power. As they stood there, it felt like warlords inspecting their territory, their posture almost demanding a heavenly tribute. The last one, a plump man with a watermelon-shaped face, slowly stepped forward, seemingly the leader of the group, arms crossed, silent. One of the sycophants stepped forward first and said, "Everyone, stand up. From now on, remember our faces. We are here to inspect the dorms, keep an eye on your ID badges, and anyone else who comes is of no use." Another sycophant stepped forward, pointing at the watermelon-faced man and said, "Let me introduce, this is Zhang Biao, the head of our male dormitory department, called Senior." Lin Xing and the others were speechless. Had they stumbled into campus bullying? No, this person was an official member, this could only be called abuse of power, not quite bullying. Seeing that no one moved, Zhang Biao shot a glance sideways. The sycophant immediately stepped forward, looking fierce and said, "Damn it, why aren't you greeting the senior?" "Hello, senior." They all called out perfunctorily. Zhang Biao gently coughed and began to speak. "Well, let me say this, you are new students and shouldn't warrant my personal visit, but..." At this point, he deliberately paused, showing a seemingly fierce but actually clownish look in his eyes. But today, a freshman ambushed Lu Damon, head of the student union's life department, with a piece of broken equipment in the martial arts gym, causing very serious consequences. Now everyone, go downstairs to gather. Tonight we must find that person and discipline them severely. Lin Xing and the others were taken aback, secretly thinking. This batch of freshmen has tough people, they fight hard. No matter who is found to have attacked them, the four of them will definitely not just watch, they must help settle the matter. What are you thinking? Hurry up and go downstairs. Oh, got it.